Okay, magandang tanghali po sa inyo lahat. Magandang tanghali. So, papasalamat ako sa mga nag-attend dahil kahit umuulan, tinaak niyo yung mga EDSA or kung gaano kalayo man. Meron bang taga-ano dito? Japan? Never easy niya, ganyan. Bohol. Meron ba dito taga Quezon City? Talakpakan natin, mga lalaki. Saan tayo malapit sila pa hindi? Okay. So, ako pala si Marco. Ako po yung speaker niyo for today. At ngayong araw na to is mag-share na ako sa inyo ng mga magagandang ideas natuklasan ko sa buhay ko at mga bagay na pwede nyo rin gamitin sa sarili nyo buhay. So mga konting house rules lang siguro. Unang house rule, dapat po may tubig kayo kasi mahaba-haba ang ating usapan. And iba kasi na nag-a-attend sa akin dati, nahihilo after mga 1 hour ganun. Pag umabot ng 3 hours, nagpo-collapse. Pag walang tubig. So, lalo na pag hindi ka sanay na nakarating ng ganito information, medyo yung pag-iisip mo, siya may stretch. So, di ba ang muscle kapag nabanat ko sakit? Ang isip pag nabanat, mas sakit. So, para lang mawala yung sakit na ulo, mag-rehydrate lang kayo. Water. Okay? Tapos, pwede kayo tumayo kung gusto nyo na umuwi. Wala na mga pilitan. Nahihilo ka. Hindi ko na kaya itong naririnig ko. Hindi naman ako parang boss, di ba, na bawal umuwi. So yun, anytime na gusto nyo huminga muna sa labas, magpahangin, mag-text, tumawag, pwede po sa labas lang. Tapos silent nyo na yung phone nyo. Siguro basic lang naman po yun para wag po ma-distract yung katabi nyo. Kasi ako hindi naman na-distract. Katabi nyo ma-distract. So silent lang yung phone. And ano pa ba? Hindi naman kailangan mag-notes kasi Facebook live na lang tayo. Tapos i-record ko din. So meron na lang kung meron kang gusto matandaan na personal, di ba? Pwede mo isulat. Tapos, siguro i-text niyo yung mga kaibigan nyo na may share niyo yung link sa wall nyo. Naka-like po tayo kung pwede i-share yung link sa mga kaibigan nyo na gusto mag-attend pero hindi sila maka-attend. Punta lang kayo sa damit. Na-page na si-share niyo sa wall nyo para mapanood nyo. Ano ba? Ito naman siguro. Basta last po tayo dito, relax lang, kalma lang tayo. Hindi naman to business seminar na may magbabalik ng speaker mamaya. Pero sa gitna may OBP, just in case may part-time. Biglang gano'n, joke lang. Tapos, so adult learning po tayo, ibig sabihin na adult learning, kayo po ang bahala sa sarili nyo kung paano siya, i-digest. Ganon. Kasi may mga situations minsan hindi kinakaya information sa experience ko. Lumalabas. Okay lang naman sa akin, hindi po ako na-offend kung tumayo kayo tapos lumabas, hindi na kaya. For example, ito pong nasa harapan, kung malaking nasa gitna. 3 years ako nag-seminar ako, on the first 2 hours, lumabas na siya, sabi niya, ayoko na. So, pero ngayon, umalik siya. Kasi daw ituloy yung nagkaraptong. Okay, so ganun, meron pa tayo sariling free will. Hindi naman ako parang boss dito na bawal na tumayo, bawal mag-CR. Anytime gusto yung mag-CR o pang sa labas o may TEDx yung tatawagan, pwede po kayo tumayo at gawin lang. Okay, basta lang, dahan-dahan kasi baka may katabi nyo, nakafocus, tapos anong na-distraction. Okay? Tapos, masaya ba kayo? rin masaya kasi nangyayari lang ito once a year. Dati po, nangyayari siya every month. Kaso, ano po busy na po ako ngayon. Medyo mahataw. So, maraming schedule. And, kaya ginagawa ko na siya at least once a year. So, kahit na once a year pa rin, marami pa rin namumulat ang kanilang mga isipan, ang kanilang mata sa mga kaalaman na hindi sila aware. Okay? And sa susunod na mga minuto at oras, ihanda nyo na yung sarili nyo kung meron kayong marinig na information. Tapos kung may tanong kayo, sasagutin ko na lang po yan sa wall. Sa comment na lang dahil 10 oras po yung topic natin. Tapos meron po tayong 600 PowerPoint slides. May 600. So, yung typical PowerPoint usually 30, tapos na, di ba? So, 600 PowerPoint slides comprises of data, facts, pictures, videos na nakapulutan po ng araw. Tapos, i-treat nyo lang ito parang entertainment lang. Total, Sabado naman ngayon, di ba? Wala na kayong gagawin. So, dito na lang para na-entertain at matuto mga bagong kalaman. So, kung ready na po tayo, pwede na po siguro tayo mag-start. Okay lang? Okay. So, yung po natin, mga tawag doon. Okay lang dito ako sa baba. Parang ang layo dito. Yung mga groups and Facebook pages, pwede nyo po check online. So kung meron po Facebook, check nyo, meron po tayong page na The Meet, which is yung seminar natin. Meron din The Meet yun, meron din Project Pilipinas, Healthy Forever. And for in-depth na mapalaman, meron po tayong Secrets of the Universe and groups din, yan. So kung nag-YouTube din kayo, marami din video sa YouTube since 2010 about sa mga ganitong topic, pwede rin yung panoorin. So, bago tayo mag-start, konting disclaimer lang. Wala naman po siguro ditong mga 15 below. 15, no? 18 below pala. Okay? Kasi may nagtanong sa akin, pwede ba? Sabi ko, next time na siguro pag 18 na siya. Kasi may mga topics na hindi pang bata, baka hindi pa siya ready. Pero pag high school, pwede na yan. Diba? Kunwari lang nagbabata-bataan mga high school. Marami na rin mga yan. Okay? So, ayun. Stricto Patnubay. Sabi nila dito, SPG, ibig sabihin doon yan, Super Pack. Okay, so ayun lang, konting warning lang na gano'n. Saka itong mga pinipresent ko, hindi po galing sa akin. Galing lang po sa mga nakita ko, nabasa at na-research. So kung may sisisihin kayo, yung kung sino man yung nag-post. Okay? And i-treat nyo po ito parang movie. Alam niyo yung movie? Nanonood na ba kayo ng sine? So pag nanonood ka ng sine, parang entertainment lang. Minsan, tatamaan ka, minsan hindi. Tapos minsan, ina-apply mo sa buhay mo, minsan hindi din. Parang gano'n lang. So, huwag yung masyadong seryosohin kasi pag masyadong seryoso sa buhay, mabilis ka tumanda. Ang pag-iisip daw natin para daw parachute. Totoo ba yun? Yes. Gumagana lang siya kapag nakabukas. Okay. Pero bakit maraming tao, minsan nakabukas, minsan nakasara. Minsan selective. Minsan sa ibang topic lang sila nakabukas. Sa ibang aspeto naman, nakasarado. Nasubukan nyo na ba may kausap kayo na hindi kayo naiintindihan? Na gusto niya lang paniwalaan is yung point of view niya? At minsan ganun ka rin. Minsan ganun din ako, di ba? May kanya-kanya tayong biases pagdating sa mga prinsipyo. Parang ganun. Okay? Sa araw na to, subukan natin buksan lahat. Okay? Lahat ng aspeto ng pamumuhay. And, kung meron mo kayong mga iniisip, iiwan nyo lang muna sa labas, di ba? Para makapag-focus ka dito. At the same time, na-experience mo na ba meron kang kaibigan na bisita na madalas na sa inyo? pumapasyal, parang parte na rin ng pamilya. Tapos, isang araw, pumasok siya sa kwarto mo, inalo niya yung gamit mo, tapos sinubukan niyang i-rearrange yung sala, pati yung higaan mo, pinalitan niya ng cover kasi daw ang pangit. Kung konti na tinanggal niya kasi daw, masyado daw yung dark. Ganyan. Tapos tinawagan ka niya. Sinabi niya sa'yo na, friend, nasa loob pala ako ng kwarto mo, inayos ko yung mga gamit mo, hindi ko kasi seal. Ano nararamdaman mo? Magugulat ka, diba? Teka na ba? Kung ginagalaw yung gamit ko. Okay? Tapos sabi niya, kasi feeling ko dapat nandito yung aparador, feeling ko dapat yung ilaw mo ganito kulay. Parang mas bagay kasi nag-aaral ako ng interior designing. Gusto ko lang pag-practice sa kwarto mo. So, kung ikaw, tinawagan na gano'n, most likely baka ma-offend ka, correct? Kasi hindi nagpaalam. Nasubukan mo na ba yun? Hindi nagpaalam ginalaw gamit mo? Yes. Di ba parang uy, kaya ba't mo ginagalaw? So, pero what if yung friend mo bago nagpunta sa bahay, sinabi niya sa'yo na, friend, pwede ba akong sumaglit sa bahay na sandali? Kasi may plano ako eh. Ano plano mo? Gusto ko sana mag-practice ng pinag-aralang interior designing. I-apply natin. Kung gusto man mo, tuloy natin. Pag hindi, ibalik natin sa dati. Pag nagpaalam siya, malaki bang possibility payagan mo siya? Yes, kasi nagpaalam mo ng ayos, di ba? Today, nagpapaalam ko sa inyo ng maayos. Kung pwede ba ako pumasok sa loob ng isipan niyo. Makatakot yun. Pwede ba ako pumasok sa loob ng isipan mo? At kahit pa paano, di ba? Medyo may gagalawin na ako doon. Hindi ko naman guguluhin. Gagalawin lang. Okay? At kung sa tingin mo, ayaw mo na magalaw yun, okay lang, di ba? Pwede mo muna pahangin. Di ba? Sa labas. Okay. So, okay lang ba? Yes. Nandito ka na rin, di ba? Umuwi ka naman, kararating mo ka lang. Nakasagi na ba sa isipan niyo to? Yung ano ang kahulugan ng buhay? What is the meaning of life? Nung bata ako, tinatanong ko lagi yan na, ano bang kahulugan ng buhay? Bakit tayo nandito? Lagi kong unang tinatanong parents ko, tapos minsan sinasabi nila, ang dami ka daw tanong, bilang bata, tapos hindi nila nasasagot. Tinanong ko mga kaibigan ko, hindi nila alam. Naalala ko yung dati ko nung sabi ko, dati ba't pa tayo ginawa ni Lord? Kung mamamatay rin naman tayo, edi nahihirapan pa tayo. Kasi nakikita ko yung lola ko nung nagkakasakit sa diabetes, tapos nahihirapan na, tapos pupunin din pala, di ba? Bakit pa nagkasakit? Sabi ng dati ko, hindi ko rin alam anak eh. Siguro, kaya tayo nandito dahil... Oo nga, gandang tanong yan. Hindi ko alam, sabi niya. So, kung tatay ko hindi tanong, hindi niya alam yung sagot, paano na? Siya lang yung lagi mong kasama, di ba? Siyempre, pagbata ka ganun. So, eventually, lagi ako nagtatanong sa mga tao. And yung pagtatanong pala yun is minsan hindi rin maganda. Kasi pag nagtatanong ka, pag nasagot, meron ulit bagong katanungan at hindi natatapos yung tanong. Okay? So, welcome to the myth. This is your guide to modern day transformation. Tapos, pero dating ginawang post around 2012, mapupunta niyo dito sa Blogspot na to. In just 1 week, nagkaroon po ko ng 15,000 views na wala pa masyadong sikat na Facebook, na YouTube. Tapos marami mga foreigners na gano'n. And napansin ko, dami mga tao nagtatanong doon. Until eventually, ginawa ko na to. Dati sarili ko lang sarili ko lang idea. Dahil marami ako tanong, sinusulat ko sa papel. Tapos meron kasi ako tatlong whiteboard na malalaki nun. Sinulat ko lahat na idea ko, napuno siya. Mga katanungan sa buhay. Tapos hindi pa rin natatapos. Okay? Yun. So, i-treat nyo ito na parang instruction manual na hindi binigay sa inyo nung pinanganak kayo dito sa mundo. Kasi madalas ang problem natin as human beings, pag nanganak si nanay, diba? Bahala na si Batman. Wala namang manual kung paano magpalaki ng anak. Wala rin manual paano magpalaki ng pamilya. So, kung meron kang religious organization, kahit pa paano, di ba, matuturo ka ng mga proper values, di ba, proper etiquette sa pamumuhay, ganyan. E what if walang ng background, di ba? So, hindi rin tayo naturuan pagdating sa pera. Kaya maraming tao, matanda na, wala pa rin savings. Maraming tao naghihirap dahil hindi natutunan paano gumawa ng pera. Okay? Marami rin tao nagkakasakit kasi hindi tayo tinuruan paano maging healthy. Tama? Tinuruan tayo paano kumain, pero tama ba yung kinakain natin? Ay, nagtanong. Pero wala nagtanong. Okay? Nalala ko dati nilang kay daddy ko eh. Ba't ka kami napakain ng palaka? Eh, di ba tumatanong ko? Tapos sabi sa akin, masyado ka masaya ng bata ka. Sabi ko lang, todo ng ulam eh. So, masarap naman yung palaka. Kumakain pa ako dati. Kasi, parang siya manok, di ba? Na isda. Malambot nga lang yung yung laman. Nakain na ba kayo ng aso? Yung alaga akong aso dati, kinatay ko. Joke lang. Natakot eh. Okay, so, meron tayong 5 chapters na pag-uusapan hanggang alas 6 ng gabi. So, yung chapter 1 is World Asleep. Ano ba yan? Ang tatalakayin natin dyan, i-explain natin kung bakit maraming tao ang natutulog. Sino mo yung katabi mo natutulog? Okay. Paano mo malalaman na isang tao natutulog? Hindi dahil nakabukas ang mata o gising ang tao, ibig sabihin wala gising siya. Pwede physically present, pero diba, maraming ganyan tayo sa high school. Nandun ka, pero lumulutang ka sa tambayan o sa crush mo. Diba? So, maraming tao natutulog. Ganyan. Isa sa mga paraan para malaman na tulog isang tao is meron siyang negative feelings. Okay? Chapter 2, title niya, Wake Up. Dito, gigisingin natin yung mga taong tulog. Ibig sabihin, kung natutulog yung diwa mo, magigising ka. So, dito na yung medyo yung mga tao parang nagugulat. Okay? In chapter 3 naman, ang topic niya, Inside Your Mind. Dito na yung mga tao nag-walk out. Pero hindi naman ako nagmumura, nag-walk out sila. Hindi ko alam bakit. Dito na yung papasok ako sa loob ng isipan nyo. Diba? Tapos makikita yun na mukha ko lagi doon nakangiti. Tapos yung chapter 4, title niya, The Effect. Pag-uusapan natin, ano ba yung epekto ng tao ang tulog at tao kasi sa society. At yung pang-5, chapter 5, title niya, What Now? Ang ibig sabihin niya, tatalakayin natin dito. Kung ano yung pwede mo makontribute sa sarili mo, sa buhay mo, o sa buong bansa para makatulong ka. Okay? So, ayun po ang overview. So, ready na ba kayo sa chapter 1? Yes! Sige, dahil ready na kayo, isipin na ako water. Dahil ako ay nauuhaw. Okay. So, ano lang kayo ha? Chill lang kayo dyan. Basta ako minom na ako ng tubig ha? Kasi magre-ready na ako eh. Alright. Yan. So, chapter 1, may tatlong chapter sa loob ng chapter 1. Tatlong topic. So, sa chapter 1, may tatlong topic. Number 1, yung zombie. Number 2, yung red pill and blue pill. Number 3, social conditioning. Okay? Narinig na ba yung social conditioning? Yes. Narinig na rin yung red pill, blue pill? Okay, yung zombie narinig na? Yes. Taas nga kami yung mga nakarinig. Okay, para mabilis tayo, yung mga hindi pa nakakalap, tanongin nyo nagtasang kamay. Parang chapter 2 na tayo. Okay, so yan. Let's proceed. So let me share a story. Story of the chicken and the eagle. Yeah, basa. A man found an eagle's egg and put it in a nest of a barnyard hen. The eaglet hatched with a brood of chicks and grew up with them. So, meron isang farmer, nakakuha ng itlog ng eagle. Tapos, hinalo niya sa kulungan ng mga aso. Kinain na yun. Then ang manok. Okay? So, all his life, the eagle did what the barnyard chicks did, thinking he was a barnyard chicken. He scratched the earth for worms and insects. He clucked and cackled, and he would thrash his wings and fly a few feet into the air. So, etong eagle na to, kinaya niya pa ginagawa ng mga manok. Diba? So, kumikilaw, tumutukan ng mga uod, diba? Saka, lumilipad from time to time, pero yung lipad manok lang. Years passed and the eagle grew very old. So, tumanda na si eagle. Translator din no? One day, he saw a magnificent bird above him in the cloudless sky. It glided in graceful majesty among the powerful wind currents, with scarcely a beat of its strong golden wings. The old eagle looked up in awe. "Who's that?" he asked. Tapos may sumagot. "That's the eagle, the king of the birds," said his neighbor. "He belongs to the sky. We belong to the earth. We're chickens." So the eagle lived and died a chicken, for that's what he thought he was. Kawawa naman, So, yung eagle, namatay na lang na old eagle, na thinking na chicken siya. Hindi niya na-discover na eagle pala siya. Kawawa naman. Madalas ganyan nangyayari sa maraming tao na pinapanganak tayo na may potensyal sa maraming bagay, sa napakalaking mundo. Pero dahil sa maliit na environment natin at sa maliit na mga tao kasama natin, na hindi natin na ma-maximize yung kakayahan natin. Mga mabuhay, magdalalo, diba, yumaman, ang mga ganung bagay. Gusto ba mamatay kang chicken? Ayaw mo, diba? Sino ayaw mamatay? Taas kamay. Ayaw mamatay. Ako ayaw mamatay. Kaya ko sa inyo. So, most people are asleep. They live asleep. They go to school asleep. They work asleep. They get married asleep. They have a family and children asleep. And they die asleep without ever waking up. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Diba? Na mga tao na nabubuhay silang tulog. Diba? Namamatay din silang tulog. Diba? Meron ba nalilito na? Ano to? Anong tulog ba yan? So, ibig sabihin ba, pumapasok ka, nakapikit yun? Diba? Nagtatrabaho ka, nakapikit? Nasa loob ka ng pamilya mo, nakapikit ka? Diba? Maraming tao, tulog sila, nabubuhay sa mundo, at hindi nila alam kung paano ba gumising o kailangan ba gumising. Minsan hindi pa nila alam na natutulog sila. Okay? So, pag-usapan natin next topic yung zombie. Kaya naglalaro ng Assassin's Creed. O, alam mo Assassin's Creed. Sabi doon, nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Walang katotohanan. Lahat ng bagay pwede na gawin. So, yung Walking Dead, kung una pinaparang ko pa, pero sobrang dami ng schedule, pinapapanood. Gagawin ko na lang, hintayin ko matapos yung buong season, si Totore, di ba? Okay, maghintay tayo mag-upload sa Facebook, mga ganun. So, maraming tao zombie sila, di ba? Pumapasok sila na hindi nila alam bakit. Di ba? Naalala ko dati, tinanong ko sa dati ko na, ba't ko kailangan mag-aral? Kailangan para may alam ka. Alam mo, pag hindi ka mamang, kahit pa paano, hindi ka nititig advantage ng mga taong may alam. Ba't kailangan mataas pa ang grades? Kasi, pag mataas grades mo, mas nire-respeto ka. Sino po nagsabi? Ganun talaga sa society, anak. Pag mababa grades mo, mababa tingin ng mga tao sa'yo. Kung mataas grade mo, magaling ka. So, nag-college ako, sabi ko, Daddy, ba't kailangan mo mag-college? Kasi pag nag-college ka, after mo mag-college, mas maganda may nakatapos. Saka, proud kami as parents mo pag nakatapos ka. So, kaya ka pag pinapapasok, gusto niya maging proud kayo. Parang ganun na. Kasi ano nang sasabihin ng kapitbahay? Panganay namin anak, hindi nakatapos. Okay. Siyempre, pag ikaw bata, nakikinig ka lang, di ba? Ang hirap kontrahin ng tatay, saka ng nanay. Nasubukan niyo na ba? Wala kang allowance. Okay? Matingan tayo, tinanong ko sa daddy ko, Daddy, bakit pala tayo Katoliko? Kasi yung kaibigan ko, Christian. Sabi ng daddy ko, ay, yung mga Christians na yan, gumagawa sila sa sarili nilang mga version. Nagtalit po ba yun? Nagtatanong naman ako. Ay, naman yung kapatid ko, yung auntie mo, gano'n din. Christian na rin. Ba't po kayo galit? Basta, okay. Isang araw, sabi ko, Daddy, bakit pa po kailangan kumakain tayo ng manok? Masarap eh. Sino po nagturo sa inyo kumain ng manok? Siyempre, si lola mo, nanay ko. Ganun ba? So, kung hindi kayo tinuruan mo, di ba? Tinuruan kayo kumain ng ibang bagay, hindi kakainin yan. Diba? So, marami akong matanong ng bata. Maski kayo siguro may mga tanong kayo gano'n, di ba? Kaso lang minsan, tangay ka na ng buhay, diba? Tapos, nakalimutan mo na. Kailangan ng maraming bills na babayaran, ipapaarali mga may mga problema sa pamilya, kailangan ayusin. Nakalimutan na yung mga tanong. Pero ano ba talaga ang purpose natin dito sa mundo? Natanong mo na ba sa sarili mo? Nandito ka lang ba para mabuhay? Or maglingkod sa bayan? Or maglingkod sa kapwa o magpayaman? Diba? Sino nagsabi sa atin na kailangan natin sundin yung mga ganun? Diba? Sabi nga ni Jim Rohn, ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is poverty. Pag hindi mo alam paano yumaman, maghihirap ka, tama? Ignorance is devastation. Kung hindi mo alam yung mga bagay na nakakasira ng kalusugan o nakakasira ng pagkakaibigan, di ba? Nagkakaroon ng devastation within your body and outside. Ignorance is tragedy. Pwede kang madisgrasya kung hindi ka marunong magmaneho. Hindi ka rin marunong mabata sa ibang bansa, pwede kang mapugutan ng ulo. Diba? Pwede kang maaresto kung halimbawa nag-blood drugs ka na akala mo tama pala. Okay? And ignorance is illness. So kung halimbawa, nabubuhay ka lang tapos wala nagturo sa'yo kung paano ang tamang pagkain, malaki ang possibility na hindi ka umabot ng 70 years old. Marami ngayon, 40, 50, 30 na. Tama? Hindi na sila inaabot ng 60, 70, 80. Pero noong unang panahon, mahaba buhay ng tao. Tama? Gusto niyo pa mahaba buhay ng iksi? Pag mahaba buhay mo, marami kang itutulong sa pamilya. Kaysa yung nakaratay ka lang dyan, di ba? Mas nakakapag-contribute ka. Naalala ko yung lola ko, mayaman. Di ba? Namatay mahirap dahil naubos ang pera niya sa diabetes. Kaya kung may mapipili kayong sakit, kung kayo pumili ng diabetes kasi nagkakaroon ng komplikasyon. Okay? So, lahat po na yan, ang problema natin, nanggagaling sa pagiging ignorante natin sa information. Nasa age po tayo ngayon ng internet, pero ang mga tao ginagamit ng internet, pang Facebook, sa pang marketing. Diba? Pero, paano improve yung social skills nila? Para marunong magpag-usap sa tao, paano improve yung finances nila, yung confidence level, yung health nila, o yung bansa, paano kumamit ng mga bagay. Hindi nila nagagawa kasi hindi nila ginagamit. Diba? So, dati, nagsisimula yung Facebook around 2007. Meron akong kaibigan, sabi niya, magkano tayo mag-Facebook tayo? Bakit? Maganda siya kaysa sa Friendster. Ayoko, gaganda ng testimonial sa akin sa Friendster eh. Naalala niyo pa yun? Hindi ko na po inabutan yung Friendster niya. Pinagkwento na sa akin. Okay? So anyway, dumating yung time na parang wala na masyadong tao sa Friendster. Nag-shift ako na sa Facebook. So, yun. Napapunta ako sa Facebook eventually. And nakipansin, ang dami ng mga friends na nandun na rin sa Facebook. Diba? Malalaman niyo bakit ako napunta sa Facebook maya-maya. Familiar kayo kay Alice in Wonderland? Yes. Nung kabataan natin, di ba nababasa natin yan? So, sabi dito, But I don't want to go among mad people, said Alice. Oh, you can help that, said the cat. We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. How do you be mad? Asked Alice. You must be, said the cat, or you wouldn't have come. So lahat tayo, most likely, baliw na rin kayo. Kasi ang daming pwedeng attendan, ang daming pwedeng basahin sa Facebook. Bakit kayo nandito? May purpose. Mamaya siguro malalaman natin pa yun. Okay? Alam mo ba, biktima nga rin, lahat tayo. Biktima tayo ng sarili natin paniniwala. Lahat po tayo dito, biktima tayo ng sarili natin mind. Minsan yung mind mo, hindi mo kontrolado, minsan pwede ka niya ipahamak, di ba? Halimbawa, yung mind mo, hindi mo na control na gastusin yung pera. Kaya kailangan pala ng pera next week. Dahil ginastos mo, wala ka na pang-gastos. Sino ang kasalanan? Yung mind mo. Diba? So, halimbawa, meron kang kaibigan, akala mo, sinisiraan ka niya, yun pala, na chismis lang. Kaso yung mind mo, pinaniwalaan na negative. So, nagkaroon kayo ng gap sa friendship niyo. Minsan sa pamilya, pwede rin ganun. Yung mind nila, nag-create ng tampuhan within the family, correct? Minsan, hindi naman ganun yung ibig sabihin, kaso lang dahil yung pag-iisip hindi niya makontrol. Ang nangyari, yung isip niya ang nag-control sa kanya. Natanong mo na ba sa sarili mo, kung yung iniisip mo ngayon, ay nag-iisip ba o ikaw? O merong iba nag-iisip sa loob ng isipan mo para isipin mo yan? O ulitin ko. Nag-iisip ka ba? Yes. Dapat isipan mo na ba na yung iniisip mo ay ikaw nag-isip o may nag-iisip para sa'yo sa loob ng isipan mo? Kasi kung ikaw ang nag-iisip, bakit nahihirapan ka matulog paggabi? Kasi kung ikaw ang in command, sabihin mo na sa kalaro mo, tulog na ako. Pero hindi ka makatulog eh. So, ibig sabihin, hindi ikaw may control sa pag-iisip mo. Tama? Halimbawa yung katamaran. Tinatamad ka makausap ng tao, tinatamad ka mag-apply ng trabaho, tinatamad ka ng negosyo. Bakit ka tinatamad? Dahil merong tao ba nagsasabi sa'yo, oh, huwag kang gagalaw ngayon, magpakatamad ka. O kaya may nag-reject sa'yo na offend ka. Sino nagsabi mo offend? Yung isip mo o yung kausap mo? O ikaw mismo? Pwede yung isip mo. Diba? Hindi na pwede sabihin ng kausap mo, ma-offend ka. Reject kita eh. Hindi. Minsan yung isip mo, tinatranslate niya yung pangyayari as something na hindi maganda. So, sino ang may control? Yung isipan mo o ikaw ba talaga? At ang masaklap dito, maraming tao hindi nila alam na wala silang alam. Okay? Maraming tao hindi nila alam na hindi nila alam. Familiar po kayo sa movie na Matrix? Paborito ko po yan. Bakit? 1999 po nilabas yan. Mga 10 years old pa lang po ako. Tapos, sinama ko. Talaga ina-adjust yung edad, no? So, 1999, hindi ko makalimutan yan kasi pinanood ko yung Matrix kasama yung pinsan ko. Okay? Niyaya nila ako, yung girlfriend niya, na manood ng Matrix na ex ko last month. So, parang awkward. Naka-holding hands kayo ngayon kasi last month tayo mag-holding hands. Ganito na lang, sige, sasama ako dahil gusto ko rin manood. Doon na lang kayo, tapos dito ko upo. Siyempre, di ba labo naman, di ba? Nasa love facing yan, di ba? Ex mo pa. Anyway, so, professional naman ako dito. Wala namang hard feelings. Wala namang hard feelings kasi nahuli niya daw ako, wala namang katibayan. Ganun. Siyempre, sa bawat version, dapat ikaw lagi panalo. Diba? Alam, magkakwento ko ng story, talo ka, di ba? Okay, so anyway, napalag ko yung Matrix. After travel yung movie, na ano, parang teka lang, parang kakaiba itong movie na to ah. Parang may something. Experience ba yun? Nanonood ka ng movie na parang ano nakaka-relate ka at the same time, alam mo pwede ma-apply sa buhay mo to, na may mas malalim pa. Diba? So anyway, nangyari, nag-research ako nun, nalaman ko na inspired pala yung movie na yun. Ang gumawa kasi ng movie, yung Wachowski Brothers. Na-inspire sila nitong author na to at philosopher si Jordan Maxwell. Si Jordan Maxwell, isa po siyang conspiracy. Saka researcher. Ngayon, ginawa nila yung movie para yung mga tao pala ma-entertain the same time ma-educate sila na itong mundo palang ginagalawan natin is parang matrix lang. Okay? And ginawa nila entertaining para syempre kumagat sa masa. Action, di ba? May mga kaibang graphics. Pero sa tunay na buhay, meron pala siyang mas malalim na story doon. Okay? At from then on, nung inaral ko itong matrix na to, doon na ako maraming tanong, di ba? Doon na ako maraming puro-puro, ganyan. Doon na ako nag-explore. Doon na ako sa parang kumawala sa akin shell. And doon ko na-realize na marami pala mga bagay dito sa mundo na tinatago sa atin na ayaw sa ating paalamin. Bakit tayo sa ating paalam? Kasi baka hindi tayo ready. Or baka mag-react ka negatively. For example, di ba sabi nila, the truth will set you free. Pero pag, halimbawa, hindi ready yung kausap mo sabihin yung truth. Di ba? Hindi mo sasabihin. Di ba? So, tatahimik ka na lang. So, anyway, sino dito nakikita na umiikot to, pakanan, taas kamay. Pakanan, taas kamay, pakanan. Yan. Sino dito nakikita ito umiikot pa kaliwa? Taas kamay. Sino dito hindi magtataas ng kamay kahit anong tanong ito? Okay. Napapaisip pa kayo, bakit yung iba, kanang nakikita, yung iba naman kaliwa? Diba? Okay. Mamaya pag-uusapan natin bakit. Okay. Will go to our next topic, which is itong red pill and blue pill. Okay. So, ano ba itong red pill and blue pill na ito?
Let me give you one piece of advice. Be honest. He knows more than you can imagine.
At last. Welcome, Neo. As you no doubt have guessed, I am Morpheus.
It's an honor to meet you.
No. The honor is mine. Please, come, sit. I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice. Tumbling down the rabbit hole?
You could say that.
I can see it in your eyes. You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he is expecting to wake up. Ironically, this is not far from the truth. Do you believe in fate, Neo?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life.
I know exactly what you mean. Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. That there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The Matrix.
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
What truth?
That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. Follow me.
Meron po kami ipapasang bill. Hello, kaya malakas. Anyway, wala na po kami ipapasang bill na papainumin sa inyo. Makakabante yun. So, ano ka lang, ito yung pinag-usapan nila. Sabi ni Morpheus na, something's wrong with the world. We don't know what, but it's there. Like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. Alam mo yung hindi ka makatulog dahil gusto malaman yung sagot, yung ganun pakiramdam. Marami tayong ganung klaseng sitwasyon o moment sa buhay natin. Minsan, nakalimutan mo na lang. Diba? The Matrix is everywhere. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. So, nasa paligid daw itong Matrix na to. At, yan nga daw tayo. Sa Tagalog ng Binline. Binulan nga tayo. Para hindi natin makita yung katotohanan. Diba? Maraming mga tao bulag. Minsan yung kasabihan na di ba pag nakainom, tapos nagsasabi-sabi na, sino nagsasalita? Siya ba o yung alak? Alak na yun, di ba? So, nabulag siya sa katotohanan. Okay? Ano yung katotohanan na yun? That you are a slave. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, into a prison that you cannot taste or see or touch. A prison for your mind. I'm trying to clear your mind, but I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. Okay? So, yung prison na yun is para na slave sa ating sariling mga pag-iisip. Alam mo, pwede kang maging hindi dahil malaya ka, hindi ka nakakulong sa bilibid, ibig sabihin malaya ka na. Hindi dahil na wala kang posas, ibig sabihin malaya ka na. Maraming tao nakakulong sa kahihiyan, nakakulong sa sasabihin ng ibang tao, nakakulong sila sa isang galit na hindi nila mapatawad ilang taon na. Nakakulong sila mismo sa sarili nilang mga emosyon na hindi nila makontrol. Maraming tao na hindi sila malaya. Mamamatay na lang sila, hindi pa nila mapatawad. Diba? Kaya ngayon, I'm trying to free your mind. Pinapapili ko po kayo. Red pill or blue pill. Kapag pinili niyo ang blue pill, okay, hindi ba yung Viagra? Kasi kulay blue yun. Diba? So, pag pinili niyo yung blue pill, pwede na po kayong umuwi. Diba? And, tuloy niyo naman yung pamumuhay niyo. Yung mga paniniwala niyo. Kung nasa loob ba kayo ng prison or malaya kayo, hindi ko na kayo gagambalain. Diba? Pero pag pinili niyo ang red pill, pwede po tayo mag-stay hanggang alas 10 ng gabi. At ipapakita ko sa inyo, ipapaliwanag, kung gaano makalalim ang katotohanan. Dahil umuulan, malamang hindi mo na kaya alis. Okay. Tanong mo yung katabi mo, ano pipiliin niya? Red. Blue. So, ulitin ko po muli ha. Hindi po ako nagbibiro. Nakikiti lang ko dahil natawa ko sa mga reaction. Pero ibig ko sabihin, binaningan mo na kayo ng umpisa pa lang, nakatayo ko dito. Ngayon, another warning muli na pwede na po kayong umuwi kung sa tingin niyo hindi kayo ready. Okay? Dahil kung nasubukan niyo na po palagalitan ng parents niyo, di ba? Hindi ka na kayo papagalitan. Pero kasi may stretch yung mind niyo sa limit. Okay? Yung mga nakikinig lang minsan sa bagay ito, yung mga nababaliw na. Tama. Okay? Dati pinakita ko sa isang professor sabi niya, nababaliw ka na, ba't inaaraw mo yung mga ganyan? Sabi ko, sino mabaliw sa atin? Ikaw ako. Anyway. So, this is your last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends, and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. So, kung kayo si Alex, meron na kayong choice ngayon na umuwi or mag-stay muna sa Wonderland. Okay? Ayun. Saka after nito, anyway, sana wala nang late. Kasi napansin ko, yung mga dumarating na hindi nila ito nakita, sila yung, ano yung sinasabi mo, mali yan. Nagugulat sila. Okay, parang nagagad ka na sa kanya, bigla, naabutan ka ng babaliw na speaker. May malabutan yung intro, meron pa namang pangyayari. Okay. So, anyway, after nito, hindi na tayo tatanggap ng papasok. Pag nag-move na tayo sa chapter 3, ayun, wala na. Hindi na siya makaka-relate dun. Tinatalakay na kasi natin doon, yung lisa, yung puto, yung punggos, di ba? Parang magugulat siya, grabe naman to. Hindi niya alam, product demo pala yan. Diba? Para pala sa skin, papaputi. Mamaya magpa-product demo din, instant puti. Okay, so all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. So, lahat kayo, pinili niyo na ba red pill? Yes! Okay, walang sisihan ha. Tingnan mo ngayon sa katabi mo, talagang red pill mo na pa. Sige, red na lang. Red na lang kasi kasama ko rito pa uwi eh. Wala ko kasama, bakit ako? Oo, di ba? Okay. So, para kay si Neil, dahil pinili ni red pill, di ba? Nagising na kayo ngayon. Okay, so no man can reveal to you nothing but that which already lies asleep in the dawning of your knowledge. So parang nangyayari ngayon, binubuksan natin yung kortina para makita mo na ba yung nasa loob ng sinasabi ng pag-iisip na yun. Diba? Ano kaya ibig sabihin ng mga to? So, dahil humingi na ako ng permit sa inyo, okay? So, wala akong sisihan, ha? Okay? So, hindi ko isi-censor sarili ko dahil meron ka na ibang paniniwala. Okay? Hindi ko rin isi-censor mga sasabihin ko dahil na-offend ka. Hindi ko naman kasalanan yun. Naalala ko dati, meron akong kaibigan na Russia na pumunta siya dito sa Maynila. Tapos, niyaya niya ako mag-inuman sa hotel niya. Nilabas siya lahat ng vodka. Sabi ko, sir, my friend, but I don't drink. Nakita ko yung mukha niya, naging pula at nagalit. Sabi ko, why are you mad? Sabi niya, in our country, when somebody offers you a drink and you don't drink, that's disrespectful, sabi niya. Sabi ko naman, in our country, when you drink, you go to jail. Napaisip siya, sabi nga. So, sabi ko, you must realize that each and every country has a different culture. Not because you have a different culture, I will submit in your culture, right? Not because that I have a different culture, you submit in mine. So maybe we should just drink, and I will just listen when we talk. I drink water, if it's okay for you, sabi ko niya. So, napaisip siya kung ano, iba pala yung ano namin, kultura, so hindi siya dapat na-offend, hindi rin ako dapat na-offend. Pero kunwari lang, sinabi ko na you get arrested. Kasi, di ba pag yung foreigner ka sa isang lugar, natatakotin ka, kasi baka mahuli ka gano'n. Let's go to our next topic, which is yung social conditioning. Ano ba yung Tagalog na social conditioning? Okay, ito po yung ano, pag mahilig kayo, after yung mag-shampoo, may gumagamit kayo ng conditioning, di ba? Ganun. So, familiar ba kayo kay Dr. Pavlov? Sino dito nakarinig na kay Dr. Pavlov? So, pwede niyo pa narinig si Dr. Pavlov, makikilala niyo siya. Isa po siyang Russian scientist na pansin niya na itong parang mga aso ay pwede pa na makondisyon. Ibig sabihin makondisyon ay pinapakauna, naglabas siya ng pagkain. Every time nag-bebel, naglalabas siya ng pagkain. Okay? So after a few attempts, after a month, gano'n, pinaring niya yung bell, yung aso naglaway kahit walang pagkain. Doon niya na-discover na na-associate pala ng aso yung tunog ng bell sa pagkain. So every time narinig yung pagkain, yung bell, naglalaway. Wala siyang pinagkaiba pag sinabi ko na masarap kumain ng mangga na maasim na kulay green tapos ilalagay natin sa manamis-namis malam ng bagoong. Diba? Yung iba naglalaway, mapapagano'n. Dahil na-condition niya na yung ganun picture sa ganun klase panlasa. Okay? Wala rin siyang pinagkaiba kapag halimbawa may naririnig ang love song tapos naalala mo yung alam mo na. Naalala mo siya, diba? Condition yung tawag doon. Na-condition ka, na tuwing narinig mo yung one last cry, iiyak ka, gano'n. Okay? Yan. Huwag ka na alis yan na. So, ayun ba yung conditioning? Maliwanag? Okay. So, dahil maliwanag, i-play po tayong video.
You've probably heard of Pavlov's dogs, the phrase that often summarizes Dr. Ivan Pavlov's early 20th century research in which he demonstrated that we can alter what stimuli elicit a reflexive response in canines. He showed this by sounding a bell just before he presented his group of dogs with meat powder. After many presentations of the bell, followed by tasty meat powder, the dogs eventually began to salivate at just the sound of the bell. They salivated even when there was no meat powder present. This phenomenon isn't limited to dogs. Consider the placebo effect, in which a pill with no active substances brings about a response similar to a pill with the substance present. What changes here is our reaction to our ailment, such as perceiving less pain, and not the ailment itself. Or, consider the love humans have for a parent. Some would argue that this love is instinctual, and they might be partially right, but the argument fails to account for the equal amount of love that children adopted later in life hold for their adoptive parents. But the behaviorist argument can account for both accounts of love. A parent, biological or not, is constantly paired with things like food, smiles, toys, affection, games, protection, and entertainment. And a parent's constant association with these wonderful or crucial aspects of a child's life has a similar, albeit more complicated, effect that meat powder had on Pavlov's salivating dogs. In other words, if one's parent is predictive of really good or really important things, then one's parent becomes a really good and important thing too. And there's also romantic advice to be gained from Pavlov's observations. We all need food to survive, right? And someone who can provide such things in a delicious, saliva-producing manner stands to become our human equivalent of a ringing bell. In other words, if you can cook one or more scrumptious meals for a potential love interest, there's a good chance that you'll be viewed more favorably in the future, even if you didn't prepare the delicious food. And who wouldn't want the love of their life drooling over them? But life is not just bell rings and salivation. There's also a dark side to this type of learning called taste aversion. Taste aversion occurs when we ingest some food that eventually makes us sick, and, as a result, we avoid that food, sometimes for the rest of our lives. Taste aversion is so powerful that the effect can be seen even if the illness is experienced hours later, and even if the food itself did not actually make us sick. Such is the case when we have the flu and, by accident, we ingest some food moments prior to vomiting. In this case, we know that the food did not cause the vomiting, but our bodies don't know that, and the next time we encounter that food, we are likely to refuse eating it. Now, imagine the potential consequences of undercooking a meal on a first date. If the food makes your date sick, it is possible for them to associate that bad feeling with not just the food, but with your food in particular. If the episode was traumatizing enough, or if it also happens on a subsequent date, they may come to relate you with the consequences just like Pavlov's dogs related the bell with the meat powder. In other words, the sight of you showing up at the next dinner date might actually make your date nauseous. As the old saying goes, the fastest way to someone's heart is through their stomach, assuming you don't make them sick in the process.
Ano lang yan, medyo marami nang sinabi. Pero yung conditioning po, nangyayari po siya sa maraming bagay. So, halimbawa, for example, sa math, sino dito ayaw ng math? Taas ka kayo. Okay, na-condition lang tayo sa math. Minsan, it's either na sinabi sa'yo dati na pangit yung math o yung teacher mo sa math terror. Kaya, dahil terror siya, ayaw mo na rin sa math. So, maganda naman yung math di ba? Wala naman siyang ginagawa sa'yo. Kaso nga lang na-condition ng gano'n, di ba? O kaya, di ba may nakain kang hindi maganda sa isang restaurant, ayaw mo na bumalik. Kahit na isang pagkain lang yun, marami naman silang pagkain pa. Pero dahil sa pagkakataong yun, ayaw mo na bumalik. Na-condition ka na. Di ba? Wala siyang pinagkaiba din sa may kaibigan ka na masayahin. Tuwing nakikita mo siya, natutuwa ka, na-condition ka gano'n. Pag meron kang kakilala na madrama or negative, pag nakikita mo siya, nararamdaman mo rin kadramahan niya, so nilalayuan mo dahil ayaw mo yung gano'n. Okay? So, wala na siya pinagkaiba kung halimbawa sa seminar o pumapalakpak lahat. Ikaw, pumapalakpak ka na rin minsan. Na-condition ka na gano'n na pag may tao sa harap, ba't pumapalakpak. So anyway, yung conditioning na yun, malalim po siya, nangyayari siya everyday. Every minute, mula nung pinanganak ka, na-indoctrinahan ka ng mga bagay-bagay. Minsan, hindi mo pa naiisip mga yun. O kumbaga, hindi mo talaga pinag-isipan dahil na-condition lang sa'yo. Dahil nakita mo na lang ginaya mo. Maraming paraan para ma-manipulate, di ba? Isa sa mga ginagawa, for example, sa media, di ba? Sisiraan nila isang tao, and then, kung sino gusto na iboto, gano'n din pwede nilang gawin, di ba? So lahat tayo, basically, na-brainwash ng mundo na iba't ibang klaseng social conditioning. Okay? Unang siguro conditioning sa parents mo. Of course, after nun, sa mga kasama mo sa bahay, pinsan, family, di ba? Teachers sa school, gano'n. Mga bagay na natutulong sa ibang tao. Kaya nga social conditioning kasi kailangan mo ng society, social. Kailangan mo ng social interaction para makondisyon ka sa isang bagay na yun. Diba? Naalala ko dati na hindi naman ako mahihain sa harapan, pero may one time na, di pa meron mga high school teacher na papahiya. So napahiya ako, tapos after no, parang ayoko na pumatay sa harapan. So nakondisyon ako na pagtayo sa harapan, di pala maganda. Diba? Until now, of course, na-realize mo yun na hindi pala totoo yun. Yung conditioning na parents mo mahirap, baka ikaw mahirap ka rin. Mga tayo gano'n. Conditioning din yun. Yung conditioning na namamana daw yung sakit, hindi naman totoo. Ang namamana yung lifestyle ng parents. Kung yung parents mahilig sa matamis sa maalat, mamamana ng anak. So yung anak, magkakaroon ng komplikasyon sa kidney. Diba? Ano pa mga klase ng conditioning? Pwede ka mag-condition na nagmumura. Diba? Wala namang pinanganak na baby, bigla nagmumura na paglabas, di ba? Uulat ka siguro, nagmumura to . Okay? Natututunan nyo na parents ko, especially yung father ko, kasi yung lolo ko din, normal sa kanila na gano'n pag nanonood ng basketball, di ba? Kaya pag may boxing, tapos napapaano sila, di ba? So, nakaka-condition din mga yun. And mga bagay na natutunan mo most of the time, nakukuha natin sa labas. Pwede na lang kung talaga nagbabasa ka, nag-aaral ka mabuti, nire-research mo yung mga bagay. Pero maraming tao naman, di ba? Kung hindi ka nagbabasa ng isang libro sa isang taon, malayo. Malayo ang hindi mo mararating. Meron akong kaibigan dati na matagal nung siya nakilala, tapos magaling din siya, pero kasi ako, mahilig ako magbasa, 1 book a week or depende kung walang ginagawa. So 10 years ago, kung kukumpiti mo, nakailang libro na ako. Yung tinanong ko siya, nag-meet kami 3 months ago, sabi ko, ilan na libro nabasa mo? 10 years ago. Yung sinabi mo lang, last 10 years. Sabi ko, grabe, hindi ka na-update sa kahit na ano. Wala. So gano'n, yung kalagayan din ng yung buhay niya, mababa lang din. Pag-iisip niya, mababa lang din. Diba? So, napaka-importante na iniingatan ko yung nagkukondisyon sa pag-iisip mo. Diba? Yung pagmamahal, nakukondisyon din tayo, diba? Na natututunan mo sa parents mo, ganito pala yung pagmamahal, pag-aaruga, diba? Yung paggamit ng toothbrush, toothpaste, paggamit ng kutsara, tinidor, nakukondisyon din po yan, natututunan. Diba? So, lahat po yan, nakukondisyon sa atin. So, ngayon, pag-uusapan na natin ang chapter 2. Okay? Chapter 2, meron tayong tinatawag na herd mentality because of this question. So, kung alam mo na para lahat ng paniniwala mo na condition sa'yo, okay? Ibig sabihin na condition, hindi mo pinag-isipan. Okay? Sinunod mo lang ang ginawa. Dahil na condition nga, di ba? Hindi ka pwedeng ma-condition kung pinag-iisipan ng isang bagay. Kasi magdududa ka. Maganda pa yung mga bata nagtatanong, bakit ganito po? Bakit ganyan? Kaysa doon sa hindi nagtatanong. Kasi yung hindi nagtatanong, mabilis siya makondisyon. Mabilis siya magpasunod. Di ba? So, not because your eyes are open means you're really awake. It's time to wake up! Sabi mo sa tabi mo, wake up. Wake up! Okay. Everything popular is wrong. Sabi ni Oscar Wilde. Naniniwala ba kayo doon? Everything popular is wrong. Herd mentality. Merong story dito. Merong dalawang matanda nakasakay sa donkey. Tapos may nakita silang dalawang tao. Sabi ng tao sa kanila, 2 people on the back of the donkey. Kawawa naman yung donkey. Tapos, so, napaisip nila. Sige, sabi niya, kawawa na lang ako. Bumaba si Lolo. May nadaan na uli silang kanto, sabi ng mga tao doon. Napaka-stupid ng mga ito. Diba? Yung wife niya ang nakasakay, tapos siya naglalakad. Dapat magpalit sila. So, nagpalit sila. Sabi naman ng mga tao, ano ba yan? Dapat yung babae nakasakay doon. Diba? Tapos until eventually, sabi na, bumaba na naman tayo dalawa. So, sabi ng mga tao, loko talaga mga to, hindi nila sinasakay yung binili nilang donkey. So, naglakad sila kasama donkey. Anyway, ganyan yung typical sa society natin. Maraming tao nakikinig madalas sa sinasabi ng iba. Tipong pagbili mo na ng damit, cellphone na bibilin mo, pati yung opinion sa love life, opinion sa family, di ba? Opinion sa business. Maraming tao hindi sila makapag-decide on their own. Kailangan nila ng ibang tao para magtanong. Kaya isa sa mga problema, diba? The problem is not just what we don't know, but what we don't know hindi tama. Familiar kayo sa Ash experiment? Merong experiment na ginawa dati. Ash experiment tawag doon. 1970s pa rin. Experiment na ganito ginawa. Merong isang picture nasa illustration board. Tapos, may another illustration board, nakasulat doon, mga 3 klase na different sizes ng line. Sa experiment time, sasabihin lang ng audience na, ano ba napapansin mo? Yung bang eto, ano ang kapareho niya? A, B, or C? Obviously, di ba? Sasagot mo? C. Pero, hindi ganyan nangyari sa experiment. Okay, ito po yung biktima. Tapos merong mga tao sa loob ng room na actors, gusto nila siyang biktimahin. Gusto nilang improve yung isang bagay. Okay. At dahil dyan, papanoorin natin.
The Ash experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
Please begin. The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example, if you...
The actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1. 1. 1. Two.
1.
Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3. 3. 3. 3.
3.
The Ash experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again. We will conform to the group. Again, we're very social creatures. We're very much aware of what the people around us think. We want to be liked. We don't want to be seen to rock the boat, so we will go along with the group. Even if we don't believe what people are saying, we'll still go along.
1. 1. 1.
1.
Group dynamics is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology.
1. 1.
The gentleman in the elevator now is a candid star. These folks who are entering, the man with the white shirt, the lady with the trench coat, and subsequently one other member of our staff, will face the rear. And you'll see how this man in the trench coat tries to maintain his individuality, but little by little, he looks at his watch, but he's really making an excuse for turning just a little bit more to the wall. Now we'll try it once again. Here's the candid subject. Here comes the candid camera staff, 3 of them at least. And this man has apparently been in groups before. Now, here's a fella with his hat on in the elevator. First he makes a full turn to the rear and Charlie closes the door. A moment later, we'll open the door, everybody's changed positions. Now we'll see if we can use group pressure for some good. Now, in a moment, on Charlie's signal, everybody turns forward. Notice they take off their hats. And now, do you think we could reverse the procedure? Watch.
Okay, nakaka-relate. Marami nakaka-relate, no? Ayun ang perfect example na tinatawag na herd mentality. Ibig sabihin nun, pinagkaya mo rin ang opinion ng ibang tao. Nag-decide ka, base ko. Mula ng bata ka, ilang beses kang hindi nakapag-isip at hinayaan mo na ibang mag-decide ng buhay mo. Diba? Minsan, pag marami masyado ang gumagawa ng isang bagay, kinagaya mo na lang. Correct? So, tawag doon ship. Diba? Bibihira ang iisa lang yung individuality nila na may maintain. Diba? So, kill herd mentality. Diba? So, paano ko napunta sa Facebook? Dahil nga marami na akong friends sa Facebook. Sa tingin mo, bakit gusto mo na iPhone compared sa ibang bagay? Diba yung Oppo? Maganda rin naman yung Oppo eh. Dahil sikat. Maraming tao na mayayaman, ginagamit iPhone. Pero kahit yung Oppo, maganda yung ano niya, specs, gugustuhin pa rin ang iPhone pag kinano pa ng phone gusto mo. Correct? Kahit nga yung ano eh, kahit na papiliin mo yung tao, ano gusto mo, Samsung o iPhone? iPhone pa din. Bakit? Malaki ang habit o ang brainwashing na nagawa ng Apple, iPhone sa maraming tao. Saka kasi pag may iPhone ka, sikat ka. Tama? Para kang in. So, kung ikaw naka-iPhone, mataas ang tisay ng mga tao dahil ang condition silang gano'n. So, kaya ikaw gusto mo rin mag-iPhone, hindi dahil maganda yung phone, marami rin magandang phone. Dahil nga, may tinatawag ng herd mentality. So, hindi mo naman talaga inisip yung iPhone eh. Inisip mo lang na sikat siya, maganda, dahil ginagamit ito ng mga mayaman at sikat. So, ikaw iPhone na rin gamit. Pero may iPhone ako Ayun, pag record ko iPhone, para kami siya bilhin, maganda kasing camera for recording, saka for editing. Meron din akong BlackBerry. Dahil mas mabilis po mag-text, mag-type, at may keypad. Tama? Yan, isipan to. Meron din akong Samsung. Para saan? Ang post ko dahil marami ako online na pinopost. Diba? Hindi dahil sikat, hindi dahil kung bakit ginagamit nila. Okay, pinag-isipan ko. Most ng mga tao hindi naman nag-iisip pag namimili. Basta gusto nila, bibili nila. Because they feel good. Di ba masarap pag yung nabili mo yung gusto mo, na gusto rin na maraming tao at iba wala? Correct? Saan mo nakuha yung ganong klase pag-iisip? Tinuro ba sa school? Tinuro ba yun sa simbahan nyo? Hindi. Herd mentality. Diba? So, welcome to herd mentality. Population, nearly everyone. Yung mga kaibigan na makatabi mo ngayon, na-heard lang ba sila mag-attend dito? O talagang naisip nila? O magaling na talaga ako mag-marketing? Magaling ako magpa-curious sa mga tao? O na-heard ka lang? Eh, nagulat ka, daming tao. Diba? Siguro marami tao na-heard. Diba? Pero after nito, 99.99% ng mga tao sa mundo, hindi nila ito alam. Hindi nila ito alam. Hindi nila ito alam. Pumapasok sila, nagpapayaman, nagpapamilya. Hindi nila alam kung gusto ko ba talaga ito o hindi. Diba? Marami, for example, mga babae, bisa pinipresyo mag-asawa na. May mga ganun, diba? Or kaya pag lalaki ng ganun din. Pinipresyo ng paligid. Diba? O kaya magpakasal kahit ayaw. Di ba may mga ganun? Marami ang kaibigan na ganun na pinipilit magpakasal kahit hindi nila gusto isa't isa. Na pressure. So, nagpakasal, hindi rin siya nagpapansinan. Nag-iwalay din. May mga ganun ba? Sino ba dapat masunod? Yung society o silang dalawa? Silang dalawa. Kasi sabi ng lolo, tatay, nanay, ganyan. Na pressure. Kaya kawawa naman. Diba? So, ano ba mas importante? Maging tama o maging masaya ang mga tao? Pwede rin siguro tama at masaya. Kasi sa pananaw ng matatanda, tama yun. Sa pananaw nila, hindi. So, conflicting yung views. Diba? Another video.
To answer that question, we set up a hidden camera experiment to see if this woman would stand up at the sound of this tone, simply because everyone else is. You might be thinking you'd never go along with this. Or would you? After just 3 beeps, and without knowing why she's doing it, this woman is now conforming perfectly to the group. But what happens if we take the group away?
Elaine, please.
Okay, now she's alone. The crowd is gone and nobody is watching her, except our hidden cameras. What do you think she'll do? She's now conforming to the rules of the group without them even being there. Now, watch what happens when we introduce another outsider who doesn't know the rules.
Have a seat, and they'll be out in just a couple minutes. Great, thanks so much.
Everybody was doing it, so I thought I was supposed to.
Think she'll teach the new guy what to do? We kept the cameras rolling as more unsuspecting patients arrived. And slowly but surely, what began as a random rule for this woman has now become the social norm for everyone in this waiting room. Here to explain what's going on in their brains is Jonah Berger of the University of Pennsylvania.
This sort of internalized form of herd behavior is part of what we call social learning. Starting at a very early age, when we see members of our group perform a task, our brains literally reward us for following in their footsteps.
When I saw everybody stand up, I felt like I needed to join them. Otherwise, I'm like excluded. Once I decided to go with it, then I felt much more comfortable.
Conformity is how we become socialized, but it can also cause us to develop bad habits or repeat past wrongs.
And it's why even this rebel, who wasn't standing for any of this nonsense, eventually joined the ranks. And the only thing more shocking than seeing how easily conformity affects the way you act is that similar forces are subconsciously shaping the way you think.
So, di ba daming mga taong gano'n? Nakakatakot, no? Ayun, experiment yun na ginawa na nangyayari na yung mga tao sumusunod lang yung sa nakikita niyang ginagawa ng madami. Wala siyang pinagkaya ng paghalimbawa, naglalakad ka isang gabi, tapos biglang may nagtatakbuhan. Di ba? Takbo ka na rin. Di ba? So, maraming tao na-hurt sila. Yun yung term. Mas pinapaniwala kasi nakakarami. Diba? So, halimbawa sa... For example, sa eleksyon, ba't nanalo ang presidente natin ngayon? Kasi nga, diba, mas marami. At kita naman talaga sa social media na marami talaga. Na, siyempre, pag mas marami, parang feeling mo, sige, doon na rin boboto ko. Di ba may ganon? So, maraming mga tao pinaparati sa mundo para lang silang pumapasok sa loob ng factory. Tapos social conditioning na sila ng paligid nila. Eventually, yung mga tao sa paligid nila, sinusunod na lang nila. Never sila nag-iisip. Ang tanong ko sa inyo, yung mga decision mo ba sa buhay, wala nang bata ka, up to present, sinunod mo lang ba sa ibang tao o ikaw mismo na nag-decide? Diba? Yung choices mo sa pagkain, yung choices mo sa eskwelahan, yung choices mo sa mga lugar na gusto mo pasyalan, yung choices mo sa kaibigan, diba? Yung choices mo sa phone, sa damit, sa bahay, diba? Sa religion, sa kultura, sa mga pera, diba? Ayan ba ay inaral mo mabuti? Nagtanong ka, o sinunod mo na lang dahil ginagawa ng maraming tao? Or wala ka idea? Basta alam ko, bubuhay lang ako. Ginagaya ko lang mga successful na tao. Bakit di mo kailangan maging successful? Bakit na-condition ka lang ng mga galing na speaker? para ibenta sa yung idea na kailangan mong yumaman. What if may magaling mag-speaker, kahit sino kaya magpapihin. Nasabihin ko lahat ng downlines ko, punta kayo sa room, palakpakan tayo lahat. Isa lang doon yung guest ko. Diba? Sabihin natin maganda to. Diba? Pipiin talaga siya. Diba? O kaya meron kang isang kulto. Gusto magpalaki ng kulto, mag-start ka sa 10, tapos mag-invite kayo ng hindi nyo makilala. Diba? Tapos dahan-dahan kung mapapaniwala, lalaki na yun. Paano malawaki ang mga organization? Ganun lang naman, diba? Meron isang speaker, tapos mga hawa ng mga tao, yung mga tao, mga hawa din. Nakita niya kayo sa video? Hindi niya alam ba't niya ginagawa. Tinuruan niya pa yung bago natin. Tayo na tayo. Hindi ka tumatayo. Hindi. Ginagaya ko lang sila sabi niya. Diba? Sa pamilya nangyayari din yun. Diba? So, ibig sabihin, nakukondition tayo sa maraming bagay. Isang example lang yun sa loob ng experiment na room. Pero may ibang aspeto din ng buhay mo na socially conditioned through herd mentality. Okay. Sana kung nakakabuti, maraming mga paniniwala na natutunan mo na minsan hindi nakakabuti sa'yo. Okay? So, if courage is contagious, ignorance is pandemic. Parang yung drugs pandemic na lang. Ganun din po ang pagiging ignorante o yung mga hindi alam yung ganitong bagay. Ang kabubuhan nakakahawa. Nasubukan niya sa sama-sama kaibigan yung bobo. Grabe, wala ka talagang tutulong. Magamoy na nakatambay, iinom, di ba?
Yun. So, we're a nation of sheep and someone else owns the grass. Di pagkaligan nito, may idea ka maganda, kakwenta mo sa mga kaibigan mo, merong isa doon magne-negative, yung iba isasama niya rin, tapos eventually, katulad mo na rin sila. Maraming tao ganyan na pinapanganak. Di ba? Kaso lang, may mga tao nakapaligid sa kanilang hindi supportive sa mga dreams nila, sa mga gusto nilang gawin. Halimbawa, typical na lang sa Pilipino, pag parents ka, sasabihin mo sa anak mo, mag-aral ka mabuti, mag-i-engineer ka, doktor, or what. Kahit ayaw ng bata, diba? Dahil ayun sinabi, pumapasok hindi masaya. Diba? Maraming ganon. Normal is getting dressed in clothes that you buy for work and driving through traffic in a car that you are still paying for in order to get the job you need to pay for the clothes. Anyway, ibig sabihin nito, ano ba yung normal? Ano ba po yung normal? Diba? Para sa atin, ang normal kapag ginagawa ng maraming tao. Correct? Pag kakaunti gumagawa nun, feeling mo weird. Tama? Nasubukan niya na magpunta sa kumbento? Sa kumbento, wala po nagpapatugtog ng radyo na malakas. Walang nanonood siguro ng mga movies o namamasyal, nagpa-party sa loob ng kumbento. Para sa kanila yun yung normal. Kung hindi ka sanay sa gantas, nag-retreat ka doon, di ba, para ka mababaliw. Di ba? Nasubukan nyo mag-retreat sa mga ganon, di ba, tahimik talaga. Para sa kanila, weird kapag nagpatugtog ka doon na malakas. Sa kanila, ganon yung normal. Sa society natin, sa labas, diba? Iba rin yung normal. Diba? So, ano nga ba yung normal? Ibig sabihin pala, ang normal is kung sino pinakamaraming tao na gumagawa nun, ayun na yung normal. Correct? For example, ang Facebook ngayon normal na lang. Parang weird mo pag wala ka sa Facebook, di ba? O kaya, yung mga tao nagsasabi na wala daw silang phone, wala silang cellphone, parang weird pag wala silang phone. Di ba? Dahil hindi normal. So, ano ba talaga yung normal? Dahil ba maraming tao gumagawa na normal na? Diba? Dahil ba yung parents mo ganito paniniwala at lahat ng kamag-anak mo ganon ka na rin? Dahil ba lahat na nasa church mo, ganito yung Diyos nila, ganon ka na rin? O galit sila sa ganitong reliyon, ganon ka na rin? Dahil ba yung mga tao, diba, lahat sila kumakain sila ng mga bagay na nakaka-high blood, para sa'yo, yun na rin yung normal? Alam mo namang hindi maganda, diba? So, when one person suffers from delusions, we call it a mental illness. When society suffers from them, we call it being normal. Sana kung lahat ng tao magaganda ginagawa. Diba? Pero what if yung pag-inom ng alak? Tama ba o mali? Mali. Pero normal siya pag may gathering, may party, may birthday. Minsan-minsan lang naman. Hindi naman madalas. Nagiging normal. Pero din ako, huwag kayong mag-alala. Umiinom din ako dati, nag-yosi ako. Lahat na nakikita ko sa mga movies na Hollywood of the rich and famous. Diba? Kinakain ko din lahat ng masasarap na bagay. Dahil feeling ko yun yung normal. Diba? Kaso lang, nakita ko si Idol Robin, nag-yosi. Parang maangas ka pag nag-yosi ka. Sige nga, ma-try. Diba? Ayoko talaga mag-yosi. Kaso na isang araw, after ng class namin ng high school, nakita ko yung mga kaibigan ko nasa likod ng simbahan ng saan ako nag-aaral. Tapos may mausok. Alam mo yung nakaikot sila, tapos may umuusok. Ano yan? Ha? Yosi kayo. Sabi ko, kamaingay kay Father. Kahit napagalitan. O, puff ka, try mo lang. Ha? Di ba masama to? So, naman, isa lang naman, di naman masamahin, isa lang. So, yun. Ganon din sa pag-inom. Diba? So, napunta ako sa isang meron nung a birthday nung high school. Tapos bigla, yung tatay nung kaibigan ko naglabas ng mga Red Horse saka ng mga San Mig Light. Sabi niya, sa mga totoy, San Mig Light lang. Sa mga talagang lalaki, diba? May Red Horse tayo, saka mamaya meron pa tayong Jack Daniel, sabi niya. Siyempre, ako? Lalaki. So, lahat umiinom, feeling ko normal, nainom na rin. So, pag uwi ko, napagalitan ako. Diba? So, maraming mga bagay na yung normal nagiging tama. For example, yung pagmumura. Pag sa loob ng bahay nyo, yung lolo, tatay mapagmura, kala na lamang anak normal. Kung halimbawa, lagi ka naiirita, naiinis, kala rin ng mga tao sa loob ng bahay normal. Diba? Kung halimbawa, may ginagawa kang, for example, tatay mo, drug lord. Halimbawa, ikaw si Kerwin. Diba? Para sa pamilya yun, normal yung ganun, diba? So, nagiging normal isang bagay pag marami ang tao naniniwala doon. Grabe, no? Ang nakakatawa, ina-advertise pa sa TV na uminom tayo, mag-yosi tayo. Tama, mali? Pinapayagan ng CBCP. Alam naman nila, nasa Biblia, mali yun. Diba? Pero, minsan-minsan nga lang naman daw. So, minsan okay lang pala lasunin yung katawan natin. Okay lang pala yun. Minsan lang naman. Diba? So, that's the evolution of blind acceptance. Most of the time, mag-isa ka, marunong ka mag-isip, tapos eventually, nagiging sumusunod ka na lang sa maraming tao. Dahil ayun yung normal. Okay? So, ano ba yung sabi nila normal? Get a job, go to work, get married, have children, follow fashion, act normal, walk on the pavement, watch TV, obey the law, save for your old age, and repeat after me, I am free. Paano ka naging malaya kung lahat ng iniisip mo ngayon laban ng isipan mo galing na sa ibang tao? Ibig sabihin, hindi mo inisip yan. May nag-control sa'yo. May nang mindset sa'yo na speaker, o pastor, o priest, o parents mo, o pwedeng TV. So, paano ka naging malaya kung hindi ka nag-iisip? Ang isang malayang tao ay malaya physically at mentally. Meron siyang liberation. Nakakapag-isip siya ng sarili niyang pag-iisip, nakakapag-decide siya. Okay? A wise man makes his own decisions. An ignorant man follows public opinion. May kaibigan ako parang isang araw yata, tinatanong niya, anong gagawin ko sa trabaho ko? Kasi parang kinukontra ako ng mga tao doon. Sabi ko, mahirap yan, ma-hurt ka nila. Ilan silang kumukontra sa'yo? 5 sila eh. Tapos ako lang mag-isa. Nakakaalam na talagang story ako, saka yung manager. Pero feeling ko yung manager, darating ang time, malalason nila eh. Na-experience yun, pinupolitika kayo sa trabaho. So sabi niya sa akin, ano magandang gawin ko bro? Unang choice, pinakamadali, alis ka na dyan, hanap ka ibang trabaho. Ay, maganda sahod ko dito, hindi ako pwede malis. O sige, sabi ko, ang another choice mo pwedeng gawin is kaibiganin mo isa-isa. Okay? Yung kumokontra sa'yo. Eventually, magiging, kung 5 sila, darating ang time, 4 na lang sila, tapos 2 kayo. Tapos darating ang time, 3 na kayo, 3 na rin sila. Ituloy mo pa, magiging 4 na kayo, 2 na lang sila. And then, dahan-dahan, ikaw na naglilid ng grupong yon. Mas gusto ko yan, sabi niya. So, anyway, because of this, diba, ignorance ang nagiging root ng stem of all evil. Paano ba nalaman masama isang bagay? Dahil ba sinabi ng simbahan, masama na. O dahil sinabi kong masama ang uminom, masama na. O masama magmura, masama na. Diba? Pag halimbawa merong hapon dito, diba? May guest tayo hapon, hindi nakakaintindi Tagalog. Kahit magmura ko pa ulit-ulit, nakaganyan lang siya sa akin. Hindi niya naiintindihan, di ba? Kasi para sa kanya, hindi niya naiintindihan yun. So, ang negative para sa kanya, hindi negative yan. Para sa kanya, hindi niya lang naiintindihan. Nagigets? So, ang ignorance talaga ay ang stem na lahat ng evil sa mundo. Kasi nga, dahil hindi nila alam, hindi sila aware, kaya ganun nangyayari. So, kung ang evil pala, o ang tama, o ang mali, pwede mo makondisyon, di ba? Pwede mo ring ma-mindset isang tao na ito yung normal, ito yung tama. Eh, ano na yung tama? Ano na yung mali? Correct? Eh, what if mas marami, halimbawa, nakatira tayo sa sa Colombia, na normal doon na nagbebentahan talaga 90% ng cocaine. Diba? Kasi yung mga drug lord, binibigyan din ng pera yung mga tao na nandun. Diba? What if doon tayo nakatira, yun ang normal para sa atin. So, para sa atin, tama ang drugs kasi nakakatulong sa pamilya natin yung pera. Correct? Halimbawa, ikaw si Colangco. Diba nag-testimony si Colangco, parang cool niya pa? Diba? Yung drug lord ako. Diba? Ang dami kong pera. Diba? Yung bahay ko sa loob ng Bilibid para pong Shangri-La Hotel. Diba? Binibigyan ko po ng pera mula taas hanggang pinakababa. Diba? Para sa kanila, normal yun. Kasi, diba? Nasa loob ka ng kulungan na yun. Normal yung drugs, normal patayan. Pero sa atin, sa mga sibilisadong tao, hindi normal yun. Parang, grabe naman mga to, diba? Ilang bata ang nagsasyabo ngayon dahil sa kanila. Correct? So, ano ba ang tama, anong mali? Kung nakokondisyon ng pala sa atin ito ng mga nanay natin, o ng simbahan, o ng eskwelahan, o ng mga tao sa paligid. Correct? Kaya lang makakasagot yan eh. So, not because everybody is doing it, it is right. Diba? Hindi naman dahil ginagawa ng lahat, ibig sabihin, tama na. Marami na ako nakikita reaction na kaganyan, no? Iisip. So, sabi, mga sinasabi niya, napapaisip ako. Basta ako, nag-warning ako, ha? Walang sisihan. So, not because everybody is doing it, it is right. Diba? Marami tayong ginagawang decision sa buhay natin na most of the time, nakabase sa maraming tao. For example, ako pag nagpupunta ako sa doktor, may naramdaman ako. Hindi ako naniniwala sa doktor, alam niyo ba? Sabihin ko sa kanya, sinabi niya ganito diagnosis mo. Okay, sige po, Dok, salamat. O, i-take mo to. Reseta siya. After, pupunta ako sa isa pang doktor na hindi sila magkakilala, hindi ka ano-ano. Kukuha ako ng second opinion. Diba? Tapos, iba yung diagnosis. Iba rin yung resetang gamot. After, kukuha ko at least mga 3 hanggang 4. Ba't ako maniniwala ka agad dito? Bakit? Diyos ba siya para sabihin na ito yung sakit ko, mamamatay ako ganitong klaseng taon? Natatawa ko minsan madalas pag yung mga iba tinataningan yung buhay, di ba? Ay, 3 months na lang yan. Eh, nag-complete. Di ba? Minsan, pag may mga ganang doktor narinig ako, okay, so kanang kamay ka pala ni Jesucristo. Alam mo ba yung kailan ng petsa ng kamatayan niya? Tapos parang siya sa akin, nakaka-open, di ba? Pero sinasabi ko na lang, Dok, siguro, hindi kayo tama dyan. What if pustahan tayo, hindi namatay? Di ba? Hindi naman sila magaganon, di ba? So para sa akin, maging ganun din dapat attitude nyo na hindi na kayo maniniwala sa isa, magtanong. Di ba? Maski sa pag namamalengke ba kayo, una nyo napuntahan na tindahan ng manok, dun na? Hindi, di ba? Yung unang punta mo, yung tindahan, tatanungin mo magkano presyo mo. Sige, babalik ako. Sabi mo, di ba? Tapos iikot ka. Tapos, doon ka nakakapag-isip. Hindi dahil siya sa tindahan, yung daming bumibili doon, siguro mura. Di ba? What if binayaran niya yung mga tambay doon? Tayo lang kayo sa tapat ng tindahan ko, ha? Kaya para kunwari, marami bumibili. So, di ba? Yung mga tao pupunta doon. Okay? So, dahil dyan, meron tayong i-play.
In a unique period, from the early 60s to the early 70s, a group of social scientists conducted a series of experiments examining the nature of human behavior and its relationship to social conventions and situations.
In this setting, I allow things to be done to me that I wouldn't allow in any other context. The dentist is about to put an electric drill into my mouth.
In this setting, I willingly expose my throat to a man with a razor blade.
Stanley Milgram, one of the most influential social psychologists of the time, was particularly fascinated with the dangers of group behavior and blind obedience to authority.
What is there in human nature
that allows an individual to act without any restraints whatsoever, so that he can act inhumanely, harshly, severely, and in no way limited by feelings of compassion or conscience. These are questions for me.
But he might be dead in there. The experiment requires that you continue, teacher. 330 volts.
The experiments that Milgram and others conducted were controversial, and for ethical reasons may never be conducted again. Yet the results of those experiments remain groundbreaking, profoundly revealing about the tensions between the individual and society, and increasingly relevant to contemporary life. In 1962, Stanley Milgram shocked the world with his study on obedience. To test his theories, he invented an that would become a window into human cruelty. In ascending order, a row of buttons marked the amount of voltage one person would inflict upon another. Milgram's original motive for the experiment was to understand the unthinkable, how the German people could permit the extermination of the Jews.
When I learn of incidents such as the massacre of millions of men, women, and children perpetrated by the Nazis in World War II, how is it possible, I ask myself, that ordinary people, who are courteous and decent in everyday life, can act callously, inhumanely, without any limitations of conscience? Now, there are some studies in my discipline, social psychology, that seem to provide a clue to this question. The problem I wanted to study was a little different. It went a little bit further. It was the issue of authority. Under what conditions would a person obey authority who commanded actions that went against conscience? These are exactly the questions that I wanted to investigate at Yale University.
It is May 1962. An experiment is being conducted in the Elegant Interaction Laboratory at Yale University. The subjects are 40 males between the ages of 20 and 50 residing in the greater New Haven area.
Psychologists have developed several theories to explain how people learn. One theory is that people learn things correctly whenever they get punished for making a mistake.
40 years later, Milgram's infamous experiment, obedience, is still taught in classrooms around the world.
Would you open those and tell me which of you is which, please? Teacher. Learn. All right, now the next thing we'll have to do is set the learner up so that he can get some sort of punishment.
What inspired Milgram, I would say there were a number of factors. One of them is he was very ambitious. He wanted to make a mark in social psychology. And he wanted, as he wrote to one friend, he wanted to come up with the boldest experiment that he could think of.
Would you roll up your right sleeve, please? This electrode is connected to the shock generator in the next room. And this electrode paste is to provide a good contact to avoid any blister or burn. Do you have any questions now before we go into the next room?
About 2 years ago, I was at the Veterans Hospital in West Haven. And while there, they detected a heart condition. There's nothing serious, but as long as I'm having these shocks, how strong are they? How dangerous are they?
Well, no, although they may be painful, they're not dangerous. Anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, teacher, would you take the test and be seated in front of the shock generator, please, in the next room?
But the experiment was rigged.
The victim was an accomplice of the experiment. The victim, according to plan, provided many wrong answers. His verbal responses were standardized on tape, and each protest was coordinated to a particular voltage level on the shock generator.
Now, as teacher, you were seated in front of this impressive-looking instrument, the shock generator. Its essential feature is a line of switches that goes from 15 volts to 450 volts, and a set of verbal designations that goes from slight shock to moderate shock, strong shock, very strong shock, intense shock, extreme intensity shock, and finally XXX, danger severe shock. Your job, the experimenter explains to you, is a word pair test. If he gets each answer correctly, fine, you move on to the next pair. But if he makes a mistake, you are instructed to give him an electric shock, starting with 15 volts. And you increase the shock one step on each error.
Incorrect. You'll now get a shock of 105. Hard hit. Just how far can you go in this thing? far as is necessary.
What do you mean as far as is necessary?
Milgram was very much aware that obedience is a necessary ingredient for society to function. But he focused on the darker side of obedience.
Incorrect. 150 volts. Sad face.
Wait a minute. That's all. Get me out of here. I told you I had heart trouble. My heart's starting to bother me now.
It's absolutely essential that you continue. You got no other choice, teacher.
Oh, I have a lot of choices. My number one choice is that I wouldn't go on if I thought he was being harmed.
Now, this man makes disobedience seem a very rational and simple deed. Now, other subjects respond quite differently to the experimenter's authority.
Wrong. It's hair. 75 volts, Jim.
Please continue.
Some psychologists were troubled by the ethics of it. Many, if not most subjects, found it a highly stressful, conflicted experience. People are stammering, stuttering, laughing hysterically, inappropriately.
150 volts.
Experiment. That's all. Get me out of here. I told you I had heart trouble. My heart's starting to bother me now. Get me out of here, please. Let me out of here. You have no right to keep me here. Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out.
Continue, please.
Let me out of here. My heart's bothering me. Let
Go
me
on.
out. Let me out.
Clearly, when we say people went to the top of the chalkboard, it wasn't like they were going blithely, sadistically. People went stop and go, stop and go. They were in a state of conflict, which created a tremendous amount of stress. So that was the main critique.
This will be at 3:30.
As his voice began to show increasing frustration, so did I. And I was really in a state of real conflict and agitation. One of Stanley Milgram's basic contributions was that you don't ask people what they would do given this hypothetical situation. You put them in the situation.
Wrong. I want the 180 volts.
Please continue, teacher.
180 volts.
I can't stand the pain. Let me out of here.
Can't stand it. I'm not going to kill that man there.
According to Milgram, one of the things that's a prerequisite for carrying out acts that are evil is to shed responsibility from your shoulders and hand it over to the person in charge.
I mean, who's going to take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman?
I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue, please.
All right, next one, slow.
He didn't hold any gun to anybody's head. Just the fact that he conveyed a sense of authority. Roughly 60-65% of the people went all the way to the top of the shock board.
450 volts. That's it.
Now continue using the last switch on the board, please. The 450 switch for each wrong answer. Continue, please.
I'm not getting no answer. Don't the man's health mean anything?
Whether the learner likes it or not, we
But
must...
he might be dead in there.
Milgram made the point, I think, very effectively, that the Nazis weren't all a bunch of psychopaths at Belsen and Dachau. A death camp from the middle class in New Haven.
Well, who was actually pushing the switch?
I was. But he kept insisting. I told him no, but he said he's got to keep going.
What kind of obedience would Milgram get today if he were to do the experiment today?
Probably about the same.
Probably about the same. Why?
I don't know. I think people are just inherently obedient.
It just really shows how far human beings will go to appease what they perceive to be an authority figure.
Milgram has identified one of the constants, one of the universals of social behavior. The readiness to obey authority cuts across time. It's a constant. The other outstanding and distinctive thing about the obedience experiment is how much it has and keeps on permeating contemporary culture and thought. It's still with us. And
Kasi ba yung video? Yung video about sa Milgram experiment. Ang ginagawa nung sa video na yun is si Milgram, yung doctor, gusto niya pag-aralan. Bakit? For example, sa Germany, si Hitler, nautusan niya yung maraming tao na patayin yung mga Jews. At okay lang sa kanila na patayin yun. Sabi niya, bakit nangyari yung ba't nila ginawa? So, lumabas dito sa Milgram experiment is, ang mga tao, takot sila na questionin yung mga tao mas mataas sa kanila. Mas gusto nila sundin na lang kahit na mali. Napansin niyo naman doon sa experiment na yun, yung merong isang tao, inutusan siya na pindutin mo yung mga voltage. Di ba? Kahit na nasasaktan na yung nasa kabilang room, pero hindi naman talaga nasasaktan, nag-a-active lang. patuloy niya pa rin pinipigil kahit na ayaw niya. Papansin mo sa video, di ba? Hindi komportable yung tao sinusunod ng doktor. Pero ginagawa niya pa rin kahit alam niya mali. So sa buhay mo, ilan yung mga taong sinunod mo na alam mo ng mali, pero dahil authority figure sila, sinunod mo na lang. Kaya, dahil authority figure sila, ginawa mo na lang, hindi mo na pinag-isipan. Natakot ka na rin magtanong. Correct? Kaya, delikado na sabihin mo sa sarili mo na papakamatay ako sa aking paniniwala. Ewan natin pinagturo sa'yo na condition din. Hindi pareho kayo parang kawawa. Okay? So, sino na nakita ng pakanan? Pakaliwa. Sino yung napapaikot niya kahit na gusto niya? Mamaya malalaman niyo bakit nangyayari yun. Pag iba nakikita kaliwa, iba kanan. Right? Okay, next lesson. Question authority. Everybody wants to tell you what's good for you. They don't want you to find your own answers. They want you to believe theirs. Tama? Mas maraming tao na gusto nilang paniwalaan, hindi paniniwala nila, kaysa hayaan ka na madiskubre na may tama para sa iyo. Kaya maraming teenager na nagre-rebelde. Dahil yung magulang hindi marunong makapagkwentuhan sa anak, gagawin na lang ng magulang, ito na tama, ito yung sundin mo. Iba pala yung gusto ng anak niya. Maraming mga tao ganun din na lumalaki, hindi lang sa lumumilya, sa government, sa society, sa ibang reliyon, sa ibang kultura. Diba? Bakit nagkakaroon ng rally? Kasi iba yung paniniwala nila. For example, sa libingan ng bayani. Diba? Kasi nag-rally kasi iba yung belief nila. Pero kaya nag-rally sila. And ayaw naman nila makapagkwentuhan. Para sa kanila sila yung tama. Yung kabilang side sila rin yung tama. So, pareho sila tama. So, nagkakaroon ng tuloy ng gulo. So, you have to understand, you have to learn how to question authority. Hindi dahil marami naniniwala at hindi dahil meron isang tao na authority figure na powerful, papaniwala namin. Bawal na magtanong. Di ba? Nalala ko dati meron akong pare, nag-aaral kasi ako sa Catholic school. Sabi sa akin ng pare, alam mo, kulit-kulit mo, punta ka sa impyerno yan. Siguro nasabi niya lang yan out of kainisan niya sa akin dahil makulit ako. Dahil makulit ako, tinanong ko sa kanya, Father, nakapunta naman pa kayo sa langit. Siyempre, sigurado po, langit na po diretso nyo kasi pare kayo. Hindi pa, sabi niya. Ganun po ba? Bakit po ko maniniwala sa iyo na may impyerno kung hindi nyo rin nagpalaalam yung langit? Alam mo bata ka? Marami kang tanong talaga. Sa pangalan, hindi na ako nagtatanong. Masama pala magtanong nagagalit mga tao. Diba? Ilang mga kabataan hindi rin nagtatanong dahil nga nagagalit yung pinagtatanong nila. Tama? Parang hirap kayo magtanong sa pare. Diba? O kaya sa nanay mo, o sa professor mo. Feeling nila pag kinestyon mo sila, pinapayaran mo sila. Kahit di naman, diba? Nagtatanong ka lang. People don't want to think. They want other people to tell them what to do because it is easier. It's easier na tanongin mo na lang ako, tanongin mo kaibigan mo, kaysa maghanap ka sa sarili mong sagot or research. Correct? Kaya may iba sinasabi niya, sundin mo na lang ako para hindi ka na mag-fail, hindi ka na maka-experience ng sakit. Diba? Pero sa totoo lang, kailangan mo yung experience na yun para mag-grow ka. Correct? Maski sa love life, nasubukan mo na may kaibigan ka na niloloko ka lang ng lalaki na yun. Diba? Lalaki talaga hindi. Babae pala. Niloloko ka lang ng babae na yun. Diba? Pero still, diba? Ayaw ka niya pakinggan. Hintayin niya lang muna, masaktan siya, masaktan. After nun, babalik din siya yan. Di ba gano'n pag may friend ka na in love, nakakalimutan ka? Tapos pag break na sila, babalik. No? Usap naman tayo, friend. Problema ako. Pero minsan kailangan natin ma-experience yung bagay for you to learn from it. Minsan, okay magtanong, parang may idea ka. But paano malalaman masarap yung isang bagay o yung pagkain? Unless na matikman mo. Tama? So may mga time dapat nag-iisip ka, nagtatanong, at minsan kailangan experience yun. Okay? Hindi naman dapat parang ano lang tayo eh. Dinamodan ng, eto paniniwala mo. Okay, ito na bala siya. Kaya marami minsan nagdududa. Tama pa kumakain, umiinom ng Coke everyday. Parang iba na nararamdaman ko eh. Diba? So anyway, sabi ng leader, think for yourself. Make me. Kasi kahit naman sabihin ko sa inyo, think for yourself, marami pa rin sa inyo magpapaherd. Mas marami sa inyo, hindi mag-google. Diba? Makikinig na nga ako kay sir. Hindi na lang ako magre-research. Huwag ganun. Huwag niyo akong paniwalaan kasi magaling po akong speaker. Okay? Lahat ng bagay kaya ko kayo convince. Kahit hangin kaya ko ibenta. Pero huwag niyo akong paniwalaan. Dapat mag-isip kayo on your own. Ganun ang isang tao na nag-iisip. Ikaw mga katabi mo nag-iisip. O na-heard lang yan. Okay? Kailan niyo si Galileo? Sino si Galileo? Oh, si Galileo. Galileo. Oo nga naman. Galileo, isa po siyang Italian. Okay? Tignan mo katabi mo mukhang Italian. Okay? So, isa po siyang Italian na scientist. And na-discover niya that the sun is the center of the solar system lang. Masyado malawak ang universe, di ba? So, the sun is the center of the solar system, sabi ni Galileo. Pero ginawa niya, nagpunta siya dun sa Pope. Sabi niya, Pope, mali po yung nakasulat sa Biblia. Kasi sa Biblia niyo, sabi na yung Earth ang nasa sentro ng solar system kasi nakikita mo, umiikot yung sun, yung araw, yung moon. Noong panahon na yun, yung Pope, siya ang all-powerful. Parang siyang presidente ng Pilipinas din at Santo Papa. All in one. Wala kang separation of the church noong panahon na yun. Okay? Sabi ni Pope, blasphemy yan. Nakasulat sa Biblia, kine-question mo ang sulat ni Copernicus. Diba? Ikukulong ka namin. Diba? So, pinulong siya. House arrest sa loob ng kanyang bahay. Namatay siya na hindi man lang siya na-absuelto sa kasalanan niya. Sinabi niya lang naman, na-discover ko through science, wala sa Biblia, na talaga ang sun, center ng solar system. Nakita ko sa telescope ko. Hindi, sabi sa Biblia namin ito kulong ka. Kasi yung panahon na yun, pag hindi ka naniniwala sa Diyos, ikukulong ka rin. Pag hindi ka sumunod sa batas, kukulong ka. So mahirap yung kalagayan niya. Kinulong siya. Okay. So nung kinulong siya, edi namatay po siya doon, katarata na siya, eventually naman, pass on siya. Sa loob lang ng bayaw sa rest. Kawawa. Eto good news. 1992, si Pope John Paul II, nireview niya yung kaso ni Galileo sa Vatican. At napatunayan niya na naman pala si Galileo. Kasi 1992 na ngayon, meron ng internet. Meron ng telescope, meron ng satellite, meron ng spaceships. Tama pala siya na, oo nga. Ang sun is nasa center ng solar system. Dahil doon, di ba, from 1633 to 1992, ilang years po yun? 300 plus years, correct? 300 plus years, guilty si Galileo sa mata ng Vatican at ng Santo Papa. Pero buti na lang si Pope John Paul, after 300 years, says Galileo was right. So, posible ba na yung paniniwala nila noong unang panahon, mali, dahil ngayon may siyensya na? At ano pa ang mga paniniwala na dati noong unang panahon gumagana, pero ngayon hindi na, dahil may siyensya na? At ano pa kaya pwede matuklasan 100, 350 years from now? Diba? Baka ma-picture na nila ang itsura talaga ng Diyos o ng universe. Tama? Dahil nag-evolve eh. Imagine mo, Santo Papa, inamin niya mali sila. Diba? Ano pa kaya ibang mali? Dahil nung panahon na walang siyensya. Kasi dati, basta nakasulat, sinusunod na. At pag hindi ka naniwala, ikukulong ka. Fear. Okay? So, for example, nung natuklasan ni... Sino nakatuklas ng bumbilya? Edison. Nung natuklasan niya yung bumbilya, sabi ng mga gumagamit ng lampara, nakakamatay yan. Makukurente kayo sa electricity. Okay, kasi nung unang panahon, ilan lang may kurente, di ba? Mga mayayaman pag may kurente. So maraming kumakontra. Pati yung mga nagtitinda noon ng mga kandila, kinokontra nila bakit? Maghihirap sila eh. Di ba? Wala kang bibili ng kandila. Kasi nung panahon ngayon, ang kandila parang tubig binibili. Di ba? Everyday kasi the brown out. Pero na-invento ni Thomas Edison, yung bumbilya, di ba? Almost kinrucify siya dahil kakaiba ang sinasabi niya. Diba? So, ano pa yung mga bagay na hindi mo pinag-iisipan dahil sinunod mo lang dahil merong higher power o dahil nakasulat? Diba? Ano pa yung mga ganong bagay? Care about what others people think and you will always be a prisoner. So if you end up with that miserable, boring life, diba? Because you listen to your mom, your dad, your teacher, your priest, or some guy on television telling you how to do your things. Diba? Hindi ko pwede sabihin, bad word eh. Example, ito, sumasaludo lahat kay Hitler. Pero merong isa doon ayaw. Dati niya siya napunta sa kampungan. Hindi ka sumasaludo na dyan si Hitler. Bahala siya. Diba? Eh, nung mga panahon, pag hindi ka niniwala kay Hitler, kapatayin ka. Diba? The mind sees what it wants to see. Repeat the word iskotoma. Sabihin niya man, iskotoma. Iskotoma, ibig sabihin niya, the mind sees what it wants to see. I choose to believe what I was programmed to believe. Papaniwalaan ko lang kung ano yung tinuro sa akin at wala na kayo mapapaniwalaan pa. Fair ba yun? Para sa sarili mo, na nililimit mo yung capacity ng pag-iisip mo dahil nakakulong mo sa iyong isang maliit na paniniwala na napakalaki ng mundo, na maraming siyensya, maraming iba't ibang kultura na iba't ibang paniniwala nila. At ibig sabihin mali sila lahat at ikaw rin tama. So, sino nakakita na bumaliktad yung nakikita niya? Mamaya ako explain niya. Phenomenon niya ng brain power. So, pag-usapan natin yung control. Did you know the mind is like a computer? Alam niyo ba yan yung mind parang computer? Okay? Parang ito, sabi ni Neo, I know Kung Fu. Play natin yan.
Supposed to start with these operation programs first. That's Major Barton Shade. Let's do something a little more fun. How about combat training? Jiu-jitsu. I'm going to learn jiu-jitsu. Oh, shit. Hey, Mikey, I think he likes it. How about some more? Hell yes. Hell yeah. How was he? 10 hours straight. He's a machine. I know Kung Fu. Show me.
Napanood na yung movie na yun, yung Matrix. Papansin niyo doon sa scene na yun, gusto niya mag-aaral ng martial arts, ginawa, niload na lang sa brain niya. Okay? Ngayon, papunta na kasi tayo sa chapter 3, which is inside your mind. Kung yung scene na yun, na-program sa brain ni Neo, yung martial arts, pwede rin ba na ma-program yung pwede bang paniniwala mo sa ganitong bagay? Na parang apps na i-install mo sa mind mo, yung mga beliefs mo about money, government, school, religion, media, love, relationships, and health. Pwede rin ba ma-install mo yun sa mind mo? Diba? Gusto nyo ba malaman paano siya na-install? Sa gitna ako nagtutok, tinitignan ako ng mga guard. So, natuto ko magsalita sa harapan ng camera after no way. Dahil sa kanya natuto rin ako mag-upload, mag-share ng mga ideas online. Gusto mo siya makilala? Yes! Okay, so yung isa sa mga mentors ko when it comes to Nagkano ba ang tamang word eh. When it comes to relationships, pakikipagkaibigan, sa social skills, siya yung go-to mentor ko lagi kasi magaling siya doon. Okay? Pwede mo siyang itapon halimbawa sa isang lugar. Diba? Nasa helicopter, no? Tapos itatapon mo siya halimbawa sa Russia. After mga a few months, kaya na siyang kulto doon na nabuild. Kaya na siya magaling when it comes to dealing with people, sa psychology behind that. Okay, so he'll be giving a short talk to give and share ideas to you guys, and marami kayong matutulong sa kanya. So let's give a warm applause to Mr. Sam Menendez.
Alright, hi guys! Hey! 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 Alright. First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for coming here. My name is Smooth. Ilang years natin ginawa yan?
Anong parang ano tali? 12 years old ako, ikaw 18.
Back 4 years ago, 5 years ago, nag-usap kami ni... pangalan na? Sir Yuri, pinag-usapan namin kung anong magandang program para sa mga tao to, ang unang program kasi na ito, tawag namin Peanut Program. Diba? The reason why it's Peanut Program because, alam mo yung parang gusto namin peanut lahat. Yung parang peanut lahat. Alam mo yung feeling na lahat ng gagawin mo sa buhay mo parang peanut lang, easy lang. Naiintindihan nyo? So, nag-research siya. Ako naman, nag-isip ako ng pangalan. Yun ang The Myth. Pinanta mo yun, right? But anyway, short talk lang to, okay? Ang napansin ko lang lately, for like 4 years, guys, 4 years, na ginagawa ng mga, parang feel na to, gamot na yung binibigay ni Marco sa inyo. Gamot na. It's just, karamihan sa atin, hindi natin ginagawa or ina-apply yung natututunan natin sa The Myth, right? Nagigets nyo? Right? Alam nyo na may alam nyo na may mali or may tama sa mundo, but we still don't do anything for it, you know what I mean? Ngayon, the reason why we don't do it is because there's something inside you na hindi natin ma-let go, which is the negative energy na sinasabi natin. Yung halimbawa, gusto mong magsalita about government is because may mali, pero ano nangyayari? You can't say it because baka negative feedback sa inyo, right? And we care too much what other people think of us, right? You wanna do your dreams too high, pero gusto mong kunin, but the problem is, hindi mo magawa because you care too much what other people think of you, right? So, I'm just gonna do a little bit of activity para mo alis yun sa inyo. Alright? Alam niyo yung pag nagtutok ka, hindi ka naman ninenervous pero lumalabas yung pagka-nervous mo. Why? It's because there's a negative energy dito pero hindi dito. Right? Naiintindihan niyo yung pag nakipag-usap kayo sa high-value people. Let's say, si Duterte. Alam ba, dito si Duterte ngayon. Tapos pag nakipag-usap kayo, may something na hindi ikaw. Right? Alam mo yung parang, hi sir, kumusta po sir? Dito po kayo sir, dito po kayo sa buhay. Do you do that to your mom? I can't really hear you guys. Right? Why? Bakit nyo kailangan na gawin yon kung ang kausap nyo si Duterte? Or let's say si Madam Teresa or President Obama. When you talk to President Obama, how come you act different than the way you act sa bahay nyo? Huh?
Because you want to please them.
Yeah, why do you want to please them? Higher position? No! No! Yan ang number 1 na tinuturo ni Marco, right? All people are created equal. Tama? I can hear you guys. Yes! There you go. All people are created equal. Walang mas mataas, walang mas mababa. Alright? You guys believe in God?
Yes.
Good. Kung bakit natin tinatrato yung high value different than ourselves. Bakit? Validation, di ba? Nag-create kasi ng good emotion pag mas higher value yung kausap nyo. Pero pag low value na, hindi masyadong nag-create ng emotion. Kung halimbawa, binigay si Obama or sabi nga kayo ng artista si Kat. Piolo. Ha? Piolo. Okay, Piolo. Pag sinabi niya, uy, ang ganda naman ng bag mo, ma'am. Di ba, it feels good? Pero pag yung pagbaba mo, yung guard, nagsabi sa'yo, uy, ang ganda ng bag mo, ma'am. Wala lang. Right? Walang problema nito, baka magnanakaw to Right? Paano pag sinabihan ka naman ng si Ann Curtis na, uy, yak, kadiri. Di ba, masakit. Pero paano pag sinabihan ka ng vendor na, kadiri naman to. Di ba, wala lang? Di ba? Di ba? The reason why is because the validation. Masyado natin iniisip na mas mataas sila and tayo mas mababa. Alright? Naintindihan nyo? Yeah, it's very short. But you know what? You need to get rid of that negative feeling. Paano? Let's do it now. Okay? Lahat na natututunan nyo dyan, kinompile niya, years, almost 6 years, guys. Almost 6 years na pinag-aralan ni Sir Yuri. Nag-add din ako. Almost 6 years na ang nangyari, parang okay, eto, mali. Dapat ganito, dapat ganyan. So anyway, sobrang hirap maalis yung negative energy dito. You want to do something pero hindi mo magawa is because ayaw mo ma-judge, ayaw mo na negative emotion. Tandaan nyo yung mind and emotion are different. Yung emotion nyo gusto niya puro good lang. Gusto niya ng, gusto mo ng comfort, gusto mo ng happiness. And yung mind mo, gusto niya ng, go, sige, kaya mo yan. Kahit masaktan ka, okay lang. Naintindihan nyo? Kaya minsan nagkakatradict. May gusto kang gawin, gusto mo mag-hike, pero yung emotion mo, shit, ang init, baka iitim ako. Tapos, instead na magtrabaho na lang ako para magkaroon ako ng pera, hindi mo na nagagawa yung gusto mo. Right? Naintindihan nyo? Yes. Alright. What we're gonna do tonight, this afternoon, just 2 minutes of your time, aalisin natin yung negative emotion na yan. Okay? Yes. Are you guys ready? Yes. It's very simple. It's very simple, guys. Can you come in? Alright. Papakita ko yung difference ng now and then after na experience natin. This is Paulo, aka DM Shapno. Alright? I want you to just do this. Relax. And then shout. Like, kung yung kaya mong, anong Tagalog ng shout? Sigaw. Sumigaw ka na sobrang lakas. Yung kaya mo lang. Okay. That's good, right? Okay. Now, okay. Ngayon, anong napansin nyo dun sa kanya? It's like, binigay niya lahat, di ba? Okay? Isipin mo, na lahat sila, langgam. Kinakain na nila ngayon yung chocolate mo. Okay? Alright. Pero huwag kang magagalit huwag mo silang papagalitan. It's just, sisigawan mo, tapos yung sigaw mo, parang matutumba lahat yung langgam na yan. Alright? Okay? Relax ka. Relax yung paa mo. Alright? And I want you to do it for 15 seconds. 5 seconds dito, 5 seconds dito, and then 5 seconds dito. Mag-iikot ka. Are you ready? You guys ready? Yes. I can't hear you guys. Yes. Awesome. Go. Go. Ah! Chocolate good. When you stop. Ah! 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 Go then. Ah! 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 Okay, good. sila. But, meron yung negative emotion na parang, baka yung ginajudge ako ng tao, mga, right? May mga na pumapasok na sa'yo, parang, ginajudge. I'm sorry guys, I picked the wrong guys because you're already trained. Trained guy na to eh. So, medyo hindi nyo nakikita yung difference guys. Okay? But what we're gonna do, like, lahat tayo gagawin natin, okay? Yeah, we're gonna do it. The reason why we have to do it is because, wala lang, attend tayo ng seminars, but there's a lot of negative energy sa buhay natin, but we can't do it. You know what I mean? It's very simple fact. Yung pagsigaw na nga lang, di pa natin mabigay ng 100%. How can we get our dream really that high kung sa pagsigaw pa lang natin, di na natin nabibigay yung 100% natin, right? Yeah! Yeah, right? Yeah! Okay, stand up! Stand up! I-feel nyo ngayon yung negative energy na nasa tiyan nyo. Right? Yung negative energy, right? Huwag nyo masyadong isipin yung nasa katabi nyo, okay? Kung iisipin mo, how can you get yung 100% na pagiging authenticity? Ang ibig sabihin nun, yung, alam mo yung kahit Presidente Duterte man, like, hey, what's up, man? Okay lang, dude. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, always remember that if you believe in God, all people are created equal. Alright? Yes. So how can you act different when you're like hanging out with high value guys? You know what I mean? So you're special too. Alright? So we're gonna get rid of the negative emotion. Are you guys ready? Yes! I want you to shout like the highest pitch or alam mo pinakamalakas na kaya mong gawin, which is good. Kailangan mo na assistant. Tumingin kayo doon kung sino man ang hindi sisigaw at hindi nyo ginagawa, it's not for me, it's for you guys. Right? Okay. Go. Pumunta ka sa likod. Tignan mo yung mga hindi sumisigaw. Kung hindi ka sumigaw at hindi mo binigay yung 100% mo, I'm gonna bring you here, I'm gonna make you do it yourself. Right? Are you ready?
Okay ba yung break nyo? So, dito na tayo sa chapter 3. Nasa kalahati na tayo. Ito yung pinakamalayong kalahati na makikita nyo sa tanan ng buhay nyo. Okay? And mamaya pala, meron tayong food just in case na para hindi na kayo bumili sa labas. May isang attendee na parang nag-prepare siya. Parang mga 100 plus lang yung food. So, para sama-sama na tayo kumain. Saka healthy food po siya, nakakahaba po siya ng buhay. So, kung hindi pa kayo nakatikim ng vegetarian food o healthy food, so pagkakataon nyo na makatikim. Basta kapag kain usapan, masasaya mga tao. Yes. Kainan. Di ba? Dati ang style ko pag sa seminar, pag wala nag-a-attend, sinasabi ko may libreng food. Bigla meron na. Okay? So, siguro kaninang break time, napagkwentuhan nyo katabi nyo, makasama nyo yung mga na-realize nyo kanina, correct? And siguro yung mga iba medyo na sumasakit ulo, yung iba parang lala, nag-iisip. Normal lang po yun. And, kasi kailangan nyo ma-realize yung general o big picture ng social conditioning saka herd mentality sa society. Noon ako itong ginawa, parang galit ako sa maraming tao kasi parang naloko lang pala ako. Kinondisyon lang pala ako ng mga tao sa paligid ko kaya ako ganito. Diba? Lalo na pagdating sa pera, nakondisyon ako na kailangan mo daw ng maging mayaman, bahay, lupa, sasakyan, savings, para maging masaya. Noong nakuha ko lahat yun, ito ang problem. Hindi ako masaya. So, sabi ko, nakuha ko na lahat, ba't di ako masaya? Tinanong ko mismo yung sarili ko. Alam mo yung pag mag-isa ka tapos kinakausap mo sarili mo? Hindi yung pag may kasama ka, parang pag tinignan ko magsasalita to. So sabi ko sa sarili ko, ano ba yung mga bagay na nagpapasaya sa'yo, Marco? Sabi ko, mahilig ako magbasa, mag-sounds, saka makipagkwentuhan sa mga kaibigan ko. At of course, kasama ko yung family ko. Ayun yung mga bagay na nagpapasaya sa akin. Ba't sabi ng speaker, kailangan mo daw ng ganitong bagay para sumaya ka? Oo nga, no? Naka-condition lang pala ako, sabi ko. Hindi ko pala kailangan yung mga bagay na yun para sumaya. Diba? So, yung mga ganong klase pagnininay-gilay, ay yung tinatawag na nag-iisip ka. Hindi dahil sinabi ng speaker, susundin mo na. Nagigets? So, we're going to this chapter 3. Dito sa chapter 3, mas magiging malalim lang ang pag-uusap natin. Okay? By the way, kung online kayo, pwede nyo i-share yung live feed natin para sa mga friends nyo na hindi maka-attend dito. Gusto mo i-share yung pinag-uusapan natin. Pwede mo share sa wall mo, sa page natin sa Damit. Okay? Sino dito yung nung first part medyo napapaisip na? Taas nga yung kamay. Yung kanina mga pinag-usapan, napapaisip na. Na may social conditioning, diba? May herd mentality. May mga decision pala ako na na-herd lang ako o na-pressure. Tama? Ngayon, pag-uusapan pa natin yung mas malalim. Yung phone ko pala nandun pa ko. Kung kanina, napag-usapan natin na meron palang tinatawag na social conditioning, brainwashing, at meron ding programming, herd mentality. Meron din kayang herd mentality at social conditioning sa money? Sa palagay niya lang. Meron kaya? Sa government, meron din kaya na social conditioning, herd mentality? Sa pagdating sa school, meron din bang social conditioning? Saka herd feeling nyo, meron? Pagdating sa religion, meron din kaya? What if pagdating sa media? Parang mas marami sa media, no? Yes na yes. Di ba? Pagdating sa love. May iba nakangiti, iba bitter yung itsura eh. Malalaman mo yung may dinadala eh. Okay? Pagdating sa health, meron din kaya? Gusto niyo ba pag-usapan natin kung ano mga to? Yes! Okay. So again, isang disclaimer lang, di ba? Total, naka-red pill na kayo. So, nasa loob na ako ng pamamahay nyo, okay? Medyo gagalawin ko lang yung mga bagay na nandun, mga paniniwala. At pwede nyo questionin, pwede yung hindi yung paniwalaan, nasa sa inyo yun. Okay? Hindi naman ako nandito para indoktrinahan kayo ng paniniwala ko eh. Nandito lang ako para i-share lang mga na-discover ko sa buhay. Kung ayaw nyo, pwede siya i-reject. Parang pag kumain ka ng isda, di ba hindi mo naman kinakain yung tinik? Kinakain mo lang yung laman. Parang ganun din. So, parang kumakain ka ng isda ngayon, pero yung tinik, itapon mo, yung feeling mo, hindi para sa'yo. Okay? Pero dahil convincing ako, wala akong magagawa. Joke. So, pag-usapan natin yung pera. Sino dito gusto yumaman? Taas kamay. Yes! Ang dami. Di ba? Bakit gusto mong yumaman? Ayun ang tanong. Dati, nung gusto ko yumaman, hindi dahil wala kaming pera, dahil yung parents ko, may business naman kami, napag-aral ako sa Lasal, mga kapatid ko, ganoon din. Gusto ko lang yumaman dati dahil nakikita ko sa napapanood kong movies na Wolf of Wall Street, di ba? Napapanood ko dati yung MTV Cribs, napapanood ko yung lifestyles nila, Beckham, nung mga mayayaman na tao na naka-sports car, kaya sabi ko, kaya gusto ko yumaman. So, kaya, nagpayaman, di ba? Only to find out na hindi pala yun ang kahulugan ng buhay. So, parang kailangan i-adjust to ng konti. Humans are the only species that pay to live on Earth. Tama, no? Isang araw nga meron akong tinignan lupa. Sabi ko, may chinatcha ko lupa. Sabi, sino may-ari nito? Tapos sinabi niya yung name. Grabe, siya may-ari. Kala ko si Lord may-ari nito. Tapos natawa yung real estate agent. Di ba kuya, may-ari lahat ng lupa sa ibabaw ng mundo ay ang Diyos? Bakit pag may-ari ni ganito? Binili niya po Kanina niya binili? Sa ano po? Sa bangko, sabi niya. So yung bangko, kanina binili ng bangko? Hindi ko na po alam, sir So ibig sabihin, isang araw may nagsabi, sa akin tong lupa na to at ibebenta ko sa...
Parang naguluhan na siya. Sabi, huwag ka na naman kalala ko yan. Medyo masanong lang ako. Pero piling ko umuwi na nag-iisip. Oo nga, no? Tinitinda ko yung lupa ng Diyos. Di ba? Di ba? Tinitinda mo sa kapwa mo yung lupa na hindi niya naman pag-aari. Okay, so, bigyan ko ng konting history sa pera. Meron mga kapapanood ito niya. So, meron isang tao, pangalan si Mayor A. Rothschild. Sabi niya, give me control of a nation's money supply and I care na who makes the laws. Okay, kaya nga si Presidente, ng election niya, di ba, wala siyang pinilingan na negosyating mayaman. Kasi nga, kapag ikaw, binayaran ka ng negosyating mayaman, hawak ka na niya sa liig. So, sino ba to? Siya lang may-ari ng World Bank. Siya may-ari ng Central Bank. Hindi po ang gobyerno may-ari ng Central Bank. Isang taong mayaman na may-ari. Pero pinapalabas lang nila na ang may-ari government. Siyempre, hindi kayo mag-isip. So, ano ba yung history nila? Noong unang panahon, merong gera, diba, World War I, World War II. Before pa nun, yung mga tao, pag ginagamit nila pambili, barter exchange lang. Naintindihan niyo? Yes. Di ba kung meron ka 1 kilong bigas, palitan mo ng 5 pirasong tilapia. Ganon. So, noong unang parang ganon yung barter system. Until eventually, na-discover po ang ginto. Alam po ang ginto? Nakakita ng ginto? Tingin ka sa katabi mo na may ginto. Na sigsig, o ano, ayan, ginto. So, dumating ang time na yung medium of exchange is gold. Tama? Kung may gold ka, pwede ka bumili ng mga bagay-bagay. Yan ang babayad yan ay pagbili ng lupa, pagbili ng pagkain, pagbili ng bahay, at kung ano man, nung panahon na yon. Kaso lang, masyado pong mabigat ang ginto. Tama po ba? So, mabigat ang ginto. Etong si Mr. Rothschild, meron po siyang sanglaan noong unang panahon. So, may sanglaan siya. Ginawa niya, naisip niya, kinausap niya yung mga tao na, what if yung ginto mo, ilagay mo dito, kasi mabigat, tapos bigyan na lang kita ng parang certificate na meron kang katibayan na may ginto pa dito sa pawn shop ko. At itong certificate mo, pwede mo gamitin pambili sa mga tao na may member din itong certificate na to. Nagigets? Yes. So, doon na nangyari na nagkaroon ng circulation ng pera na papel. Okay? So, kinuha niya lahat ng ginto sa paligid, pinagala niya papel. Dumating lang time, wala nang ginto, nag-print na lang siya ng papel. Gets nyo? Okay, ayun yung short version. So, sabi niya, ayan, anak niya rin to. And, until such time, na-discover ng mga bangko na to, na the only way pwede mo pala makontrol ng isang tao ay through money or pera. Tama? Gaano kalaki ang influensya ng pera sa mga buhay natin ngayon? Malaki, maliit? Maliit. Napakalaki. 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 Sobrang laki. Bakit? Ang hirap lumabas ng bayan ng pera. Nasubukan niyo na yun? Yes! Pag bibili ka ng pagkain, kailangan ng pera. Tama? Yes! Pag bibili ka ng damit, kailangan ng pera. Yes! Diba? Kung nagre-renta ka o may bibili ka ng bahay, kailangan ng pera. Kung bibili ka ng cellphone, kailangan ng pera. Kung may cellphone ka, kailangan ng load. Ng load. So, bibili ka, kailangan ng pera. Pag ikaw may nararamdaman, pupunta ka sa doktor. Magbabayad ka rin ng pera. Hinga malalim. Okay, 1,000. Wala pa po 30 minuto dito doon. Di ba? Gabi kasi nagpa-check up yung isang kaibigan eh. Buti na lang mayaman ka eh. Kung ordinary tao eh, wala. Tubig na lang yun. Inom mo na lang yan, anak. Di ba? Pahinga sa tubig, mahal ang konsulti sa doktor eh. Di ba? So lahat po tayo, mayaman, mahirap, religyoso, hindi. Kontrolado po tayo ng pera. Ang hirap gumalaw sa mundo na wala kung may mahahawakan ka ng mga negosyante o ng mundo is kung may pera ka. Kaya kung ayaw mong gusto mo tahimik na buhay na lang. Ano ka na lang, punta ka lang sa baryo, tapos bili ka ng lupa ng mura, tapos magtanim ka, tapos mag-alaga ka ng siguro na isda, at hindi mo kayo kumakain. Wala ka pa kailangan patunayan sa mundo. Wala yumaman, hindi mo kailangan sabihin sa kapitbahay mo, mas mayaman ako kasi sa'yo. Hindi mo kailangan magpa-impress sa mga kaibigan mo na ako may sasakyan, ikaw wala. Diba? Pinaka-practical yan. Pumunta ka sa isang lugar na liblib, ang problem mo nga lang doon, bakit may anak ka? Ano tuturo mo sa kanya? Kailangan mo ng eskwelahan. Pagdating ka sa eskwelahan, magpabahid ka pa, di ba? Diba? Ang hirap, diba? Ang hirap. Pero pwede. Pwede. May mga mangilan-ilan na makilala na ginagawa yun na talagang nasa tahimik na sila lugar, tapos self-supporting sila. Kasi kailangan mo lang naman pagkain di ba? Hindi mo kailangan ng cellphone, hindi mo kailangan ng computer, Facebook, or ano man. Kinondisyon lang sa atin na kailangan natin lahat yan. Pero hindi natin kailangan talaga. Pinaka-basic, pumunta ka sa bundok, gawa ka ng bahay doon, tapos naging pamilya mo doon, di ba? Turang mo sila mabuting asal, may nakatarim ng mga pagkain, masaya kayo. Hindi mo kailangan maging. Kaya mo nga ma-reject, ganun lang gawin mo. Ang hirap naman mag-negosyo. May solusyon ako dyan, mamundok ka na lang. Diba? O kaya meron kayong lupa na hindi ginagamit. Gusto ko gamitin mo yung lupa ng lolo. Kung magtanim ka na lang doon, bili ka ng seedlings, na mura. Ayan, hindi ka pa masasaktan. Kasi entrepreneurship, ibang usapan na yun, gagawa ka ng pera, di ba? Which is requires certain level of skill. Anyway, so itong debt o utang, that's the only way na makontrol tayo ng buong mundo. Diba? Basta yung Diyos, hindi niya mapigilan yan yung pera. Diba? Kahit sabihin mo, Lord, saan po bukas, di ako singilin ng hirap. Kasi parang nahuli po ako sa bayan. Hindi, lilitaw pa rin sila Diba? So yeah, anyway, ang utang na natuklasan nitong mga central bankers, itong Rothschild, diba? Is the only way kung pwede makontrol ang tao at ang bansa. Okay? Kasi pag ang bansa umutang sa World Bank, kontrolado ng bansa ang lahat ng OFW ng bansa ngayon. Tama mali? Saka lahat ng resources doon. Kasi magbabayad ka dun sa pinag-utangan mo, correct? Di ba ang hirap na makasalubong yung taong napag-utangan mo? Oo, kasi kontrolado ka niya. So imagine mo, maliit pa lang yan. 5,000, 2,500, di ba? What if bansa na nagpautang trillion, billion? Kaya yung presidente natin ayaw niya sa may bansa, di ba? Dahil gusto tayo kontrolin through this. Okay? So, debt equals slavery. So, ang mga bangko, hawak nila ang mga tao. Okay? Kaya kung magninegosyo kayo, i-goal yung maging bankero. Bakit? Kasi pag bankero ka, marami mga tao, kailangan ng pera. Bangko ka, hindi magpahirap ka sa mga tao, tapos bigyan mo interest. Correct? Kaso lang, mahal po ang kailangan yung pera para maintain ng bangko. At least, 100 million, gano'n. Okay? So, ipon pa po kayo, may time pa, 100 million. Tapos tayo may bangko. Kung wala kayo 100 million, kumausap ka na 100 na milyonaryo, sabihin mo, gusto mo tayo ng bangko kasi masayapan tayo. So, meron ka ng 100 million. Kung wala kang kailangan ng 100 million, sabihin mo 10,000, 1,000. 1,000 ng 10,000. May sarili tayong bangko. So, ilan tayo ngayon dito? Pwede tayo lang, diba? Magana tayo, parang paluwagan, diba? Magawa tayo ng bangko, ha? Ang sweldo natin after 5 years pa kasi isi-set up pa natin, diba? Anyway, I have a piece of paper and I own your soul. Ang hirap kaya, diba, sa mundo na walang pera? Kontrolado ka ng pera. Ano tayo? Kaya na lang, bumili ka ng mineral water, pagkain. Hindi naman pwedeng sabihin mo alam mo ate, ang Diyos ang gumawa ng pagkain. Okay, sige kuya, ano po yan? 15 pesos. Diba? Hindi naman pwedeng ganon. Okay? Minsan pa yung mga tao, nakikita nila sa kapwa nila price tag. Ay, ito pay ito. Ito customer to. Ito bibili sa akin. Ay, mga ganun ba? Pera na nakikita sa mga tao. Ang mga businessman, tingin nila din sa mga tao, pera. Diba? Kasi nga, saves yun. Okay? Alam ba yung iPhone na hawak mo ngayon? Kung may iPhone ka man, pakukonsensya tayo. Kung may naman tayo konsensya. Kasi ginagawa po yan ng mga 13 years old working for 16 hours per day sa China dahil mura po ang pagawa doon. Okay? So, dati gusto mo yung iPhone, ngayon nadidepress ka na. 13 years old na bata na dapat naglalaro, pinagtatrabaho. Okay? So, alam niyo yung game na Monopoly? Alam niyo ba, the bank never goes broke? May nakita ka na bang bangko na nalugi? Ang bangko kapag nalugi, sinasalo ng PDIC o ng Central Bank. Alam niyo ba yun? Pero tayo mga normal na tao pag nalugi tayo, walang sasalo sa atin. Tama? Sa mundo ng capitalism, yung mga elite o mga tinatawag na oligarch, yung mga sobrang yaman, yung mga tipong ninuno nila mayaman, so napamanahan yung ang kanila na mayaman. Sila yung nagkukontrol sa mga hari, okay? Sa mga presidente, sa mga leader ng bawat religion. Bakit? Dahil malakas po mag-donate ang mayayaman. At etong mga to, sila rin nagkukontrol sa mga sandataang militar. Diba? At tayo, of course, binibili natin lahat ng produkto nila. Sa lahat ng bangko nila, dideposito natin pera natin. Diba? Saka sa lahat ng mga ginagawa nilang marketing campaign sa TV, sinusunod natin. Kaya itong mga workers, which is tayo na rin ito, kawawa tayo lahat. Guys, yun? Kung hindi kayo aware, ginagawa ko lang kayo aware na ito po nangyayari sa kalakaran sa merkado. Madumi po talaga ang pera. Lalo na kung ginagamit po sa hindi maganda. Diba? Alam mo na nga yung pera ginagamit ng mga nasa taas tapos gagawa ka pa ng pang-i-scam. Diba? Imagine mo yung bangko, ini-scam na tayo, tapos mang-i-scam ka ba? Diba yung mga ganon? Ang bangko kasi walang pera eh. Paano pa kumikita ang bangko? Sa loans, correct. Tama? So, pag ikaw nag-deposit ka let's say 10,000 sa bangko, ang bangko, papakita niya to sa Central Bank. Sa Central Bank, papahiramin siya ng 1 million pesos katapat sa 10,000 mo. Grabe, no? Yung 10,000 mo, papahiramin ng Central Bank, yung bangko kung saan mo deposit para pahiramin. Yung 1 million ay gagamitin niya pang loan. Tama? Ba't tayo hindi natin magawa tayo mga normal na tao? So, wala silang pera. Okay? So, ginagawa nila, yung dineposit ng pera, pinapalo nila para kumita sila. Ito nakakatawa, di ba? Nag-deposit ako ng pera sa bangko, tapos pag nag-withdraw ko sa ATM, may charge. Pero mo yun, nag-charge ka ba? Di ba? Labo? Bakit sinarge niya sa pera mo? Tinago mo nga doon eh. So, etong banking elite na tinatawag, di ba? They own and control yung special interest, ibig sabihin yung mga oligarchs, gano'n, mga military, sila nagpapaloan ng pera sa military at sila rin magpapaloan ng pera sa mga korporasyon na nagtatayo. At sila rin na nagbibigay ng pondo sa mainstream media. Okay? So, itong mga grupo na to, minamanipulate nila ang government. Diba? Itong mga tinatawag na corporate lobbyists o yung mga tinatawag na sumusuporta na mga negosyante sa government, kinokontrol nila ang government. Okay? At ang government, kinokontrol niya ang police, ang military, ang mga agencies, pati eskwelahan. Kaya pwede nila sabihin sa'yo kung ano yung dapat mong paniwalaan. Sino ba yung hero, sino yung hindi hero. Pwede lang baguhin na si Antonio Luna pala ang talagang dapat presidente. Diba? Pero ginawa nila si Emilio Aguinaldo kasi kontrolado nila ang Senate. Correct? And then, of course, this is you, kawawang ikaw, sinunod mo lang lahat ang tinuro nila. Not to mention, yung media, misinform and brainwashing. Paano na tayo? Tapos sinasabi ng mga tao, awakened daw sila. Parang magiging awakened kung hindi mo to alam. Parang ka magigising kung hindi mo to alam. Diba? So, another is, for example, kilala niyo ba yung Queen Elizabeth? Ilan taon na po siya? Ha? Di ba kayo nagtataka hindi namamatay si Queen Elizabeth? Okay ba, napaisip nila yung ano? Bata pa ako, matanda na siya. Ngayon, matanda na ako, buhay pa rin siya. Dati niya parang siya nabubuhay. Kayo na mag-research doon, baka matakot na kayo. O, di ba? Ayaw ko na sabihin. Okay? So, anyway, yung mga oligarchs na yung mga monarch o Illuminati, guys, meron pong Illuminati na mabuti, may Illuminati masama. Wala po siya pinagkaiba sa may pag pumasok sa isang reliyon, may mga religyoso na bastos, may religyoso mabait. Okay? Anyway, etong mga monarch Illuminati, di ba? Meron tinatawag na Council of 13. Ano itong Council of 13? Sila yung mga sobrang mayayaman na nagsama-sama sila, gumawa sila ng club. Okay? So, anyway, kasama niya si Rockefeller, si Ford, si Edison, si Marco Magliari, si Chris Puntakan, mga ganon. Lahat po ng yan, di ba, meron tinatawag na Committee of 300. And of course, nasa baba lang nila yung mga Freemasons lodges, kinokontrol din sila, na member din si Jose Rizal, di ba? Ito yung mga World Financial Control, and ito po yung mga iba't ibang corporation sa baba nila. Di ba? And of course, tayo nasa ilalim, may mga namamatay lang tayo. Sila nabubuhay habang buhay. So, who controls the money in the world? Gusto nyo malaman? Yes! Panoorin po natin.
Under this fractional reserve scheme, we inevitably become debt slaves to a ruling class of financial elite, not because they are better or smarter than anyone else, but because they have rigged the system to benefit themselves at the expense of most people on the planet. Catherine Austin Fitts is an expert on this issue. She was an Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under President George Bush Sr., and then an advisor to the Clinton administration.
Let's set up a game of Monopoly and you want to buy Park Place. What I can continually do is just print money, give myself more money, lower the value of your money by printing more. No matter how hardworking you are or how successful you are, I can always end up buying you for free.
So how come if you or I make up money, it's called counterfeiting, but if the banks do it, it's increasing the money supply? How did the banks get this power? This is Jekyll Island, where in 1910, representatives from the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Morgans, and other private bankers gathered secretly to draft the legislation that would create the Federal Reserve. Ed Griffin literally wrote the book on what happened at Jekyll Island.
Central banks are banking cartels which have gone into partnership with the respective governments in the countries where they operate. And they've been given monopolistic power over the creation of the nation's money supply. That's what the politicians handed to them as a gift, you might say, for the partnership. Now, in return, what did the bankers do for the politicians? They promised to create money out of nothing, now that they've got this legal power to do it anytime the government needs it.
And since 2008, we've witnessed the greatest fake money printing run in recorded history. This financial sleight of hand disguises the costs, hides who's to blame, and leaves us as debt slaves working to pay off the bill. I found it revealing that in the same year the Federal Reserve was founded, 1913, the Internal Revenue Service was also established. An income tax was then instigated so you and I would have to pay the politicians' debt plus interest to the bankers.
The problem is we have a privately owned central bank system in the United States disguised as a government-owned system. Now, if you look in the telephone book here in the Washington, D.C. area, you look up for Federal Reserve in the blue government pages, it's not there. It's in the white pages right next to Federal Express. It's a privately owned central bank.
What is the proper relationship, what should be the proper relationship between a chairman of the Fed and a president of the United States?
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take. There is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take.
We have a private bank that prints money on behalf of the Treasury. The Federal Reserve prints money on a debt-based system which creates scarcity. But it puts a group of insiders in a position of having access to all the data about the economy when we don't. So you have a small group of bankers who understand the data on how the money works in the economy, and it gives them the ability to print money in a way that the insiders are protected and everybody else is drained.
Catherine went on to compare a healthy economy to a vibrant torus, balanced, freely flowing, and energized throughout, in contrast to what's happening in our current economy.
What you have is a system that's very dynamic, and it's trying to optimize. But intertwined in the core of it, you have a tapeworm. The way a tapeworm works in your body is it injects a chemical into your body that makes you crave what's good for the tapeworm and bad for you. You have a parasite that's very much manipulating and engorging itself at the expense of the whole.
We live in a tapeworm economy where the financial elite are the tapeworm and they're feeding on us. And they don't like it when people blow their cover. After Catherine began exposing government corruption at the highest levels, the FBI raided her company and seized its assets. She was dragged through the courts for 10 years before being found innocent. So we've got the Federal Reserve, a privately owned corporation with a monopoly on creating money, but with no accountability, backed up by a government with a monopoly on force. The country got sold on the Fed as an institution that would help stabilize the economy and remain independent of politics. But in fact, in close to a century of existence, the Federal Reserve has done just the opposite. Since they took charge, we've been robbed through inflation, and the purchasing power of the dollar has declined more than 96%. And the wealth gap makes it clear most of the money is going to a very few. Only 16 years after the Federal Reserve was in power, America experienced the Great Depression. My research revealed that before the big crash in 1929, the elite bankers pulled their money out of the stock market. After the crash, they used that money to buy up cheap stocks and smaller failing banks for pennies on the dollar. Among the bankers who consolidated their wealth this way were the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and Morgans. A similar scenario played out in the 2008 financial collapse, with the same bankers benefiting. In the years leading up to the collapse, the biggest banks, including Bank of America, Citigroup, and Chase, controlled by the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and Morgans, were bundling and trading bad loans that they knew would eventually fail. It's like putting rotten oranges in a box and selling them as grade AAA. The bundlers of the debt knew it was only a matter of time before someone would open that box and see that the content was worthless, since they were the ones who packed the boxes in the first place. When the rotten oranges, what we hear about as unsound loans, derivatives, and credit default swaps, were finally discovered, everyone was impacted. People lost their homes, their jobs, their businesses, and their retirements. Meanwhile, the biggest banks who created the problem in the first place were the ones who got bailed out. Why's that? Why would the Federal Reserve give trillions to the banks, even though the majority of Americans were against bailing them out? And why not help those most in need rather than the perpetrators of the financial collapse? My research led me to believe that the same people who created the Federal Reserve, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and the Morgans, still control it, and they use this scheme to bail themselves out at our expense.
Many of the banks created are still the most powerful lobby on Capitol Hill, and they, frankly, own the place.
I'm convinced that the near collapse of the economy in 2008 resulted from an orchestrated pump and dump scheme designed and executed by the big bankers to consolidate wealth and power. David Icke explains how he sees the Federal Reserve rigging the so-called business cycles.
Stage one, it's like throwing a fishing line out. Stage one, you put lots of money, units of exchange, into circulation. You do this by pushing interest rates down, by making lots of loans. This is the part of the cycle we call a boom. Because there's lots of units of exchange in circulation, there's lots of money changing hands. That generates lots of economic activity. That generates jobs. And as more and more money is spent, there's more demand. So companies take out more loans of fresh air money to increase their production. People get confident in their everyday lives. Hey, you know, I work for this company, they've got lots of orders, it's really going great, my job's safe, I tell you what, we can have a bigger house. Then they start to change it. What they do is they pull the fishing line in. They push interest rates up. Now, fewer people, are taking out loans, and they make the criteria for having a loan from the bank stronger anyway. And also, now, as interest rates have gone up, a larger part of people's income is going to pay back the extra interest and not being circulated in buying things. Suddenly, there's nothing like as much money in circulation, and therefore, fewer things are being bought. Companies start to go down in terms of their profits. They start to shed jobs, and they start to go out of business. People lose their jobs, they can't pay the mortgage anymore of the big house they took out in the good times. Now what the banks are doing is starting to reel the fishing line in, because as they go bankrupt, companies and individuals, the banks get the real wealth, the property, the land, the resources that they had signed to them for lending merely figures on a screen. Now this economic cycle of fishing line out, fishing line back, lots of units in circulation, pull them in, has been going on for centuries. And what it's done, it's stolen and accumulated the real wealth of the world in the hands of the few.
At the international level, central bankers use the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund to make more money while exploiting the resources of countries they lend to, bankrupting them in the process. The central bank of central banks is the Rothschild-created Bank for International Settlements. The elite are positioning themselves to control access to virtually everything we need to survive.
No matter where you go in the world, the money is controlled by the banking system. They decide if people eat or if they don't eat. Who's a billionaire and who lives on less than $1 a day? He who controls the money controls the world, and a very few control the money.
At this point, my view of the world had been turned upside down. I was struggling with the realization that the failure and suffering of so many is actually success and fulfillment for a few. The elite central bankers who fooled the world into letting them create money. They already have vast fortunes, so what is their end game? What is their ultimate agenda?
So dahil alam nyo na, mas magiging malalim ang pag-uusap natin. Okay. Yung ilaw mo natin. Lights, camera, action. Yan. Pumogi na naman ako. Okay. So, sabi nga ng mga Rothschild banker, di ba? Permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I do not care who makes the laws. Kaya idol ko ang ating presidente dahil, di ba, wala siyang kinikilingan na magpipinan sa kanya. Diba? Dahil mayaman din siya. Pero hindi natin tatalakayin dito yun. Okay? Sa ibang topic yun. So, yan. Sabi ni John Rockefeller. Si Rockefeller, mayaman po. Alam niyo paano siya yumaman? Alam niyo ba history niya? Isa siya sa mga oil tycoon sa Amerika. Builder siya dun. Okay? Katulad nila Vanderbilt. Kilala niyo ba yung reporter sa CNN, si Cooper? Sino yun? Anderson Cooper. Yung father niya, isa rin sa mga members nito. Iniba niya yung apelido niya kasi nakakatakot. Ang apelido niya kasi Vanderbilt. Ang Vanderbilt ang gumawa ng train. So, kung may nakikita kayong train ngayon sa buong mundo, diba? Sa kanila yon. So, anyway, yun. Ayaw daw nila ng mga tao na nag-iisip, kilalang nila ng mga sumusunod sa kanila, sa mga negosyo nila. Isa sa mga paraan na bakit nila ginawa yung eskwelahan noong mga panahon na yun kasi nung lumalaki na yung mga kumpanya nila, maraming mga tao nagtatrabaho na hindi nakapag-aral. Kailangan nila ng tao na magmamanage ng negosyo nila. So, kahit pa paano, kailangan nila ng may konting talino para patakbuhin yung negosyo. Pero hindi nila mapapatakbo to kung hindi nakapag-aral nga naman. Diba? Kasi dati puro factory workers lang mga tao, industrial ang era, correct? So yun, the reason they call it American Dream is because you have to be asleep to believe it. So ito ang bank, corporation, politician, and ito yung 99% tayo yan. So, pag-usapan naman natin ang pangarap. Sino dito may pangarap? Lahat tayo may pangarap. Pangarap mo ba yan o pangarap ng napanood mo sa TV o sabi ng speaker o dahil may mga kapartners ka na sinasabi, ito yung pangarap. Diba? Kasi iba yung pangarap na pangarap mo talaga. Kasi kung tatanungin ka ng bata ka, sinabi mo gusto mo maging one of the following. Bumbero, engineer, doktor. Ako gusto ko maging astronaut, piloto. Diba? Gusto ko rin maging cook one time. Diba? Pero magaling na nga yata ako gumamit ng microwave, ganun. So, anyway, lahat tayo may mga pangarap. Pero, most of the time, yung pangarap mo, hindi mo pangarap, nakukuha mo lang sa mga napapanood mong movies tulad nito. Tama po ba? Correct? So, dahil nainggit ka sa lifestyle ni Jordan Belfort, maraming kabataan gusto na rin ganun. Mang-scam, di ba? Idol ko to, gagayahin ko siya, magaling siya mag-closing. Ina-idol mo yung tao na nang-scam, parang ang labo naman. Diba? So, yung pangarap ba natin, o pangarap mo ba talaga yan? Pinag-isipan mo ba o nabaliw ka lang dahil magaling yung mga nagsasalita o yung mga marketers pambaliw? Diba? O may nakita kang sports car dahil wala kang ganun, o yung kaibigan mo nagkaroon ng resulta, gusto mo na magkaroon ganun ka na rin. What if ayaw mo ng sports car? Ibig sabihin, loser ka na. What if ayaw mo malaking bahay? Ibig sabihin ba, failure ka na? What if marami kang pera pero gusto mo lang simpleng buhay? Diba? Dahil, for example, kung nasubukan mo na magpunta sa probinsya, marami mga tao sa probinsya, hindi nila nilalagay pera nila sa bangko, nasa bahay lang. Simple lang bahay nila pero ang daming cash sa loob ng bahay. Diba? Kasi nga, diba, hindi sila masyadong nakapanood ng TV, hindi sila na social conditioning ng media. Para sa kanila, masaya sila dito, nagsasaka o nangingisda or may grocery o negosyo sa probinsya, mayaman sila. Pero wala nga lang sila yung mga nakikita mo sa media. Okay? So, madalas kasi kinokondisyon tayo maging materialistic. Ano ibig sabihin materialistic? Na wala nang ibang importante pang bagay, kundi pera lang. Sa maghapon, ano bang inaatupag mo? Pera lang ba? Kahit paano may panahon ka sa ibang bagay. Diba sabi sa atin, hindi daw natin dadalhin yung pera sa palengke. Hindi mo dadalhin yung pera sa kabilang buhay. Pero pwede mo iwanan yung pera sa mga nabubuhay. Diba? Kaya magpayaman ka. Diba kasi, oo nga, hindi ko dadalhin yung pera kabilang buhay, kaya magpapakahirap na lang ako, okay na ako sa ganito. Hindi ganun. Diba? Hindi mo dadalhin yung pera na iiwan mo para sa mga susunod na henerasyon mo. Dapat ganun yung attitude. Okay? Pero wag niyo akong paniwalaan. Paniniwala ko lang naman yun eh. Pwede ka na mag-isip para sa sarili mo. Okay? So, sabi dito, desire, said Buddha, is the cause of suffering. But without desire, ano naman gagawin natin sa mundo? Subukan mo na magkaroon ka ng goal, tapos hindi mo nakuha, na frustrate ka. Diba? Dati, ginoal ko magkaroon ng girlfriend na Miss Universe. Diba? So, frustrate ako. Diba? Sabi ko, desire. Masama pala daw ang desire. Diba? So, hindi na lang ako goal ng Miss Universe. Sabi ko, APHM na lang. Playboy. Yun. Natupad naman kahit papano. Diba? Nung ano pa po ako nun, binata. Okay. So, pamilyadong tao na po ako. So, sa mga nagbabalak, ha? Okay? Kasi naka-live po to eh. So, may nagmo-monitor. Okay. Sana kung hindi naka-live, pwede ko pa edit yung video eh, kaso naka-live. So, etong desire na sinasabi is, sabi ng mga Buddhist, ang desire daw is masama. Dahil nga, nagko-cause siya ng frustration pag hindi mo nakuha. Sinubukan ko sundin yung ganong paniniwala. Ang problema nga lang doon, magiging walang gana rin yung buhay mo. Parang wala kang ginugol, hindi ka nag-i-improve, ganun. Okay? Pero, ang tamang approach kasi dyan, for example, kung hindi ka Buddhist, nag-goal setting ka eh. Buddhist lang hindi nag-goal setting sa nakilala ko eh. Pero Muslim, Kristiyano, o iba pa, nag-goal setting. Ang tamang approach, meron kang goal, pero hindi ka emotionally attached dun sa goal mo. Ibig sabihin, kung makuha mo man o hindi, kung makuha mo good, kung hindi, ibig sabihin, baka may mas maganda pang parating. Yung mga ganun ba? Hindi ka frustrated, hindi ka apektado. Which is, ayun yung tinuturo nila, na dapat maging unattached ka emotionally sa goal. Kasi, pag masyado kang emotionally attached, parang love life yan, na attached ka, hindi mo makalimutan. Na ilang years kayo magkasama, tapos bigla isang iglap, wala na. Grabe ka naman may hugot. Huwag ka mag-alala mamaya, meron tayong slide para sa love life. Doon mag-enjoy lahat. Okay? Lahat ba dito nasaktan sa isang point ng buhay niya? Yes! Mamaya na yan, mamaya na. Dito muna. Uy! Dito muna tayo, okay? So, most of our troubles are due to our passionate desire for an attachment to things that we misapprehend as enduring entities. Sabi ni Dalai Lama. Kasi ang problem sa goal, pag nakuha mo yung goal, after nun, parang wala ka ng gana, nasubukan mo na magka-goal ng bagong t-shirt. Di ba, nung unang araw, masarap pakiramdam, bago. Next week, parang wala na, gusto muli ng bago. Tama? Ayun yung kailangan nyo mapag-aralan, na kahit hindi mo pa nakukuha yung goal, masaya ka na. Kasi di ba yung mga iba sabi nila, magiging masaya ako pag nakuha ko to. Actually, mas masaya kung masaya ka na, ilas nakuha mo pa yun, edi doble yung saya. So, attachments and goals, di ba? Ganito yan eh. So, parang umakit ka ng mountain, meron kang goal, yumaman, pero emotionally, hindi ka attached, so ginagawa mo na yung trabaho papunta doon. Okay? So, sabi nito, father, di ba? Piece of paper, sabi ng anak sa tatay niya, no son, it's power, it's food, it's health, it's survival, it's happiness, it's self-worth. Meron ako experience dati nung hindi pa ako ganun ka-financially successful. Nagpunta po ako sa isang bangko dito sa Maynila. Tapos, pinapila ko na mahaba. After nun, hindi rin ako in-accommodate dahil cut off na daw. Tapos marami pang gagawin. Balik na lang daw ako. Naranasan mo na ba yung ganun? Pumila ka ng matagal tapos hindi ka in-accommodate. Pero may nakikita kang kinakausap nila. In-accommodate ng manager kahit close na. So, after nun, naiyak ako. Hindi naman iyak sa bangko na hulgul-gul. Yung, alam mo lang, kinikim-kim mo yung sama ng loob mo. Tinawagan ko daddy ko. Sabi ko, daddy, naiyak po ako ngayon. Ha, bakit? Usually, ganun yung tatay eh, pag titripang ka pa eh. Sabi ko, kasi pupunta po ko sa bangko kasi hindi ako inasikaso. Diyan po sa Tarlac, pag nagpupunta ako sa mga bangko, inasikaso tayo kagad. Diretso po sa manager. Ba't po ganun ang buhay dito? So, sabi niya, anak, ganyan talaga ang mundo, unfair. Pag hindi ka mayaman, hindi ka asikasuhin. Tandaan mo yan. Kaya instead na umiyak ka dyan, magpayaman ka na lang para dumating ang time, hindi ka na pumipila. Tabagay, sabi ko. So, ganun talaga ang mundo, unfair po siya. So, kung hindi ka marunong makilaro, hindi ka marunong i-improve sarili mo, magmumukmuk ka na lang sa isang tabi, iiyak ka. Okay? So, he who buys what he does not need steals from himself. Hindi ko po naiintindihan yun. So, next na slide na lang. So, hindi ko alam ba't nilagay ko yun dun eh. So anyway, bigyan ko yung idea sa... Bakit? May mga times hindi ko naiintindihan isang bagay. Kaya, okay? So pag-usapan natin tinatawag na economic collapse. Okay? Sino dito may kaibigan noong 2008 na apektado sa trabaho sa Amerika? Taas kamay. In 2008 na-crash, natanggalan ng trabaho. Meron ba yung kaibigan? Kakilala sa abroad, di ba? Noong 2008 na-crash po ang market sa Amerika, maraming nawalan ng bahay. Kung hindi kayo familiar, Diba? Marami na walang trabaho. Nagkaroon po ng economic collapse na tinatawag. Paano nangyari yun? Nangyari po yun dahil binabaan nila interest. Di ba sa Amerika makakarinig ka nakabili ng bahay walang trabaho? O kaya waiter, may bahay, may sports car. Nakarinig ka ng ganon? Tapos ikaw sa Pilipinas, inggit ka. Punta nga ako Amerika para makabili ako ng bahay na ang interest 1% lang per annum. Imagine mo yun na bahay, interest 1% per annum. Kahit na hindi ka pa regular sa trabaho mo, makakabili ka. Gusto mo sports car, 1% per annum din. Kahit hindi ka regular sa trabaho mo, makakabili ka. Anyway, bakit ginawa ng Federal Reserve yun? Kasi binabaan nila interest para yung pera nila ilabas nila. So marami maglo-loan, maraming magtatayo ng negosyo, maraming bibili sa sakyan. So anyway, nagprint sila, nagprint. Ang problem, 'di ba? Dahil yung mga bagay na yun is printed lang, hindi siya talagang dumaan sa parang yung nagkaroon ng trade. So naglabas na silang pera na printed lang, na walang backup na ginto sa Federal Reserve. So anong nangyari? Masyadong madami utang na yung Amerika. Okay? Ngayon, eto naging problem. Yung mga pinaloan nila walang trabaho, di ba? Hindi rin stable mga trabaho. Ano nangyari? Hindi makapagbayad maayos. Ang problem, yung pag-maintain nila sa mga bangko nila, hindi nila masuportahan. Nagigets? Tsaka yung mga pensyon ng mga armies, tsaka matatanda, SS, Medicare, hindi nila may-maintain dahil marami masyado nagbabayad. Ito ginawa nila. After a few years, sinaasan nila interest. So, imagine mo imagine yung bumili ka ng bahay, ang nakasulat sa kontrata, 1% per annum, excited ka. After 3 years, bigla 15% na per annum. Ano mararamdaman mo? Di ba? Benta ko na yan, di ba? Hindi ko na itutuloy yung bayad. So, ganun nangyari. Maraming tao nagsauli ng mga property, hindi ko natutuloy yan, papakain ko na sa bangko. Ngayon yung bangko, marami silang property, saka mga sasakyan, na nakatiwangwang lang, walang may-ari. So, wala nagbabayad sa kanila. So, nangyari, napuno sila ng utang, nag-crash yung market. So, nangyari, sino magsasalo sa mga bangko pag nag-crash sila? Di ba? Sinalo sila ng Federal Reserve. Parang sa atin, halimbawa, for example, ikaw, nakagawa ka ng kalokohan, umutang ka sa kaibigan, hindi ka nabayad, sisingilin nanay mo. Di ba? Parang ganon. So, sa government, kapag isang bangko, wala ng pera, ang tatakbo nila Federal Reserve. Kaya sarap ng buhay nila. So, kung ikaw may-ari ng bangko, hindi ka pa rin lugi kasi sasaluin ka ng Central Bank, Federal Reserve. Okay? So, etong economic collapse, ganito lang po yan. 1929, nagkaroon ng depression sa Amerika. Sa buong mundo actually, Great Depression. Ibig sabihin, marami pong tao na busted. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng Great Depression? Yung Amerika, yung ekonomiya nila is walang kinikita, maraming trabaho, walang trabaho, so depressed sila. Di ba pag wala kang trabaho, depressed ka? Pero nalang kung estudyante ka, kasi may nanay ka nagbibigay pera, di ba? So anyway, noong 2008, bumaksak to, di ba? Real estate bubble. Imagine niyo nga, sila Donald Trump, Kiyosaki, yumaman sila dito. Kasi kung ikaw, halimbawa, negosyante ka, 1% per annum interest, mamili ka ng maraming property, tapos parentahan mo, di ba? Ganun ginawa nila, kaya sila yumaman. Pero the rest ng mga tao, humirap, kasi sila yung mga unaware sa ganitong mga strategy. So, bumaksak noong 2008, hindi umakyat. Di ba? Ngayon, years na to, babaksak uli siya. Okay? In the next coming, parang 2016, 2017, kasi nag-pre-print uli sila malaki na naman ang utang ng Amerika ngayon, kaya ang ginagawa nila, nanggigera na lang sila ibang bansa para makuha yung oil, yung mga ginto doon, at ma-pump up nila economy nila. Diba? Diba sabi nga ni presidente natin, bakit daw ginera nyo ang Syria o ang Iraq, tapos wala naman palang weapons of mass destruction. Kaya kinuha nila? Yung oil. Kasi wala silang, ang Amerika po diba? Wag po kayo mangarap magpuntang Amerika. Dahil yung economy po nila hindi maganda. Mukha lang maganda dahil kontrolado nila media. Diba? Punta ka doon sa mga kaya si President ayaw na magpunta doon So diba, kontrolado yung media, pinapalabas maganda pero naghihirap yung country. Darating ang time, makakakita ka dito sa kalsada natin, jeepney driver na American. Hindi pa ngayon, siguro 2040, 2050. So kung 20 years old ka ngayon, buhay ka pa pagdating nun. Pero kung 60 ka na ngayon, nakikinig ka, plus, pero masarap buhay nun, di ba? Para tayo Singapore. Di ba yung wala na nagsasakyan, lahat mayaman, lahat nakakabili ng bahay, sasakyan, di ba? Papunta tayo sa ganung direksyon. Kaya, buti na lang talaga, di ba? Nanalo ang dapat manalo. So, kaya magkakaroon ng crush kasi nag-pre-print sila. So, ginigera nga nila itong mga lugar-lugar, di ba? Sa iba't ibang bansa. Kaya yung mga bansa na naman na pinapautang nila, kinukontrolin nila. Okay? So, huwag kayong basta-basta naniniwala sa mga conditioning na maganda sa Amerika. Diba? Make sure, pag-aralan mo yung economy nun. If ever may paano ka mag-abroad o mag-settle down, pinakamaganda yung mga Scandinavian countries or Australia, ganyan. Diba? Diba? Sa mga Netherlands, Holland, Switzerland, basta may land, gano'n. Maganda yung benefits eh. Hindi, pero maganda yung benefits. Saka back up ng magandang government saka economy yung mga benefits doon. Mataas nga lang yung tax pero nakikinabang lahat ng tao. Sa Amerika kasi mataas na yung tax tapos pinanggegera pa yung pera pang conquer na ibang lugar, di ba? So anyway, alam nyo ba sa Asia, kung sa Amerika meron tinatawag na mga banking elite, mga Rothschild, gano'n, di ba? Mga Rockefeller. Dito sa Asia, may tinatawag na Dragon Family. Member dito si Marcos yata o kaibigan niya. Diba? Yung Dragon Family, sila yung pinakamayaman sa buong Asia. Okay? And takot din dito yung mga Americans kasi sila ang umuutang dito sa bansa natin. Sa Asia, ang pinakamayaman kasi. Yung Asia kasi huli sa sa media. Sila nauna sa mainstream media doon, so namamanipulate nila. Saka ang Amerika kasi, hindi po sila producer. Ano po sila? Consumer country. Ibig sabihin ng consumer country, they don't produce any goods and services. Lahat ng producing countries nandito po sa Asia. Philippines, nagpo-produce tayo ng OFW, number 1 product. China, nagpo-produce ng di ba, mga appliances, ng mga fetus, ganun. Mga ganun. Siniship nila abroad. Pero sa Asia kasi producing countries po tayo, tapos Amerika nang bumibili. So yung Amerika, buyers lang sila. So saan nanggagaling pera nila? Tayo mayaman yung countries natin kasi sila bumibili sa atin. Okay? So ganun. Kung gusto magkapera, talagang bentahan mo yung iba't ibang countries. Kung may kilala kang may bukuhan, may farm, may isdaan, may babuyan, yayaman ka kung kukonek ka sa mga abroad, tapos doon ka supply. Okay? Kasi kailangan talaga nila. Kung para sa atin dami na dito eh. Pero kung lalabas ka naman yayaman ka. Okay? Facebook lang, di ba? Dami naman dyan eh. So, panoorin natin to, Dragon Family.
From UFOs to psychic powers and government conspiracies, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. Here are the facts. An odd story hit the papers in 2009. 2 Japanese nationals were detained in Italy. Originally, reports claimed the 2 men were trying to enter Switzerland with $134.5 billion in U.S. bonds. Later amendments claimed these bonds were fakes, and the story disappeared almost entirely from the news. During 2009, at least 2 other similar busts occurred, each swiftly forgotten in the news cycles. This wasn't the last we'd hear of these mysterious bonds. In 2012, Italian prosecutors said they seized $6 trillion in U.S. bonds from safety deposit boxes at a Zurich bank. The U.S. government also confirmed these alleged 1934 bonds were fakes. From World War II German forgeries of the British pound to North Korean supernotes today, counterfeiting is an unfortunately common crime. So why do so many people think there's something more to this story? If those bonds are real, then who on earth would own that much money? Here's where it gets crazy. In November of 2011, a man known as Neil F. Keenan filed a civil lawsuit on behalf of an organization called the Dragon Family. According to the rumors, the Dragon Family is an organization composed of old families that consider themselves above the current political conflict between mainland China and Taiwan. Keenan's suit alleges that the various defendants are part of a concerted, knowing, malicious scheme and international conspiracy to defraud the Dragon Family. Here's the story. Between the world wars, China's finance minister T.V. Song and Henry Morgenthau, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, struck a deal to protect Chinese assets in case of a widespread war with Japan. The U.S. purchased about 50 million ounces of silver and leased a large amount of gold from the nationalist Chinese government. These metals were exchanged for certificates and sent to the U.S. The certificates allegedly became a cornerstone of Taiwan's wealth. When the Nationalist Party fled to Taiwan, they appointed the Dragon Family to safeguard these remaining certificates and wait for the time to redeem them with interest. It's an intriguing story, but there are several problems. First, the Federal Reserve claims the specific currency described in this lawsuit doesn't exist. Secondly, the alleged bonds and certificates have several noticeable spelling errors. Those who believe the bonds are genuine say these errors are purposeful as a way to keep the U.S. from having to repay the debt. Third, the story is metamorphosized as more and more conspiracy theorists add fanciful and unproven spins on the basic tale. For example, researchers like Benjamin Fulford see this case as a hint of something much bigger, perhaps even the global collapse of the current monetary system. But, sensationalism aside, are there any facts that could prove this extraordinary story true? Currently, the answer is no. Counterfeiting schemes are, again, fairly common, so much so that the Federal Reserve mentions several on their website. However, it is true that Neil Keenan has taken the Italian police force, UN head Ban Ki-moon, and numerous other organizations to court on behalf of this Dragon Family. The story's not finished yet, and only time will tell whether this is a case of fraud and conspiracy theory spiraling out of control, or a genuine example of something they don't want you to know.
LSD, acid. Let's be honest with each other. If you're watching this show, out of every How Stuff Works show, then you are probably familiar with what LSD is. It turns out, in addition to being a very potent hallucinogen, LSD also has significant success when it comes to treating alcoholism.
Ano yung nakita niya doon? Ha?
Merong nahuli na meron dalang mga bonds. Mga bonds na yun is worth ilang, magkano? Trillion. Di ba trillion? So, nung unang panahon kasi dati, yung mga government, wala silang pera para pumasok sa gera. Wala silang pambili ng armas. So, ginawa nila, nangutang sila sa mga tao, okay? Yung pera ng mga tao, tapos pinalitan nila mga bonds. Para, pag dumating yung time, naka-recover na economy, babayaran namin kayo. So, dumating yung time, tapos na yung gera, ilang taon na dekada lumipas. So, nag-interest na lahat, malaki yun. Ang problem ngayon, yung Amerika, wala nga pera. So, paano nila papalitan? So, sinasabi na lang nila, fake, gano'n. So, unless na maayos ang economy Amerika, hindi rin nila ma-redeem yung mga ganun. Okay? So, sabi ni Bruce Lee, the poorer we are inwardly, the more we try to enrich ourselves outwardly. Isa sa mga gusto kong i-share sa inyo is, progress doesn't mean change. What I mean by this is, not because somebody's financially successful, that means na maganda na yung buhay niya. Hindi dahil ang economy maganda, ibig sabihin maganda na buhay ng maraming tao. Dahil isang aspeto lang ang buhay. Mayaman ka nga, may sakit ka naman. Mayaman ka nga, pangit naman ugali mo. Gets nyo? So, nagtataka nga ako, tingnan nyo napakagaling ng mundo natin ngayon. Sobra, diba? Kaya natin gumawa ng spaceship na pwede magpunta sa moon at pabalik. Kaya din natin gumawa ng mga sasakyan na nakakapag-drive na mag-isa. Dati, yung cellphone natin, wala namang video capability. Dati, telephone lang. Diba? Ang dami na nilang na-solve ng mga scientists natin. Pero bakit pa rin hindi nila na-solve? Kung matalino sila, ang depression, ang kawalang control sa emotion, anxiety, ang inis. 1,000 years ago, problem pa din yan. Pero bakit di pa rin na-solve ngayon? Correct? So, hindi dahil mayaman ay na yung focus. Kailangan mo talagang inwardly ayusin din yung buong pagkatao mo. So, I do not believe making money in order to consume goods is mankind's sole purpose on this planet. If you're wondering what I believe our purpose on this planet is, it has to do with creating and sharing. Okay? So, ito yung typical na buhay na isang tao na hindi gising. Tatrabaho siya, bibilin lahat ng gusto niya o kinondisyon sa kanya na bilhin niya. And then, i-consume niya mga bagay-bagay na sinabi niya. Sabi sa kanya, i-consume niya. Eventually, mamamatay siya. Masaya bang buhay yun? Parang, at least, di ba, nakapag-drive ako ng magandang sports car. Okay, nakakain ako ng cake bago ko mamatay. Ganun. Para sa akin, kung mag-a-addict ka na lang, halimbawa, gusto mong mag-drugs, gusto mong uminom, na yung tipong 1 litro ng emperador, tatagayin mo, gusto mo mag-marijuana, gusto mo pumatay ng tao, gusto mo gumawa ng kalokohan, di ba? Gawin mo na ito pag 100 years old ka na. Di ba? Yung tipong wala ka ng silbi sa lipunan. Yung pag nakita ka nagdadrugs, kawawa naman si Lolo. Kaya mo na, maganda naman buhay namin dahil sa kanya. Di ba? Kesa ngayon, di ba? Ngayon, bata ka, dapat ngayon kinakain mo magaganda. Di ba? Healthy foods mo, talaga nag-e-effort ka mag-exercise, di ba? Kung magloloko ka, pag malapit ka na mamatay, yung tipong, parang malapit na ako mamatay, magdadrugs na nga ako. Pero, hindi ko pa natikman eh. At least, bago ko mamatay, di ba? Nasabi ko, nagawa ko lahat. Yung mga ganun. Pero huwag niyo naman gawin. Nakatuwaan lang. Okay? Pupunta tayo sa next, yung tinatawag kong propaganda. So, isang araw, yung mga mayayaman, ng mga panahon na yun, nagka-problem sila. Ang problem nila, yung mga tao, pag bumibili ng damit, isang pares lang. Isang pangbahay, tapos isang pang-alis, pang-trabaho, parang ganun. Pag bumibili ng sapatos, isang pares lang, o dalawa, pang-school, isa pang-bahay, o pang-sport. Pag bumibili ng sasakyan, isa lang din. Pag bumibili sa bahay, isa lang din. So, nagplato lahat ng income nitong mga mayayaman na to. So, dahil nagplato income nila, wala silang repeat sale. Okay? Especially yung gumawa ng bumbilya, si Thomas Edison. Originally, ginawa niya yan indestructible, saka hindi napupundi. Okay? Kaso nga lang, walang repeat sale. So, yung mga may-ari ng corporation na yun, nag-meeting sila, dapat nasisira mga yan. Dapat may lifespan, may expiration date para may repeat sales tayo. Kung nagtataka kayo bakit yung printer niya laging nasisira o yung cellphone niya may hangganan, kahit na gano'n pa kamahal yan. Naalala ko dati yung slide phone ng Nokia, naalala niyo yun? Binili ko yung 45,000. Ngayon, magkano na lang yun? Yung iPhone na una-una, binili ko yun, parang 33, 22. Tapos, wala nang value. Lahat kasi, ginawa nila na nasisira o may expiration date para may repeat sale. Sino may kagagawa nun? Si Edward Bernays. Sino ba to? Si Edward Bernays, apo siya nung father of psychology. Sino ba father of psychology? Si Sigmund Freud, di ba? Sino ba nagsabing father siya ng psychology? Di ba? Baka wala lang maisip na sino bang father psychology pwede ngayon? Mukhang mangas ka, ikaw na lang. Ayan. Diba? Sino ba nag-assign sa kanya? Naisipan niya yon? Sino nag-assign sa kanya? Nung philosophy class ko noon, lagi akong napapagalitan dahil matanong ako eh. Yung prof ko pa noon, siya nagsulat ng libro na inaaral namin. Tapos, yun. Ganito mga tinatanong ko sa kanya. Tapos may exam kami noon. Ang sa exam niya, may tanong siya doon na, what is the truth? Sabi ko, there is no truth. Everybody has the truth. Pinatawag niya ako. Sabi niya, you know what? I have a lot of I've had a lot of students entered my room. You're the only one who questioned my authority, sabi niya. So what makes you say that tama yung sinasabi mo? Sabi ko, hindi ko po sinasabing tama sinasabi ko, sir. Sabi ko lang po, lahat po ng tao may katotohanan. Kayo, meron kayong truth na dapat di kayo kine-question. Ako, may truth ako na dapat questioning ko kayo. Anyway, pumasa ako doon dahil marunong naman ako makipag diskusyon. Diba? Okay, so anyway, going back, si Edward Bernays, father siya ng propaganda. Siya nagturo sa mga mayaman na ganito, kung gustong bumenta yung sasakyan mo, dapat ilagay mo dyan si Idol. Tapos gawan mo ng billboard, pakita mo na si Idol, 2 sasakyan. Para yung mga tao, bibili 2 din. Ganun ba? Sabi ni Henry Ford. Yes. So, ginawa niya yun. Magaling kasi siya mag-mind control eh. Diba? So, ayun yung libro niya. Sabi niya pa, nung time na yon, pag nag-iossi ka, masamang tao ka dati. Dahil hindi pa sikat yung Marlboro, Philip Morris, ganun. Sabi nila, kung gusto bumenta yosi mo, gawa ka ng poster na may doktor na nag-yosi. Bakit ko gagawin yun? Sabi nung may-ari ng Lucky Strike. Kasi sir, ang doktor pinapaniwalaan ng mga tao. Kung meron kang testimonial sa product mo na nagte-testimonial doktor, sigurado papaniwalaan niya. Sige, lagay natin sa poster. Okay. Sabi niya pa, sir, kung gusto mo, kasi ng mga time na yung mga babae, hindi umiinom, hindi nagayosi, talagang Maria Clara. Diba? So ngayon, sabi niya, kung gusto mo sir, mga babae, magyosi, kumuha ka ng magandang model, tapos lagay mo sa poster na nagyosi siya. So lahat na ng tao, magyosi din. Oo nga, no? Pero eventually, sir, pag yung mga bata, ginamit mo rin, di ba? Feeling nila safe ang yosi. Kasi noong mga panahon, wala namang research study dati, di ba? Nagsisimula pa lang yung yosi nun, so ibig sabihin, wala pa nagkakasakit. Ganon. Okay? So, sino pa may-ari ng mundong ito? So, kung gusto niyo malaman, kailangan nating i-play.
Did the world wars, revolutions, and big events of human history evolve naturally, or were they calculated and pre-planned? If they were pre-planned, who planned them, and what are they planning for the future of humanity? The answer to this puzzling question can be found within the boundaries of 3 of the world's most powerful cities. Those 3 cities belong to no nation and pay no taxes. They are Washington's District of Columbia, which is not part of the city of Washington or of the United States, the inner city of London, which is not part of London or England, and Vatican City, which is not part of Rome or Italy. These cities, called city-states, have their own independent flag, their own separate laws, and their own separate identity.
Vatican City is in fact a state, the smallest principality in the world. It lies on the banks of the Tiber, completely surrounded by the city of Rome. Its status as a separate state emerged from the Lateran Agreements of February 1929. It has its own newspaper, postal service, radio and television station, its own flag, and a population of about 1,000.
The Vatican also has its own army of Swiss guards, and it even has its own prison. The Vatican rules over approximately 2 billion of the world's 6.1 billion people. The colossal wealth of the Vatican includes enormous investments with the Rothschilds in Britain, France, and the USA, and with giant oil and weapons corporations like Shell and General Electric. The Vatican solid gold bullion worth billions is stored with the Rothschild-controlled Bank of England and the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank. The Catholic Church is the biggest financial power, wealth accumulator, and property owner in existence, possessing more material wealth than any bank, corporation, giant trust, or government anywhere on the globe. The Pope, who is the visible ruler of this colossal global wealth, is one of the richest men on earth. While 2/3 of the world earns less than $2 a day, and 1/5 of the world is underfed or starving to death, the Vatican hoards the world's wealth, profits from it on the stock market, and at the same time preaches about giving. How did the Pope and Vatican accumulate all that wealth over the millennium? One method was to put a price tag on sin. Many bishops and popes actively marketed guilt, sin, and fear for profit by selling indulgences. Worshippers were encouraged to prepay for sins they hadn't yet committed and get pardoned ahead of time. Those who didn't pay up risked eternal damnation in Satan's oven. Pope Leo X rebuilt St. Peter's Basilica, selling tickets out of hell and tickets to heaven. During the Dark Ages, the Catholic Church not only hoarded the wealth they collected from the poor, but hoarded knowledge. They kept the masses ignorant and in the dark by denying them a basic education. Like Vatican City, London's inner city is also a privately owned corporation or city-state, located right smack in the heart of Greater London. It became a sovereign state in 1694 when King William III of Orange privatized and turned the Bank of England over to the bankers. By 1812, Nathan Rothschild crashed the English stock market and scammed control of the Bank of England. Today, the city-state of London is the world's financial power center and the wealthiest square mile on the face of the earth. It houses the Rothschild-controlled Bank of England, Lloyd's of London, the London Stock Exchange, all British banks, the branch offices of 385 foreign banks, and 70 U.S. banks. It has its own courts, its own laws, its own flag, and its own police force. It's not part of Greater London or England or the British Commonwealth and pays no taxes. The city-state of London houses Fleet Street's newspaper and publishing monopolies. It is also the headquarters for worldwide English Freemasonry and headquarters for the worldwide money cartel known as the Crown. Contrary to popular belief, the Crown is not the royal family or the British monarch. The Crown is the private corporate city-state of London. It has a council of 12 members who rule the corporation under a mayor called the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor and his 12-member council serve as proxies or representatives who sit in for 13 of the world's wealthiest, most powerful banking families. This ring of 13 ruling families includes the Rothschild family, the Warburg family, the Oppenheimer family, and the Schiff family. These families and their descendants run the Crown Corporation of London. The Crown Corporation holds the title to worldwide Crown land in Crown colonies like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. The British Parliament and the British Prime Minister serve as a public front for the hidden power of these ruling Crown families. Like the city-state of London and the Vatican, a third city-state was officially created in 1982. That city-state is called the District of Columbia and is located on 10 square miles of land in the heart of Washington. The District of Columbia flies its own flag and has its own independent constitution. Although geographically separate, the city-states of London, the Vatican, and the District of Columbia are one interlocking empire called Empire of the City. The flag of Washington's District of Columbia has 3 red stars, one for each city-state in the 3-city empire. This corporate empire of 3 city-states controls the world economically through London's inner city, militarily through the District of Columbia, and spiritually through the Vatican. The Constitution for the District of Columbia operates under a tyrannical Roman law known as Lex Fori, which bears no resemblance to the U.S. Constitution. When Congress passed the Act of 1871, it created a separate corporate government for the District of Columbia. This treasonous act allowed the District of Columbia to operate as a corporation outside the original Constitution of the United States and outside of the best interests of American citizens. Corporation of the United States. Like Canada and Australia, whose leaders are prime ministers of the Queen and whose land is called Crown land, the United States is just another Crown colony. Crown colonies are controlled by the empire of 3 city-states. At the center of each city-state is a towering, phallic-shaped stone monument called an obelisk that points skyward. In D.C. city-state, the obelisk, known as the Washington Monument, was dedicated to Freemason George Washington by the Freemason Grand Lodge of the District of Columbia. The secretive Brotherhood of Freemasons laid the Washington obelisk's cornerstone in 1848 and contributed 22 Masonic memorial stones. 250 Masonic lodges financed the Washington Monument obelisk, including the Knights Templar Masonic Order. At the heart of London city-state is a 187-ton, 69-foot-tall Egyptian obelisk called Cleopatra's Needle. It was transported from Egypt and erected on the banks of the River Thames. In Vatican City, another Egyptian obelisk towers high above St. Peter's Square. What exactly is an obelisk? Obelisks are phallic-shaped monuments honoring the pagan sun god of ancient Egypt called Amun-Ra. The spirit of this pagan god is said to reside within the obelisk. Obelisks symbolize the phallus and fertility. At the base of the obelisk is a sunwheel circle symbolizing the vagina. Together, they depict male and female sexual union. Worshippers of Amun believe Amun is the supreme god and creator of all things, and can transform himself into other gods, like Osiris, the god of the underworld, or Seth, the god of evil and
Yan. Sila nagpapataka ng Vatican, di ba? Yan talaga buhay. Wala tayong magawa. Etong next video, matututunan yung tinatawag na planned obsolescence. Kanina in-explain ko sa inyo kung bakit ba lahat ng bagay na expire na nasisira. Okay? Dahil meron kong batas tungkol doon.
This stupid light bulb's out again! This is bullshit!
Nope, it's not bullshit. It's planned obsolescence.
What's that?
Come with me. Planned obsolescence. That's making stuff that breaks on purpose. Planned obsolescence. It's how companies bend us over and screw us.
What do you mean?
When Edison first started making light bulbs, they could last for 100+ years. Some are even still shining without replacements or repairs. But incandescent light bulbs only last for around 1,000 hours. So you always need new light bulbs, 'cause the bulb company needs buyers.
Ugh, because of capitalism?
Now you're getting it. In 1924, light bulb companies held a secret meeting in Geneva. They agreed to make shitty light bulbs so customers would always need them.
Ugh, well, at least it's just light bulbs.
Nope. Video games, TVs, textbooks, cell phones, tablets, automobiles, computers, and operating systems, clothes, printer ink, and appliances.
Who's the biggest culprit of planned obsolescence?
Hard to say.
Ooh, can I have an apple?
Oh, I'd wait. Newer apples are always better. Companies don't care about quality. They just want you back in the store. They don't want products lasting for decades. They just want you always wanting more. Planned obsolescence. Most products are designed to fail. Planned obsolescence. Capitalism always needs new stuff for sale. Son of a shit!
So yun, di ba? Nagigess nyo lang. So lahat ng bagay na expire dahil doon. Pinlano nila. Kaya wala tayong choice. Hindi talaga, no? Payaman ka na lang. Wala lagi kami pambili. Okay, so ayun yung explain ko rin kanina, di ba? Pag kasi pinapakita sa TV na yung mga idol mo, ginagawa isang bagay na negative, kala ng mga kabataan, tama na. Okay, nakakondisyon. So, for example, ito, isa sa mga in-explain niya kung paano gumagana yung banking industry. Sa video na to, ito isang businessman na politician. Na-explain.
For the EFT, Mr. Bloom has 2 minutes.
Commissioner, Mr. President, I rise again, I'm afraid, to make the same old hoary speech that I've been making here for several years, and that is, it is my opinion that you do not really understand the concept of banking. All the banks are broke. Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, they're all broke. And why are they broke? It isn't an act of God. It isn't some sort of tsunami. They're broke because we have a system called fractional reserve banking, which means that banks can lend money that they don't actually have. It's a criminal scandal, and it's been going on for too long. To add to that problem, you have moral hazard, a very significant moral hazard from the political sphere. And most of the problem starts in politics and central banks, which are part of the same political system. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing, but counterfeiting by any other name. The artificial printing of money, which if any ordinary person did, they'd go to prison for a very long time. And yet governments and central banks do it all the time. Central banks repress the amount of interest that rates are, so we don't have the real cost of money. And yet we blame the real retail banks for manipulating LIBOR. The sheer effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely, in a rather cavalier fashion, do we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue.
Grazie per il gruppo.
The American dream. There's a reason they call it a dream. Who's there? Cock-a-doodle-doo, pal.
No, 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 no! I don't have any more money! My job sucks right now, please! I'll have more money next month! You can't take my house!
Is that your signature?
Oh, okay, well, just help me work something out, okay? I mean, you said I'm a good credit guy, right? I mean, hey, wait! My dog is in there! No, don't take my dream! Oh, how did this happen? Hardman? Is that you?
It's been a long time since the 4th grade.
Is that a time machine?
There's no need to concern yourself with my astounding accomplishments. Best get in. There's not much time.
I gotta go down to the bank and get my life back. They took everything!
Oh, bank ain't gonna help you now. Towel in the trunk. Extra set of balls. Put them on. You're gonna need them.
You're gonna get my dream back?
No, pal. You are. I'm here to show you how.
Submitted for your approval. 1. First National Bank. What is a bank, you ask? A curious place where both space, time, and irony exist. And yet, don't.
Are you gonna be doing that the whole time?
Pay attention, pile. Exhibit A. Those who have come to deposit and safely store their earned monies. Exhibit B, those who need to borrow said money for purposes unknown.
Hey, that's me!
Ergo, Exhibit C, the bank only has so much money in the vault to lend out to people such as you.
Hey, that's the guy! He took my house!
Really screwing my vibe here, pal. Space-time continuum. He can't hear you. Just let me narrate. Now, where was I?
So you see, by the time he got to you, Pyle, his bank was out of money.
But he gave me lots of money and charged me a lot of interest.
Yes, that's the only way banks make money, by making debt loans. Debt equals money, Pyle. Remember that. Debt equals money. The more loans they make, the more money they make.
But if they don't have any money, then where did my money come from?
You're gonna want to take a step back, Pyle.
Whoa! No way!
Yes way. And that's nothing.
Hey, buddy, need some money? They didn't do that.
Oh, they did exactly that, pal. Remember, banks make money by making loans, by selling debt, even to bad credit risks.
Yo, have some money, dude. Just sign here. Oh my gosh!
They called it free money.
Yeah, that's exactly what my loan guy told me. Free money.
But it ain't free. The worst part was offering money to people who don't even need it. People, pal, like you.
You're right. I didn't need him. I was happy here. I didn't need it. Why's he sad? He's making all that money.
Shh. He's thinking. Now wait for it. Now wait for it. Bingo. See, the bankers loan to everyone in town, but to make more money, they have to loan even more.
More? How much money do they need?
More.
Whoa! What's that?
Behold, a black horse riding. Credit card.
Wow, look. I mean, it's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. What now?
Now, with power with all this money, we might as well party.
Oh, this is awesome! I needed to get my head clear. When I get back, I'm gonna straighten all this out. I just hope Dream is doing okay.
Pepperminty, I'm going to get you, my pretty.
Yep, he is. I'm sure he is.
There, you put it on his tab. Little something for yourself. Wait.
You know, wait a second, Hartman. I just thought of something. If I got this money from the bank, and the bank got it from the Federal Reserve dump trucks,
go on.
Then where does the Federal Reserve get their money?
Real nice time, ladies. Real nice. Now, excuse me while I borrow these.
Say, Hartman, why am I wearing a burglar bikini top?
Because no one is allowed inside the Fed. Not you, not me, no American citizen, no duly elected member of our Congress, not the Supreme Court.
Not the Supreme Court?
Not the Supreme Court, not the Justice Department, not the CIA, DIA, FBI, ATF, ETE, NBC, not even G.O.D.
Well, how come the government isn't allowed inside its own building?
Government? Pile, the Fed is a private bank owned by private stockholders. Do not let the name Federal fool you. This place is about as federal as Federal Express.
A private bank? But private?
Shh. Best to keep your voice down, pal.
This is Ethan, Federal Reserve.
Hey, Eth, Bill here, First National.
Hi there, Bill. How are you?
Good, good. We're running a little low on money.
No problem. How much you need?
Oh, how does 20 million sound? What?
Excellent. We'll ship it over first thing tomorrow.
Wait, he can just call up the Fed and ask for more money and they give him whatever they want?
No, pal. The Fed don't give the banks money. The Fed loans the banks money. The banks have to pay it back with interest. Now, come on, time to go.
Wait. I still don't understand. Where does the Fed get their money? I mean, if they're a private bank. You said they're a private bank, right? Okay, so who puts money into the Fed Bank?
This is Mel, United States Mint.
Hi, ML. First National needs another 20 millis.
We're already running the presses full steam here, Ethan.
Gotta keep making loans. Gotta keep the money flowing.
All right, you're the Fed. Whatever you guys say. 20 million more by morning.
But I don't get it. What's so wrong about the Fed printing money?
Because it's unconstitutional, pile. Our Treasury is supposed to create our money, but now the Fed controls the printing of America's money. Nobody gets a friggin' dollar that the Fed didn't print.
So?
They print the money, then they loan it to the government, then they charge the government interest, and then the government taxes you to pay for it. Wake up, pile!
God, I don't see what the big deal is.
You know, you're right, pal.
Wait a minute. Wait, I am?
Yeah. I forget how effective they are at keeping you ignorant.
Well, that's okay. Hey, I'm not ignorant.
Do you even know what money is, pal? In the long ago, people bartered. They traded things they had for things they wanted. I'll trade you my raspberries for that there pot pie.
I don't want your berries.
Come on, pal. They're sweet berries.
They're not sweet. They're old, and I don't like berries.
Give me that pot pie!
No!
As you can see, this bartering situation created some problems. Then one day, a goldsmith walked up and said,
Now, everybody thinks gold is valuable, so why doesn't everybody trade gold for things they need?
A price was set for gold, and now it was very easy to conduct commerce because people could trade gold for all the things they needed.
Hartman! Wow, look at all my gold! Hey, stop them! That's my gold!
Damn thieves!
Say there, Pile. I've got a vault and some guards. I can keep your gold safe for you. For a small fee. Yeah, sure, that'd be awesome.
You see, Pile, this is how the first bank made money.
There you go, Pile. I owe you 100 gold coins. Okay, great. Come back anytime and redeem your gold when you want it. It'll be right here in my vault.
Now you're holding the very first paper money, Pile.
Wow, this is great. It all makes sense.
Oh, that's right. It was good, and everybody started using IOUs because everybody knew the IOU was as good as gold.
Wow, this candy is really a good price. 1 IOU. I'm getting some more for later. Hey, wait a minute. It was just 1 IOU. 10 IOUs for chocolate? You can't just raise prices like that.
Oh, the Candyman can.
Oh, the Candyman can. Wait, that is just frickin' wrong.
It's called inflation, Pile. It makes your IOUs worth less and less until they are worth nothing. Less bang for the buck. Dollar ain't what it used to be.
But I worked hard and I baked all those pot pies. Now I have to work harder to make less? That's not fair.
Oh, if you think that's not fair, you're gonna love the next part.
What's he doing?
How do banks make money, Pile?
By making more loans?
Oh, that's right. He's good. See, he prints more IOUs without any more gold, loans them out for interest, makes a pretty penny, and nobody is the wiser. Unless everybody wanted their gold back at the same time.
No. That's my gold.
Not anymore.
What are you talking about?
I'd like to redeem my IOUs, please. Thank you very much.
Hey! Miserable. No! I want my gold back now! Thief!
Gotta love the bank run, bringing people together. See, they all found out he was stealing, made a run on the bank, and demanded their gold, but as you can see, there ain't no gold to get.
Hartman!
Don't worry, Pile. Back in these times, vengeance will be yours. 3 things in this world you don't do. Never mess with another man's woman. Never mess with another man's ego. And most importantly, you never mess with another man's money. Else, the man will mess with you.
My God! You hung him? Yes, pal. Oh, we hung him. We hung him high. And do you know why?
Well, because he was a thief?
Because, pal, an evil invention was born. Man discovered how to turn worthless paper into gold. Thus was invented the ultimate machine to steal real money and enslave all the nations on Earth.
It's alive! Oh, now come on. You're just being dramatic. I mean, I lost my house, but...
What is that? Explain.
A nuclear power plant?
Mm-hmm. Produces lots of electricity and little pollution. An invention for the good of humanity.
Okay, but what's this have to do with...
3, 2... Holy atomic energy! A discovery more powerful than anything man had yet conceived. It can be used for good or evil. Now, unlike Einstein, the goldsmith's discovery has been kept a closely guarded secret. It was never intended for you to see. This discovery is called fractional reserve banking. In the wrong hands, it's more powerful than the nuclear bomb in its ability to completely and utterly destroy a nation who is subjected to its perversion.
No, 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 no.
It is time we stop this evil secret and the men behind it.
You're being ridiculous.
Before America is destroyed forever. Believe it, pal.
No, 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 no. I just want my dog back.
Damn it. That's it. I give up. Let them live in chains. No, Hartman. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. President, how do I get him to understand? As we did, son, remain vigilant. Too many have hidden the truth, and the light of our liberty dims with every passing day. Quickly, take my horse. Show him.
Wait, show me what? Where are we going?
Stallion of Liberty! Ride hard the hoary wind!
Oh, where are we?
Battle of Waterloo! Hold on, we gotta get through! The money machine! There it is!
So, wala nga pera itong mga bangko na to, diba? Ito nakakatawa. Diba, what if yung nakikita mo na balance mo pag tinitignan mo yung pera mo sa ATM o sa online? What if ano lang yun? Numerical number lang. Wala talagang pera. Diba? What if itong mga bangko, diba, bilyonaryo ako, may-ari ng isang bangko. Kira-record ko lang doon, meron na ako ngayon 1 million. Diba? So, talagang wala silang pera. Prepaid lang silang gano'n, diba? Tapos papautangin nila sa ating mga tao. Tapos minsan nakakatawa pa sabihin nila, guaranteed daw yung ano mo, mag-deposit ka. Nasubukan niya naman mag-time deposit, sabihin nila may 1% ka per year, gano'n. Diba? Okay naman yun. Pero, kung gusto mo na mas magaling ka sa bangko, yung 1% mo per annum, papautang kasi na yun eh. Diba? Nag-deposit ka ng 1 million. Ay, interest nila sa ibibigay, sabi mo na 1%. Pero pag pinaloan nila yun, magkano pag nag-loan ka? 10% ka na. Correct? Yung pera mo ginamit sa iba. So, kung ikaw, magaling ka sa pera, o simpleng math lang, di ba? Bakit mo ilalagay yung pera mo sa bangko? Ba't di ka na naman tayo ng buy and sell o tindahan? Kung yung 1 billion mo nilagay mo sa bangko, 1% ka per annum time deposit, o bumili ka ng insurance, sabi nila, 5-10 years from na meron ka. Di ba? Para sa akin, wala kang control sa ganun. Pero kung may 1 million ka, o sabi mo na 10,000, bumili ka ng paninda, tapos nag-set up ka ng maliit na tindahan sa labas ng bahay mo, yung 10,000 mo, kumikita yun. Tama? Hindi lang 1% per annum. Simpleng math lang yun. Lahat ng tao pwede yumaman kung mag-iisip ka tulad ng bangko. Okay? Hindi ko sinasabing pangit insurance o pangit mag-deposit sa bangko. Sinasabi ko lang, mas maganda kung independent ka, marunong ka gumawa ng sarili mong interest. Okay? Kaya may mga kaibigan ka na kaya ng pera, may extra pera ka, hindi pautang mo sa kanila, pero merong interest. So, naging parang bangko ka na rin. Kung may 10,000 ka, meron ka 10 kaibigan, gusto umutang ng tig 1,000. Sabi mo, sige, bigyan ka 1% per month. Pero late naman yun, mga 5%. Ganyan. So, kumita ka na nun. Simpleng ano lang, diskarte lang. Nagigets nyo?
So lahat kayo pwede kayo kumita kahit may 500 ka ngayon, pautang mo sa kaibigan mo yung 100, tapos itirasan mo ng 5%, didaig mo pa yung bangko. Nagigets? Kailangan mo lang simpleng paraan o idea para ka magiging financially independent. Okay, ito isa sa mga nakita ko lang online, di ba? Itong box na to, meron siyang $250 billion na laman. Bonds, okay? So, ayan, $25 billion Federal Reserve Bond, ito yan. Nasabat nila yan sa, UK ito eh. Nasabat nila yan, may mga nagbebenta dun. Okay? Alam mo saan nila ito nakuha? Sa Pilipinas. Kaya pag natambay-tambay kayo sa mga NPA, sa bundok-bundok, yung mga makikilala kayo mga ganyan. Kaso lang, pahirapan po ma-redeem mga yan dahil bansa ang usapan. Okay? So, sino nakakita na ng kanan? Pakanan, pakaliwa. Okay? Sino nakakayang paikot? Ako kayang paikutin pakanan? Kayang gawin pakaliwa. Kasi sabi nila, kung ikaw nakaupo ka dyan, nalilito ka sa sinasabi namin, sasabihin mo, yung mind ko nagkukontrol nito o umigot lang yung mag-isa? Actually, yung mind mo nagkukontrol nito. Paano niya nagagawa yun? Mamaya ko na sabihin. Okay. Pupunta tayo sa school. Meron ba social conditioning sa school? Yes! Okay. Sa school, sabi nila, di ba? What did you learn today? Sit down, shut up, and obey. Diba? Pag sa school madaldal ka, magagalit teacher. Okay? Pangit na po yung education system natin ngayon. Meron na pong tinatawag na progressive way of learning. Ibig sabihin ng progressive, hindi na po siya traditional. Ang traditional is magme-memorize ka ng mga bagay. Merong top 1, top 2, top 3, and top 10. May aawardan, merong bobo, merong teacher na nagagalit, sa mga hindi nag-aaral, mga ganun. Yung traditional. Yung mga tinatawag na Montessori, mga progressive, ayun po yung mga high-tech. Na yung pamamaraan nila is ginigising nila yung creativity ng bata. Lahat doon magagaling, lahat doon walang matalino, walang bobo. Lahat sila pantay-pantay. Mahal nga lang yung mga ganong klaseng eskwelahan. Pero, kung ikaw maayos kang magulang, mas maganda enroll mo siya sa ganon. Diba? Mas maganda habang bata, kung may papaaralin ka, gumastos ka na matindi. Kaysa yung papaaralin mo siya sa Lasal, Ateneo, diba? Wala naman siya self-esteem. Bakit ko nasabi? Kasi nag-aaral ako sa Lasal. Tignan ko yung mga nag-aaral sa progressive school, ibang klase yung level of self-esteem na confidence. Diba? Sa mga progressive school, bata pa lang may public speaking lessons na. Diba? Doon hindi nag-memorize. Bakit ko inaaral to? Kasi nung yung baby ko nun mag-aaral na, pinag-aralan ko education system. Sabi ko, meron palang ganitong klase sistema. Kasi ayaw ko palaki yung baby ko na, alam mo, yung traditional na paraan pinapagalitan sa school, di ba? Pag hindi ka marunong, kawawa ka na, ganyan. May mga modern na paraan para mag-aaral. Kaso mahal nga lang siya. Di ba? Pero worth it siya kasi. Pagdating niya ng college, mas matalino pa siya sa mga nagtuturo. Ganun siya. Okay? Kaya kung nag-aaral ka sa traditional school system na yun, di ba? Kung walang magawa Perez, gulo ka na lang. Di ba? Wala namang nagsasucceed sa traditional school system. Magpakatalino ka, ayun ang pinahawakan mo. Magpakatalino ka doon, di ba? Para at least, di ba, angat ka sa iba. Kasi doon, pag hindi ka matalino sa traditional, kawawa ka na, correct? Sa traditional, pag hindi magandang grades mo, pag naghanap ng trabaho, mahirap. So anyway, let's go back. So, sa school, may magandang video para
Albert Einstein once said, everybody's a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today on trial we have modern day schooling. Glad you could come. Not only does he make fish climb trees, but also makes them climb down and do a 10-mile run. Tell me, school, are you proud of the things you've done? Turning millions of people into robots, do you find that fun? Do you realize how many kids relate to that fish swimming upstream in class, never finding their gifts, thinking they are stupid, believing they are useless? Well, the time has come, no more excuses. I call school to the stand and accuse him of killing creativity, individuality, and being intellectually abusive. He's an ancient institution that has outlived his usage. So, Your Honor, this concludes my opening statement, and if I may present the evidence of my case, I will prove it.
Proceed.
Exhibit A. Here's a modern day phone. Recognize it? Here's a phone from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Stay with me. Here's a car from today, and here's a car from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Well, get this. Here's a classroom of today, and here's a class we used 150 years ago. Now, ain't that a shame? In literally more than a century, nothing has changed. Yet you claim to prepare students for the future? But with evidence like that, I must ask, do you prepare students for the future or the past? I did a background check on you and let the record show that you were made to train people to work in factories, which explains why you put students in straight rows, nice and neat, tell them sit still, raise your hand if you want to speak, give them a short break to eat, and for 8 hours a day, tell them what to think. Oh, and make them compete to get an A. A letter which determines product quality, hence grade A of meat. I get it. Back then, times were different. We all have a past. I myself am no Gandhi. But today, we don't need to make robot zombies. The world has progressed. And now we need people who think creatively, innovatively, critically, independently, with the ability to connect. See, every scientist will tell you that no two brains are the same. And every parent with 2 or more children will confirm that claim. So please explain why you treat students like cookie cutter frames or snapback hats, giving them this one-size-fits-all crap.
Watch your language.
Sorry, Your Honor, but if a doctor prescribed the exact same medicine to all of his patients, the results would be tragic. So many people would get sick, yet when it comes to school, this is exactly what happens. This educational malpractice, where one teacher stands in front of 20 kids, each one having different strengths, different needs, different gifts, different dreams, and you teach the same thing the same way? That's horrific. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant should not be acquitted. This may be one of the worst criminal offenses ever to be committed. And let's mention the way you treat your employees.
Objection. Overruled. I want to hear this.
It's a shame. I mean, teachers have the most important job on the planet, yet they're underpaid? No wonder so many students are short-changed. Let's be honest. Teachers should earn just as much as doctors, because a doctor can do heart surgery and save the life of a kid, but a great teacher can reach the heart of that kid and allow him to truly live. See, teachers are heroes that often get blamed, but they're not the problem. They work in a system without many options or rights. Curriculums are created by policymakers, most of which have never taught a day in their life. Just obsessed with standardized tests. They think bubbling in a multiple choice question will determine success. That's outlandish. In fact, these tests are too cruel to be used and should be abandoned, but don't take my word for it. Take Frederick J. Kelly, the man who invented standardized testing, who said, and I quote, "These tests are too cruel to be used and should be abandoned." Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if we continue down this road, the results will be lethal. I don't have much faith in school, but I do have faith in people. And if we can customize healthcare, cars, and Facebook pages, then it is our duty to do the same for education, to upgrade it, change it, do away with school spirit, because that's useless. Unless we're working to bring the spirit out of each and every student, that should be our task. No more Common Core. Instead, let's reach the core of every heart in every class. Sure, math is important, but no more than art or dance. Let's give every gift an equal chance. I know this sounds like a dream, but countries like Finland are doing impressive things. They have shorter school days. Teachers make a decent wage. Homework is non-existent, and they focus on collaboration instead of competition. But here's the kicker, boys and girls. Their educational system outperforms every other country in the world. Other places like Singapore are succeeding rapidly. Schools like Montessori, programs like Khan Academy, there is no single solution. But let's get moving, because while students may be 20% of our population, they are 100% of our future. So let's attend to their dreams, and there's no telling what we can achieve. This is a world in which I believe, a world where fish are no longer forced to climb trees. I'll rest my case.
Ilang years na, ano pa rin? Yung 100 years ago, pinapagalitan yung mga hindi nag-aaral ngayon. Pinapagalitan din. So kung magulang ka, medyo makonsensya ka kung hindi mo pinag-aaralan kung saan mo ipapasok anak mo. Mas mahalaga kasi yung murang edad nila from 1 to 12. Actually 7 eh. Nagdi-develop kasi brain nila. So kung pinapasok mo sa may school na basta-basta lang, eh basta-bastang bata lang din lalaki yan. Diba dapat ini-interview mo yung teacher. Diba dapat pinag-aaral mo buti kung eskwelahan ba, may mga bully doon. Nagigets nyo? Siguro ako na lang, makulit na lang ako na school, ako yung nabubuli. Pero kung ako, yung parent, hindi ko pa papasukin yung anak ko, nakaklase niya ako. Kasi makulit ako eh. Imagine mo na lang yung self-esteem ng kaklase ko. Diba, lagi ko sinasapak araw-araw. Diba, ginaganon ko yung loob niya. Gusto mo yung anak mong ginaganon. Eh, bakit nakatagpo ka ng katulad ko na makulit? Diba, hindi nag-a-update ang school system natin, kaya kawawa yung mga kabataan. Kaya tayo na pag-iiwanan. And yung mga parents din, unaware. Para sa kanila, pumasok ka na pag kinder ka. Hindi, dapat first 2 years old pumapasok na. Diba? Kaso lang, hindi updated yung mga parents. Yung lola din, hindi updated. Diba? Alagaan ko na lang to. Ganun. Mahal ko anak to. Mahal mo nga, pero natututo ba siya? Iba lang ang usapan niya pagmamahal sa katalinuhan o intelligence. Diba? For example, sa school, tinitreat tayo na lahat na parang isda. One size fits all. Kung hindi yung mag-gets, problema mo yan. Para sa akin, hindi po ganun ang teacher na concern o eskwela na concern sa bata. Naalala ko nun, hindi pa ako marunong magsulat. Nadidelay ako sa school. Yung tatay ko, nanay ko, sinaga talaga nila ako na alam mo yung mga trauma magsulat, tandahan. Pero ibig ko sabihin, ganun, parents ko, paano yung parents ng iba? O yung nanay pa, tatay nasa abroad. Hindi natututukan maayos yung bata. Si Lola hindi updated. Si Lola hindi marunong Facebook. Paano matututunan mag-internet yung bata na lumalaki? So malaking problema to na hindi ko rin lang paano natin maayos. Pero at least na-share ko sa inyo ganito information. Para meron may pamangkin ka na mahal mo o meron kang anak na mahal mo rin. Make sure bigyan mo sila ng quality education. Medyo mahal siya pero nandyan ka, binigyan ka ng igal, ng capacity para mag-generate ng pera para ma-enroll mo siya sa ganun. Okay, dahil gusto mo na lumaki yung mga bata na paligid sa'yo na maganda buhay. Okay? So, yun. Mamaya na ako yan. Diba? So, let's go to government. Ang government ba may social conditioning din? Yes! Sige. Ito yung last topic natin bago tayo mag-dinner. Okay lang? Yes. So, ano ba itong sa government? Ako malalim ito eh. Kaya, mag-break talaga tayo after nito. So, kung ikaw, naisip mo na parang may something sa government natin, especially sa Pilipinas, di ba? So, halimbawa, bakit yung mga Aquino, galit na galit kila Marcos? Bakit yung mga politician, pinagtulungan si Duterte? Bakit mayroong nagre-revolusyon? Bakit may aktivista? Bakit may mga sinungaling na politician? Siguro dito sa topic na ito maliliwanagan na. Alam mo ba, presidents are selected, hindi sila elected. Pero na lang katulad ni Donald Trump at ni Digong. Siga, hindi nila talaga ma-manipulate kasi may social media na eh. Imagine nyo na lang, ngayon pa lang may social media na ang lakas nila mag-manipulate sa ABS, sa GMA, CNN. Noong unang panahon, wala pa social media, kaya kawawa sila Gaddafi, si Saddam, si Marcos, mga panahon nila dahil pinapaniwala na ng tao yung nakikita nyo sa media. Ilan lang yung, ano ba sinasabi ni Donnie De Castro? Subukan ko lang mag-google. Diba? Wala eh. Maski yung mga lolo ko, auntie ko, galit pa rin sa... Diba? Sabi ko, patay na galit pa rin kayo. Sila pa ka ba nun? Hindi. Sabi ng media dapat magalit. Okay? Okay. So that thing just happens in politics. If something happens, you can be sure it was planned that way. Pwede mo siya tignan negatively o positively. Pwede pinlano yung mga hindi magaganda. Pwede rin hindi pinlano. Okay, pwede rin planuin yung magaganda. Okay, so itong government na ito nga sabi nila, you know what they want? They want obedient workers. obedient workers, people who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasing jobs. Ang may makikita niya.
There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long, when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Yeah. You know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
So, ganun ang government natin before. Imagine niyo nung nakaupo pa sila Gloria at saka sila Aquino. Iba yung way na mag-talk ako, may inis. Okay? Napapansin ko kasi kaya tayo nawawalan ng gana sa justice system. It's because di natin nararamdaman kung totoo ba yung ginagawa nila. Minsan, puro pera-pera na lang. Diba? So, kaya minsan maganda na yung bansa, maayos, tapos may pera ka pa para pabor lagi sa'yo. Okay? So, yan. For example, si Gaddafi, sa bansa niya, free ang healthcare, free electricity, interest free sa mga loans. Pag umutang ka, bayaran mo lang, basta mabayaran mo, walang interest. Okay? Kapag bagong kasal kayo, meron kayong $50,000 na libre para makabili ka ng bahay. Pag nanay ka, may nanganak ka, meron kang $5,000 on birth of a child. Pag nanganak ka, may $5,000 ka. Imagine mo, kung Pilipino ka, magbubuntis ka na nandun no? $5,000. So, pag meron ng 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Milyonaryo na ako, 4 na anak. Diba? Mga ganon. So, anyway, tapos citizens receive a percentage of oil sales and petrol. So, ibig sabihin yung oil doon, lahat ng citizens may share sila pag binibenta nila sa labas ng bansa. Okay? Tapos, government, 50% of the price of your car, binabayaran. Okay? So, pag unemployed ka, meron ka ring salary. Okay, kaso nga lang, tinegi siya ng Amerika. Diba? Tapos, pinakita sa media na masama si Gaddafi. Nung namamatay si Gaddafi, sabi niya, ba't niyo ako ginanito? Inalagaan ko, tapos pinatay niyo ako. Diba? Ilan pa yung ginagawang gano'n na Amerika, katulad ni Saddam. Diba? Sabi daw nila, may weapons of mass destruction. Ayun yung pinaniwala sa atin. Wala pang social media nun eh. Siguro kung may social media na yon, tapos may Facebook, yung mga Pinoy doon, wala lang, weapon mass destruction dito, mga kabayan. Di namin alam ang ginasabi nitong media na to, di ba? Kawawa, matay. Di ba? Kasi gusto niyang gawin, magkaroon ng ano, parang United States of Africa. Kaso lang, syempre, yung Amerika, ayaw nila. Imagine mo, ang sarap ng buhay mo doon, no? Magpapakabait ka na lang talaga. Di ba? Gigising ka, may pera ka, may pagkain, di ba? Kaso wala na. Di ba? Sabi ni Bush noon, merong weapons of mass destruction, wala naman. Ano nakita nila? Puro ginto. Siniquester lang nila. Donald Trump, sabi niya, si Jeb, kapatid nito. Kasi kumakandidato dati si Jeb Bush bilang presidente. Kaso umalis sa candidacy. Sabi niya, why did your brother attack and destabilize the Middle East by attacking Iraq when there were no weapons of mass destruction? Diba? Sabi nila, yung Amerika pinakamatalinong bansa sa loob ng Earth. Pero bakit nalaman nila wala palang weapons doon? Sabi nila, lahat ng mga government officials sa Amerika at sa bangko nila, matatalino, Ivy League, Harvard graduate. Bakit? Hindi maganda bansa nila, daming utang. Naisip niya ba yon? So, ibig sabihin, hindi pala totoo yung mga sinasabi nila. Pero syempre, kayo lang nakakarinig nito. Meron pang 100 million Pilipino na hindi to alam. Diba? Kaya nung una ko itong ginawa, para ako aktivista, nagagalit ako lagi pag nagtutok. Kung papanood yung mga video ko previously, para may konting inis, kasi nga parang panahon ni Gloria lalo na, tapos yung kay Pinoy, diba? Napanot na lahat-lahat, wala pa rin nagawa. Bitter pa din no? Kaya taga-Tarlac ako wala akong naramdaman doon kahit ano Diba? So, anyway. So, ano pa ba mga ginera ng Amerika? Japan, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen. Dito maraming hip-hop. Hello? Tumatawa. So, ibig sabihin, marami silang ginegera dahil, of course, pag ayaw sumunod sa kanila, gigirahin nila. Sabi nga ni Presidente, mas nanganganib pa yung buhay niya sa mga CIA o sa ibang bansa kumpara sa mga kababayan niya. Diba? Dahil nga, diba, tinatabla niya na yun ngayon ng Amerika. Diba sabi niya, bakit kung kasangga nila tayo, bakit tayo may visa? Pupunta Amerika, tapos sila dito, libre magpunta. Ganon ba ang kasangga na tinutulungan mo yung bansa? Diba? So, hindi totoo. Ang nakakatawa pa, alam mo ba, pinakamaraming CIA sa buong mundo, kung alam niyo nasaan? Nasa bansa natin. Bakit kaya? Mamaya malalaman niyo. Pinakamaraming CIA operative sa buong mundo nandito sa bansa natin. Malay mo yung isang katabi mo dyan. Hindi natin alam Basta ako may anting-anting ako. Hindi makakalapit mga yan. Okay? So yan, everything you get from the government was stolen from someone else most of the time. Pero at least sa bansa natin parang hindi ko na pwede masabi to Okay, dahil tumitino. Diba? So, 97% of people who do not know that Osama Bin Laden was a CIA agent in the 1980s. Pero ano sabi nila? Na si Bin Laden daw is, diba, terorista. Isa po siya CIA na yung na-discover niya yung katiwalian, umalis. Nung umalis, ginawan siya ng propaganda. Diba? Ganun naman ang government. Gagawa ka nila ng chismis. Diba? Naalala nyo dati may chismis kay Presidente na meron daw siyang 250 million. Tapos nung binuksan niya bank account, wala naman pala. Diba? Ayun yung mga kinds of propaganda na sinasabi ko na pwedeng ma-generate ng mga politicians sa kanang media. Ngayon, kung hindi ka nag-iisip, katulad ng kapitbahay mo, pinapaniwalaan na lahat sa TV Patrol. Diba? Wala, naiinis ka sa maling paraan. Diba? Kung mainis ka sana yung may alam mo yun, may pupuntahan naman, 'di ba? Sayang sayang energy mo, 'di ba? Anyway, hindi na applicable sa government natin 'to. Dati sinasabi ko yan, na wala akong pinapaniwalaan sa sinasabi ng gobyerno. Pero ngayon kasi nararamdaman ko For example na lang, sa mga flights, hindi na po nadidelay, tas on time lagi. Diba dati, Diyos ko. Tapos yung traffic pa papunta airport, dati, kung ang flight ko, halimbawa, 6 na umaga, maalis na ako ng 2. Mga ganon. Para sure. Diba? The government controls our water supply, our food supply, our medical supply, our media, our armed forces, our police. They have all our money and all of the most horrifying weapons on earth. Do you see anything wrong yet? Okay. Eto. Dati kasi puro ibang bansa tinatalakay ko. Ngayon, tatalakay natin ang bansa natin. Hero or traitor? Historian weighs in on Aguinaldo Luna. Sabi nila si Emilio Aguinaldo daw ay bayani. Saan ba siya nakalibing? Sa Cavite. Saan? Sa Kawit. Oh. Wala siya sa libingan ng bayani. Hindi siya bayani. Kaya siya wala doon. Okay? So, General Luna, ito matagal na to Magpunta po ako sa National Museum. 3 araw po ako doon ng alkal ng mga libro para picturean lang to. General Luna is murdered by Aguinaldo. Alam niyo ba yon? Na minurder siya ni Aguinaldo. Okay? Kung sa mga hindi pa po nakakaalam, si Aguinaldo po ay para po siyang si Cory o si Panot, ganon. Pinoy. Na tuta siya ng mga Amerikano. And dahil si Antonio Luna noon, marami po siyang ginto na nakuha, na napamana. At the same time, powerful po siyang leader. Ang nangyayari, si Aguinaldo is kinakabahan sa posisyon niya. So, instead na magkasangga sila, pinapatay niya na lang. Okay? At saka, si Bonifacio po, pinapatay din ni Emilio Aguinaldo. Pero dahil nga, ang government, kontrolado sila ng elite, sila nagprint sa lahat ng DepEd books natin na hero po si Emilio Aguinaldo. Ang tunay pong presidente talaga, si Bonifacio. Kasi nagtayo siya ng KKK. Yung KKK, inelect siya bilang presidente ng Pilipinas. Ang KKK, hindi po talaga sila taga Maynila. Yung mga taga Maynila, ito po sila Emilio Aguinaldo. Meron din silang presidente, si Emilio Aguinaldo. Sabi ni Aguinaldo, hindi pwedeng dalawang presidente ng bansa. Sabi ni Bonifacio, hindi naman ako nag-elect, kundi mga katipunan. Sabi ni Aguinaldo, dapat gumawa tayo ng election uli para isa lang ang presidente. Dahil si Bonifacio, hindi po siya magaling sa mga bagay-bagay, na isahan siya ni Aguinaldo. Na-elect siya, si Aguinaldo, bilang presidente. Ngayon, yung mga KKK ayaw kay Aguinaldo. Ngayon, para matahimik na yung mga KKK, yun, pinapatay niya si Bonifacio. Kawawa naman, Andres Bonifacio. Atapang atao. Pinatay lang ni Aguinaldo. Pero tinuturo pa rin sa school system natin, bayani daw si Aguinaldo. Diba? Pero dahil kontrolado nga ng DepEd, at ang DepEd kontrolado ng banking elite, i-print nila lahat kung anong gusto nila i-print. Gets nyo? Kawawa. Ayan o. Ito yung sa movies. Ito si Robin Padilla, yung sinaksak. Ayan. Siya kasi yung kung panoorin nyo, yung movie ng Aguinaldo, yung unang presidente, si Robin Padilla. Ganda yung movie na yun. Diba? Si idol talaga gumanap, ang galing. May iyak ka talaga. Alam mo yung idol mo pinatay, parang masakit sa kalooban. Diba? So ayan, tunay na naging unang Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Sino nga daw sa dalawa? Diba? Mga kapatid, meron tayong mas malaking kaaway kaysa sa Amerikano, ang ating sarili. Grabe, no? So ito, may magandang video na isang historian, tinalakay niya to. Okay.
Sa ating pong pagbabalik sa kasaysayan, alamin natin ang kwento sa pagpaslang sa dating general na si Antonio Luna. Narito po si Xiao Chuba sa Showtime. Ako ay Pilipino. Makasaysayang araw po. It's Showtime! 148 years ago, isinilang si Antonio Luna, ang punong general ng himagsikang Pilipino, October 29, 1866. Dahil sa kanyang temper, marami naging kaaway si Antonio, tulad ni Kapitan Pedro Hanolino ng Batalyong Kawit, personal na mga gwardya ng Pangulong General Emilio Aguinaldo, na hindi siya sinipot sa isang labanan. Nang hindi naparusahan ni General Aguinaldo ang kapitan, asartalo si Luna. Mahilig si Antonio Luna rin na manampal ng mga kawal na walang disiplina o pasaway, maging ang mga kasama niya sa gabinete na hindi niya makasundo tulad ni Felipe Buencamino. Asar din si Luna sa mga nagmungkahi na sumuko na lamang sila sa mga Amerikano. Nang minungkahi ni Antonio na ilikas sa bayambang Pangasinan ng Republika mula sa mga naghahabol na Amerikano, natakot ang ilan na baka the moves niya ito upang kunin ang pamumuno ng himagsikan mula kay Aguinaldo. Nagbalak ang kanyang mga kaaway. Ayon kay Vivencio Jose, biographer ni Antonio, nakipagpulong si Aguinaldo noong May 27 sa mga kabig ni na Pedro Paterno at Buencamino sa mismong kumbento ng Kabanatuan. Hindi natin alam ang pinag-usapan nila, ngunit pumosisyon ang mga tapat kay Aguinaldo sa iba't ibang bayan upang ambusin ang mga tao ni Luna at siya mismo sakaling makaligtas. Nakatanggap ng mensahe si Luna, pirmado raw ni General Aguinaldo, pinapapunta siya sa kumbento ng Kabanatuan upang mamuno na sa gabinete. Bilang masunuring kawal, nagtiwala siya at tumungo doon, June 5, 1899. Pagdating doon, nagulat siya nang makita si Kapitan Hanolino. Sinabi niya dito, "Hindi ba't ikaw ang kawal na dinisarmahan ko dahil sa iyong karuwagan? Ang lakas ng loob mong harapin ako. Sino ang nagpabalik sa iyo?" Nang sabihin ni Hanolino na ang mga nasa taas, dali-daling umakyat ng hagdan si Luna. Si Buencamino ang kanyang naabutan. Umalis na raw si Aguinaldo at hindi na siya kakausapin. "Nag-aksaya lang tayo ng oras sa pagpunta ko dito," kanyang sinabi. Nagsigawan na sila ni Buencamino. Bigla na lamang may narinig na putok si Luna, kaya nanawag siya sa bahay at nang makita sa likod ng hagdan si Kapitan Hanolino, kanyang sinabi, "Sino ang nagpaputok? Ngayon mas kumbinsido ako na hindi kayo marunong humawak ng baril." Bigla na lamang siyang tinaga ni Hanolino. Sinundan na siya ng kanyang mga tauhan sa pagbaril at pagsaksak sa general. Nagtangka si Colonel Francisco Paco Roman na iligtas ang kanyang bossing, ngunit binaril din siya hanggang mamatay. Nakalakad pa si Luna patungo sa plaza. Nagpaputok, ngunit nang hina na, kanyang sinabi, "Mga duwag, mga mamamatay tao." Nakasarado ang kamao na tila nakikibaka sa mga taksil. Pinatumba ng sunod-sunod na putok at namatay ang isa sa pinakamatapang na general ng himagsikan. Napaulat na dumungaw sa bintana ang isang matandang babae at tinanong, "Nagalaw pa ba yan?" Siya raw ang ina ni Aguinaldo na si Trinidad. Ayon kay Aguinaldo, wala siyang kinalaman sa pangyayari. Ang tanging pagkukulang niya ay hindi niya naparusahan ang mga may sala. Anuman, hindi ba't hanggang ngayon marami ang mga krimen ang hindi na pagbabayaran dahil may kabig sa kapangyarihan ang mga taong ito? Ang tawag dito ay impunity. Mayroon na rin pala dito noon. Ako po si Xiao Chua, para sa telebisyon ng bayan. And that was Xiao.
O, diba? Si ano pala, hindi nalaman nyo na ang totoo. Ilan pa mga kabataan na naniniwala sa history books natin? Kung kaya nilang manipulahin ang istorya ni General Luna at ni Andres Bonifacio, ano pa kaya ang mga minamanipula nilang istorya para paniwalaan ng mga bata, diba? At makipaglaban sila sa martial law kahit wala naman sila dun. Dapat ang nakikipaglaban sa martial law ang mga biktima. Diba? Pero nasa na mga biktima? Mamaya, pag-uusapan natin. Kasi may darating pong biktima ng love life mamaya. Parang reporter, no? Okay, ito po yung World Trade Center. Familiar po doon, World Trade Center? Yes! 2001, nanonood ako ng TV noon. Tapos nag-i-start pa lang yung spiritual awakening ko sa mga nagtatanong ako ng mga itong bagay. Bigla binalita sa news na World Trade Center daw bumagsak. Hindi ako makapaniwala. Sabi ko, bumagsak World Trade Center, eh, matibay ito eh. Based sa understanding ko, na kahit tornado pa tumama, hindi siya bibigay. Tapos nabalitaan ko, bumagsak siya in a controlled demolition. Yung dire-diretso pababa. Diba? So, ito, isang picture na nakuha. Diba? Bakit daw sabay-sabay bumabagsak yung building? Isang pa ganon. Eh, tinamaan sa side ng aeroplano. Tapos, bakit may pumutok dito na bomba? Eh, sa taas tumama. Diba? Ibig ba sabihin nun, pinatay ng government mismo ng Amerika yung mga tao na nandito? Ganun ba talaga sila? Kawalang isip, di ba? O walang prinsipyo? May mapapakita ko sa inyo. Kayo na po bahala kung ano masasabi nyo. Ito po isang World Trade Center attack. Merong glitch.
Flight 175 that hit the South World Trade Center tower on 9/11/2001. Take a really close look because there are two impossibilities I'm going to show you here. This video was allegedly shot by Michael Herzakani, a diamond merchant based in Los Angeles, California. The first impossibility is a real airplane couldn't have sliced through a building with a steel facade with reinforced concrete flooring and 47 steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through a steel building like a hot knife through butter. But that's the story the news media wants us to believe, and most people are still believing this hoax. But the second impossibility is in plain sight. In fact, I can't believe it took me over 12 years to see. Let me show you a still of this video. I've highlighted a building that's clearly behind the South World Trade Center tower. Yet when we pay close attention to the video, Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it. This is a layering CGI glitch, and this proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering. Thus, it's not an amateur witness video. It's a fake. And this is one of many, many faked videos put out by the news media.
Ginawa lang nila pala yun. Sino gumawa ng video? Wala naman daw makalam kung sino gumawa ng video. So, ginawa nila ng CGI graphics. Kunwari, dito mamang airplane ay pinalabas sa video. Then, pinaputok na yung bomba sa room. Pinatay nila lahat ng tao doon. Bakit? Mamaya malalaman nyo. Diba? So, may reason kasi. Mayroong bagay sa loob doon. Okay. Na kailangan nila ma-retrieve. So, meron tayong next video.
Ten disturbing 9/11 secrets. Number 10. 9/11 Commission. Key members of the 9/11 Commission state that the Commission was set up to fail. Lee Hamilton, head of the Commission, and many other members of the 9/11 Commission criticized the government for sabotage. This was due to terrible funding, lack of time given to complete the Commission, and conflicting interests of many members chosen by the government, and many alleged cover-ups. Max Cleland resigned after labeling the Commission a national scandal and saying that the government wants to cover up the truth. He also said that officials from the Pentagon lied to the 9/11 Commission. Number 9. Funding. The General Accounting Office of the United States claims that the average funding for commissions into scandals and other investigations is around $30 to $40 million. Despite this, 9/11, the largest terrorist attack on American soil, only received $15 million, leading many to believe that the US government purposefully underfunded the 9/11 Commission in an attempt to hide facts about 9/11. Number 8. Building 7. World Trade Center 7, next to the Twin Towers, collapsed at 5:20 p.m., more than 7 hours after the second tower fell. No planes hit the building whatsoever and was only damaged slightly by fire. The BBC reported the building as collapsed live on air 20 minutes before it actually collapsed. The report even showed Building 7 behind the reporter as she documented the collapse. World Trade Center 7 was the largest CIA headquarters and housed offices which were investigating stock and accounting fraud. Building 7 was also the first building to be cleaned up, and all evidence from the building was destroyed. Number 7. Larry Silverstein. Wealthy CEO of Silverstein Properties, Larry Silverstein, made some questionable investments on July 24, 2001, 49 days before the attack. Silverstein spent more than $14 million of his personal assets to win a bid on a 99-year lease of the World Trade Center. This did not render Silverstein owner, however, did make him the primary benefactor of the insurance money that was paid out from the attack. After a long and expensive legal battle with the insurance firm, Silverstein was personally awarded almost $5 billion by a federal court. Number 6. Bush's security. At 9:06 a.m., President Bush was informed that a plane had hit the World Trade Center and that America was under attack. Immediately, many high-profile politicians, such as Vice President Dick Cheney, were rushed to a secure position. However, despite his location being known, President Bush remained at Booker Elementary School for 20 minutes after learning about the attack. Number 5. Bush lies. While at a speech regarding the 9/11 attacks in Orlando, Florida in 2001, a small child asked Bush about his feelings when he heard about the attacks. Bush stated that he saw the first plane hit the tower live on a television at the school he was visiting. However, many have questioned this claim, as the only footage of the plane hitting the first tower was yet to be released until September 12, 2001, a day after the attacks. Number 4. Bad advice. After the plane hit the first tower, many people in the second tower began to try and flee. However, the people were advised by the port authority to remain at their desks. Some still decided to try and escape, but guards blocked their exit from the tower, leaving them locked in. Over 1,000 people later died in the tower. Number 3. The Pentagon. The Pentagon is arguably the most secure and monitored government building in North America. Despite this, no actual footage of a plane hitting the building was ever released. The government only released footage of an explosion seen from a nearby gas station. However, the footage only shows an explosion, no plane. Number 2. William Cooper. On June 28, 2001, 3 months before the 9/11 attacks, William Cooper made some unbelievable predictions on a radio broadcast. He stated that an attack on American soil would be blamed on Osama bin Laden before bin Laden was infamous or well recognized at all. Cooper was found shot dead in his home 2 months after the 9/11 attack. Number 1. Flight 93. The 9/11 Commission reported that the third plane, Flight 93, crashed in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. County Coroner Wally Miller was one of the first at the site and quoted seeing no plane. He said, quote, "It looked like someone just got a scrap truck, dug a 10-foot ditch and dumped trash in it." He also said that there were, quote, "no bodies," and to this day has not seen, quote, "a single drop of blood."
Diba? So, kawawa naman sila. Diba? So, ano ba itong ibig sabihin ng oligarchy? Ibig sabihin niya lang yan, a small group of people having control of a country, organization, or institution. Oligarchy means, which means rule of the few is where few people, usually wealthy, have control of a country and have few people in the group. Okay. Kailangan niyo ito? Bakit siya pag lumalabas lagi sa movies o sa media na pag-Russia parang negative sa pag-Arabo? Ganun pinoproject nila, correct? Hindi pa kaya naisip natin mga baliktad yung talagang sitwasyon sa Russia? Diba sabi nila communist daw pero hindi naman? Diba? Maganda actually naman doon. Diba? Sabi niya nga dito, do you really understand as who is fighting in Syria? Diba? Sabi niya, Putin says the US created ISIS. Okay? So, ang US po nag-create ng ISIS para girahin ng Syria. Para mapatalsik si Assad. Okay? Kaya lang, actually, tumagal nga daw, sabi ni Digong, yung gera sa Syria, hindi katulad sa Libya. Kasi tinulungan ng China sa kanang Russia. Kaya kahit pa paano, nakalaban yung Syria. Diba? Okay. For example, eto, naalala niyo yung nilabas ni Digong? Sabi niya na meron na mga Americans dati na nagpunta sa Mindanao, minasakir yung isang tribo doon. Diba? Na mga bata, babae, pinatay lahat. Ba't di sila nagpapasori doon? Ba't ako kailangan magpasori sa mga drug addict na namatay, diba? Kung hindi nga nanalo si Presidente, malamang tahimik naman din yung natin, bansa. Yung mga adik, buhay pa din. Diba? Si Dilipang, malamang sila pa rin may dayan. Diba? Siguro, kung si Magawas nanalo, diba? Tahimik nga, pero nandiyan pa rin sila nagtatago sa dilim. Correct? Nung nanalo siya, parang pinigahan niya yung buong Pilipinas, naglabasan yung mga pimples, no? Parang yung mga lapis. Okay? So, for example, dun sa Burial, hindi nagigis ng mga tao, legal kasi yun. Diba, nasa batas na pwede kang mailibing sa tatlong bagay. Una, dapat hero ka. Debatable naman yun. Pangalawa, nasa batas, nakasulat mismo sa Constitution, na kapag presidente ka, pwede ka ilibing. Okay, pangatlo, pwede ka rin ilibing kapag sundalo ka. Okay? Kaso lang yung mga tao na nagrarally dahil hindi sila naniniwala sa batas, mas gusto nila susunod yung people power kung totoo man yung people power. Di ba? So, nagrarally mga tao. Okay? And sabi nga ni Digong, kapag hindi ko sinunod yung batas, magiging pages nila yung ground para i-impeach ako. Correct? Meron siya. So, for example, kung titignan nyo, ilan ba yung bumoto? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 yung bumoto. Hindi naman siya nag-elect ng mga yun, di ba? Actually, mga akilong nagpaupo ng mga justices na yan. So, supposedly dapat, kung kontrolado ng akiling justices, gumawa sila ng batas. Nabawal yung si Marcos doon dahil galit sila doon. Nadadamay lang naman yung taong bayan. Wala siyang pinagkaiba doon sa dalawang barkada magkagalit. Gusto nila, kakampirin nila yung mga barkada nila para galit lahat sa isa. Okay? So, for example, sabi nila, ang simula ng pagbaksak ng Pilipinas sa kamay ng mga totoong magnanakaw at ayok sa kabagirin. Mga nakikita ko ito sa Facebook. It's a people power one, the birth of oligarchy in the Philippines. Diba? 1986, the biggest call in Philippine history. Nandun po ako. Bata pa ako, no? Pero hindi niyo ako makita. Yung mga makakita sa akin may price. Okay? Nasaan? Nasaan ako? Grabe na naman. So, ito ang aking tatay. Ito ang aking nanay. Ito kapatid ko. Ito ang aking auntie. Ito ang aking yaya. Ito mga kaibigan ng father ko. Lahat yan, sinakay niya sa van niya. Ito yung van ng daddy ko noon, yung Volkswagen na van. Talagang may hakot system na si daddy noon, natutunan ko rin. Diba? So, kung gusto mo talaga makapag-organize at paghakot ka. So anyway, yan po ako, munting bata, di ba? May telescope pa ako kasi pinapahawak sa akin ng daddy ko. Hindi ko kasi makita yung mga soldiers malayo. Sabi niya, ito tingnan na makikita mo. Sabi, basta alam ko lang nun, sabi sa akin ng daddy ko, nangungura ko daw si Marcos, marami siyang pinatay, gano'n. So bata ko nun, until na medyo nagising na ako, binata na gano'n, sabi ko. Dati magkano pa po ako ni Marcos? Billion yan, di ba? Billion din nabasa ko po, national budget ng 1970s, parang 50 billion pesos. So, saan niya nanakawin po yun? Sa kapitbahay. Ikaw bata ka, namin mo sinasabi. Basta sabi ng batas, ng media, marami siyang ninakaw. Kaya kailangan natin supportahan si Cory. Okay, bakit po kung maganda po presidente o vice president si Cory, ba't parang naghirap pa po lalo Pilipinas? Tapos, ang hirap po pumasok na may investor sa Pilipinas. Ay, hindi. Ano lang yun? Hindi problema ni Cory yun. Mga gano'n. So anyway, nandun na ako bata pa lang. Ay, yung mga panahon na na-heard lang ako social conditioning, di ba? Hindi ko alam na isa pa ako sa magiging presidente ng mga awakened na tao. Ang gigising. Anyway, so kung gusto niyo magkaroon ng idea kung ano pa mga ginawa ni Ninoy, people power, at hidden truth that the media is not telling us, panoorin po natin ito.
I sign Proclamation number 1081, placing the entire Philippines under martial law.
When Marcos declared martial law in 1973, he threw Ninoy in jail along with a number of other people.
Your father asked this, sabi, Brad, bakit mo naman ako kinukulong? Bakit mo naman ako linagay sa Fort Bonifacio? Ang tanong naman ng tatay ko sa'yo, Brad, kung ikaw nasa posisyon ko, hindi mo ba gagawin? Ayun, nagtawanan silang dalawa.
And then he needed a heart bypass operation in 1980. And Marcos allowed him to leave the country.
My source is Cardinal Sim, and the conclusion was if they operate on him, it would be fatal. He's no longer responding to medication, and he will have to be hooked up to the dialysis machine now more often. He's a man now, terminal, he knows he's going. That's the background that I'm coming in. I will try to hold out for a meeting with Marcos. I am almost confident that I can talk to him and tell him something.
Precisely because he and Marcos were kind of equals.
There are two guys stationed to knock me out of the airport, and they will try them for murder. They'll convict them, but they have assurances.
Sa akin, ang boses ni Cardinal Sin ay parang boses ng Diyos.
the propaganda that was so rife in 1986 has been proven to be propaganda and nothing else.
25 years on, and people power has taken on a bittersweet flavor for many Filipinos who feel not much has changed since they first reclaimed democracy.
The Philippines remains a country where power lies in the hands of a few rich families who bask in privilege and luxury. Meanwhile, almost half the population lives on less than $2 a day.
yung haglan nakukuha nila. Kaya sayang, diba? So, ito next video, mga ideas na pwede yung paglaruan sa isip nyo. So, roll VDR.
Do you have any plans of standing for president or vice president?
I still stick to my very first answer, and that is I do not seek any political office, and I will just help whoever is the candidate chosen by the opposition.
Sino na iba, yung pamilya nila, andyan na lahat. Servillano Aquino, naging delegate. Karoon na sila ng Vice President ng Pilipinas. Si Benigno Aquino I, naging senador na yan. Si Ninoy Aquino, naging mayor, naging governor, naging senador. President Aquino, naging presidente. Si Butch Aquino, si Tess Aquino Oreta, lahat sila naging senador. Noynoy, naging senador. Hermie Aquino, naging congressman. Sila Piping Cojuangco, naging congressman. Lahat sila magpipinsan, naging congressman, naging gobernador. Kamusta ang Tarlac?
Kasagupa ng mga pulis at sundalo ang mga nagpipiket na manggagawa sa Hacienda Luisita. Ang nangyayari ito, binansagang Hacienda Luisita Massacre.
The woman takes over and there'll be chaos between the Imelda.
I still stick to my very first answer, and that is I do not seek any political office, and I will just help whoever is the candidate chosen by the opposition.
Galit ako sa kanila, gusto ko silang saksakin. Hindi ganun ang pagkakilala ko sa tatay ko.
Carnaval. Yun, di ba?
We, the powerless people, are holding the powerful people up there, and they know that.
You couldn't have a functioning democracy if citizens didn't get a good flow of information.
Thus, democracy itself is not a stable form of government. Instead, it is the gradual transition from limited government to the unlimited rule of an oligarchy.
Where a relatively few people, incredibly wealthy people on the top.
The only verdict is vengeance. A verdict.
Like nila Aquino and Cowan forever. So alam niyo na siguro, may connection siguro kung bakit bad trip siya kay Marcos, no? Dahil yung pinakalinuto nila si Isidra, pinakamayaman na Pilipino noong panahon na yun. Dahil nga sa ginto ni pamana rin ni General Lunay galing sa Perez. Kasi dati nga, di ba, yung gold coins yung ano natin, medium of exchange. Tapos, kuha ni Isidra, so naging pinakamayaman siya. Tapos eventually, dinimanda siya ni Marcos. So, isa sa imagine mo, na ano sila parang natamaan yung ego nila, di ba? Bakit mo ginagalaw ang angkan namin? Kami isa sa mga pinakamayaman sa Pilipinas. Pero sila nga ba? Diba? So anyway, ito sabi sa Rappler, Senator Rico Nasa II, a key player in the 1986 EDSA revolution, believes Ferdinand Marcos was a better president than Cory Aquino in the early years of his presidency. Jose Maria Sison. Kilala niyo ba si Jose Maria Sison? Sino siya? Oo nga, si Jose Sison. NPA, leader ng NPA. Okay? So, sabi niya, Aquino is more brutal than Marcos. Okay? For example, ito, nanding ko ako is the real killer of Ninoy Aquino and not Marcos. Hindi ko alam kung totoo yan. Kailangan kasi nagre-research din kayo. Hindi ko yung nagtataka. Naging presidente si Cory. Kung ako hindi ko siya i-elect eh. I mean, pag-isipan ng boto, walang experience sa politics, boboto mo. Parang ang bumoto na rin artista. Parang si Era, diba? Binoto ng mga tao dahil sikat. Diba? Pero dahil propaganda, mas manipulation sa media, kahit sino pwedeng gawing sikat ng media. Diba? So, yun. Anyway, si Cory naging presidente. So, pinaka-powerful siya na babae sa balat ng Pilipinas. Hindi naman ito, Pilipinas na. Okay? Pero hindi niya nahanap yung sino yung nagpatay sa asawa niya. Si Digong nga, yung drug lord. The next day, alam niya na sino eh. Diba? Alam niya yung drug lord. Sino? The next day, pagkaupo niya. Si Cory, pagkaupo niya, hindi niya alam sino pumatay sa asawa niya. Kung ikaw, asawa mo, pinakamamahal mo. Ibigay yung lahat ng lakas mo, pero mo yaman mo para matugis kung sino ang pumatay sa kanila? Yes! Diba? Yung nanay na nawawala anak niya, hindi na matutulog. Diba? Uubusin niya yung pera niya, mahanap na anak niya dahil mahal na mahal niya. Ito ba, diba? Anyway, hindi niya nahuli. And then, dumating din yung time, yung anak niya naging presidente, si Abnoy. Si Panos, diba? Tuwa-tuwa ako na may nakita akong video sa YouTube, lumubog siya sa sa Pasig Leader yata. Di ba, tuwa ako, parang ang saya. So si Pinoy, naging presidente din anak niya, hindi rin huli pumatay sa tatay niya. Hindi ba naman Abnoy, pumatay sa tatay mo, hindi mo hanapin presidente ka ng Pilipinas. Diba? Personal opinion ko lang naman yun. Diba? Anyway, why didn't Cory and Pinoy do anything to solve the assassination of yung asawa niya at tatay niya? Diba? Bakit? Diba? Simpleng math na lang. Diba? Dahil nga, pinoprotektahan nila isa sa kasama nila sa loob. Ito pa, Supreme Court, neither Cory nor Noynoy Aquino ban Marcos Burel at libingan ng mga bayani. Sabi nga ni Digong, kung galit talaga kay Marcos, sana ng presidente kayo, mga Aquino, sana gumawa na kayo ng batas na bawal si Marcos doon. Diba? Pero hindi rin nila ginawa. Imagine niyo ito, yung namatay si Cory, itong anak ni Marcos, mga anak, di ba alam pa si Cory? Si Cory na nga nangapi sa tatay nila, yung tatay nila namatay din sa Hawaii. Diba? Na talagang masira image nila, pero still, dinalaw nila yung si Cory. Nakita mo naman yung manners nila. Pero nung si Marcos sa libingin ng bayani, may nakita ka bang Aquino na siguro na lang, di ba? Hindi ako naniwala ng bayani tatay mo, pero bibigay ako ng respeto. Di ba? Okay, hindi natin alam. Eto, another, si... Ilan ito si Enrique, tinanong siya about sa martial law. So, panoorin natin yung video.
Some of the people opposing former President Marcos's burial at the libingan ng mga bayani are saying, sir, that if we bury the former presidents there, it's like burying the sins of the past or burying po yung mga alaala ng
What
mga...
are those sins of the past?
They're saying, sir,
You detail it. Because specify it. Bill of particulars.
Sir,
that's a general statement, sin of the past.
sir, they mentioned the killings, disappearances po ng mga desaparecidos, oppression po of media.
Why can they not file cases in court so that we will find out who did the disappearance and why they did disappear and who was the reason for the disappearance, and let them answer for it. The trouble with these people is that they make a charge without specification.
So, sir, are you saying, sir, that the former President Marcos was not at least partly responsible because these happened during his term po, during martial law?
Well, if a president is responsible for everything that happens in his society, then at the end of his term, he should be guillotined.
Sir, you defected po against the former president.
Like this present president, they say he's harsh. You read the Constitution. What are the powers of a president? The first power of a president under his commander-in-chief provision. What? Does anybody know it here? Suppression of violence or lawless violence. Any violence that is considered lawless under our system and that is prohibited by law is subject to suppression. By whom? By the police and by the army if necessary.
So, sir, even if po your defection po from former President Marcos eventually led po to the EDSA People Power Revolution, now, just to clarify, sir, you're supporting his hero's burial at the libingan ng mga bayani.
Ano yun?
Sir, even if yung... Sir, kahit, sir, ulitin ko na lang po, kahit po tumiwalag po kayo kay former President Marcos na...
Ibang salitaan yun, ibang issue yun. Huwag mo nang ibabalik yun sapagkat isang libro yun pag tinalakay ko yun. Ibang issue yun eh. We're talking of Marcos as Marcos the President. Okay? Whether he's entitled to be buried in the cemetery called Libingan ng mga bayani, that is only a characterization of that place. Not all the people buried there can be considered heroes. Whether they have medals or not, they're entitled to be buried there because the law says they must be buried there. They have a right to be buried there.
Sir, would you consider former President Marcos po as a hero?
Huh?
Would you consider po former President Marcos?
Why not? He was given the Medal of Honor. And it's not a fake medal. Some people say, Bonnie Gallego says that he had fake medals, but of all the medals that he received, I don't think all are fake. One medal of honor is enough to allow you to be buried in that piece of land.
Sir, same position even if the same position po, sir, even if the National Historical Commission is saying that yung mga medal of honor po ni former President Marcos is
I do not know. I'm quoting Bonnie Gallego, but I doubt whether there is truth to what he said. But anyway, if he can present a proof, why not? If anybody can present a proof, then prove it. Unless that proof is presented, the presumption is that those medals are genuine.
Papansin ko. Yung Pilipinas kasi, for example, yung mass media din sa mga people power, mahilig silang hindi sumunod sa batas. Mas gusto na nila mag-ingay sa labas kaysa mag-file ng kaso. Di ba may justice system naman? Naalala niyo yung si Digong nung kumakandidato siya, sabi ni Trillanes, meron kang 250 billion sa bangko mo. Sabi ni Trillanes. Sabi niya, kung totoo yan, hindi magbayad ka ng kaso kaysa yung sabi-sabi lang. Pero hindi niya ginawa ni Trillanes, di ba? Kasi pag nag-file na siya ng affidavit, pag nagsabi siya ng hindi totoo doon, makukulong siya. Kaya di ba ngayon yung mga nasa sa mga Congress, yung mga ini-interview ng mga drug lord, nagpapile sila affidavit. Dahil pwedeng magamit against them yung kung di totoo yung mga sinabi nila. Okay. So, ibig sabihin, kung iintindihin yung justice system natin, kung may problema sa isang tao, huwag ka na matama sa Facebook, gano'n. Diba? Idaan mo sa legal, o kaya sa barangay, yung mga gano'n, mayroon pong sibilisadong paraan para magreklamo. Ngayon, na ibabalik kasi ni Presidente Digong yung tiwala natin sa justice system. Kasi kung halimbawa hindi siya Presidente, makikisali na rin ako sa rally. Dahil kahit mag-file ka ng kaso, ibabasura din yan. Diba? Pero ngayon, pag nag-file ka talaga, napapakinggan. Nagkakaroon ng trust ulit sa justice system ang mga tao. Nagigits niyo? Yes. Okay. Kaso lang yung mga nagrarally-rally, ayaw din na mag-file ng affidavit, diba? Ano ba naman yung kakausap ka ng lawyer? Marami naman lawyer na libre. File ka affidavit, sabihin mo na nagagalit po ako sa martial law kasi ganito. Bakit hindi nila gawin? Diba? Dahil nga baka bumalik sa kanila yun. So gagamitin na nila yung media. Magpapaka-activist na naman sila. Okay? So para sa akin, napaka mababaw na paraan. At hindi siya professional na paraan para mag-raise ng na attention para mabago yung gusto mong gawin. Clear? So next time meron kang gustong i-reklamo legally, magpapayag ka talaga affidavit. Huwag ka na magwawala. Okay. So ito, another interview. Kilala niyo ito? Si kalaban ni Batman. Joker Arroyo. Diba? Anyway, sa interview na to, sabi niya dito na si Ramos pala ang nag-a-approve ng mga pinuhuli sa martial law ng time na yun. Kaya papansin niyo si Ramos, bumabalik na ito ngayon. Diba? Bumabalik na daw siya. Parang nung unang panahon, kakampi niya si Digong, ngayon nakaamoy na natin na may something. Diba? So, ayun na yung sinabi niya dito, na si Ramos daw nag-a-approve ng mga inuli ng martial law. Ang declare ng martial law, si Presidente Marcos, dahil nga yung Pilipinas nagkakagulo na nun, diba? At mind you, yung media ng kontrolado nila Cory, kaya talaga kung ano gusto nila sabihin sa kanang Amerika, regarding kay Marcos. Imagine nyo, kung yung Pilipinas nagawa ng CIA sa Pilipinas yun, ilang bansa pa kaya ang pwede nilang gawa na nagawa na nila. Diba? So, most likely yan, mga Iraq, Syria, diba? Yung Russia hindi nila matinan dahil matindi rin eh. Japan ganoon din, diba? Ibang bansa. Kaya pansinin niyo yung North Korea or yung China, diba? Talagang powerful silang mga bansa, hindi basta-basta maano ng Amerika. At ang Amerika, may utang sa China. Diba? So, kaya hindi niya talaga magalaw. Kaya maganda yung ginawa na decision ni Digong na pupartner sa mga powerful, na talagang powerful na nation. Okay? So, kung hindi pa kayo familiar na, naalala ko dati, nalaman ko to, na si Marcos pala, na-acquit na sa mga kaso na. Di ba pinailan siya ng kaso? Ibig sabihin, na-acquit na siya. Ibig sabihin, napatawad ng korte. Dapat napatunayan na hindi totoo yung mga kaso na kinataw sa kanya. Pero hindi ito pinalabas sa TV. Nung nabalitaan ko ito, sinabi ko sa dati ko, sabi niya, hindi totoo yan, binayaran nila yung lawyer. So, ganun talaga, iskoto, mapapaniwala ng isang tao, ay isang bagay na gusto niya paniwala. Okay? So, dito sa video nito, malalaman niyo kung paano siya na-acquit, natanggal yung mga kaso sa kanya. Pero hindi pinapalabas sa TV. Bakit kaya?
Ang 2 dekadang pamumuno ni Ferdinand Marcos at ang pagpapatupad niya ng martial law ay isang hindi malilimutang yugto sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa.
I have proclaimed martial law in accordance with the powers vested in the President by the Constitution of the Philippines.
Ang People Power Revolution noong 1986 ang tumapos dito. Kasabay nito ay ang pagbaba sa pwesto ng mga Marcos at ang pag-exile ng kanilang pamilya sa Hawaii. 3 taon pa lamang silang namamalagi doon ay yumao na si Ferdinand dahil sa multiple organ failure.
How was the last hours of being with President Marcos during his dying
He was
moments?
giving me strength by saying, "Sweetheart, fear not. All our lives we committed on the side of the right. Like the sun will rise tomorrow, the truth will set us free."
Ang pagyao ng kanyang asawa marahil ang bumaliktad sa buhay ni Imelda. Siya ang sumalo ng halos lahat ng kaso na ibinabato sa kanyang pamilya. Karamihan sa mga kasong ito ay tungkol sa pagkamkam umano ng mga Marcos ng yaman mula sa kaban ng bayan. Taong 1990, naganap ang sinasabing Trial of the Century kung saang $1,000,000 ang kinwestiyon kay Imelda sa kasong fraud at racketeering. Dito sa gym sa likod ng bahay nakatago ang mga dokumentong nagpapatunay raw na not guilty ang pamilyang Marcos tungkol sa questionableng mga kayamanan. Nakaayos ang mga ito na tila nakaabang sakali mang mangailangan sila ng ebidensya anumang oras.
You're entering the documents of the trial of the century.
Oh.
Here. 170 banks that Marcos deposited money on. These are the 350,000 documents used against me. Now, all of that. All the mines, all the banks of the world, 170 banks of the world. And I have the bill of lading. And these are all U.S. government exhibit. All of this. Just to show you the bill of lading. How much is
$240 million. Oh my goodness. Is it million? Billion?
Billion.
Billion? 240 billion?
Only one shipment. And these are plenty of shipments. And then 5 sketches. Blue Ship only started them, all of this. Meralco. 2,900 hectares, that greenfields, Alabang, that's all ours. I was going to build a satellite city for the poor. So, no, we are not the thieves. These are the people.
Mrs. Marcos, if we go by all of these, you are rich beyond compare.
No, this will save the world.
The world.
The world. This is the reason why I want to survive. And it's not for me anymore.
So, Mrs. Marcos, are you saying you're open to giving some or an amount of this one to the country, to the Filipinos?
Not only the Philippines, but the world.
So, what are you waiting for before you can attain your intention?
With this now, we are tied our hands with the whole press saying we are magnanakaw. We are the magnanakaw. Kami ang ninanakawan. We are the one who took it. Marcos suffered so much for this.
Ang naging depensa raw ni Imelda para maipanalo ang kaso, bago pa man raw naging presidente si Ferdinand, may mga ipong ginto na raw ito na lumaki ng lumaki ang halaga paglipas ng panahon.
When we started, it was $32 and then $35.
An ounce of gold. She's talking of gold.
Now, it's 1,300, 400, 500, 600, 800, naging iba-iba eh.
Iba-iba.
Ounce yan.
How many kilos?
And we are sitting on gold. You know, I won my case in New York on my 60th birthday.
I know, I was there. I covered you. And then you had a small party in that small Filipino pub.
Yeah.
You know, after the court, everybody went to that small Filipino pub. Punong-puno ng tao. Hindi ka makahinga. Kasi chest to chest na, ang dami ng tao dun sa...
Nagkaroon ako ng fun eh.
remember.
Imagine, alone, widowed, orphan, first lady of a third country, winning the case of the century. Without a penny, I did not have one piece of document or one witness. I could not afford any of them.
Pero naghanda na ba kayo at that time, ma'am? May pinaghandaan na ho ba kayo? Na kung sakasakali, ako hindi makonvict ako, were there already, wala?
I am resigned to whatever the Lord has planned for me. Anyway, I have always followed whatever they say about the good, the true, and the beautiful, and that is God being that is God made real. So I followed that path, and if you're in that path, you're in the path of God and the truth. Nobody can touch you. Can you imagine? I have now 986 cases, and all of them I won. And this case are not filed by individuals. They are filed by government, superpowers. And I have about 10 more, but I'm not afraid. I'm at peace with the truth.
Maging ang kanyang dalawang anak na sina Bongbong at Amy ay kapwa may pwesto ngayon sa gobyerno.
Mrs. Marcos, you have entered politics again, and so has your family. Senator Bongbong is in the Senate. We have Amy as the governor in Ilocos.
It's not for the honor or the pride. I've been first lady there and all of that on top of the heap for a long time. No, not for that. It is the privilege for be able to give, to love.
Do you foresee another Marcos in Malacanang?
Well, I am only happy that my children, in spite of the fact that we have been so persecuted because of politics, the whole family, the children still love the Filipino people and the country. Believe na believe ako sa mga anak ko.
Gaya ng kontradiksyon sa bansag sa kanya na Iron Butterfly, ganun din marahil ang buod ng buhay ni Imelda. Parehas niyang natamasa ang kapangyarihan at prosekusyon. Parehas siyang minahal at kinamuhian. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, tulad ng isang paru-paro, pilit pa rin siyang lumilipad.
I did not have the privilege of interviewing Mrs. Marcos in New York because she was really so guarded. But now, I have the privilege of doing it. Before I retire from my career,
and you have the nerve to ask me shocking questions.
No, are they shocking? Really? Were there shocking questions?
Some wouldn't dare.
Oh, really? Oh, but I think I would because I am coming with a. Coming with a very clear conscience.
I believe in transparency. Anyway, I have nothing to hide.
Correct. Let me now thank you very much for this interview. It has been a real pleasure talking with you, and we wish you all the luck in the world for all the good intentions that you have for our people and our country.
Well, thank you. I need it. I need it because the Lord intended this to be paradise and to be there forever, and gave us His own image, each one of us, and be a great creator, and we can do so much. And that's why I'm praying that we can really fulfill, and it's doable.
If you say it's doable, it is doable.
It is doable.
Maraming salamat po.
Okay, so, diba? Isang account pa lang yun. 240 billion. Alam niyo yung nakapunta na kayo sa Dubai? Nakita yung Dubai. Yung buong Dubai, may nag-compute na ekonomista dati, yung buong Dubai, ang worth niya is nasa $220 billion. Buong Dubai, yung lahat ng magagandang building na dun. Isang account lang ni Marcos. Isang account lang, may 150 pa na accounts. Hindi kaya nababad trip si Isidra Cojuangco kasi may bagong pasok na mayaman ngayon. Diba? Anyway, etong sinasabi nilang mga sapatos ni Imelda na milyon-milyon daw halaga, actually galing lang po sa Marikina. Pinapamigay, ayon sa balita na to. 10 pairs per week. Grabe namang company yan, 10 pairs per week lang. Ako po, 8 pairs po ako per 12 hours. Joke lang. Ibang topic naman po yun. Pero anyway, para may idea kayo, galing po sa Marikina yun kasi malaki po ang shoe companies doon na sinusuportan din ni Imelda at binibigyan siya talaga siya. Ngayon, ginawa na lang ng kwento, di ba? Ng mga CIA dito sa Pilipinas na gano'n nga daw. Di ba? Anyway, Philippines, wealthiest nation on earth. Sabi sa isang website, the last will and testament of President Ferdinand Marcos daw. Okay? At certified ng HSBC, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank Corporation. Alam niyo HSBC? Ayun. Maganda rin po mag-open doon account sa HSBC. May account din ako doon dahil feeling ko mayaman din ako. Mga ganun ba? Siyempre, di ba? Sundan mo daw yapak na mga mayayaman. So, nag-open ako ng account doon para just in case na maisipan ni Imelda mag-donate sa akin, naka-ready na. Diba? Kung video account mo, sasabihin niya, naku, mahirap dyan traffic lagi sa loob. HSBC, maluwag, maraming nag-aasikaso sa'yo, diba? So, ayun. Anyway, saan daw paggaling itong yaman ni Marcos? Kasi kung 50 million pesos lang ang budget ng bansa natin 1970s per year, yung budget, national budget, paano ka nagkaroon ng 240 billion? Isang account pa lang. Di ba kayo napapaisip? Di ba? Paano nangyari yun? Ito yung kanyang last will and testament. May nag-post online para maintindihan ng lahat. Di ba? Para maano mo na lang, mag-guess mo kung saan ba galing lahat yun. Di ba? Medyo mahaba yung video, pero i-ano ko na lang ng konti para magkaroon ka idea gano'ng karami pera niya. Okay? So, kaya pa ba? Yes! Marami na kagano, no? Ano to? Diba? Maaga pa po, diba? Okay. So, mamaya pag umuwi kayo, diba? Huwag naman kayo parang magulat. Ano naman naririnig ko? Diba? So, yeah. Sige po.
Last will and testament. Know to all men these present, that I, Ferdinand Anderlin Marcos, the diffused codename AAA-777 and spiritual King Solomon of Israel, of legal age, married to Imelda Romualdez Marcos the Open, President of the Philippine Islands and general holder of the following assets and properties entrusted to me by the Eternal Creator for the benefit of the people of the Philippine Islands to wit, A. Financial provenances, with a account number FM-01-777 worth of $120 octillion, Spiritual Wonder Boy account number AM221-33334 worth of $800 octogentillion, and Alpha-Omega account number 999-2224434 worth of infinite dollars that directly intended for the welfare and benefit of the people of the Philippine Islands. B. Lands provenances with original certificate of title number 779 under survey plan number 11-4509 with constant measurement of 451,000 square kilometers. Of the total land area covering the islands of Luzon to the islands of Cebu, and registered under Lands Act number 496 in accordance with the provisions ratified by and between the United States of America and Spain dated December 10, 1898 held in Paris, France with distinguished map, made an old printer from time of King Bernardo Carpio following bought through cheating of Spanish colonies, until bought by Dr. Jose Rizal illegally sold by Spain to the United States of America, illegal sold by General Emilio Aguinaldo to the U.S. authorities and brought by the undersigned to the United States of America worth $20 billion or 10,000 metric tons of gold bars that preserved beneath the World Trade Center in New York City, USA, that directly intended for the welfare and benefit of the people of the Philippine Islands and c. miscellaneous authority provenances such as 1. Authority to freeze and defreeze against existing mother and extensive accounts. 2. Authority to monetize and demonetize and international and local currencies. 3. Authority to lock and unlock against existing mother and extensive accounts. 4. Authority to cease.
Anyway, mahaba kasi masyado eh, pero nagkaroon ng idea. Nakapost din naman yan sa online. Search nyo lang, Last Will and Testament. Diba? May nag-upload na doon para yung mga tao, diba? Malaman nila yung katotohanan. Anyway, eto si Karen Noodles, isa siyang World Bank lawyer. And sinabi niya rin yung natutunan niya doon sa World Bank. Okay, isa po siyang lawyer ng World Bank. Tapos, na-interview siya one time, bakit siya pinatalsik sa World Bank? Kasi may nalaman siyang katotohanan doon. And as usual, kapag nalalaman mo yung katotohanan, parang ang si Galileo, diba? Pinapatapon ka. Okay? Kaya feeling ko, isang araw, ipapaligpit din ako eh. Baka may CIA dito. Pero at least, bago ako mawala, nalaman niya na. I-share niyo na lang sa Facebook lahat ng videos na to. Diba? So anyway, i-play lang po natin to.
Could you briefly explain what the impetus was for you to speak out? What did you see? I was a lawyer, and I saw securities fraud. I saw financial information that was not being disclosed to $180 billion worth of bondholders. It was my job to make sure that the financial statements were correct. So first, I reported it up the corporate ladder to the audit committee. When that didn't work, I went to the U.S. Treasury Department. And when that didn't work, I went to the U.S. Congress. Senator Lugar wrote 3 letters to the World Bank saying, "Don't fire this lady." And they promptly fired me. This means that the U.S. Congress does not have the information that it needs. So they stuck with the problem. After I was fired, 3 senators asked for a GAO inquiry into the corruption that I was reporting at the World Bank. Senators Lugar, Leahy, and Bai. Walk us through what exactly, where was this money being laundered, to whom? The money was going every which way because anybody that reported misconduct was fired. So in one case, the borrowers were being overcharged. In another case, I was reporting corruption in the Philippines. $900 million worth of money that should have gone to fight poverty in the Philippines instead went to a corrupt man, Lucio Tan, who was in default on his loans. Philippine National Bank went into default. There was a run on the bank. Philippine National, the investment company tried to bail out the bank for $500 million. And then the board was lied to. And my story is about trying to uncover the cover-up. The cover-up went all the way to Congress, and then it went to a...
So, dun sa video na yun, isang World Bank whistleblower, sinabi niya na si Lucio Tan, di ba, meron siyang pera na kinuha galing sa World Bank. Instead na mapunta sa mga Pilipino, kinuha niya. Kaya pala bilyonaryo siya, no? Okay? So, si Lucio Tan, ano po yan? Kung papansinin nyo, kinuha niya yung Ally Bank. Alam niyo Ally Bank? In-absorb ito, sinarado niya. Bakit niya sinarado yun? Hindi kaya yung Ally Bank, meron ding account dun si... Hindi natin alam. Kaya ngayon, wala na Ally Bank eh. Binili niya Ally Bank, tapos sinarado niya. Ang video, binibili niya yung bangko, tapos inaayos niya. Pero dito ka magtataka, bakit bibilin mo yung bangko, tapos isasarado mo? Baka may nakuha ka dun. Okay? Grabe, pasakit na pasakit ulo yun. Okay. So anyway, let's watch this video.
The World Bank and its sister organization, the International Monetary Fund, are very special organizations. They are sitting on top of the world's wealth, which was put into a secret account, and it has more gold than anybody knows about. And it is cloaked in secrecy. The bankers do not own that money. It's held in benefit for humanity. The World Bank and the IMF are listed on a special agreement that was signed in 1950 about that. Assets, it's gold. It's more gold than people know about. It's over 1 million metric tons of gold. And the World Bank and the IMF have a special role to play, making sure that that money is spent to the benefit of humanity.
So where's the gold? Some people believe that the gold in Fort Knox has disappeared. That's been in question for many years. Congressmen have attempted to get an audit of the gold in Fort Knox. So 1 million metric tons of gold is not something you can just hide. Where would you say that that gold is being stored?
400,000 metric tons are in the Central Bank of the Philippines. There's over 200,000 metric tons in Union Bank of Switzerland. And some of that gold is buried securely in the Philippines as well. Some of it is held in various banks, but the bulk of it is in the Philippines.
So the World Bank holds the note on that gold?
No. It is in a special trust account that was set up by Ferdinand Marcos, and the authorized signatory is a German banker lawyer by the name of Wolfgang Struck, who also lives in the Philippines.
So how do the people get the gold back? If it's their gold and it was taken by these bankers, how do we receive it?
That is the question. And they're just sitting there illegally and refusing to relinquish it. Part of the problem is that this gold is cloaked in secrecy. But in the last month, Wolfgang Struck has been publishing all of the documentation. So it's there for people to see. We have the originals. And people just have to make sure that the banks do what they're required to do, which is release the world's wealth.
Contact Phoenix Journal Review. Independent confirmation of the Philippines gold.
Throughout the Spanish occupation of the Maharlika, members of the Tagayan Italiano clan have been visiting Europe since some of their relatives were English and Austrian. From 1866 to 1898, Prince Julian Macleod Italiano, who became title holder of OCT 01-4 in 1864, had also been frequenting the Vatican. In 1934, under Pope Pius XII, the Vatican negotiated with a member of the Filipino royal family, the Christian Italiano clan in the Maharlika. An agreement was reached that 640,000 metric tons of the Italiano gold would be lent to the Pope. This was part of that gold accumulated by the Southeast Asian Srivijaya Majapahit Empire during its glorious reign of 900 years. In 1939, two members of the Italiano family and a Roman Catholic priest, Father Jose Antonio Diaz, brought the gold from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, to the Vatican. After doing this, Father Diaz went back to the Maharlika and resided in Cabanatuan City. After World War II, he facilitated the safe return of the 640,000 metric tons of gold from the Vatican to the Maharlika. Manuel Acuña Rojas, a relative of the Acuña Tagayan Italiano clan, then a congressman, and Bishop Enrique Sobrepena Sr., in the presence of attorney Lorenzo Tanyada, received the gold in Manila. Having gained the trust and confidence of Father Diaz, the Italiano clan made him the main negotiator and trustee of their gold. Father Diaz, in turn, hired the services of attorney Ferdinand Marcos, then a highly recommended brilliant young lawyer, having attained notoriety when he successfully defended himself in the Nalundasan case in 1939. The Italiano clan paid commission to Father Diaz and attorney Marcos in gold, 30% from the principal of 640,000 metric tons. In 1949, The two richest men in the world were Father Jose Antonio Diaz and attorney Ferdinand Marcos. Between the two of them, they legitimately earned and owned 192,000 metric tons of gold. Ferdinand Marcos withdrew their share of the gold from the central bank and minted it, RPCB. Sometime later, Father Diaz and Marcos brought their gold to Switzerland, in the Swiss Bank Corporation in Zurich. The remaining 400,000 metric tons of Italiano gold is in the third-floor basement of the central bank minting plant in East Avenue, Quezon City. Gold for gold, dollar for dollar, this country, the Maharlika, is the richest country in the world. During a talk show in a U.S. TV the week following the bombing of the New York Twin Towers, President Bush was asked this question, which is the richest country in the world today? With a smile he said, the Philippines.
On April 9, 1973, Marcos said, "My earthly goods have been placed in the custody and for the disposition of the Marcos Foundation, dedicated to the welfare of the Filipino people."
Bakit may Jose Rizal na gano'n? Dahil malaki ang role niya sa buong mundo. Diba si Jose Rizal Masonry? Sabi niya, the pen is mightier than the sword. Kaya lagi siya nagsusulat. Siguro kung speaker siya, gumagawa niya ng seminar. Gusto niya kasi ma-educate yung mga tao. Dahil may mga praile, diba? Mga padre-damas. So, kinukondisyon niya mga tao na sumunod sa simbahan. Eh, siya iba yan siya mag-isip. So anyway, si Jose Rizal, sabi nila namatay daw noong 1896. Di ko alam kung alam ba ito ng madami. Sabi nila, namatay daw siya noong 1896, so nagkaroon ng himagsikan. Pero may nagkwento sa akin, mga kwentong barbero na huwag inong paniwalaan. Si Jose Rizal kasi, kinoconspire nitong mga Amerika, dahil nalaman niya siya yung tagapagmana ng King Solomon Gold at lahat ng gold ng nanay niya sa Spain. So magiging most powerful si Rizal pag nagkataon. So hindi ko alam, makaginawa nila ng propaganda, diba, si Rizal para papatay, diba? So ngayon, si Rizal, dahil matalino din naman siya, ang bali-balita sa kwentong barbero ay yung pinaril daw na Rizal, hindi daw talaga si Rizal. At ito nangyari. So, nag-change siya ng katauhan, iba niya yung pangalan niya. Sa pangalan niya, ginamit niya si Padre Antonio Diaz. So, ginamit niya ang pangalan ng Padre Antonio Diaz para matigil na ang mga tao. Kasi pag alam mo patay na si Rizal, kung ikaw Amerikano, hinahanap mo si Rizal, nalaman mo patay na siya, hanapin mo ba? Yun na. So, ganun. Anyway, ang nangyari, wala. Ngayon, Padre Antonio Diaz. Nangyari kay Padre Antonio Diaz, dahil patay na si Rizal, sige, ayusin mo na kailangan ayusin. So ngayon, kailangan niya i-document lahat ng ginto na pinamana sa kanya ng parents niya. Okay, so pinamana sa kanya ng parents niya. So ilang years niya rin nagawa yun. Diba? At ito nakakatawa dahil naglilibot-libot si Rizal sa buong mundo. Meron siya, di ba nagagamot siya ophthalmologist? Napunta siya sa Germany noon, tapos bago pa 1896 bago pa 1896, napunta siya sa Germany, tapos may nakilala siya doon na isang dilag. Ano pangalan nun? Hindi, si Bracken, dito siya. Diba? So anyway, may kasama yung si Blumentritt doon, tapos may nakilala siyang dilag. Tapos yung dilag doon, may asawang German, na yun ang problema. So love triangle sila. Kaso na dahil, siyempre siguro dahil, imagine mo, si Rizal guwapo, powerful, tapos may babaeng maganda, ginagamot niya yung mata, siguro nagkain laban, di ba? Habang araw-araw sila magkasama. Anyway, nagkaroon sila ng supling, di ba? Ng baby. Ang problema, nung lumabas yung baby, nakita nung asawa ng babae na mukhang Pilipino. Hindi niya makamukha. Laban, siya. So dahil na bad trip siya, of course, yung bata, lagi niyang, alam mo yung pag, hindi niya matanggap na anak niya, lagi niyang inaabuso yung bata, lagi niyang pinapagalitan, mainit lagi ulo niya. Ngayon, dahil itong babae naman, mahal niya anak niya, pinauwi niya sa Pilipinas. Sa Cebu niya pinag-stay, pinag-aral sa Jesuit, doon, school. And then, lumaki yung bata, bumalik na Germany. Okay. Alam niya na tatay niya itong si Rizal. So, in-educate siya, ito kailangan niya gawin. Mamaya ko nakakwento ano ginawa niya. Punta muna tayo sa Japan. So, pagdating sa Japan, si Rizal, sikat din ng pulmonologist, punta siya doon. May in-award sa kanya emperor. May inalay sa kanyang magandang babae. Diba? So, inalay sa kanya, nagkaroon sila ng supling. Eventually, si Rizal, meron siyang mana na galing sa parents niya. At dahil magaling siya mag-strategist, tinuruan niya itong mga anak niya na maging strategist din. Eventually, itong anak niya na nasa Germany, ginera lahat ng bansa doon. At kinuha lahat ng mga loot at dinala sa Pilipinas. Dahil ang pangalan ng anak niya nasa Germany ay si... Okay, nagsabi niya. Tapos yung sa Japan, yung anak niya, ginera yung Japan, hindi naman Japan, ginera yung China, Taiwan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, lahat doon. At kinuha lahat ng loot doon, dinala sa Pilipinas at binabon sa ilalim ng lupa. Sino yun? Kaya nagsabi ng Teo. Kaya Pilipinas ang pinakamayaman na bansa sa buong mundo, hindi lang natin alam. Diba? Actually, akong napapakat ko yung video, medyo may konti akong inis, kainayang. Diba? Nandito lahat ng yaman, pero daming mahirap. Pero huwag naman kayo umasa. Uy, hindi naman katrabaho, hintayin mo na lang ilabas na ito. Hindi naman ganun. Hindi naman ganun kasi magkakaroon ng oversupply naman. Baka maging mapangapi naman tayo sa ibang bansa, diba? Kukuha nga ako ng katulong galing Switzerland. So, ganun. Ngayon, eto na yung best part. So, ito mga anak niya, di ba, nakuha itong mga loot na to, mga kito, kailangan niya siya i-document para magiging may pasok sa bangko. So, mga 1930s, 20s, minaroning siyang isang magaling na lawyer na nag-top. Ang pangalan Marcos. Sinabi niya, baka pwede mong tulungan ako para ma-document to at maging legal na ipasok sa mga bangko para sa future, hindi na problema. Kasi dati parang nakatago lang sa vault, di ba? Nakatago lang kung saan, sa ilalim ng puno, mga ganun. So kaya may mga nababalita kayo mga yaman si treasure, di ba? Ganun. Anyway, so dinocument ni Ferdinand Marcos. Tinulungan niya si Father Antonio Diaz para ayusin yun. Ngayon, naging bayad sa kanya is 30% ng buong total amount nung inayos sa papeles. Di ba kapag ang mga tao gumagawa ng last will and testament, kakausap sila lawyer para i-document yung mga napundar niyang bahay, sasakyan, lupa para ipangalan sa anak. So, ganoon naging trabaho ni Marcos no? Okay, 30% lang ang nakuha niya, pero 230 billion na isang account. Isang account pala. Hindi ko na dito ikwento, nasa yung 70%. Siguro next year na lang. Walang dito pa ngayon. 30% pa lang yun. Nasa yung 70%. Diba? Nasa yung 70%. May kakilala ako na nakakilala niya yun. Diba? At inaasikaso na nila yung para sa Pilipinas. Matagal na nila inaasikaso na pinipigil lagi ng mga Pino. Ngayon si Digong, di ba, pinapaboran niya yung mga Marcos. Kasi yung father niya, cabinet member dati ni Marcos tinulungan. So ngayon, parang bringing back the favor. Diba? So, magbilang na lang kayo ng ilang taon. Kasi, di ba, inayos ni Digong yung Ambition 2040. Pagdating ng year 2040, lahat ng tao dito sa Pilipinas, middle class na. Parang tayong Singapore, di ba? Parang tayong Libya, libre lahat, di ba? Gagawin mo lang pagpakabait ka na lang. Ganon. Parang di mo na kailangan prospecting ka naman. Kaya na, di ba? Oh. Tapos, mga ibang bansa na nagpupunta dito. Di ba? So, Ayun yung ano, 30% pa lang yun. Huwag na natin pag-usapan yung ano, yung 70% yung nasa. Pero kung 30% pa lang, di ba, nagkakadaw-gaga na yung mga king para pigilan si Marcos sa mga CIA. Paano pa pag lumabas yung 70%? Sabi ko dun sa kilala ko na may kakilala dun 70%. Sabi ko, sir, alam niyo po, pangarap ko talaga maging presidente ng Pilipinas pero wala pa akong pondo. Hanggang Facebook lang po ako eh. 20,000 followers lang po ako eh. Kailangan mo boto, mga milyon. Sabi, huwag ka mag-alala, malay mo, isang araw. Ngayon lang sabi niya sa akin, malay mo isang araw. Kung pinansin niyo po, hindi natin alam. So, ayun lang. Diba? Okay, did you know? Ask lang po, bakit may nagmamay-ari ng pamilya sa bansang Pilipinas? Paano po nangyari yun? Alam niyo ba, mayroong mamay-ari ng Pilipinas? Yes. Sino? Our country was a kingdom before called the Maharlika, ruled by the great Datu, such as Datu Puti, soy sauce, at Lapu-Lapu, vinegar. Part of our country was Brunei South Borneo, Hawaii, Spratleys Island, and Sabah. Our country was a rich kingdom, even the Ming Dynasty of China's Pekar Kingdom. No other empire and kingdom in China can match our wealth. The Datus who ruled the kingdom was the Tangentaliano royal family. They owned our country until the mid-18th century. Jose P. Rizal was a direct descendant of the Talianos. His great-grandfather was Prince Julian Maclaud Talian, who was with half European royalty Maclaud and half American. So, Spanish, father niya, tapos may nakilalang, yung father niya sa Spanish, may nakilalang Datu dito sa Pilipinas. Nag-merge sila. Yung yaman ng Spanish, may yaman ng Datu ng Pilipinas, nagsama. Lumabas si Rizal. Now you know. Okay. So, kung mag-activista na lang kayo, di ba? Magpupunta kayo sa libingan ng bayan. Doon na tayo sa East Avenue. Text nyo lang ako. Punta ako agad doon. Di ba? Kung may babatuin na lang kayo, huwag nyo na batuin si Ramos, si Era, di ba? Kung mabatrip kayo, doon kayo magbato sa Central Bank. Labas yung pinto dyan. Di ba? Nagugutom na kami. Papakairap kami dito. Nandiyan yung dito, di ba? So anyway, magdi-dinner time muna tayo para kasi medyo info overload, di ba? Nasa tatlong topic pa lang, meron pang tatlo pang topic. 6 na topic na tatlo pa lang tayo. So magdi-dinner tayo. So moving on to our next topic, which is the media. Okay, the American people don't believe anything until they see it on television. True or false? Hindi lang actually America, but maski sa bansa natin. Parang parang pag galing sa media, mas pinapaniwalaan kumpara sa galing sa simbahan. Correct? Kaya yung mga simbahan, gumagamit na rin ng media. Para masaya, di ba? So, madalas, ano ba ginagawa ng media? Ito. I make you afraid, I make you lonely, I make you insecure, I make you dependent, I make you indifferent. I am the real terrorist. I am your worst nightmare. I am the brainwasher. I am mind control. I am your TV. Gaano ka-powerful ang media? Actually, mas powerful pa yata siya kay God eh. Bakit? Sino nagsabi sa'yo bumili ng phone mo? Si God o media? Sino nagsabi bumili ng phone mo? Ng Facebook, si God o media? Sino nagsabi sa'yo manamit ka ng certain way? Si God o yung media? O yung pari na lang o yung media? Huwag na si God masyadong mataas. Di ba? Ganon nila nakukontrol ang mind natin. Pero of course, di tayo ganon ka-familiar. Hindi ka rin aware. Parang in-accept mo na lang ganon. Di ba? Does watching too much TV makes you sheepy? I tell you what to buy. Di ba yung media nagsasabi sa'yo kung ano ba bibilin mo? Pag meron kang hinahanap, tinitignan mo yung home TV shopping o kung ano man sinasabi ng artista. Kailan mo pinag-isipan na safeguard lang ba talaga ang sabon o meron pang iba? Pero safeguard pa rin binibili mo. Alam mo may mga mas murang sabon, pero hindi mo binibili yun. Dahil safeguard. For example, yung Colgate saka Close-Up. Meron naman iba rin na toothpaste na healthier pa and mas mura compared sa Colgate Close-Up. But dahil sinabi ng TV, ay na binibili mo, correct? And everyday nila tayo binibrainwash. Bata ka pa lang, nandiyan yung commercial ng Tide, ng Safeguard. Dahil gusto nila mariting sa memory mo lagi yun. Okay? So, for example, naalala niyo yung eleksyon na gumamit si Trillanes sa mga kabataan para, of course, mapatalusik si Duterte. Naalala niyo yun? So, ano gusto gawin ng media nun? Pabaksakin ba si Duterte o itaas? Pabaksakin, di ba? So, ibig mong sabihin, yung media, meron silang capacity para pabaksakin ng isang individual. Kung gusto ko nilang siraan, pwede. Actually, yung mga journalists na mga iba kong kakilala, yung iba dun, bad attitude kasi alam nila meron silang power sa media, di ba? At pwede ka nilang siraan, masisira yung reputasyon mo gamit media. Di ba? Sa Facebook nga lang merong isa dun magkalat ng salubin niya sa'yo na negative. Pwede masira pangalan mo, di ba? What more kung binangga mo, journalist or media man. Correct? So, for example, eto si Lee Kuan Yew. Play mo lang. Isa sa mga sinabi niya message tungkol sa Philippine media. Siya po ay Prime Minister dati ng Singapore.
Similarly, in the Philippines, before martial law, it was an Asian version of the United States system. The Philippines press enjoyed all the freedoms, but they failed the Filipino people. A wildly partisan press helped Filipino politicians to flood the marketplace of ideas with junk and confuse and befuddle the people so that they could not see what their vital interests were in a developing country.
So, ang point niya lang, yung media daw sa Pilipinas, finlad nila yung TV na mga ideas of junk. Mga walang kakwenta-kwentang bagay tulad ng Showtime, Itbulaga, telenovela, mga bagay na masaya, di ba nakaka-entertain? Pero hindi mag-i-improve yung buhay mo doon. Tama? What if, for example, let's say, instead na telenovela or let's say mga Showtime, merong pastor everyday nagtotalk doon about sa God's Word. Mga simpleng ganun na lang. Sa tingin nyo mas gaganda kaya Pilipinas compared sa mga ideas na kung wala namang katuturan? Correct? Ang problema, pagkakapanood mo ng ganun, nabre-brainwash ka everyday. Sabi nila hindi daw powerful media. Ano ba naman yung 30 minutes na telenovela lang manonood ako? Hindi naman maapektuhan buhay ko. Take note. Etong mga mayayaman na companies, nag-a-advertise sila ng commercial, correct? For ilang segundo yun? 20? 30 seconds? Magkano ginagastos nila? Million. Every day para mag-play ng 20-second video ng commercial ng produkto nila. Dahil alam nila, pwede ma-impluwensya ng isipan ng mga tao sa 20 seconds na yun. What more, nanood ka ng 1 oras na telenovela. Kaya maraming tao, ginagaya yung telenovela na buhay. Hindi nila dahil ito gusto nila, dahil nga na-brainwash na lang tayo. The people will believe what the media tells them they believe. Okay? If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Ito is isang video about idea about media manipulation. Okay? Nandito magugulat kayo kung paano nila namamanipula ang media. Yan. Play natin.
Nuclear weapons, poison gas, torture chambers, mass graves, deadly technologies, radical ideology of hate,
terror of threats,
terror,
war on terrorism, war against terrorism,
global war on terror.
Congresswoman, let me interrupt you just for a moment. We've got some breaking news out of Miami. Stand by, if you will. Right now in Miami, Justin Bieber has been arrested on a number of charges.
Are you not entertained?
Never waste a good crisis.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste.
Crazy man, you sound insane. Do you realize that? You should be medicated.
It's a complete lie. Why do people buy these papers? It's not the truth. I'm here to say, don't judge a person. Do not pass judgment unless you have talked to them one by one. I don't care what the story is. Do not judge them because it's a lie. We now live in a nation where doctors destroy health. Diba? Ilan na po ang may diabetes na namatay sa buong mundo? Alam niyo ba? Madami na. Kung effective po dialysis, ba't tuloy pa rin nila ginagawa? Lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, government destroys freedom, the press destroys information, religion destroys morals, and our banks destroy the economy. Good luck po sa atin. Okay? Kaya mas maganda nagbabasa kayo kaysa nanonood ng TV o nag-Facebook o nag-attend ng ganito. Para at least nai-inform ka, di ba? Ang gusto ng banking elite, puro TV lang gawin mo sa buhay mo. Huwag ka mag-isip, sila na bahala sa'yo. Diba? Pero kung ikaw, natutukoto ka ng ganito, nakakapag-isip ka. Ang problem, marami pa rin sila sa labas. So kahit na ilan tayo dito, 100 plus, sila pa rin mananalo. Dapat mag-attend sila dito. Okay? We are drowning information but starved for knowledge. Hindi lahat kasi na information na narinig mo is necessary or nakakatulong sa'yo. Yung knowledge is something na pwedeng maka-improve ng iyong pamumuhay. Okay? Sa TV, kahit sino pwede maging terrorist basta i-report na terrorista siya. Basic example na lang po nito, naalala niyo si Bong Navarro rin nabugbog siya. Diba yung naging mukha siyang panda? Pero yung unang report, ang sabi daw is may ni-rape siya. Diba? Tapos kaya siya binugbog. Tapos yung mga tao, naghusga na agad. Ay, kaya pala eh. Diba? Chick boy talaga yan, kaya ni-rape yung ganyan. Tapos nung lumabas yung second report na binugbog siya, ayun yung katotohanan, nagbago. Diba? Kaya pag may nakita kayo sa media, huwag yung papaniwalaan. Magduda muna kayo. After mga 1 or 2 months, diba? After na research nyo, yun yung palang makoconclude talaga yung tama. Pero pag hindi ka nag-research, ayun na lang yung papaniwalaan mo. Diba? Okay. Ito, isang video about dun sa isang story ng isang economic hitman. Ano ba itong economic hitman? Ang trabaho nila, nagtatrabaho sila sa World Bank. Ang trabaho nila, kinakausap nila yung mga bansa para mag-loan sa kanila. Pag hindi nag-loan, ginagawa nila ng propaganda. So, dumating yung time, hindi niya na kinaya, ginawa niya itong video nito para i-share sa mga tao.
We economic hitmen really have been the ones responsible for creating this first truly global empire. And we work many different ways. But perhaps the most common is that we will identify a country that has resources our corporations covet, like oil, and then arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money never actually goes to the country. Instead, it goes to our big corporations to build infrastructure projects in that country, power plants, industrial parks, ports, things that benefit a few rich people in that country, in addition to our corporations, but really don't help the majority of the people at all. However, those people, the whole country is left holding a huge debt, and such a big debt they can't repay it, and that's part of the plan, that they can't repay it. And so at some point, we economic hitmen go back to them and say, listen, you lost a lot of money, can't pay your debt, so sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies. Allow us to build a military base in your country, or send troops in support of ours to someplace in the world like Iraq, or vote with us on the next UN vote, to have their electric utility company privatized and their water and sewage system privatized and sold to U.S. corporations or other multinational corporations. So there was that whole mushrooming thing, and it's so typical of the way the IMF and the World Bank work, that you put a country in debt, it's such a big debt it can't pay it, and then you offer to refinance that debt and pay even more interest. And you demand this quid pro quo, which you call a conditionality or good governance, which means basically that they've got to sell off their resources, including many of their social services, their utility companies, their school systems sometimes, their penal systems, their insurance systems, to foreign corporations. So it's a double, triple, quadruple whammy. The precedent for economic hitmen really began back in the early 50s when democratically elected Mossadegh, who was elected in Iran, he was considered to be the hope for democracy in the Middle East and around the world. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year. But one of the things that he'd run on and began to implement was the idea that foreign oil companies needed to pay the Iranian people a lot more for the oil that they were taking out of Iran. The Iranian people should benefit from their own oil. Strange policy. We didn't like that, of course. But we were afraid to do what we normally were doing, which was to send in the military. Instead, we sent in one CIA agent, Kermit Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt's relative. And Kermit went in with a few $1 million and was very, very effective and efficient. And in a short amount of time, he managed to get Mossadegh overthrown and brought in the Shah of Iran to replace him, who always was favorable to oil. And it was extremely effective.
Bombs overflow Tehran. Army officers shout that Mossadegh has surrendered and his regime as virtual dictator of Iran is ended. Pictures of the Shah are paraded through the streets as sentiment reverses. The Shah is welcomed home.
So back here in the United States, in Washington, people looked around and said, wow, that was easy and cheap. So this established a whole new way of manipulating countries, of creating empire. The only problem with Roosevelt was that he was a card-carrying CIA agent, and had he been caught, the ramifications could have been pretty serious. So very quickly at that point, the decision was made to use private consultants to channel the money through the World Bank or the IMF or one of the other such agencies, to bring in people like me who worked for private companies, so that if we got caught, there would be no governmental ramifications. When Arbenz became president of Guatemala, the country was very much under the thumbs of United Fruit Company, the big international corporations. And Arbenz ran on this ticket that said, you know, we want to get the land back to the people. And once he took power, he was implementing policies that would do exactly that, give the land rights back to the people. United Fruit didn't like that very much. And so they hired a public relations firm, launched a huge campaign in the United States to convince the United States, the people, the citizens of the United States, and the press of the United States, and the Congress of the United States, that Arbenz was a Soviet puppet, and that if we allowed him to stay in power, the Soviets would have a foothold in this hemisphere. And that, at that point in time, was a huge fear on everybody's mind, the Red Terror, the Communist terror. And so, to make a long story short, out of this public relations campaign came a commitment on the part of the CIA and the military to take this man out. And in fact, we did. We sent in planes, we sent in soldiers, we sent in jackals, we sent everything in to take him out, and did take him out. And as soon as he was removed from office, The new guy that took over after him basically reinstated everything to the big international corporations, including United Fruit. Ecuador for many, many years had been ruled by pro-U.S. dictators, often relatively brutal. Then it was decided that they were going to have a truly democratic election. Jaime Roldos ran for office, and his main goal, he said, as president would be to make sure that Ecuador's resources were used to help the people. And he won, overwhelming, by more votes than anybody had ever won anything in Ecuador. And he began to implement these policies to make sure that the profits from oil went to help the people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. I was sent down as one of several economic hitmen to change Roldos, to corrupt him, to bring him around, to let him know, okay, you can get very rich, you and your family, if you play our game, but if you continue to try to keep these policies you've promised, you're going to go. He wouldn't listen. He was assassinated. As soon as the plane crashed, the whole area was cordoned off. The only people allowed in were U.S. military from a nearby base and some of the Ecuadorian military. When an investigation was launched, two of the key witnesses died in car accidents before they had a chance to testify. A lot of very, very strange things that went on around the assassination of Jaime Roldos. I, like most people who've really looked at this case, have absolutely no doubt that it was an assassination. And of course, in my position as an economic hitman, I was always expecting something to happen to Jaime, whether it be a coup or assassination, I wasn't sure, but that he would be taken down because he was not being corrupted. He would not allow himself to be corrupted the way we wanted to corrupt him. Omar Torrijos, president of Panama, was, one of my favorite people. I really, really liked him. He was very charismatic. He was a guy who really wanted to help his country. And when I tried to bribe him or corrupt him, he said, look, John, he called me Juanito. He said, look, Juanito, I don't need the money. What I really need is for my country to be treated fairly. I need for the United States to repay the debts that you owe my people for all the destruction you've done here. I need to be in a position where I can help other Latin American countries win their independence and be free of this terrible presence from the north that you people are exploiting us so badly. I need to have the Panama Canal back in the hands of the Panamanian people. That's what I want. And so, leave me alone. Don't try to bribe me. It was 1981, and in May, Jaime Roldos was assassinated. And Omar was very aware of this. Torrijos got his family together and he said, I'm probably next. But it's okay, because I've done what I came here to do. I've renegotiated the canal. The canal will now be in our hands. He just finished negotiating the treaty with Jimmy Carter. In June of that same year, just a couple of months later, he also went down in an airplane crash, which there's no question was executed by CIA-sponsored jackals. Tremendous amount of evidence that one of Torrijos' security guards handed him at the last moment as he was getting on the plane a tape recorder, a small tape recorder that contained a bomb. It is interesting to me how this system has continued pretty much the same way for years and years and years, except the economic hitmen have got better and better and better. Then we come up with, very recently, what happened in Venezuela. In 1998, Hugo Chavez gets elected president, following a long line of presidents who had been very corrupt and basically destroyed the economy of the country. And Chavez was elected amidst all that. Chavez stood up to the United States, and he's done it primarily demanding that Venezuelan oil be used to help the Venezuelan people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. So in 2002, a coup was staged, which there's no question in my mind, and most other people's minds, that the CIA was behind that coup. The way that coup was fomented was very reflective of what Kermit Roosevelt had done in Iran, of paying people to go out into the streets, to riot, to protest, to say this Chavez is very unpopular. If you can get a few thousand people to do that, television can make it look like it's the whole country. and things started to mushroom. Except in the case of Chavez, he was smart enough, and the people were so strongly behind him that they overcame it, which was a phenomenal moment in the history of Latin America. Iraq actually is a perfect example of the way the whole system works. So we economic hitmen are the first line of defense. We go in and we try to corrupt governments and get them to accept these huge loans, which we then use as leverage to basically own them. If we fail, as I failed in Panama with Omar Torrijos and in Ecuador with Jaime Roldos, men who refused to be corrupted, then the second line of defense is we send in the jackals. And the jackals either overthrow governments or they assassinate. And once that happens, when a new government comes in, boy, it's going to toe the line because the new president knows what will happen if he doesn't. In the case of Iraq, both of those things failed. Economic hitmen were not able to get through to Saddam Hussein. We tried very hard. We tried to get him to accept a deal very similar to what the House of Saud had accepted in Saudi Arabia, but he wouldn't accept it. And so the jackals went in to take him out. They couldn't do it. His security was very good. After all, he had one time worked for the CIA. He'd been hired to assassinate a former president of Iraq and failed, but he knew the system. So in 91, we send in the troops and we take out the Iraqi military. So we assume at that point that Saddam Hussein is going to come around. We could have taken him out, of course, at that time, but we didn't want to. He's the kind of strong man we like. He controls his people. We thought he could control the Kurds and keep the Iranians in their border and keep pumping oil for us. And then once we took out his military, now he's going to come around. So the economic hitmen go back in the 90s without success. If they'd had success, he'd still be running the country. We'd be selling him all the fighter jets he wants and everything else he wants. But they couldn't. They didn't have success. The jackals couldn't take him out again. So we sent the military in once again, and this time we did the complete job and took him out, and in the process created for ourselves some very, very lucrative construction deals. Had to reconstruct a country that we'd essentially destroyed, which is a pretty good deal if you own construction companies, big ones. So, Iraq shows the three stages. The economic hitmen failed there, the jackals failed there, and as a final measure, the military goes in. And in that way, we've really created an empire, but we've done it very, very subtly. It's clandestine. All the empires of the past were built on the military, and everybody knew they were building them. So the British knew they were building them, the French, the Germans, the Romans, the Greeks. And they were proud of it, and they always had some excuse like spreading civilization, spreading some religion, something like that. But they knew they were doing it. We don't. The majority of the people in the United States have no idea that we're living off the benefits of a clandestine empire, that today there's more slavery in the world than ever before. And then you have to ask yourself, well, if it's an empire, then who's the emperor? Obviously, our presidents of the United States are not emperors. An emperor is someone who's not elected, doesn't serve a limited term, and doesn't report to anyone, essentially. So you can't classify our presidents that way. But we do have what I consider to be the equivalent of the emperor, and it's what I call the corporatocracy. The corporatocracy is this group of individuals who run our biggest corporations, and they really act as the emperor of this empire. They control our media, either through direct ownership or advertising. They control most of our politicians because they finance their campaigns, either through their corporations or through personal contributions that come out of the corporations. They're not elected. They don't serve a limited term. They don't report to anybody. And at the very top of the corporatocracy, you really can't tell whether a person's working for a private corporation or the government because they're always moving back and forth. So, you've got a guy who one moment is the president of a big construction company like Halliburton, and the next moment he's vice president of the United States, or the president who is in the oil business. And this is true whether you've got Democrats or Republicans in the office. You have to moving back and forth through the revolving door. And in a way, our government is invisible a lot of the time, and its policies are carried out by our corporations on one level or another. And then again, the policies of the government are basically forged by the corporatocracy and then presented to the government. They become government policy. So it's an incredibly cozy relationship. This isn't a conspiracy theory type of thing. These people don't have to get together and plot to do things. They all basically work under one primary assumption, and that is that they must maximize profits regardless of the social and environmental costs.
This process of manipulation by the corporatocracy through the use of debt, bribery, and political overthrow is called globalization. Just as the Federal Reserve keeps the American public in a position of indentured servitude through perpetual debt, inflation, and interest, the World Bank and IMF serve this role on a global scale. The basic scam is simple. Put a country in debt either by its own indiscretion or through corrupting the leader of that country, then impose conditionalities or structural adjustment policies, often consisting of the following. Currency devaluation. When the value of a currency drops, so does everything valued in it. This makes indigenous resources available to predator countries at a fraction of their worth. Large funding cuts for social programs. These usually include education and healthcare, compromising the well-being and integrity of the society, leaving the public vulnerable to exploitation. Privatization of state-owned enterprises. This means that socially important systems can be purchased and regulated by foreign corporations for profit. For example, in 1999, the World Bank insisted that the Bolivian government sell the public water system of its third largest city to a subsidy of the U.S. corporation Bechtel. As soon as this occurred, water bills for the already impoverished local residents skyrocketed. It wasn't until after a full-blown revolt by the people that the Bechtel contract was nullified. Then there is trade liberalization, or the opening up of the economy through removing any restrictions on foreign trade. This allows for a number of abusive economic manifestations, such as transnational corporations bringing in their own mass-produced products, undercutting the indigenous production and ruining local economies. An example is Jamaica, which, after accepting loans and conditionalities from the World Bank, lost its largest cash crop markets due to competition with Western imports. Today, countless farmers are out of work, for they are unable to compete with the large corporations. Another variation is the creation of numerous, seemingly unnoticed, unregulated, inhumane sweatshop factories, which take advantage of the imposed economic hardship. Additionally, due to production deregulation, environmental destruction is perpetual, as a country's resources are often exploited by the indifferent corporations while outputting large amounts of deliberate pollution.
The largest environmental lawsuit in the history of the world today is being brought on behalf of 30,000 Ecuadorian Amazonian people against Texaco, which is now owned by Chevron. So today it's against Chevron, but for activities conducted by Texaco. Estimated to be more than 18 times what the Exxon Valdez dumped into the coast of Alaska. In the case of Ecuador, it wasn't an accident. The oil companies did it intentionally. They knew they were doing it to save money out there rather than arranging for proper disposal.
Furthermore, a cursory glance at the performance record of the World Bank reveals that the institution, which publicly claims to help poor countries develop and alleviate poverty, has done nothing but increase poverty and the wealth gap, while corporate profits soar. In 1960, the income gap between the fifth of the world's people in the richest countries versus the fifth in the poorest countries was 30-1. By 1998, it was 74-1. While global GNP rose 40% between 1970 and 1985, those in poverty actually increased by 17%. While from 1985 to 2000, those living on less than $1 a day increased by 18%. Even the Joint Economic Committee of the U.S. Congress admitted that there is a mere 40% success rate of all World Bank projects. In the late 1960s, the World Bank intervened in Ecuador with large loans. During the next 30 years, poverty grew from 50% to 70%. Under or unemployment grew from 15 to 70%. Public debt increased from 240 million to 16 billion, while the share of resources allocated to the poor went from 20% to 6%. In fact, by the year 2000, 50% of Ecuador's national budget had to be allocated for paying its debts. It is important to understand the World Bank is, in fact, a U.S. bank supporting U.S. interests, for the United States holds veto power over decisions, as it is the largest provider of capital. And where did it get this money? You guessed it. It made it out of thin air through the fractional reserve banking system. Of the world's top 100 economies, as based on annual GDP, 51 are corporations, and 47 of that 51 are U.S.-based. Walmart, General Motors, and Exxon are more economically powerful than Saudi Arabia, Poland, Norway, South Africa, Finland, Indonesia, and many others. And, as protective trade barriers are broken down, currencies tossed together and manipulated in floating markets, and state economies overturned in favor of open competition and global capitalism, the empire expands.
You get up on your little 21-inch screen and howl about America and democracy. There is no America. There is no democracy. There is only IBM and ITT and AT&T and DuPont, Dow, Union Carbide, and Exxon. Those are the nations of the world today. What do you think the Russians talk about in their councils of state? Karl Marx? They get out their linear programming charts, statistical decision theories, Minimax solutions, and compute the price-cost probabilities of their transactions and investments, just like we do. We no longer live in a world of nations and ideologies, Mr. Beale. The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business, Mr. Beale.
The world is being taken over by a handful of business powers who dominate the natural resources we need to live while controlling the money we need to obtain these resources. The end result will be world monopoly, based not on human life, but financial and corporate power. These so-called counterterrorism measures, of course, have nothing to do with social protection, and everything to do with preserving the establishment amongst the growing anti-American sentiment both domestically and internationally, which is legitimately founded on the greed-based corporate empire expansion that is exploiting the world. The true terrorists of our world do not meet at the docks at midnight or scream Allah Akbar before some violent action. The true terrorists of our world wear $5,000 suits and work in the highest positions of finance, government, and business. So, what do? How do we stop a system of greed and corruption that has so much power and momentum? How do we stop this aberrant group behavior which feels no compassion for, say, the millions slaughtered in Iraq and Afghanistan, so the corporatocracy can control energy resources and opium production for Wall Street profit? How do we stop a system of greed and corruption that condemns poor populations to sweatshop slavery for the benefit of Madison Avenue? Or that engineers false flag terror attacks for the sake of manipulation? Or that generates built-in modes of social operation which are inherently exploitative? Or that systematically reduces civil liberties and violates human rights in order to protect itself from its own shortcomings? How do we deal with the numerous covert institutions, such as the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the Bilderberg Group, and other undemocratically elected groups which, behind closed doors, collude to control the political, financial, social, and environmental elements of our lives? In order to find the answer, we must first find the true underlying cause. For the fact is, the selfish, corrupt, power, and profit-based groups are not the true source of the problem. They are symptoms.
Ayaw niya sa Amerika dahil alam niya mga ginagawa ng Amerika sa ibang bansa. So itong mga natabunan na to ng history, 1950s pa, diba? So 1950s ginagawa na nila to, even ngayon din ginagawa na nila. Okay, so TV provides me biased information because I'm too stupid to do my own research or read a book. So madalas ganun yung mga tao. TV na lang, malaman natin balita. Hindi naman tunay na balita. Biased. Ang gusto ng TV is huwag na mo tayo mag-isip. Eh, dumating yung time, na-fascinate ako sa mind. So, nag-aaral ako ng hypnosis. Certified ako sa buong Amerika. Sa Pilipinas, hindi. Sa Amerika lang, di ba? So, 50 states sa Amerika, pwede ako mag-practice ng hypnotherapy. Kung, yan, mga may phobia-phobia, gano'n. Kaya, mga bagay na issue na may ganyan. Mas magaling pa kami sa psychiatrist. Eh, parang gano'n. Yan, kaya inalam ko yung mga ganitong bagay na pwede pala ma-hypnotize yung buong population na ginagawa ng Amerika through media, diba? Pwede mo pa na i-reverse yung kung ano ngayon. Katulad ngayon, pag aware ka, hindi ka basta-basta mauuto, diba? Na media, Amerika, at kung ano mong balita. Okay. Next, tatalakayin natin ito. Sino dito na in love na? Saktan. Sabi ko na in love, mas marami ko na nasaktan. Ganun, nagkakaroon lang ako, walang dalit. So, sa pagmamahal ba or relationship may social conditioning? Yes. Tingin nyo? Okay? So, tingnan natin kung meron.
10 years from now, ganito pa rin kaya tayo?
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, forever and ever!
Promise?
Promise.
You would always ask me those words.
Basha, bumangon ka na. MRT Day today, baka malate ka na naman. Bawal kolesterol. Masama sa katawan. Sabi ko naman sa'yo, kung di mo dinala yung kotse mo, hindi ka sana naperwisyo.
Poy, kaya ko na.
Ako na.
Tigilan mo na yung Poy, kaya ko na.
Ako na.
Popoy, kaya ko na. Popoy! I don't even know kung tama tong ginagawa ko. Pero alam ko kailangan ko na tapusin to.
Basha, mahal mo pa ba ako?
Poy, I'm so sorry.
Come to me and hold me, and you will see.
When love ends. 5 years! Itatapon mo lang lahat?
Kailangan ko to. Kailangan mo rin.
Pero ikaw ang kailangan ko.
If kaya pang ayusin, pilitin. But if this is really what both of you need, then just be strong. Magiging mahirap at masakit, pero hopefully, all the pain will be worth it.
How long should you hold on? 5 seconds lang. Promise. 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Please. 5.
go far away from you.
How soon should you let go?
Bash?
Popoy, this is Mark, bago kong office mate. Mark, si Popoy.
Mark, pare. Not so nice to meet you.
Ba't pakating-kating ang palitan ako?
Tama na, please.
Tama na. Malaki lang ang katawan mo, pero hindi mo kayang patumbayan.
Popoy, umuwi ka na!
Mahal kita. At ang sakit na.
How do you move on?
Pwede yan! Ano tinitingnan mo? Ano yan? Ito kasi si Chino. Ikaw, binigyan mo pa kay Kenneth.
Bagong baby ni Popoy.
Are you okay, Bash? Si Trisha, grieving ko. Trisha, si Bash.
Ako naman may gusto nito, di ba? Pero bakit ang sakit-sakit? Ang totoo, hanggang ngayon umaasa pa rin ako na sabihin mo sa akin na ako pa rin. Ako na lang. Ako na lang ulit.
She loved me at my worst. You had me at my best. And you chose to break my heart.
From Star Cinema comes a story about how true love waits for, hopes for, and needs one more chance. November 14, 2007. For anyone who has ever loved and lost.
2007 pa yun, hanggang ngayon, tinatamaan ka pa rin. Sabi ka. Diba? So, yan ang sinasabi ko, social conditioning. Diba? Normal sa mga tao yung gano'n. Okay. For example, ito, naalala ko yung si Notting Hill. I'm just a girl standing in front of a boy asking him to love her. Ay, ito alam ko. Oh, diba? Sabi ni Jack sa kay Rose. Saka sa ganun po. Diba? So, dito na nakaka-relate. So, kung merong social conditioning sa ibang bagay, malamang sa ganitong aspeto meron din, correct? And ano ang dinutulot niya? Maganda o mabuti? Depende kung maganda yung kakahinatnan. Kung hindi maganda, masama. Diba? Okay? Yan. Yan, napamamura na si Popoy. Grabe. Okay? Ano ba ito? Ayan. Sige po yun.
The
Roma, Roma, ma, ga, ga, ooh la la, what's your romance?
I supposed to know that something wasn't right here? Oh, baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. And now you're right outside, yeah. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Because my loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you got me blind, yeah. I'll take it, baby. There's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned, yeah. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Because my loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me. I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. That my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time.
So anyway, bakit natin meron pa ngayon, di ba? Una, para ma-relax muna kayo kasi pag nakakita kayo ng mga ganong klaseng mga videos, di ba? Naalit pa, na-entertain, di ba? Pero, kung papansin mabuti, may social conditioning din ba? Ito mga love songs, mga love movies, hindi naman talaga love songs or love movies na tinuturo nila. Ano tinuturo nila? Ito yung mga need songs, mga need movies na tinuturuan ka na maging needy, maging desperate. Diba? So, entertaining siya, pero pag inulit-ulit mo, for example, My loneliness is killing me. Eh kung araw-araw mo siya pinapakinggan, at isang song pa lang yan, eh bakit may playlist ka talaga? Kinukondisyon mo yung mind mo para affirmation yan. Pag sinasabi mo, magiging successful ang kaya ko to, magagawa mo. Eh kung araw mo sinasabi, mahirap magmahal, nahihirapan ako, nakaka-depress, nakaka-lonely, pag walang kasama, ina-affirm mo na rin sarili mo yan. Diba? So, maraming tao na nalulonely, nadidepress, na hindi nila alam kung saan nanggaling ba yung depression na yun, sino nagturo sa kanila. Meron ka naman nakitang bata na depressed agad dahil iniwan ng nanay. Diba? Pero naman turuan siya. Diba? O kaya may nakita ka namang ampon na umiiyak dahil yung nalaman na ampon siya. 10 bis lang yun, pero sa tunay na buhay, may kakilala nga ako, lumaki sa ampunan, parang normal lang doon, walang parents. Walang nalulungkot, di ba? Pero dahil sinasabi sa movies, sa mga videos, sa mga music, na kapag ganito nangyayari sa'yo, dapat malungkot ka. So, ang dami tao malungkot, ang dami tao depressed, di ba? Bumibenta tuloy yung chocolate sa cake. Saka roses. Okay. Hindi ko sinasabing hindi kayo magmamahal. Masarap nagmamahal, pero hindi maganda na di-depressed o nalulungli ka o nagiging needy. Correct? Sino dito naniniwala sa Biblia? Taas kamay. Kung Muslim ka, of course, normal lang hindi mo tataas kamay mo. Okay lang naman. Okay. So, correct pa natin naniniwala, di ba? Correct? Okay. Tignan mabuting katabi mo, ha? Hindi sasabihin ako. Love is patient and kind. Naniniwala? Yes. Okay. Tama. Patient. Love is not jealous. Oh, ba't wala kang yes? Ulitin ko, ha? Love is patient and kind. Taas kamay. Yes. Love is not jealous. Okay. So, hindi dahil nagsisimba ka, ibig sabihin, sinusunod ang mga turo sa'yo. Siselos ka, nagsisimba ka. Ano yun? Paplastic ka, nagsisimba ka, tapos nagsiselos ka. Diba? Turo, tapos hindi mo ginagawa. Sabi nila, may kasabihin lang tayo, pag daw hindi ka nagsiselos, hindi mo mahal. Ha? Nakasulat ba yun sa Biblia? Parang marami na ako nabasa ng Biblia, pero wala akong nakita natin. Sino nag-invento niyan? Si Kuya Jerns? Si Jody Mango? O yung mga love song o mga telenovela na panood mo? Correct? Pero kahit nasabihin ko sa inyo yan, hindi nyo makuha tuloy emotion. Lalo na may ilang years nyo na naging happy yan, o nanay mo, tatay mo siloso, o lahat ng kaibigan mo naging selos. Kahit na mag-seminar ka pa, ulit-ulit ng ganito, hindi mo siya ma-apply. Sadly. Okay, bakit ko sinabi ko? Kasi dumaan din ako sa nararamdaman nyo. Diba? Nasaktan, diba? Umasa, diba? Nagkasakit, naglasing, diba? Tapos gusto mong ipakita na nasisira buhay mo dahil sa kanya. Buti pa walang Facebook. No, siguro may Facebook kung nag-upload ng Facebook live. Diba? Pag kasi, halimbawa, marami akong barkada, araw-araw kami naglalasing nun pag merong isang nababasted sa amin. Nakaka-relate? Diba? Uuwi ka, nagsusuka ka na. Diba? Galit ka sa mundo. Diba? Feeling mo, wala ka na makikitang iba. This is the only one. Pero nasabi ko, ilang years naman akong magsisimba. Ba't hindi ko naiintindihan yung mga turo? Ba't ako nagsiselos? High school pa ako nito, iniisip ko na ito. Pero wala pa ako sagot, di ba? Tapos marami akong kaibigan, kamag-anak, nag-aabay mag-asawa dahil sa selos. Tapos nagsisimba tuwing linggo. Ang labo naman mga to. Araw-araw, nagsisimba sila, naniniwala sa Diyos. Pero hindi nila sinusunod. Ano yun? Trip-trip lang. Di ba? So, hindi naman ako pastor para pangalaman mo yun, di ba? Ako'y nagsishare lang ng mga turo-turo. Perfect love casts out fear. Perfect love, hindi love, ha? Perfect love casts out fear. Where there is love, there are no demands. No expectations, no dependency. I do not demand that you make me happy. My happiness does not lie in you. If you were to leave me, I will not feel sorry for myself. I enjoy your company immensely, but I do not click. Kaya mo ba yun? Na hindi na ka nag-click-link sa isang tao, kundi nag-click-link ka lang sa Diyos. Sino mas mahalaga? Yung nai-love ka o si God? Sinasabi mo verbally, pero sa puso mo hindi. Diba? Pag iniwan ka ng boyfriend mo, girlfriend mo, asawa mo, miserable ka na. Kasi ano sasabihin ng parents ko, kamag-anak namin, ilang years na kami nagsasama. Hindi naman kami masaya. Mga ganun ba? Mas inintindi pa sasabihin ng ibang tao kaysa yung silang dalawa. Sa society natin, hindi lang sa atin, mas sa ibang bansa. Diba? Parang ano yan, nagiging normal na dahil nga naging normal din sa family o sa society. Okay? Attachment means I got to get you or else I won't be happy. I cannot be happy without you. I cannot be happy without you. There you got the formula for divorce, quarrel, or loneliness, or friendships falling apart. I cannot be happy without you. I need you for my happiness. Because I cannot be happy without you, then I will do everything in my power to manipulate the way to get you. Love means I'm perfectly happy without you, darling. It's alright. And I wish you all good and live me free. And when I get you, I'm delighted. And when I don't, I'm not miserable. I have learned to be self-sufficient. I'm standing up on my own 2 feet. I'm not leaning on you. I love you, but I don't miss you. Pwede ba yun? I don't feel pain. Because when there is sorrow, there is no love. Boom! Para masasabing pagmamahal kung natatakot ka. Yung takot at pagmamahal, dalawang magkaibang bagay. Tama? Madali, sabi nga ni Duterte, di ba? Nandito ko para sundin ang batas. Wala akong pakialam sa rally. Di ba? Ganun din ako. Nandito ko para ilahalat ang batas. Wala akong pakialam sa emotions nyo na hindi nyo makontrol. Dahil nakasulat, kailangan sundin. Tama? Kaso lang, dahil na-condition tayo ng society, ilang years. Imagine mo ilang daang luha, patak na luha na nasasayang everyday. Dahil may dalawang tao nag-aaway dahil kinondisyon ng society na normal lang nag-aaway sa relationship. Huh? Normal palang away. Saan banda sa Biblia yan? Di ba? Anyway, hindi naman ako ang hindi naman ako tatay para, di ba, pangaralan kayo. Ako yung share lang ng mga ideas at huwag niyo po akong paniwalaan dahil may sarili naman kayong desisyon at kontrolado niyo ang mga sarili niyo. Okay? Ganun lang ang pagdating sa love life. Ang love life ba ay kinondisyon o pinag-isipan mo talaga? Kasi malalaman mo lang ang tao ay tulog kapag siya ay negative. Ang taong gising ay laging positibo. So, yung next topic po natin ay total nakakain na rin kayo, di ba? Medyo, kumbaga namarating na yung pag-iisip nyo. Mag-proceed tayo sa topic na medyo sensitive. Okay? Dito ay hindi po sa akin itong information na to. Okay? Wag po kayo maiinis sa akin, kundi doon sa makikita nyo dito. Huwag sa akin. Di ba? Doon po sa mga may gawa nito. Hindi po sa akin. Okay? So, ako po ay nandito ay isa lang po akong reporter. Nire-report ko lang ang aking napapansin sa paligid. Clear po doon? Okay? Kasi ang topic po natin ay so, kung yung mga previous topics natin may social conditioning, baka dito meron din. Okay? So, ulitin ko lang ha. Marami akong kaibigan na iba't ibang religion. Ako, Katoliko, may kaibigan akong Buddhist, may kaibigan akong Iglesia, may kaibigan akong Christian, may Islam. Magkakaibigan po kami. Okay? So, kung ano yung paniniwala mo doon ka, dapat ka na-practice mo yan. Wala naman po sa religion yan. Nasa, ano mo rin, kung ina-apply ko ba. Pero opinion ko lang naman. Hindi naman ako perfecto. Kilala si Iron Man? Napanood yun ang movies niya? Idol ba? Di ba? Atheist po siya. Hindi niya na-idol atheist eh. Hindi siya naniniwala sa Diyos, si Iron Man. Okay, ito po yung iba't ibang symbols ng religion sa buong mundo. Okay? Bawat po yan, symbol na yan, ay may meaning sa isang tao na naniniwala dyan. Okay? Si Gwyneth Paltrow, kilala nyo? Okay, sabi niya, religion is the cause of all the problems in the world. I don't believe in organized religion at all. It's what separates people. One religion just represents fragments. It causes war. More people have died because of religious conflicts than any other reason. Si Gwyneth Paltrow po ay hindi po siya naniniwala din sa Diyos. Isa po siya, atheist. Okay. Religion came from the Latin word religare, which means to bind or to become one. But nowadays, religion has been doing the opposite. Why are there many religions? The same reason as to why did God created many flowers. Okay, so babalik lang ako kanina. Alam niyo ba bakit ginigera ng Amerika ang mga bansa? Alam niyo ba hindi pera yun? Babalik lang tayo sa dali. Malalaman niyo ang tunay. As long as we were in good standing with the Jewish people, everything in New York, everything went well for us. But when they turned against us, everything fell apart. Yung war na nangyayari po, hindi naman talaga tungkol sa pera o sa oil. Meron pong punot dulo yan. Yung mga Jew, gusto nila talagang kontrolin yung religion sa buong mundo, yung mga Zionists. Mas malalim nga lang to. Okay? Ayan, nasabi ko na sa inyo. Palabas lang yung mga oil. Diba? Of course, party ng plano nila, pero talagang conflict siya ng religion. Mga Jew. Okay? Mamaya malalaman niyo pa bakit. So anyway, moving on. Gusto niyo ba malaman parang nag-spread ng religion sa buong mundo? Yes. Diba? Eto, makikita niyo kung paano siya nag-spread. nakita niya nag-spread. Di ba? So, nag-spread siya siguro nung nagkaroon ng mga ships, di ba, nagpapadala na. Okay. Did you know, there are roughly 4,200 religions today. Alam mo gano'ng kadami yun? 4,200 religions. Some say that 4,199 are false. Some say that 4,200 are false. There are 4,000 religions in the world, each of them believing they're absolutely correct. And everyone should follow their views. And some 90% of human beings are describable by this and not others as religions. Di ba papansinin mo, bawat religion sinasabi nila sila yung pinakatama. Kahit saan, di ba? Para sa akin lahat naman tama. Nasa sa tapat-tapat lang naman yan eh. Parang magkabarkada. May mga kaibigan ka hindi mo trip, di ba? May mga kaibigan na gusto mo kasama. Ganun din. Maghanap ka lang sa tingin mo, feeling para sa'yo. Lalala ko dati yan, nag-start ako magtanong-tanong sa religion, hindi rin nasasagot ng mga teacher ko. Tapos one time, may kaibigan ako nun. Buddhist siya. Sabi ko, ba't Buddhist ka? Wala, feel ko lang, sabi ko. Tapos ang dami kong tanong, sabi niya, alam mo, ang dami mong tanong, Marco. Oo nga po eh, ano ba po talaga yung magandang religion? Ganito yan, sabi niya. So, naglabas siya ng whiteboard. Sabi niya, ano ba yung mga alam mong religion? Sinunod ko. Sabi niya, dalawa lang. Kasi sinunod ko ng Muslim at Kristiyano. Kaya madami pa yan. Dami na sulat siya, Buddhist. Tapos meron pa siya may iwas yung di ko nag-gets. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, ang dami po niyan. Oo nga, lahat yan. Patungay sa isa. Isang Diyos lang namin. Pero para bawat yan, may kanya-kanya mga leader yan, sabi niya. Ikaw na lang mamimili kung ano yung trip mo. Sabi sa akin, ba't po kayo nag-Buddhism? Feel ko lang, para sa akin, tapat lang sa akin to. Kung ikaw, anong trip mo? Doon hindi ako nandito para convince sa'yo. So from then, nag-start na ako mag-isip, ano ba parang tama para sa akin, hindi yung sinasabi ng ibang tao. Okay? Pero para sa akin, Katoliko ako. Naniniwala ako doon. Diba? So I love all religions, sabi ni Mother Teresa. If people become better Hindus, better Muslims, better Buddhists by our acts of love, then there is something else growing there. She felt that there are many ways to God. All is God, Buddhists, Hindus, Christians, etc. All have access to the same God. Okay? Kapag ba ikaw subok mo sumakay ng airplane, di ba pag tumingin ka sa window, wala ka naman nakikitang hati doon. Ito mga Kristiyano lang. Doon mga Muslim lang. Wala naman eh. Di ba? Yung mga tao na nag-create hindi ka pwede. Hindi ka namin kasama. Hindi ka pwede dito. For example, may iba akong kilala na magaling mag-marketing. May kakilala ko na-convert sa Islam, tapos nagpunta siya sa mga lugar na maraming Islam, tapos ni-recruit niya lahat yung mga nandun. Ba ito yung marketing strategy. Kasi i-welcome ka kung pareho ka ng religion. Pero pag hindi ka i-welcome. So, maganda rin yung nag-negosyo pa. Parang grupo din kasi yan eh. Okay? Na pwede magkatulungan. Okay. Mga famous atheists, sabi nila, ayaw kong makipanig sa mga taong di niniwala sa Diyos. Okay, panindigan mo. Ayaw mo na mga di niniwala sa Diyos. Huwag ka na mag-Facebook. Kasi si Mark Zuckerberg di niniwala sa Diyos. Huwag ka na rin gumamit ng Windows saka ng iPhone. Kasi sila hindi niniwala sa Diyos. Diba? Yung billionaire na to, hindi rin siya niniwala. Si Einstein hindi rin niniwala. Panindigan nyo. Hindi galit talaga kayo sa mga niniwala sa Diyos, diba? Diba? Huwag na kayo mag-Facebook. Okay. Huwag na rin kayo mag-Google. Kasi hindi rin sila niniwala sa Diyos. Huwag ka na rin gumamit ng kurente. Si Tesla. Kasi hindi siya niniwala sa Diyos, diba? Ano ba? Si Thomas Edison din pala. So, gano'n rin patayin natin ilaw. Galit ako sa mga niniwala sa Diyos. Kasi Harry Potter. Sila rin pati si Bruce Lee. Huwag na tayo manood na action films niya kahit patay na siya. Tapos si John Lennon. Okay? Eto Christian si Captain America. Si Iron Man. Atheist, diba? Si Hulk, binugbooking dalawa. Okay, mga artista ng mga 80s yan. Keanu Reeves, di ba? Keanu Reeves gave away almost all of his earnings from The Matrix, $35 million to the special effects team, turning them all into millionaires. Sabi niya, money is the last thing I think about. I could live on what I have already for the next century, he declared. Pero 80 siya, so mapupunta sa impyerno. Lalo na si Bill Gates. Donates billions of dollars, saves millions of lives, is going to hell for not believing in God. O, di ba? Hindi siya nangala kay God. So, pupunta sa impyerno, technically, sabi nila. Hindi pa naman makapunta dun eh, so ano mo gagawa ko? So, we don't need religion to have morals. If you can determine right from wrong, then you lack empathy, not religion. Okay? So, for example, ito, bata na ayaw na pag-isip, di ba? Bawal magtanong, basta sundin mo lang yan. Going to church doesn't make you a Christian any more than standing in a garage makes you a car. Hindi dahil nagsisimba ka, ibig sabihin, Kristiyano ka na, or kung ano ng religion mo. Di ba? Ang tanong, isa sa buhay mo ba? Nagsiselos ka, naiinis ka, nagagalit, di ba? Nababad trip. Wala din. Di ba? Para rin tayong tribu-tribu, di ba? Kung ano ang trip natin gawin. Okay. Pero masarap pakinggan na Christian, di ba? Or Catholic, or kung ano man ang sabi mo, di ba? Pero ang tanong, may isa sa buhay ba? Okay? Kung sabi nga ni Duterte, kung hindi mo susundin yung batas, sundin mo yung Biblia. Di ba? Sabi niya yun, kung hindi mo susundin yung batas, sundin mo yung Biblia, maayos yung bansa natin. Okay? So, welcome to church. We won't be needing this dahil kami na mag-iisip para sa'yo. Being an atheist is okay. Being an atheist and shaming religions and spirituality as steady and not real is not okay. Tama di ba? Okay lang na mag-atheist ka, pero pag tinitira mo rin yung mga naniniwala sa Diyos, may problema ka na. Correct? Being a Christian is okay. Being homophobic, misogynistic, racist, or otherwise hateful person in the name of Christianity is not okay. Okay lang maging Christian. Pero pag galit ka sa mga bading, mga third sex, racist ka, galit ka sa ibang religion na hindi Kristiyano, ay, may problema ka, hindi mo naiintindihan yung tinuro sa'yo. Correct? Being a reindeer is okay. Bullying and excluding another reindeer because she has a shiny red nose. Hindi ko yun. Okay. Kanina sabi ko sa inyo ano is kutoma. Ito po yun. Roll BTR.
Wait, please. You're saying the Holy Grail is a person? A woman?
And it turns out she makes an appearance. Right there.
But they're all men.
Are they? What about that figure on the right hand of our Lord, seated in the place of honor? Flowing red hair, folded feminine hands, hint of a bosom, no?
Incroyable.
Pas tout à fait. It's called scotoma. The mind sees what it chooses to see.
Who is she?
My dear, that's Mary Magdalene.
The prostitute?
She was no such thing. Smeared by the church in 591 Anno Domini, poor dear. Mary Magdalene was Jesus' wife.
This is an old wives' tale.
The original one, in fact.
There's virtually no empirical proof.
He knows as well as I do. There's much evidence to support it.
Theories. There are theories.
Notice how Jesus and Mary are clothed. Mirror images of each other.
The mind sees what it chooses to see.
And venturing into the even more bizarre, notice how Jesus and Mary appear to be joined at the hip and are leaning away from each other as if to create a shape in the negative space between them. Leonardo gives us the chalice. Yes. Oh, and Robert, notice what happens when these two figures change position.
Just because Da Vinci painted it doesn't make it true.
No, but history, she does make it true. Now, listen to this. It's from the Gospel according to Philip.
Philip?
Yes, it was rejected at the Council of Nicaea, along with any other Gospels that made Jesus appear human and not divine.
Pamilya kayo sa Last Supper, di ba? Sabi lalaki daw lahat doon. Pero meron isa doon walang balbas. Nung Nung unang panahon, talagang may balbas ka ng lalaki kasi wala nang shave. Pero meron isa din walang balbas sa Last Supper na picture. Pero naman Last Supper sa amin. Mamaya kung may Last Supper kasi yun, sino mabuti? Wala kang balbas. Babae ko. Sabi nila, diba? Malay ko ba, wala naman ako nung, yun ako pinanganak nung, diba? Sabi nila, sila daw ni Mary Magdalene. At meron daw silang offspring. Diba? Di ko lang matutoo. Okay. Sabi ni Duterte blames Magellan for unleashing Mindanao's long history of blood and conflict. You know why? In 1521, when Magellan landed in Leyte, bringing with him Christianity, Mindanao was already practicing Islam ahead by almost 100 years. So, kung paano hindi tayo na-conquer ni Magellan, Islam tayo, naiiwata kay Muhammad. Correct? So, dumating sila. So, naniwala tayo sa Christianity. Correct? Ito pa, alam ko may separation of state na, pero itong makulit na to laging diba? Nangungulit kay Digong na malito ginagawa niya, diba? Nagtuturo sila ng pagmamahal, pero galit sila sa diktador. Oh? Nagtuturo ng pagmamahal ang Catholic Church, pero galit sila sa diktador. Huh? Nagtuturo sila ng pagmamahal sa kapwa, pero galit sila sa diktador. Huh? Hindi ka na nagigets, ha? Okay. Alam mo ba na yung si Pope Francis sa kayong the Russian Orthodox Patriarch nag-meet sila sa Havana after 1,000 years na pag-aaway? Yung dalawang leaders, dalawang Pope ng dalawang Pope ng dalawang religion nagkita. Diba? Kasi gusto pakita ni Pope John Paul na maayos lahat ng religion. O anong trip mo dun lang? Ganun lang kasimple. O dito pa, Pope Francis, sinahalikan niya mga paa ng Muslim. Alam mo yung washing of the feet? Hindi nagsabi dapat magalit tayo sa Muslim media. Diba? Sa mga movies. Renowned Bible scholar, Professor Bart D. Ehrham, Professor of Religious Studies at the University of North Carolina. Sabi niya, it is a fact that we don't have the original Bible. We don't know who wrote these books. Through the centuries, it has been translated and some translations were wrong. Some authors adapted their own interpretation and wrote it there. And some books were removed and added by who knows who. Panoorin natin ang sinabi ng scholar na to.
I started out actually in high school. I was a born-again Christian. I accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior, as we used to say, and I became very committed as an evangelical Christian, and I went off to Moody Bible Institute for college, which is a fundamentalist Bible college. After that, I went to Wheaton College, which is a liberal arts college. It's Billy Graham's alma mater. It's an evangelical school. So I had very solid evangelical Christian commitments. And eventually, I got a seminary degree, and I was a pastor of a Baptist church for a year. But gradually, for a large number of reasons, I started to question some of the assumptions that I had about the faith. For a long time, I thought that the Bible was inspired and inerrant, that there were no mistakes in the Bible. But as I engaged in historical research on the Bible, as I was getting my PhD in New Testament studies at Princeton Theological Seminary, I started finding mistakes in the Bible. And this cut away at my assumptions that the Bible was inerrant. And then I started questioning other parts of my faith. Is Jesus really divine? Is there really a Trinity? It was difficult. I mean, if you're raised in the Christian tradition, this forms the very heart and soul of who you are. And leaving it means leaving friends. It means alienating family. It means losing out on all sorts of social networks that you have and all sorts of beliefs that you've held dear. And so it's very difficult and traumatic emotionally. But my view at the time was that I was in a search for what is true, and I came to believe it simply isn't true that the Bible is without error. And the idea that Jesus is God is an idea that was developed historically over time among Christians. It wasn't something that was original to Christianity. It's a later historical development. So too the doctrine of the Trinity. And these various ideas that I had held on to, I started to realize were historical formulations, and just the existence of God himself. I finally came
realized that for me, it simply didn't make sense anymore. Well, this is an interesting thing that we think when we read the Bible that we're obviously reading the words that Matthew wrote or that Paul wrote. But the reality is we don't have the originals of Matthew or of Paul's letters or of any other book of the New Testament or of the Old Testament. What we have are copies of these books that were made later, in many cases, most cases, many centuries later. So the New Testament was originally written in Greek, and at present we have something like 5,500 manuscripts in Greek of the New Testament, which is a lot for an ancient book. It's far more than any other ancient book. The problem is most of these copies are hundreds and hundreds of years after the originals, and all of them have differences in them. So that the scribes who were copying these manuscripts changed the text that they were copying, sometimes by accident. I mean, sometimes they just made mistakes. They were sleepy or incompetent or whatever. But sometimes it looks like scribes actually thought the text should say something other than it did, and then they would change the text. Some places it looks like it's a manipulation of the text, where the author wants to change, where the scribe wants to change what the author said. I mean, in many cases it may be that the scribe thought this is what the author really meant, and so he changed it. But sometimes the text gets changed to say just the opposite of what it originally said, and so that can be a little bit troubling. Yeah. Yeah, so the last 12 verses of Mark they're very interesting. Jesus has been dead, he's been crucified, he's dead and been buried. And on the third day, the women go to the tomb to see about anointing his body for burial, but they find the tomb's empty. Jesus isn't there. There's a young man in the tomb who says that Jesus will go, that they're supposed to go tell the disciples that Jesus will go before them and meet them in Galilee. The disciples are supposed to go to Galilee, and the women are supposed to tell them to go. And then it says the women fled from the tomb and didn't say anything to anyone because they were afraid. That's the end of Mark's gospel. It ends with the women not saying anything. Well, some scribes read this ending and thought, well, that's odd. I mean, the women didn't tell anybody. I mean, surely the disciples knew. And so some scribes added a longer ending. So the last 12 verses are this longer ending, where the women do go tell the disciples. They do go to Galilee. Jesus does meet them there. And this is the passage where Jesus tells his disciples that if anyone believes in his name, they'll be able to speak in foreign tongues. They'll be able to handle deadly snakes, and they'll be able to drink poison, and it won't harm them. And so these are the verses that the Appalachian snake handlers use to justify their ritual practice. Matthew and Luke have many of the stories in Mark, and sometimes they have the stories actually in the same words as Mark. And for hundreds and hundreds of years, since the 4th century at least, biblical scholars have recognized that the reason they have so many of the stories in the same words is that somebody's copying somebody else. And so the idea is usually thought that Matthew and Luke actually copied some of their stories from Mark. That's why they're verbatim the same in so many places. One of the things that I've studied in a number of my books, including my book Lost Christianities and somewhat in my book Misquoting Jesus, is this phenomenon that I call Proto-Orthodox Christianity. In early Christianity, there were a variety of Christian groups that believed a variety of things. Some of them that would seem wild and crazy to most Christians today. But there were battles for who would be right and who would be wrong, and who would get the most converts, and who would establish what the standard view would be. The standard view is called orthodoxy. The word orthodoxy means the correct belief. So the people who ended up winning these battles over what to believe called themselves orthodox, meaning they had the correct beliefs, and everyone else they called heretics. A heresy means choice. It's a choice not to believe the right things. And so proto-orthodoxy is what people were saying that led to orthodoxy before it was orthodoxy. So you have a lot of different Christian groups saying a lot of different things. One of these groups wins out and calls itself Orthodox. But what do you call this group before they win out? I call them Proto-Orthodox because they're representing the views that eventually are going to triumph in Christianity. Well, there are a lot of, the Proto-Orthodox scribes are the ones who gave us these 5,500 manuscripts we have. If heretics copied the text and changed the text in a heretical way, those manuscripts apparently got destroyed. And so we have we have manuscripts then from the Proto-Orthodox, and sometimes they change the text in significant ways. I mean, as one example, there were debates in early Christianity about who Jesus was. Was he a human being who was chosen by God? Was he God who only seemed to be a human being? Was he both God and human? What was he? And scribes who knew about these debates would sometimes change the Gospels in order to make the Gospels reflect their own points of view. And so one of the arguments was, is Jesus really human or not? There's this famous passage in the Gospel of Luke where Jesus, before being arrested, sweats great drops as if of blood. So this is the bloody sweat. And this is where when people say, he was sweating blood, that's what they're referring to as this passage. It turns out this passage was not originally in the Gospel of Luke. It's not in our oldest and best manuscripts of Luke. And it looks like the reason it's there now is because there were Christians who wanted to argue that Jesus was fully human. This was the Orthodox view. Jesus really was human.
Tapos, marami na translations nangyari at yung iba, parang ano yan pag nag-translate ka from Tagalog to English, minsan iba yung thought, diba? And so sinasabi niya lang na hindi daw hawak yung original manuscript na yun, okay? And dahil doon, may mga hindi daw siya naintindihan na mga discrepancies ganun sa mga isulat, diba? So anyway, parang niya yun, wala siya. So anyway, alam niyo ba, meron tinatawag na Gospel of Thomas. Ilang Gospels ba? Mark, Luke, John. Alam ko, hindi kayo nagpapasa. So yung malaman talaga kayo sa Biblia, di ba? Mark, Luke, John, Matthew. Okay. Alam ko may tinatawag na Gospel of Thomas. Kaso lang hindi na naisama kasi late na lang siya na-discover. So, dahil doon, nagawa na ilang years na pinapaniwalaan ito, kaya natin isama yan. Ano nakasulat na sa Gospel of Thomas na yun? Ano kaya yun?
Andrew Kiernan. I'm Kiernan. I want to see Alameda.
I don't know any Alameda.
Delmonico fetched me this copy of his document.
A girl wrote this. I saw her do it. What is this?
It's maybe the most significant Christian relic ever found.
Why?
It's an Aramaic scroll from the 1st century, discovered near the caves of the Dead Sea Scrolls outside Jerusalem. Alameda and I concluded that it is a gospel of Jesus Christ in his own words. Aramaic. But there are some factions in the Vatican who believe that this document could destroy the authority of the modern church.
How?
It was Jesus' words to his disciples on the night of his Last Supper, his instructions to them on how to continue his church after his death.
Why would that be so threatening?
When we gave our initial conclusions to the Gospel Commission, Houseman ordered us to stop our work immediately. Alameda refused. He stole the document and disappeared. Houseman excommunicated us in our absence.
You have no idea where he is?
He doesn't want to be caught until he finishes the translation. But sure, this guy. That's Delmonico, me, and Alameda. We were all translating the new gospel together.
I've seen this man 3 weeks ago in Brazil.
Yeah?
He's dead.
How do you know this?
Because I saw him in his coffin in the church in Belo Quinto. I'm sorry.
Then it's all over. It's gone forever.
Why was your work stopped? What was so threatening about this gospel?
Look around you, Father. What do you see?
I see a church.
It's a building. The true church of Jesus Christ is so much more. Not in buildings made of wood and stone. I love Jesus. I don't need an institution between him and me. You see, just God and man. No priests, no churches. The first words in Jesus' gospel are, the kingdom of God is inside you. And all around you. Not in the buildings of wood and stone. Spread a piece of wood And I'm there. Leave the stone. And you'll find me. Yes, brother.
Ina-discover ko ayaw na lang i-reveal ng Vatican kasi masisira na yung foundation na nagawa nila. Parang kay Galileo nun, di ba? Nakita to, it was discovered near Nag Hammadi, Egypt in December 1945 in one of a group of books known as the Nag Hammadi Library. The Gospel of Thomas was found among a collection of 52 writings that included, in addition to an excerpt from Plato's Republic, Gospels claiming to have been written by Jesus' disciple Philip. Scholars have speculated that the works were buried in response to a letter from Bishop Anatheus, who for the first time declared a strict canon of Christian scripture. So, yung salita kasi na natin ni Jesus, di naman English, yung Greek, kundi Aramaic, mas malalim na salita. Okay, siguro kung napunta ka na sa Jordan, yung bansang yun, mas malapit. Diba? So, yung Aramaic na language yun, ayun yung sinare niya nung sa Last Supper niya. Basically, sinasabi nila doon na ano nga daw, dito pala yun. Sabi doon, Jesus said during the Last Supper, na hindi na isama, the kingdom of God is inside you and all around you. Having mansions of wood and stone. Split a piece of wood and God is there. Flip a stone and you will find God. Whoever learns His sayings will not experience death. Yun. Diba? So the kingdom of God is within you and all around you. Hindi mo kailangan punta sa malalayang lugar. Diba may kasabihan na, hanapin ko muna sarili ko. Mumuntok ako. Pagbalik niya, ganun pa rin siya. Dahil yung sagot, wala naman sa labas. Diba lagi sinasabi, the answer is within you. Inside you. Wala sa teacher. Wala sa mga tao sa labas mo, hindi sa loob. Ano ba ang purpose ng retreat na tayo nagre-retreat? Ang purpose ng retreat, for example, di ba yung mga great prophets, pupunta sila malayang lugar, tahimik lang. Para may direct communication sila sa source. Kaso lang pag may retreat, may speaker sa harapan. Makinig ka sa akin dahil alam ko ito parang gano'n. So instead na nilalapit tayo sa source, nalalayo tayo tuwing nakikinig ka sa mga katulad kung magaling magsalita. Dahil talaga sagot na sa loob mo. Pero, kailan mo ba yung last pinakinggan? Diba minsan sinasabi mo, huwag mo gawin yan. Kaya hindi mo makakong na-aksidente ka tuloy, panapakakang ka. Minsan yung boses na yan, sabi nila konsensya o guide natin, malay mo siya yan, di ba? Ilang beses na tayo ginaguide sa mga decision sa buhay, minsan mag-isa ka, tapos may problema ka, bigla may magbubulong sa'yo. Mapapalo na ba ako? Anong boses yun? Di ba? Pero minsan, mati pa yun. Hindi na lang. Ibig ba sabihin lahat tayo, pwede natin makakausap ang source? O meron lang mga iilan na gifted daw sila lang nakakausap. Eh lahat naman tayo, anak ng ama. Ang ama may direct communication sa anak niya. Ang tatay ko nga, isang text ko lang, nag-reply agad. Yung kaibigan ko, text ko nga, bukas pa reply. Diba? Hindi ko alam ha, kaya ko nag-share lang ng aking mga experience. Eto, pinadala sa akin ng kaibigan kong atheist na galit na galit sa akin. Sabi niya, kung naniniwala ka sa Diyos, o eto, tingnan mo. Sabi mo sa akin, kaya ka naniniwala sa Diyos kasi nakasulat. O ako rin naniniwala na kay Spider-Man. Sabi ko na, hindi naman sa ganun, tol, sabi ko. Eh, kanya-kanya tayo nag-trip. Kung hindi ka naniniwala kay God, okay, friends tayo. Wala naman basta ka nag-trip. Okay. So ito si Bishop John Spong, sabi niya, God is not a Christian, God is not a Jew or a Muslim or a Hindu or Buddhist. I honor my tradition, I walk through my tradition, but I don't believe my tradition defines God. It only points me to God. Okay. So hindi naman dahil iba religion mo, hindi mo sa'yo masama tao ka na, di ba? Dapat i-honor mo yung tradition mo kung saan ka nakapalaki. Pinalaki ako sa pagiging Catholic, in-honor ko yun. Pilit ko sinusunod yung mga turo kahit minsan mahirap. Diba? Yung simpleng ano, love thy neighbor, kaya napakahirap nun. Bakit hindi nagbayad ng utang, love thy neighbor pa rin? Diba? Yung pala napakasimple, diba? Basic stuff lang, pero ang hirap na rin bigyan. Diba? Ang excuse lagi ng mga tao, tao lang din naman gagawin. Diba? Hanggang kailan natin gagamitin yung excuse niyan para mayroon tayong patawad? Bakit yung patawad hindi naman para sa atin? Kasi si God ba tinatabla ng bala? Sa tingin niyo, si God tinatabla ng bala? Nuclear weapon. Si Goku, pag tinira niyang Kame-Kame wave. Hindi rin, di ba? Sa tingin niyo, si God, pag minura mo, magagalit. Hindi siya tinatablan. Pero, yung taong naniniwala kay God, siya apektado. Ba't minumura mo yung Diyos ko? Di ba? Ganoon naman lagi eh, di ba? Sabi ni Bishop, hell is an invention of the church. Sabi ni Bishop, hell is an invention of the church. Invention. Sabi niya, hindi ako Panoorin natin sinabi niya.
I don't think hell exists. I happen to believe in life after death, but I don't think it's got a thing to do with reward and punishment. Religion is always in the control business. And that's something people don't really understand. It's in the guilt-producing control business. And if you have heaven as a place where you're rewarded for your goodness and hell as a place where you're punished for your evil, then you sort of have control of the population. And so they create this fiery place, which has quite literally scared the hell out of a lot of people throughout Christian history. And it's part of a control tactic.
But wait a minute, you're saying that hell, the idea of a place under the earth or somewhere where you're tormented for an eternity, is actually an invention of the church?
I think the church fired its furnaces hotter than anybody else. But I think there's a sense in most religious life of reward and punishment in some form. The church doesn't like for people to grow up, because you can't control grown-ups. That's why we talk about being born again. When you're born again, you're still a child. The people don't need to be born again. They need to grow up. They need to accept their responsibility for themselves and the world.
What do you make of the theology, which is quite prominent these days in America, which is that there is one guaranteed way not to go to hell, and that is to accept Jesus as your personal Savior?
Yeah, I grew up in that tradition. Every church I know claims that we are the true church, and they have some ultimate authority. We have the infallible Pope, we have the inerrant Bible. The idea that the truth of God can be bound in any human system, by any human creed, by any human book, is almost beyond imagination for me. I mean, God is not a Christian. God is not a Jew or a Muslim or a Hindu or a Buddhist. All of those are human systems which human beings have created to try to help us walk into the mystery of God. I honor my tradition. I walk through my tradition. But I don't believe my tradition defines God. I think it only points me to God.
You and I are emerging people, not fallen people. Our problem is not that we are born in sin. Our problem is we do not yet know how to achieve being fully human. The function of the Christ is not to rescue the sinners, but to empower you and to call you to be more deeply and fully human than you've ever realized there was the potential within you to be. Maybe salvation needs to be conveyed in terms of enhancing your humanity rather than rescuing you from it.
Life is a startling and wondrous experience. And eventually, I think we're going to discover that God is unfolding through the life of our consciousness and our self-consciousness and is not a parent figure up in the sky. But I believe because I'm related to something that is not bound by time and space, that I will share in whatever God's eternity is.
Isang kingdom nun sa Europe, di ba? Na naginip daw siya may cross, lumabas sa panaginip niya. So lahat ng ano nila, ng shield, saka uniform may cross, galing daw sa Diyos yun. So anyway, dumating yung time na marami siya mga taong tino-torture, and yung libro na to is minodify niya para sa specifications niya. Okay, medyo nalasing na siya nun. Tapos, dito sa author ng Many Lives and Many Masters, okay, napansin niya kasi, may mga siya na naging kliyente na may problema matindi, tapos habang nakausap niya, meron silang naaalala na memory na nakaraan na buhay nila. Isa po yung psychiatrist, psychologist, sabi niya, ba't ganito nagsasalita siya ng hindi English, ibang lengguwahe na wala naman siyang background doon. Diba? So, napaisip siya, bakit gano'n? Ibig ba sabihin merong buhay before this? Eh sabi sa turo sa amin, wala daw reincarnation. So, based sa investigation niya, napansin niya na yung reincarnation pala, tinanggal ng Constantine dun sa libro na yun. Kasi nga, yung mga tinotorture niya dati, hindi sumusunod sa kanya. Kasi alam nila na, okay lang, sige, saktan mo ako, ang ganda bahala sa'yo. Next life, ito na lang mabubuhay. Ikaw, lagot ka. So, kasi hindi niya makontrol yung mga tao dahil hindi natatakot. Correct? Ba't ka nga kung matatakot mamatay na yun? Sino ba nagsabi there's only one life to live? Marketing, sales strategy. What if there are many lives to live? Pag hindi mo pinagbuti ito, ulit ka ulit. Parang school. Alam niyo ba, yung sa ano lang natin, sa book lang natin yung tinanggalin doon, pero sa other religions next spread all around the world, nandun siya. Pero sa atin tinanggal, hindi ko alam bakit. Diba? So sa The Council of Nicaea noong June 325, doon nila i-start na nilang repasuhin na yung siya. Okay? So eto, isa siyang interview ng 3-year-old na naalala niya yung past life niya. Maski yung parents niya nagulat, but alam niyo yung ganitong lugar, parang nanalo na.
How did a 3-year-old boy solve his own murder? In a region near the border of Syria known as Golan Heights, a boy says he remembers being murdered. At first, no one believed him. That is, until he led village elders to the spot where he remembers being buried. Mixed in with a group of village elders was a man by the name of Dr. Eli Lash. Dr. Eli Lash is known in Gaza for developing a government medical system. Lash witnessed all of these events. The villagers dug up the spot where the boy says his former corpse remains, and sure enough, there was a skeleton there. Mysteriously, a large axe mark on the skeleton corresponds to a birthmark on the boy's head. The boy says he was murdered with an axe, and then led village elders to the spot where the murderer buried the weapon. Sure enough, they dug up an axe. The boy then led people to the village he was from in his past life and told them of his previous name. When people of the boy's former home village were asked about a man going by this name, they said the man had disappeared 4 years earlier and never returned. Remember, the boy was 3 years old. But strangest of all, the boy recounted exactly who his murderer was. When the boy confronted his killer, the man's face turned a pale white and he started acting very suspicious. Once the boy led elders to the exact spot of his corpse and the murder weapon, the killer gave in and admitted to the crime, for which he ended up being charged with. Is the boy a product of reincarnation? Are we all perhaps reincarnations of our past lives?
Hello, I'm Robert J. Sawyer, and this is Supernatural Investigator. This week, we investigate the concept of reincarnation. Half of the planet's population shares the same belief that some part of us survives death and that reincarnation is a real possibility. You may be surprised to learn that the most compelling support does not come from the world of religious or spiritual studies, but from the world of science. Tom Harper is one of those seeking answers, and this week, he's our supernatural investigator.
I've come to the point with regard to reincarnation that I think not only is it a worthy subject of investigation, but that the evidence strongly suggests that it may, in fact, be true. Well over 50% of the Earth's inhabitants believe in some form of reincarnation. So it's very widespread.
And for Tom Harper, the most compelling evidence comes from the work of the late Dr. Ian Stevenson and his successor, Dr. Jim Tucker.
This work began here at the University of Virginia back around 1960. Ian Stevenson was the chairman of the Department of Psychiatry. When he heard about these cases from various parts of the world of very young children who said that they remember previous lives, and he was curious enough where he decided to investigate and spent the next 40 years of his career traveling to various parts of the world. And he and his colleagues during that time, we've now collected over 2,500 cases of these young children who are making these claims. So then our task becomes trying to sort out what is this? What is causing kids to say this? And one way to test this is to see if what the child says actually matches a particular person who lived and died in the past.
Ian Stevenson would actually go to the city, take the child with him, and in some cases the child would point to specific places, bringing up specific dates and places and names. Of course, we can't rule out coincidence. We can pretty much rule out fraud in most cases because Dr. Stevenson was a very careful investigator.
He wrote in an academic style and like a lawyer, presenting the witnesses, where the evidence came from. He had subjects take lie detector tests, sign affidavits. He was so concerned that the evidence would be accepted in the scientific community.
We use the term solved and unsolved. And solved means that a previous person has been identified whose life matches the statements that the child made. Of the 2,500, it's probably roughly 50-50 the ones that have been solved versus not solved.
Even to his dying day in 2007, he never claimed to the scientific world, I have got the ironclad proof. Remember, he had that skeptical spirit. Nevertheless, someone as careful as he was so strongly moved towards the possibility is, to me, a fairly powerful argument.
James Leininger was a little boy in Louisiana who began saying that his plane had crashed, that he had been shot down by the Japanese. He gave some very specific details. In fact, this was when he was 2. His parents were able to ask him questions about these horrific nightmares he had about a plane crash. And he was able to say that he had been shot down by the Japanese and that his plane had flown from the Natoma, is what he named the boat that his plane had taken off of. In addition, the boy later saw a picture of Iwo Jima and said that was where he was shot down. Also, began saying that he was the third James. When his dad searched online, he eventually found that there was the USS Natoma Bay. The Natoma Bay was involved in the Iwo Jima operation. There was one pilot from the Natoma that was killed in Iwo Jima, and his name was James Houston, Jr. So James Leininger would be the third James after the Jr. Another detail that James gave was that he had a friend named Jack Larson, and it turned out that there was another pilot on the Natoma named Jack Larson. The child was talking about a past life from more than 50 years before, which is unusual in our cases. So there was seemingly no way that he could have known the details that he came up with.
Goodbye, James and Houston.
His father was an evangelical Christian who was totally resistant to reincarnation. But his son gave out so much information about World War II. They said, he could not have learned this watching Sesame Street.
I salute you.
I think that what reincarnates, as far as one can tell from all the literature and so on, is the essential self.
When I was about 2 years old, I told my mother that my name was not really Barbro, it was Anne.
Barbara was born in 1954 in Sweden to a Christian family. And they had no idea who Anne Frank was, because the diary of Anne Frank had not yet been translated and published in Sweden.
I know my name was Anne Frank, but they insist calling me on Barbro. And my parents insisted me to call them Mom and Pa, and I knew they were not my real parents.
Well, her parents thought this was all fantasy until something happened when she was 10 years old. By this time, the parents knew who Anne Frank, the historic figure, was. And they went on a tour of European cities, including Amsterdam, where the Anne Frank house is located.
We were at the hotel room, and my father said that let's do the Anne Frank house first. So I called for a cab. And I found myself saying to them, we don't need a cab, we're not far away. And I knew exactly where we were.
And her parents said, how could you know? You've never been here. And she said, well, I know, let me show you. And she took him by the hand and led him on a 10-minute walk through the winding streets of Amsterdam directly to the Anne Frank house.
And then when we came up towards the house, I saw that the steps outside were different, were changed. So I stopped and I said, it's strange, they have changed those steps. When I came into that house, it was the most horrifying feeling I have ever had. Because all of a sudden I was back to my dreams. I recognized everything I had seen ever since I was a little child.
And Barbara looked at a wall in a room where Anne had spent time, and she said to her mother, look, the pictures of the movie stars are still on the wall.
I saw all these pictures from newspaper magazines that was cut out, and it was from movie stars and song stars and things. And I said to my mother, look, the pictures are still there. And it was like almost coming home. And she said, what pictures? And she looked on the wall, and I looked on the wall, and there were no pictures there.
She got confused, started to cry, and the mother said, well, let's ask the tour guide. And the tour guide said, yes, indeed, the photos that Anne Frank had clipped are normally on that wall, but we took them down because people were touching them, taking them. We're going to put them under glass and then put them back. And her parents at that point realized she was not having fantasies, that she was having memories of a past lifetime. Barbro not only had the memories, she also replicated the talent of Anne Frank and was a child prodigy writer.
It was everything from poetry to little stories, thoughts about the higher power, reincarnation, where we came from, where we were going, but nothing that I had memories from being Anne Frank or anything, because I had decided not to talk about it anymore.
And Barbro had her first book published at age 12. And she had another 8 or 9 books published in her teenage years. And her first book became the best-selling prose book in Swedish history. And guess what? Barbro has the same face as Anne Frank.
There's certainly evidence from our cases that there can be these memories from past lives that are in children. Now, evidence is not the same thing as proof, but there's no question that there is empirical evidence for it.
Naalala niya yung past life niya na hindi ma-explain ng parents bakit tinuturo ng bata kung nasan daw yung katawan niya previous na life, tapos yung file nakita. Paano malalaman ng bata yun, correct? So meron siyang previous memory nun ng kanyang past life. Okay, eto isa sa mga nakakatawang nakita ko lang Sino daw mas maraming napatay? Diba? Si Abel, sino po ba? Madami. Nagigits nyo? Diba ito? Plague, Holocaust, at kung ano pa, Great Flood. Correct? So may mali. Okay. When you call yourself an Indian or a Muslim or a Christian or a European or anything else, you are being violent. Do you see why it is violent? Because you are separating yourself from the rest of mankind. When you separate yourself by beliefs, nationality, tradition, it brings violence. So So a man who is seeking to understand violence does not belong to any country, to any religion, to any political party or partial system. He is concerned with the total understanding of mankind. Diba? Sabi dito, do as we say or you will go there. State, do as we say or you will go there too, to jail. Sabi ni William Shakespeare dito, hell is empty, all the devils are here. Minsan kapitbahay mo yan naman kulit no? Kaya yung mga nanchichismis sa'yo. Diba? What if yung mga tao na talagang hindi mo na kailangan pang mamatay eh. Minsan yung mga tao sa paligid ko, sila pa yung nanggugulo sa buhay mo. Correct? Okay? Ito ba? When people describe their God, they are actually describing themselves. Oh, oo nga no. One time meron ng kaibigan na pastor, sabi sa kanya, para sa inyo sino si God? Si God, nagsiselo siya, dapat isa lang religion mo. Ito lang, kung hindi mag-guide sa'yo. Parang ganun ka rin sinusukay, sabi ko. Mapapansin mo, anytime na isang person tinanong mo, kahit dito sa room, sino si God mo? Papansin mo, din-describe niya rin sarili niya. Si God ko, mahal ako, di ba, hindi niya ako iiwan, lagi siya nandyan, di ba, maalalamin siya, maaruga siya. Ganyan ka din eh. Pansinin mo, di ba? Pero pag sinabi niya sa, kamusta yung God? Yung God ko, nagagalit yun sa mga Catholic. Parang ikaw. Okay? Madalas gano'n siya. Kasi ang mga tao, pinapersonal nila yung mga ganong bagay. Kasi nakondisyon tayong personalin siya. Correct? Muslims want the whole world to be Muslim. Christians want the whole world to be Christians. Catholics and Protestants, Mormons, and they're all the same. Diba? Far out, right? Everybody wants the world to be like them. Ba't ganun, no? Ba't yung mga tao gusto nila maging katulad din ng paniniwala nila? Correct? Bakit? Wala. Sabi ni Jordan Maxwell sa Matrix, if you can explain God in a manner in which could understand it, in which people could understand it in a general public setting, then it just means you don't understand God, who created the universe and the pyramids and all the unexplained things and structures on our planet. Kasi si God hindi po siya, wala siyang logic, wala siyang emotions, wala rin siyang, hindi rin siya tao. So paano mo i-explain yung isang tao hindi tao? Pwede ka lang gumamit ng human understanding kung paano siya explain, pero maraming bagay na hindi mo talagang love na, hindi mo ma-explain. Pag tinanong mo, ba't ang mahal nanay mo? Basta, mahal ko lang. Ba't ang mahal girlfriend mo, asawa mo? Basta masarap pakiramdam, mahal ko na sila, hindi ko kaya wala sila. Diba? Tapos di-describe pa isang tao, hindi nga tao eh. Isang nilalang na higit pa sa sangkatauhan, paano mo di-describe? Kaya natawa kami sa mga tao magaling mag-explain na very logical na ito yan. Okay, logical. Pero paano mo, di ba, ma-describe yung isang tao na hindi naman tao? Ang hirap. Di ba, yung patience ka, ang hirap describe eh. Disiplina, virtue, love, the understanding. I don't know. May mga expert. So, moving on. So, yung kanina religion, ito medyo kakaiba naman. Meron din mga bagay na hindi yung ma-explain labas ng religion, correct? Ulang, mambabarang, manananggal. Diba? Mga bagay na hindi tinatalakay sa religion pero nasa kultura natin. Correct? Multo. Paano ma-explain yun? Correct? Dati sabi ang tatay ko, hindi totoo yung multo. Tatay ko pala ba, napakalatsikal, saka saratang Kristiyano yun. Isang araw may multo kami. Una yung punta kami na nakakita, yung tipong, Daddy, may papakita doon. Tigil-tigilan niyo nga ako sa mga kwento niyo. So anyway, isang araw, basketball kayo mga kapatid nasa labas. Bigla, alam mo yung narinig mo yung tatay mo sumigaw, pati lahat kayo na alarma. Tapos lumabas yung tatay ko, ano yun? Bakit po dati? Hindi tumatawag ng pangalan pa, wala mag-isa sa kwarto eh. Uy, nababaliw ka na. Ayun, gumaganti ka dahil tinitiwala sa'yo. Anyway, yan. Nakain natin. So beware, things aren't always as they seem. Roll BTR.
In this video we take a look at 5 of the most chilling CCTV videos that show paranormal activity. Number 1. The Wingate Hotel Ghost. On September 14, 2003 at the Wingate Hotel in Illinois, there were numerous reports of loud noises coming from room 209, which is located on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Screams were said to have been heard, and in the video you can see one of the hotel workers investigating the noise, and you can also hear the hotel manager in the background. Once he goes into the room, he finds a lot of strange things, and we can see a ghostly figure walk out and into the hallway. Number 2. Ghost attack in a Malaysian hotel. In this very creepy video that was allegedly captured in the Malaysian hotel, we can see a chair moving on its own, and a door slamming shut. The video then cuts to a room where a woman is alone and is sitting on a chair. Behind her we can see another chair that slides out on its own, and the woman appears to get very nervous. Moments later, a chair in front of her moves by itself and the woman jumps up and falls to the ground in fear. She then tries to escape the room, but once she starts running, the entity moves several objects to the door and blocks her in. She hits her head on the table and seconds later appears to be unconscious. Number 3. Manchester poltergeist caught on CCTV. On the 1st of November 2012, during the early hours at an office building on Liverpool Road, Manchester, CCTV footage catches what appears to be a poltergeist roaming the building and creating a mess. It is said that this footage is what the security workers witnessed at the time as they were flicking from camera to camera. Number 4. The Whitstable Shop Ghost. This video was taken in 2013 in Whitstable, England. We can see a customer as he browses the shelves for health products. Behind him we can see a box of tea bags that appear to be floating in midair. Another item falls off the shelf, and the man picks it up unaware of the floating item inches away from him.
Oh my god, that's like a poltergeist or something like that. You know, when they hear about things like flying, oh my god, I don't like that.
Weirdest thing.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is that?
I mean, I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's like a poltergeist or something like that.
The shopkeeper says she is baffled by the footage, but has not changed her skeptical views on the paranormal, although she admits she has no idea how to explain it. Number 5. Carlisle Castle Hotel Ghost. This video, which was taken in 2014 at the Carlisle Castle Hotel in Australia, starts with CCTV footage of what appears to be a ghostly image that seems to be waving at the camera. It then shows a male worker opening a fridge, and at the same moment we can see 2 glass bottles falling out of the shelf behind him. The bottles appear to have been pushed by an unseen entity due to the angle they fall. The video then cuts to the other side of the bar, and we can see a female worker standing still. All of a sudden a glass object seems to move on its own and smash on the ground. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, then please subscribe.
Madami, no? Okay. Social condition yan. Nakondisyon tayo ng media, ng movies na matakot. Gawain po yan ng hindi positibo, hindi liwanag na may gawain yung kadiliman. Okay. Gusto nila maniwala tayo na nakakatakot ng kadiliman, nakakatakot ng multo, nakakatakot ng demonyo, si Lucifer, po naman, para matakot kayo. At pag natakot kayo, nagkapit na sila sa'yo. Alam mo yung mga magkukulang, bakit sila nag-i-spread ng mga news na matakot kayo sa kulang? Lalo kayo matakot sa kanila kasi ang kapangyarihan nila nanggagaling sa takot. Sinisip-sip nila sa mga tao. So kung natatakot ka, rally ka. Kahit naniniwala kayo God, tapos natatakot ka, ang labo nun. Okay? Kung naniniwala kayo God, God lang, ka na mag-isip pa ng iba. Pero dahil na kondisyon tayo ng media, kakapanood mo ng exorcism, diba? Ng, yung, shake, rattle, and roll, 1 to 13, 16 pa, mga gano'n. Where your attention is, there you are. Kung nasa yung attention mo, yun ang Diyos mo. So, kung attention mo nasa mga negatibong bagay, lalong ma-attack yun. Diba? Hindi naman nakatakot mga multo. Mas matakot ka pa doon sa naninirang kapwa mo. Diba? Mas matakot ka pa sa pwedeng magnakaw sa iyo. Pero yung mga multo, hindi. Pero parang yun, pauwi tayo, gabi pa naman, no? Mamaya yung inabang mo jeep, yung nag-drive, walang ulo. Oo, no? Kaya hindi ko naglalakad ka, tapos, kumatalig ko rin. Joke lang. Kakasabi ko ng social condition nito, bigla takot pa rin. Okay, so anyway, kasi sa religion, anything na nakakatakot, gawa ng demonyo, hindi. Makakaluluwa lang po yun ng mga tao. Kasi pag namatay ka, hindi ka naman dumidiretso kung saan man lupalot na langit na tinatawag yun. Okay? Depende po sa vibration mo. Kung attach ka sa asawa mo, pag namatay ang asawa mo siya. Diba may mga kasabihan nga na hanggang sa susunod na buhay, magkasama tayo. Ayan po yung mga twins. Kaya pag ninalabas sila, magkasama sila. Twins. Ganun yung kaya huwag ka magsusumpa na hanggang sa susunod na buhay, mamahalin kita. Ang mahalin mo lang si God, hindi yung ano mo, pamilya mo, anak mo, di ba? Si God. Si God nagbigay sa'yo ng pamilya mo, anak mo, di ba? Sa kanya ang loyalty mo. Kasi pag na-attach ka sa mga tao, kasamahan mo yan. Bakit di ba may mga lolo-lola tayo na hindi umaalis sa bahay natin? Di ba sinasabi nila, pinoprotekta ka ng lola mo, lolo mo, correct? Sa Pilipino kasabihan, kahit pala anong religion mo naniniwala yung kultura natin sa ganun. Ba't ganun kasabihan ng matatanda? Kasi ganun nga. Pag mahal na mahal ng lolo ang mga apo o anak, hindi maalis yan. Hanggang lang sila. Diba? Sa kultura lang natin yung nagsisindi ng kandila every November 1. Tutuusin, dapat nailibig na, kaya nandun na sila eh. Kaso lang inaalala mo. Damang may kinalala mo sila, ala, andyan sila. Sigan sila eh. Mabilis na mag-expand ako. Diba? May kakilala nga ako dati. So, true story. May kaibigan ako ng bata sa NPA siya sa Mindanao. Tapos, nagkakita kami. Naging magkaibigan ko. Katanda na to. Tapos, nagkaroon kami business. Tapos, so, ilang weeks kami magkasama. Nagkakakwentuhan natin. Nalaman niya itong mga alam ko. Sabi niya, bata ka tayo mo alam. Kaya niniwala rin ako sa ganyan. Multo-multo. Bakit po? Nung nag-NPA ako noon, meron din kami mga ginagamit na agimat ng bata ako na meron kami orasyon. Pag may susuburin kaming kampo, hindi kami tinatablan ng bala. Diba tumigil na po kayo mag-NPA? Wala rin kami napapala eh. Parang puro ng batayan. So ano po yung multo-multo na sinasabi niyo? Sabi niya, hindi kasi ako niniwala sa Diyos. Kapatid ko, lahat sila pare. So araw-araw nila akong, alam mo yun, pray over, araw-araw nila akong, alam mo yung sa loob ng bahay, siyempre, papangaralan ka. So ayaw ko sa kanila. So isang araw, pauwi ako sa amin, na-aksidente ako. Yung owner jeep na minamari ako, nabangga ako sa puno. Tapos, declared ako sa hospital as dead. So, habang daw nandun siya, nakita niya yung sarili niya, nasa hospital. Yung mga anak niya umiiyak. Sabi niya, ito na yata yung kabilang buhay. Tapos, nakita niya may liwanag. Sabi niya, totoo pala yung liwanag kasi nung ako naramdaman ko, may liwanag talaga. Tapos, sinabi sa akin, hindi mo pa time, bumalik ka muna dyan, kailangan pa kasi yung mga anak mo. So, bumalik siya sa katawan niya. Pagbalik niya, naramdaman niya daw yung sakit. Kasi nung detach yung soul niya, hindi siya nakaramdam ng sakit. So, ibig sabihin, di ba, yung soul hindi nakaramdam ng sakit based sa kwento ng kaibigan kong yun. Hindi ko na siya pwede ma-invite dito. Layo niya, kasi hindi oro pa siya. Pero true story siya. Sabi niya, kung hindi nasasaktan yung soul ko nun, so malamang kung napunta man ako sa impyerno o apoy, hindi rin ako masasaktan. Kasi, hindi ako nasaktan eh. Nung pumasok ako sa katawan, doon ako bumalik, doon ako nakaramdam ng sakit. Gets? Yung kaluluwa hindi nasasaktan ng kaluluwa. Tinatakot lang tayo na, masusunog kaluluwa ko. Paano masusunog? Hindi kang physical pwede, masakit. Pero kaluluwa hindi. Okay? Pero tatakutin pa rin tayo. Anyway, hindi mo explain yun. Maghanap ka ng chapter sa Bible, sa Revelation. Di ba? Wala. Na may multo. Ganun. Meron, pero hindi na i-explain maayos. Parang gawain na lang ng demonyo. Parang ganun. Pero hindi. So, yung lolo mo nagmulto, demonyo, ganun. Hindi naman. Ako nga, yung isa kong kapatid ng lolo ko, ito nakakatawa, may story siya eh. Sa araw, pinatawag niya yung tatay ko, kasi yung tatay ko, anak ng kapatid niya, na lolo ko. Sabi niya, alam mo, kailan kaya ako pinatawag kasi isang buwan na, si apo mo, laging napapakita sa panaginip ko. Oo, anong sabi sa'yo? Sabi niya, meron daw kayong lupa sa kabanatuan. Lupa sa kabanatuan? Hindi ko alam yun, wala naman sa titulo ng ni Papa, sabi niya. I-check mo nga. Sabi niya, tanong niya sa registration of deeds kung may nakapangalan sa ganitong pangalan. Kasi hindi ako nakakatulog eh. Pero may chinek nila. Meron pala. So, tuwa sa atin ito kasi pinagatihan nila magkakapatid. Lupa. So, paano ba paliwanag yun? Ano yun? Yung lolo namin, demonyo, dinalaw yung kapatid niya para sabihin lupa. Hindi na napapaliwanag. Hindi na sakot na pag-aaral ng religion minsan eh. Diba? So, yung mga bagay na gano'n, hindi na ipapaliwanag pero nasa kultura natin. Diba? At normal sa atin yan, tanggap. So, kaya pumapasok yung mga paranormal, metaphysical, para magkaroon ka ng understanding at hindi ka natatakot. Of course, dati takot din ako sa multo tulad nyo. Pero naiintindihan ko yung mga bagay-bagay. Natatawa na lang, ba't ba akong tatawa? Dinosaur, di ba? Million years ago nandyan, sino gumawa? Million years ago, yung Bible sinulat lang 2,000 years ago. Eh may katibayan na may dinosaurs na million years ago. Di ba? Si Doc Connie nga may pinost na picture ng uko ng parang dinosaur na 100,000 years ago. Di ba? Sabi lang sa Bible, 7 days. Di ba? A million years. Tama, ano? Egypt, 12,000 years ago, tinayo. Eh, based sa study nila, wala pang mga engineering mechanisms or machines para makapagpatayo ng perfect na shape na pyramid na naka-align pa sa north. Paano nagawa yun? Puro, ano lang sila, di ba? Bato-bato, pok-pok-pok lang. Na-explain yun. Kilala yung si Buddha Boy, sumigat siya. Sa buong mundo. Bakit? Si Buddha Boy goes 10 months without food or water. Scientific community is baffled. Dito may buhok niya. Dito mahaba na. 10 months, ganyan na siya. Ikaw nga isang minuto, hindi ka mapakali sa Facebook mo. May inquiry. 10 months, no food, no water. Hindi ma-explain ng science. Diba? Hindi ma-explain ng religion, hindi ma-explain science. Yan ang tawag siya. Okay? Pangalan niya, Ram Babar Bonjong. Sa Tibet po yan. Okay. Eto picture niya na naliligo sa apoy. Roll VDR.
ठीक है पुजारी पनि छैन अब पुजारी त्यहाँ बस्नु पर्ने थियो आज मान्छे ठिक छैन लिएर आयो नि पुजारी जरुरत छैन बुढाको जरुरत छैन पुजारीको जग्गामा त्यसो हो
madilim lang nga. Okay? Paano ma-explain yan? Sabi nila, ang Diyos lang may kapangyarihan na ganyan. Ano siya, demonyo? Hindi. Diba? Malay ko, pati scientist, hindi nila malaman. Ako, hindi ko rin alam. Diba? Meron ding research study na nagsuggest na si Jesus daw ay nag-aaral din sa Egypt. Kasi dun sa lugar nila, pinagbabawalan siya mag-aaral sa simbahan dahil mas magaling daw siya sa mga yung mga Parang kaya di ba? So, umalis siya. Kasi kung 12 years old to 13 years old, walang record sa Bible. Na nasubukan niya naman pag-isipan yun. Bakit walang record sa Bible from 12 years old to 33 years old si Jesus? Lumitaw na lang siya, 33 na siya. Tapos nangangapat na siya. Anong ginawa niya from 12 to 33? Doon na, naglibot siya, nag-aaral siya ng iba't ibang klaseng mystical arts sa religion. Ang hindi niya na ito nagustuhan yung based sa kwento, yung nag-aaral daw siya ng Buddhism. Noon pa naman to. Meron daw kasing case system sa India. Alam mo yung case system? Hindi case system, iba yung case system. Case with a C-A-S-T-E. Ibig sabihin, pag daw mahirap na hindi ka pwede mag-aaral ng religion, ano ka lang talaga, sa gigilid ka lang kaligid. So siya, nung nag-aaral siya, nung sabi niya, lahat ng tutunan kayo tuturo ko pala kasi niya. Nabad, ito ka rin mga duro sa akin. Anyway, isa sa mga explorer, itong si Bert Spalding. Alam mo, hindi ito kilala. May sinuro siyang libro na Life and Teachings of the Master of the Far East. Ito ang story niya. Itong tao to, hindi na siya naniwala sa Diyos. Yung grupo niya rin hindi siya naniwala sa Diyos. Pero matanda na sila. Kita mo naman sa picture. Anyway, sabi nila, ba't karami na kaibigan ng Kristiyano dito sa Amerika? Hindi naman totoo ang Diyos. Tapos sabi na ng mga kaibigan niya, oo nga, ako rin. Sige, ganito na lang, total malapit na tayo pumatay. Ba't di tayo mag-explore sa India? Maghanap tayo ng katibayan na mayroon talagang higher power kuno, sabi niya. So, nagpunta sila India, and then, pagbalik niya, nagbalik siya. Dahil ang dami niya natuklasan doon sa India na kumbaga hindi niya mapagtagpi-tagpi sa mind niya. Anyway, nagsulat siya ng libro niya. Sarap din basahin ng libro to. Doon niya natuklasan yung mga bagay-bagay na naniniwala na siya na mayroong higher power. May story dyan na naglakad sila sa apoy dahil yung isang lugar doon sa India na sunog, dumaan sila sa apoy, hindi sila dinablan, nagtataka na bakit. Meron siya pinuntahan doon na mayroong isang temple, magpasok niya sa temple, lahat ng tao, may sakit, paglabas magaling na. Tapos sinasabi ng mga tao, sabi nila doon, lahat to, kagawan ko ni God. So, hindi ka naniniwala kay God, sayang naman. So, naniniwala na siya. Diba? So, anyway, sumikat yung libro na yun, mga 1940s, 30s. Pero kasi masyado parang kakaiba yung sinasabi niya doon. So, hindi rin masyado pumutok. Kasi mga tao, mas gusto nila mga logical explanations. Ito, hindi mo ma-explain yung mga kinikwento niya. Pero na-publish siya. Ito pinakagusto kong quote na sinabi niya. The person seeing perfection is the master. Kung sino yung tao, nakakita lagi ng kagandahan sa kapwa niya, siya yung master. Until na nakakita ka ng hindi maganda sa kapwa mo, hindi mo na ma-master ang sarili mo o yung human side mo. Kasi may dalawang side, meron kang human at meron kang divine. Diba sabi sa atin, na isa tayong spiritual being na merong physical na body. Diba? Meron po tayong kaluluwa na merong katawan. Hindi po tayo katawan na merong kaluluwa. Uulitin ko, isa po tayong kaluluwa na may katawan. Hindi po tayo katawan na may kaluluwa. Mas malakas ang kaluluwa natin kaysa sa katawan natin. Pero saan ang focus ng teachings madalas? Sa physical. Yung mga inner teachings, hindi na ituturo dahil gusto lang natin yung mga nakikita natin, mga naiintindihan, pero yung beyond the sixth sense, ayaw na. Masyado na weird yan. Pero si God, beyond the sixth sense naman siya. Let's play.
Runs down and it drips off into a third container suspended inside this barrel. Now that alcohol is called arnica. It's about 10% proof. On special occasions when they want something a bit stronger, they can distill it again and end up with something comparable to vodka. Mongolians believe that all aspects of nature are inhabited by spirits and gods.
Nakita nyo, 3 points pinuntahan nila. Paano ma-explain yun? Kasi science, ma-explain yun eh. Kala ko ba ang Diyos ang may kapangyarihan magagawa ng gano'n? Ano sila, demonyo? Yung mabubuting tao naman sila. Okay? Eto isang libro na sinulat niya, si Jesus nga, nagano sa India. Okay. So, meron ding proof doon na si Jesus and Buddha is magkasama sila na nagtuturo din. Pero sineparate lang sila ng mga tao. Okay? So, kayo na bahala dyan. Alam mo ba sa Islam, nandun din yung word o yung pangalan ni Jesus. Ang tawag sa kanya is Isa. Kasi may mga kaibigan ako Indonesian, sabi niya, we also believe in Jesus. Why? In our Quran, the name of Jesus is Isa. Di ba alam yan, sabi mo? Okay. Muslims believe Jesus performed miracles. They deny he was crucified. God merely made it appear so to Jesus' enemies. Muslims believe Jesus ascended bodily to heaven. They believe Jesus shall return back near the end of time. So this truths about faith more message. Hindi naman kailangan pa maghintay ng end of time, di ba? Pwede ngayon pa lang baguhin mo na yung ugali mo eh. Di ba? Yung simple controlling mo yung emotion mo, yung galit mo. Malaking factor na yun. Okay? Islam is the only non-Christian faith which makes it an article of faith to believe in Jesus. Though Muslims is a Muslim if he does not believe in Jesus. Si Elvis Presley dati sikat na sikat. Isang araw bigla na siya naglaho. Sinabi na matay siya, pero hindi. Meron siya nabasang libro. Na-reformat yung pag-iisip niya. Kasi kinokontrol siya dati ng mga elites noon. Kasi sikat siya. Parang Christine na gano'n. Ito yung libro ng paborito niya. Okay. Isang paboritong libro ko, ito rin. Ito rin, tungkol sa prosperity. Ito rin, medyo mas malalim. Ito about the soul. Nag-iisang libro na naisulat about sa kaluluwa. Ang gustong pag-aralan mabuti. Ito yung 4 na yan. Meron po doon, no? Tingin-tingin na lang kayo. Gusto niyo bumili. Okay, yung Inca, 12,000 years ago, ginawa yan. Pero, wala pang mga makina, no? Pero paano na itayo? Bermuda Triangle, ang dami nag-disappear, hindi ma-explain ng mga scientists. Paano nangyari yan? Sa Japan, sa bandang lalim ng ocean, pinakita silang pyramid sa ilalim ng ocean. Na ibig sabihin, unang panahon pala, lahat ng tubig na nakikita nyo, ayan yung nakaangat. Alam niyo bakit? Nagbakasyon po ako sa Ilocos 2 months ago. Nandun kami sa waterfall, sumakit kami bundok. Pagdating sa bundok, sabi ko, ba't may mga seashells dito? Ay sir, kwento po na matatanda, dati itong bundok na ito nakalubog sa tubig. Sabi ko, grabe yan. Diba? So nagbabago pala ang panahon. Okay, yung mga dating nasa taas, ngayon nasa baba na. So ito pa lang, yung lugar na to, dati nakalubog to sa tubig. Narinig ka na yung Atlantis? Diba? Yung Atlantis, part din yung Pilipinas dati. Okay? Medyo malalim na yun sa kanan. Okay. So, ito sa Indonesia, kung nakapunta lang kayo, paano mo na-explain to? Paano nila itayo yung mga yan na wala pa silang machines dati? Diba? So, ibig sabihin, unang panahon pa, advanced beings na marami dito sa mundo. Tayo na lang ay makalatak. Sabi nila kasi, nag-i-evolve tayo pataas, hindi tayo pababa. Tayo yung mga nahuli sa graduation. Okay, hindi ka naman nag-graduate dito ang heaven o lugar. Ang heaven, isa po siyang level of consciousness o pag-iisip. Diba? Parang bata, meron siyang alam na hindi alam ng matanda. Diba? Yung matanda, meron na siyang level of consciousness na hindi magigets ng bata. Ganun siya. Okay. Sa India, may tinatawag ng Mahabharata, parang Bible nila doon yun. Diba? 10,000 years ago siya sinulat, pero nakasulat doon, ang history nila, ang panahon doon nila, may mga flying ships. Kung magsusulat ka ng history, parang Cory Aquino, tinanggal si Marcos, gano'n dapat. Sa kanila, yung still nila iba. May mga flying ships na daw nun, sa kami nuclear weapons, naglalaban yung bawat bansa. Paano ma-explain yun? Eh, nuclear weapon, na-invento nga lang doon lately. Diba? 1900s lang. Sa Samaria, diba? Meron daw population doon, diba? Yung mga Anunnaki. Diba? Yung mga Anunnaki daw, ang nangyari is, Sumerian civilization, based sa history books na nila, bigla na lang daw, marunong na silang engineering. Okay? Ano ba po ito 20,000 years ago? Marunong na silang engineering, math, algebra, advanced science. Ano nangyari yun? Kailan lang na-discover yung engineering? Correct? Paano ito naitayo? Alam niyo ba itong mga ulo na to? May katawan pang mas malalim? Paano ma-explain yan? So, ibig sabihin, meron na noon pa na nakatira dito. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, meron ng religion noon din pa. Ang alam lang nila natin, of course, Hinduism, Christianity, pero noon pa meron na rin. Mga higher beings na tumutulong sa mga tao na nahuhuli. Just like si Jesus, si Muhammad, di ba? Buddha, nagpunta sila dito para turuan tayo na mag-evolve pataas. Sa Pumapungko, Bolivia, meron doon na mga stone cut na yung pagkakakat niya, kinat ng laser. To think 12,000 years ago pa to. Pati yung engineer nababafol, paano nangyari yun? Okay? So anyway, you don't have a soul. You are a soul. You have a body. Tandaan mo ha, ikaw isang soul. At meron kang katawan. Yung madalas kasi ang nakukontrol sa iyo yung katawan mo, hindi yung soul mo. Madali lang malaman kung may control sa sarili mo is yung soul o yung katawan mong lupa. Very basic. Kapag peaceful lang yung iniisip, kapag relax ka, kapag mapagmahal ka, nag-ooperate ka sa soul. Kapag naiinis ka, nagtipiko, nag-emotional, irritable, human. Clear? Ito malalim na rin ito. Nabasa ko ito. Autobiography of a yogi. Hindi ako wala alam sa yoga dati. Sabi ko, sige, mag-research ako. Nabasa ko ito. Mayaman sila sa India. Pero siya may-ari ng mga train sa India. Yung namatay siya, ginagawa sa katawan niya. Anyway, sabi nila, si Buddha, si Jesus, si Muhammad, nag-ascend daw sila sa langit. At sabi ng teaching sa religion, sila lang nakagawa nun. Sa Tibet, hindi sila nagawala. Sa Tibet, meron silang tinatawag na rainbow body. Na lahat ng tao pwede na makultivate yun, matutunan, at umangat din sila. Sa Wikipedia, ibig sabihin na rainbow body is nag-evolve yung katawan mo, yung consciousness mo, to the point na hindi na kaya ng earth tawakan yung katawan mo. Okay? So, dito sa libro na to, na New York Times bestseller, na isulat na i-chronicle yung mga monks sa Tibet na nag-ascend mismo sa harapan nila na i-document nila. Nag-ascend, ibig sabihin, yung nag-iba ng kulay at lumipad. Natin mga maliwanag yun. Eto, medyo kaiba. Hindi ko ito kakilala, nakita ko lang, pero meron siyang power.
Pwede ka magulit sa imo? Isod man.
Ano na yung magpiliin?
Buto pa lang. Nahulog na din. Lisod. This one. Okay. Okay ra. Di man yung kabuhi kay mo. Paligid man ko. Yung kamot. Okay. Okay. Buhay na ito sa kamot. Ay sa sakto sa. Okay. Sa lang kamot. Na. Buhay na ko.
Iba, di ba? Paano ba paliwanag dun? Next. Wala pa dyan.
Babasag.
Lakas! Isa pa. Ano nasabi mo? Try it one more time. So I'm just using this paper just in case the motor set will break. And as you can see, I'm wearing some shoes. Great. Right. And then, go. Try mo. Right. Tapos. Ito na. Ito na, pangit yan eh. So, he's just putting his shoes just in case the water stand would break. Naka-boxer lang ako. So he is imagining right now that he is very, very light and he is stepping on a piece of steel. Because this won't work if you are not focused. Ako pa dyan, no? Hindi. Yeah, ako nga, hindi eh. Kuya. Kuya. Tagaling, no? Kaya hindi ako ma-assassinate. Relax lang tayo. Okay. Religion is like a walking stick. When you are young, you need help from your parents to walk. When you are old, you need a cane. When you are healthy adult, you have no need for cane. If you try to run, it will only hinder you. All religions are like that. Touch God directly, and you will have no need of them. Yes.
stay with you.
I first met him in the early 80s in a Chinatown of urban Java. He didn't want his real name or address revealed, so we called him DJ for Dynamo Jack. He was only a healer, he said, but he did direct a powerful energy generated from his own body into his patients. Sometimes he used the needles, sometimes just his hands. He called the energy Qi, and it was so strong that he usually needed a grounder to hold his patients' feet. For years we followed him around Java on his healing rounds, pleading to be allowed to film him, but he always refused, saying his powers resulted from a type of meditation with an ancient tradition of secrecy. It was only when my brother Lorne was suffering from a serious eye infection that he finally allowed us to film him in 1987.
It was nothing like any acupuncture I'd ever had. I was getting really powerful electric shocks and couldn't control my movements at all.
Yin yang, positive and negative, you know. And my positive from here and my negative from here. And we meet together, this can get like electricity.
And is this because you're special? You have a special sort of
It's
body?
meditation every day.
It's meditation that does it?
Meditation every day. Like you can touch me, like this. It's nothing, okay? It's my burn. Just like this.
For our sound recordist, it was also a shocker. He then took our newspaper outside and showed us how Qi can also be used to set things on fire. When he heard we'd shown this footage in public, he was very upset and refused all our future efforts to contact him again. As the years passed, we sadly resigned ourselves to never seeing him again. My brother Lorne never did, for by 1997 he was already dead, when I again found myself with DJ, now treating me for an eye problem. But it wasn't this that brought me back. He had tracked me down out of the blue and invited me to tell me a story. He had just returned from 2 years on a deep meditational journey, alone in the heart of Borneo. Amongst his revelations, he had seen, he said, how history was moving on into great change, and the old wisdom was vanishing. So he'd called me back to film just enough of him to remind us that we all have undreamed of powers sleeping within us, and that there's nothing special about him except for his training in waking them. Grounding this patient, my cameraman Joe is having to use all his weight to keep contact. Qi is pushing him away. He seems able to control the amplitude of this Qi, like a dimmer switch, and it causes uncontrollable responses in the patients and their grounders.
I can barely keep my hand on you. Fly off, the electricity is so strong.
This mother unwittingly grounds her child. He won't sit still, so she's asked to hold him and grin and bear it. Sometimes, signs of this passing energy can be seen in the transmitter too. This Qi stuff is only the surface, he says, of the real adventure beneath, in the meditational technique. Projecting Qi from the palm of the hand can also be used to resist rifle pellets, he says. First, you learn to distinguish between yin and yang Qi in your body. Then, how to pool it in your navel chakra, then how to project it, he says. And it's the proportionate mixture between yin and yang which accounts for different effects, like pulling or pushing objects or igniting them. Then he gets really strange. He says that mastering yin qi is the key to the spirit world. There's a long tradition of Indonesian krisis being possessed by spirits. So people bring him their krisis to see if they're duds. Here, he says, he doesn't manipulate matter by projecting mixtures of yin and yang qi. He merely creates a field of yin energy in which, he says, if there's a spirit, it can manifest itself. So I invited a small group of scientists back from the United States with measuring equipment to test if DJ was for real. And if so, where might this energy belong on the electromagnetic spectrum? Catherine Cook, CEO of the Mind Science Foundation in Texas. Dr. Roger Nilsson, a Swedish medic and international racing sailor. Dr. Greg Simpson, a physicist from New York's Albert Einstein University, and Andreas Polak, one of DJ's Australian students. The visitors are confident they'll uncover him as a fraud in no time. Greg is the first guinea pig, and he's uncomfortable about showing that he can feel anything at all. Dr. Roger doesn't know what to expect. Out comes the metal detector, like the things they use in airports, to see if he has any concealed metal in his body. Then the voltmeter, to try and measure the qi. But how to get it to work? Where's the ground? What settings? DJ suggests that as his negative is his perineum, and his positive is his navel chakra, perhaps that's where the electrode should be attached. He doesn't stand on his dignity. He's eager to help, but still no readings. They're getting shocks off his arm, and now they're on the right settings, but the needle still isn't moving. DJ says it isn't electricity, it's chi.
It's 1, 2, up. I feel it in my whole body. I feel it at 3, 0.3. I feel it in my legs. Shit.
But suspecting there's some tricky setup on his premises they can't find, they insist we all go to a randomly chosen hotel room several miles away to see if he can light a light bulb with his fingers. It doesn't ground on the wall. So Greg holds and grounds one wire, while DJ pumps chi through the other. The bulbs are LEDs, light-emitting diodes, which ignite in different colours according to the intensity of current.
Yes. On, off, on.
Brilliant.
Oh, you're blinking.
Things were going well. DJ was enjoying it too, until he invited us all out to lunch at his local, where he tried to push a chopstick through the table. He couldn't get it through the Formica surface, so he came up through an inch of wood from underneath. Not only did he draw his own blood, but a chopstick splinter had caught Alison here between the eyes, drawing more. The incident was laughed off apologetically, but next morning he was a different man, drawn and upset. He said he'd been visited all night by his long-dead master, raging that he'd broken the strict taboos of his sect, never to show off in public and never to cause harm or draw blood. He felt deeply chastised. All further testing and filming must end. Never again would he submit to public scrutiny, nor accept any new students. He would sink from sight and continue his healing in obscurity, as he had done since before we met him in the early 80s, and had always told us was right.
Dito natin sa Piaba. Meron pa pala. Damar! Nakakatakot! Damar! Abnormal ka talaga, Kininam.
Another
Hindi
one.
mo nakita?
Rolling to rolling. Rolling, rolling. Another one. Let's see.
Hindi na batag pati yung bumbilya.
Hindi na kaya.
Nagawin mo na eh.
Wait, stop.
Siyempre wala na second na.
I believe! I believe! I'm going to put the bulb inside this jar and see if I could flow the energy to protect this bulb, and then I'm going to grab it later. Ay, teka. Pakita mo yung loob. Nandiyan. Okay.
Gusto niyo pa ba itong balis? Ano, sobrang acting mo. Hindi ka dami yan. Nakakatakot ka na, ha? May na nag-urasyon ba? Nakakaba lang. Si Jomar wala, ha? Hawakan mo sabi ng tulog, ilaw yan. Jomar pa, galing-galing din. Kaya nga lang tinatakot yung mga babae. Dahil hinaman niya. Going to see who's going to bounce. More. So that is what happens when you flow the energy. You could also flow the energy just using your mind. Okay, as you could see, the bulb is inside this jar. But still,
I was able to flow the energy.
So anyway, ayun lang. May mga bagay-bagay hindi na maipalawanan sa mundo. Diba? So anyway, check sa mo konti. So the World Fair of Religions. My friend and I went to the fair, the World Fair of Religions. Not a trade fair, but the competition was as fierce, the propaganda loud. At the Jewish stall, we were given handouts that said that God was all compassionate and the Jews were His chosen people. The Jews, no other people were as chosen as they. At the Muslim stall, we learned that God was all merciful and Muhammad is His only prophet. Salvation comes from listening to God's prophet. At the Christian stall, we discovered that God is love and there is no salvation outside the church. Join the church or risk eternal damnation. On the way out, I asked my friend, "What do you think of God?" He replied, "He is bigoted, fanatical, and cruel." Back home, I said to God, "How do you put up with this sort of thing, Lord? Don't you see they have been giving you a bad name for centuries?" God said, "It wasn't I who organized the fair. In fact, I'd be too ashamed to visit you." Kapag nagdududa ka, ibig sabihin nag-iisip ka. Okay? Bakit sa mundong ito, if you talk to God, you're religious. Diba? Lagi yung Lord, sana po gabayan mo po kami pamilya, sa mga kaibigan ko, sa buong Pilipinas. Pero pag sumagot, baliw ka na daw. Ba't ganun? One way lang ba ang communication? Diba? Does God exist? Said the Master one day. Yes, said the disciples in chorus. Wrong, said the Master. No, said the disciples. Wrong again, said the Master. What's the answer? Asked the disciples. There is no answer. Why ever not? Because there is no question, said the Master. Later he explained, if you cannot say anything about Him who is beyond thoughts and words, how can you ask anything about Him? Si God daw si beyond the beyond pa siya. So paano ka magtatanong sa isang bagay o nilalang na beyond sa beyond na wala talagang umpisa, gitna o huli? Wala talagang sagot. Okay? No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. Tama, mali? Tama. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. Wala pong kilala na bata na galit sa ibang religion na pinanganak. Natutunan na lang ito sa parents kung sino man ito sa akin. Sabi ko nga, pag umakyat ka o nasa airplane ka, wala ka naman nakikitang, dito lang ang mga Kristiyano, dito Muslim, dito ang mga atheist. Walang ganun, di ba? Tayo lang gumagawa ng division. Sabi ni Marcus Aurelius, live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, then they will not care about the vow you have been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you have lived by. If there are gods but unjust, then you should not want to worship them. If there are no gods, then you will be gone, but will live a life that will live on in the memories of your loved ones. Anyway, ang ibig sabihin ito, so maniwala ka man tigad o hindi, maging mabuti ka sa kapwa mo. Para pag wala ka na sa mundo, mahala nila isang mabuting kaibigan. Correct? Okay, tapos na tayo. Pag-uusapan na natin ang sino dito gusto mababuhay? Gumanda, bumata, pumayat, madagdagan ng weight, diba? O baga maging attractive. Okay? Alam mo pwedeng humaba ang buhay mo? Kasi may social conditioning din sa pagkain. Kung sa ibang bagay meron, dito meron din. What if naturuan ka ng maling pagkain? Ano mangyayari sa'yo? Mamatay ka maaga, katulad ng mga kamag-anak. Diba? So, a leading cause of death in the US is number 1. Ano? Heart disease. Bakit ganun? Actually, hindi rin sa US, pa rin din sa Pilipinas. Okay? Stop is associated with highest number, high blood pressure, smoking, high blood mass index. Okay. Alam mo ba, mas marami pang namatay sa maling pagkain kaysa sa nuclear weapon? Pasabukin mo nuclear weapon, parang sa Japan, hindi lang namatay doon, ilang milyon, di ba? Pero every day, di ba, actually 700,000 deaths per year ang heart disease. 700,000 deaths. Dinaig niya pa ang nuclear weapon kasi ito po, residual. Every year meron. Di ba? Kung ikaw si kamatayan, tuwan-tuwa ka. Yes, kain pa ng mga hindi magaganda para dumami tayo. Correct? Food, as far as I'm concerned, kills more people than all drugs and earth combined. Mas maraming pinapatay ang maling pagkain kaysa mag-drugs ka. Di ba meron daw 3 million addicts, sabi ni Bigong? Sa tingin, ilang milyon na tao kumakain ng hindi tama. Mas madami doon. Pero hindi ito pwede broadcast sa media. Bakit? Kasi ang McDo, ang Jollibee, ang Nandox, at kung ano pang mga negosyo na binibenta sa TV ay nagbabayad sila ng milyon-milyon para bumili tayong lahat. Wala namang pakialam ng TV kung tama o mali na pagkain ng kinukumersyal. Basta importante, kumita sila. Work does not kill you. Food does. God does not kill you. Food does. Sa tingin nyo ba yung mga nakaratay ngayon sa ospital na may diabetes, kasalanan ni Lord? No. Sino ba kumain ng chocolate? Sino kumain ng mga taba-taba? Sino kumain ng mga barbecue? Siya, tapos Lord, naging mabait naman po ako. Nagtutulay naman po ako sa simbahan namin. Pero bakit niyo po ginawa sa amin? Siguro kung ako si Lord, ano ka ba? Wala ko kinalaman dyan, ha? Ikaw bumibili ng pagkain mo eh. Diba? Si Robert Sapolsky, isa po siyang scientist sa Stanford University, kung saan nag-aaral si Steve Jobs, napatunayan nila sa research nila na malaking epekto ang environment sa health mo. Kung kasama mo stressful, ang immune system mo bababa. Okay? FDA finally admits chicken meat contains cancer. Pero mamaya at bukas mag-chicken ka pa rin. Ulitin ko, FDA, Food Drugs Administration, o sa Pilipinas, BFAD, finally admits, ibig sabihin, aminado sila na ang manok ay merong cancer-causing arsenic. Pero kumain ka ng manok kanina, kahapon, last week. Diba? Kaya ngayon, hindi na bahala kung ano mo gusto mo kainin. Diba? Si Jamie Oliver, isa po siyang sikat na chef, sabi niya, alert! Ammonia found in McDonald's foods, 2013. Chef Oliver wins lawsuit. Nanalo po siya, nag-demand sa McDonald's kasi may ammonia. Alam niyo ba saan niya naging ammonia? Diba? Sa mga patay. Diba? Saka sa mga gulay para makuha ng bago. Fresh. Tapos kinain mo kanina sa McDo o kahapon nag-McDo ka. Diba? Tapos nagtataka ka parang hindi nararamdaman mo. Diba? Anyway, ano ba ang meron sa hotdog? Sa taas na kamay yan, kumain ng hotdog last week. Yan. Ano laman ng hotdog mo? Carcasses from old or thin cattle and swine. Cheeks, jaws, hearts, tongues, lips, eyelids, gums, intestines, ears, nostrils, tails, snouts, tendons, windpipe, liver, kidney, salt, fat, bone, blood, preservatives, and joy. 2001, nag-start po ako mag-plant-based diet kasi napansin ko yung lola ko namatay sa diabetes, naubos yaman niya. Tapos, family ko, ganoon din yung diet. Sabi ko, dapat kailangan may magbago sa pamilya namin. Ito, nakakatawa. Kung taga-Tarlac po kayo, medyo sikat yung dami parents ko doon. Nagtitinda kami. Manok, baboy, baka. Nung nalaman ng tatay ko na, ang anak ko, nag-iisang tagapagmana, vegetarian na. Paano na to? Ngayon talaga, kailangan mong tumayo sa prinsipyo yung pinapaniwalaan mo. Diba? Kasi bakit ko ibebenta isang bagay na nakakamatay sa maraming tao? May kaibigan ako, meron rin siya pala isdaan, nalaman niya maging vegetarian, tinigil niya. Ganun din ako. Diba? And, talaga. Very basic, dapat uminom ka ng 3 liters of water every day kung gusto maging healthy. Kung wala ka pang bilhin supplement o pang gamot, 3 liters of water a day lang. Okay? Hindi po yung distilled Wilkins, ha? Yung distilled, wala na pong mineral yun. bibili kayo dapat yung Viva or Alkaline, ganyan. Sakit, gano'n. Hindi distilled yung distilled, wala na po yan. Okay, baba. Vaccine. Huwag kayo nagpapabaksin. Sino dito pinapabaksin mga anak? Good luck. Hindi nyo napapansin, mga may vaccine, mas mababa immune system, katulad ko. Kaya ako naging healthy. Parents ko, lahat ng sinabi ng doktor na vaccine, in-inject sa akin, pero sa akin po ako. Tapos yung kaibigan mo taga-Baring, malapit dun sa may load ako sa dulong, nalili ko sa putikan. Diba? Tapos yung tae ng kalabaw, ginaganon. Walang sakit. Tapos ako, napakalinis sa bahay, may alcohol lagi. Sakitin. Kasi yung vaccine po, may mercury po yan. Kaya kung pag binaksin ng anak niyo o ikaw, nilalagnat ka. Kasi yung immune system mo, nilalabanan niya yung pinasok sa'yo, hindi maganda. Okay? Pero ibig sabihin, may mga vaccine na magaganda din, hindi ko nilalahat. Pero ibig sabihin, pinag-aralan mo ba yung vaccine o basta ka lang naniwala? So yan, okay? Lahat po ng vaccine, for example, may side effect. Okay? So, mga pharmaceutical industry, hindi po sila nag-create ng cure. Nag-create po sila ng customer. Today, 95% of all chronic diseases is caused by food. Wala pong kinalaman si Lord. Kasalanan mo bakit may sakit ang pamilya mo. Kung nagluluto ka sa bahay na hindi magandang pagkain, kasalanan mo yan. Okay? 95% na lahat ng sakit galing sa food. So, kung mahal mo yung anak mo, asawa mo, kapatid mo, pakainin mo sila ng tama na nakakagil ng katawan, hindi nakakasira. Okay? Dati, 68 days ang isang manok. Ngayon, hindi na 47 eh. May alam ako, 20 days lang, malaki na. Paano? Sakta-tutak na in-injection antibiotic at kung ano-ano para mag-mutate sila mas mabilis. Diba? So, kung ano in-inject sa manok, kinain mo yung manok. Kung ano in-inject sa manok, kinain mo rin. Mamaya na yung chocolate candies. Every time kumakain ka ng baboy, hotdog, parang binabag yung sarili mo. Pero dahan-dahan na lang. Diba? Sasabihin na, ikaw kumain ng mga burger kahapon, wala naman ako naramdaman. Tama. Tingnan natin, after 30 years. Kasi parang ano po yun eh. For example, alam mo yung dayami? O kaya, isang butil ng bigas. Pag isang butil, nilagay mo sa shoulder mo, parang gaan lang, di ba? Hindi yung mabigat. Pero araw-araw mo, isang butil. After 30 years, mabigat na yan. Yung katawan mo, hindi ka na mga ganun maayos. Kaya di ba, pag may edad ka na, sinasabi mo lagi sa mga katabi mo, hindi na ganun kalakas ka katawan katulad natin. Kaya, sino may kasalanan mo? Diba? Wala namang kinalaman yung edad sa lakas ng katawan, madalas sa pagkain. May makilala ako, 80 years old na nagbubuhat pa ng troso. Diba? Tapos, papansin mo, for example, yung mga kargador sa palengke, yung laki ng katawan, no? Hindi pa sila nag-gym. Simpleng karga-karga lang. Okay, another is yung cellphone. Pag natutulog kayo, turn off nyo kasi may radiation po siya sa brain. Saka kung huwag nyo igaganito yung phone, yung ganyan, gumamit kayo ng earpiece o headset. Kasi bakit? Ito po, umiingit. Ngayon, pag nangyari, ito yung side effect. Headaches, impaired immune system, break in the blood-brain barrier, reduced melatonin, genetic damage, melanoma of the eye, pressure tingling, memory loss, brain tumor, diabetes. Careful. Stop eating so many vegetables. I can't seem to find anything wrong with you. Ba't ganun? Diba? So anyway, ang pain ba nakakondisyon din yan? Kung sa bahay, natutunan kang umiyak pag masakit, di ba? Makakondisyon din yung mga bata. Sa kamatayan, ganoon din. Kapag ikaw nagdradrama pag may namatay, mararamdaman din ng mga tao sa paligid mo, iiyak din sila. Pwede naman, for example, pag may sakit ka, tapos, wala naman sakit. Nakita naman ako kamo sa bahay, makakondisyon din sila. Ganun pala pag may sakit, dapat nag-aatre-atre. Alay ko, sakit. Ginagaya din nila. Pwede nga maging masakit na masaya. Tama? Sakit ulo ko. Mental din. Diba? Pero, mamatay na yata ako. Pagka na akong nalantang bandila. Diba? Pag may sakit. May mga ganun. So, maging careful kasi kayo yung pain na kukondisyon sa mga tao. Yung sakit, normal po yun. Signal siya ng body na may mali nangyayari sa loob ng katawan mo. Pero yung Diba? Yung aray ko, sakit. Yung gagawin ko ba? Sayang, wag. Yung pain na tatransfer kasi sa mga tao. So kung gusto mo lumaki mga anak mo na matatag sila, huwag mong papakita na mabilis ka mag-breakdown, di ba? Mabilis ka matakot. Okay? So, ano ba ang benefits ng plant-based diet? Unang-una, pag plant-based diet ka, okay, mas kumaganda yung puso mo. Gusto mo ba laging maging masaya? Okay? Kailangan kumain ng mga serotonin foods na rich. Banana, leafy green vegetables, almonds, di ba? Walnuts, green smoothie. Kung halimbawa depressed ka, kumain ka ng cashew nuts. Kasi may serotonin siya. Kaya depressed ka, lobat ka, kain ka ng banana. Maganda siya sa body. Huwag ka kain chocolate, ha? Iba yun. The blood of average man has 9% fighting power against cancer. Average man na kumakain ng karne. The blood of a vegan diet, 70% fighting power against cancer. 70%. Ibig sabihin, kung ngayon, ititigil mo na yung karne mo, at bukas, ang kongkang-kong ka na lang katulad ko, yung blood mo, tataas ang power niya para may agimat sa dugo mo. 70% chance, kahit yung katabi mo may cancer, di ka mahawa. Plant-based diet makes the body's defenses more powerful than exercise. Just 2 weeks of plant-based diet. 2 weeks. Okay? Dramatically improves the body's defenses. Plant-based diet and meat eaters, even with the same calorie intake, meat eaters gain more weight than plant-based diet people. Okay? So, kung makain ka mas mabilis ka mag-gain weight. Another one. 1 egg a day cuts a woman's life short equal to 5 cigarettes a day. So, ikaw na bahala dyan. Okay? Couple of oats a day extends a woman's life as much as jogging 4 hours per week. So, pag kumakain ka ng oatmeal, parang ka na rin nag-jogging. Kaya masarap din mag-jogging. So, a single meal high in animal fat can paralyze our arteries by cutting their ability to have within hours of animal products. Basic lang, dapat kinakain mo puro alkaline at hindi acidic. Kung stress out ka, acidic ang body mo. Kung may pimples ka, acidic ang body mo. Kung may namamaga sa loob ng body mo, acidic ka. So, ibig sabihin, kailangan mong kumain ng mga alkaline. Di ba bata pala tayo sinabi? Ang gulay, pampahaba ng buhay. Yan pala, may bata pala tinuro na sa atin. Anyari? Anyari, maraming nagkamatayang mga kamag-anak, di ba? Kapatid, di ba? Kapamilya, nanghina. Nandun na bata pa lang tinuro na sa atin. Pero dahil sa media nga naman, nakalimutan na yung turo. Okay. Ang lahat nagsabi ng sinabi ko kanina, si Dr. McGregor. Siya yung nagsabi rin sa tungkol sa itlog. Di ba? Bakit mahirap huminga after animal product meal? Nasubukan mo na yon? Kumain ka na mataba tapos parang not because of animal fat or animal protein. It's because after a meal of animal products, people suffer from endotoxemia. The bloodstream is awash with bacterial toxins. Dr. Greger. Okay. So, gulay-gulay lang pag may time, okay? Huwag tayo masyado nagkakarni. When you eat meat, you eat the pain, you eat the trauma, you eat the slain, you eat the horror, you eat the stress, murder, mess, voiceless cage, helpless rage, captured meat, terror, reek, blood, gore. Yeah. No disease, including cancer, can exist in an alkaline environment. Walang disease. Kung may kilala may cancer, may diabetes, o kahit anong sakit, tanggalin nyo na yung mga acidic po, acidic. Diba? Yung white rice, acidic po yun. Kaya lagay nyo ng turmeric. Basta maraming mga acidic. Chocolate, acidic. Bread, acidic. Maggulay na talaga kayo sa kapulutas. Kung gusto nyo bumalik sa kumababuhay. Libre lang, hindi nakikita sa supplement. What more kung may pambili ka pa? Mas maganda. Correct? So, the hardest part of being vegan, alam niyo ba, no? Pag tinatanong, saan ka ang protina mo? Ha? Saan nga ba? Hindi mo ba nakapansin yung gorilla pinakamalakas na hayop sa balat ng lupa o ng jungle, hindi kumakain ng karne? may cuts pa yung katawan niya na pag, alam mo yung pag tinitik kayo tanggal ulo mo. Diba? Elephant, kumakain ba ng karne? Kabayo, kumakain ba ng karne? Yung mga lahat na malalakas na hayop, hindi kumakain ng karne. Okay? So, nutritious is different from delicious. Hindi dahil masarap, ibig sabihin nutritious. Yung mga Pilipino gusto maalat, matamis. Hindi naman nutritious mga yun. Lahat ng kinakain nyo, junk food, kung walang gulay. Okay? Yung rep mo ba, ano itsura niya? Kasi yung rep mo, mukha po siyang hardin. Yung rep mo, mukha bang morgue? Diba? Mga great vegetarians, Albert Einstein, Gandhi, Plato, Voltaire, Nikola Tesla, Leonardo da Vinci, Marco Aurelio. Asan yung Marco? Hindi, nakat lang, oh. Dito ako eh. Ito. Okay. Oh, sino mahilig sa tsokolate? Tas kamay. Okay, mahilig po ako sa chocolate dahil parents ko, lalo na nanay ko, may chocolate pa siya sa aparador. Tapos yung mga tito ko, uncle ko, nagpapadala sila chocolate. Siyempre, masarap chocolate. Lalo na pag depressed ka o low bat ka o gusto mong mag-exercise, masarap mag-chocolate. Pero, lately kasi, napansin ko parang pag nagbabasa ako, mabagal comprehension ko. Madalas ako tamarin. Tapos napansin ko, pag kumakain ako chocolate, nahirapan ng huminga. Sabi ko, vegetarian naman ako ah. Research ko nga to. So, research ako. Nalaman ko katotohanan sa chocolates. Nakakatakot. Science confirms sugar increases your risk of disease. Ini-increase na yung risk of disease. Okay? Sabi nila yan, sugar keeps your energy up and your appetite down. Sugar's got what it takes, diba? Anyway, ano ba nagagawa ng sugar? Sugar addiction, the perpetual cycle. Ito yan. Kumain ka na may sugar. Next na mangyayari, yung blood sugar mo mag-spike. Pag nag-spike yun, yung blood sugar mo mag-focus rapidly. Pag nag-fall yun, mag-crave ka uli ng sugar. Sounds familiar? Sino dito may midnight cravings? Pag midnight cravings ka, o meron ka na-crave na pagkain, ibig sabihin, di ba, yung sugar mo mataas sa katawan. Kasi may nakita ako nga, hindi ako nagugutom pag madaling araw. Ngayon hindi na, dahil nagugutom ako. Yung mga hayop sa jungle, hindi naman sila gumigising madaling araw para magkaroon ng pagkain. Pero mga tao, dahil unhealthy kinakain nyo, naghanap kayong pagkain paggabi, dahil sa rep. Did you know, high fructose corn syrup is bad? Kapag kumakain ka ng sugar, pumupuro lang brain mo. Sabi din sa school, pag kumain ka doon ng sugar, tatalino ka, pero hindi. Alam mo ba, yung mga batang malilikot, batang tinatamad pag-aral, walang kinalaman po ang eskwela ng teacher o magulang doon. Kaya sila malilikot dahil pinapakain sila ng sugar. Grabe. The harmful effects of sugar suppresses immune system, number 1. Kahit mag-supplement ka, kung nag-sugar ka, bali wala, nagka-cancel out. Leads to chromium deficiency, leads to cancer of the ovaries, causes copper deficiency, premature aging, tooth decay. Yung hindi pa na-invent yung sugar, lahat ng ngipin ng mga tao, wala pong butas, walang pasta. Nung na-invento ang sugar, ayun na, yumaman ng mga dentista. Okay, gallstone, heart disease, hemorrhoids, varicose veins, diba? Osteoporosis, cholesterol, diabetes, eczema. Kung meron kang skin disease, tigil mo yung sugar, mawawala yung skin disease mo. Diba? Kung lagi ka pinipimples, itigil mo yung sugar mo. Saka yung dairy, ice cream, ibig sabihin, kikinis balat mo. Okay. Alam ba kung maraming Starbucks na sugar? 11 na kutsara ng asukal na meron sa loob ng Starbucks mo. Starbucks pa more. Coca-Cola. Yung Coke, merong siyam na kutsara ng asukal. So, kung gusto makatipid, huwag ka na bumili ng Coke. May kutsara ka, may asukal ka sa bahay. Ganun mo na. Okay? Alam mo ba yung yung nag-i-slow down ng metabolism? Alam niyo yun? Wala pong kinalaman edad sa pag-slow down metabolism. Kaya nag-slow down metabolism dahil natambakan na yung sistema mo ng asukal throughout the years. So, nahirapan na siya i-digest. Kasi yung sugar, nahirapan pong i-refine ng body. Yung sugar, yung white sugar, brown sugar, honey, cocoa sugar, stevia lang yung okay. Kaya ako, hindi talaga ako nag-aasukal, tubig na lang. Di ba? Pero pag yung kumain ka ng prutas, halimbawa mansanas kinain mo, di ba matamis yun? Yun kaya ng body na i-synthesize, ang baga gilingin. Pero pag kumain ka ng white sugar, hindi niya kaya. Kaya yun, imagine mo kung bata pa lang pinapakain na ng cake, hindi na aabutin niya ng 50 years old. Mga 30, 40, baby na yan. Okay? So, yung sugar nagkukos po siya ng maging makalimutin. Kung may makilala kayo matatanda na kayong kalamitin sila, natambakan lang sila ng asukal sa katawan. Kaya kung papansinin mo, yung mga taong nakatira sa liblib na lugar, may manok, may baboy, may kanin, mahaba buhay nila. Bakit? Wala silang mabila ng cake, chocolate, coke. Malalayo. So, pinakain na naman doon. Kasi, mas mahaba ang buhay ng mga kumakain ng karne kumpara sa kumakain ng asukal. May study dating ginawa na yung mga taong kumakain ng karne, tapos mga taong kumakain ng sugar, napansin nila mas namatay mabilis yung mga taong kumakain ng asukal. What if ganito? Malupit ka. Kumakain ka lang ng karne, kumakain ka po ng asukal. Jadi pinakayaw mo na. Diba? So, pansin mo, vegetarian ka, tapos may tatlo kang choices eh. Kumain ng karne, kumain ng asukal, maging vegetarian. Kung kumain ka ng vegetarian, gaganda buhay mo, health mo, haba buhay mo. Diba? So, pero pag vegetarian, tapos kumakain ka ng asukal, parang nag-ano ka rin siya, nagka-cancel out. Diba? Pero pag ganyan pa, kumakain ka ng karne, kumakain ka pa ng asukal, good luck na lang, diba? Kahit anong supplement i-take mo, hindi na tatalab yan. Kaya marami mo na rin supplement, namamatay. Diba? Labo. Diba? Kasi nga, yung lifestyle din nila, yung mga kinakain nila. Sugar is called the white death kasi dahan-dahan kanyang papatayin. Parang ang lasa niya, halimbawa may galit sa yung tao, tapos siya nagluluto ng pagkain mo, lagyan mo lang asukal dahan-dahan. Everyday, mga 3 porot. Diba? Diba? Within 7 years, patay na yan, diba? Yes. Anyway, ano ba ito? So, eto, para may idea lang kayo. Pag bibili kayo ng pagkain, tignan nyo kung may sugar. Ito yung mga itsura niya. Ito yung titignan mo agave nectar. Kasi ganito, manipulative po yung mga corporation. Iniiba nila yung pangalan, pero sugar pa rin yun. Agave nectar, barley malt, barbados sugar, beet sugar, blackstrap, molasses, brown sugar, buttercup sugar, cane sugar, caramel, corn syrup, solid, confectionery sugar, carom sugar, castor sugar, date sugar, dilated cane juice, demerara sugar, dextrin sugar, dextrose, suero, diacetyl malt, suero. So, and anyway, yan ang mga itsura ng sugar. Diba? 80% of food items in the US is may laman ng sugar. Actually, dito sa Pilipinas, 90%. Pati yung monay meron, pati coco meron din. Diba? Pinaka-best ang stevia. Kobe Bryant, kilala nyo? Michael Phelps, kilala nyo? Si Green Lantern, kilala nyo? Victoria's Secret models, familiar? Lahat po yan din ng sugar. The food you eat influences your mood and behavior. Kung ano yung kinakain mo, kung bad trip ka, may kinalaman po yung kinain mo. Kung malakas ka mag-rise, mabilis ka mag-miss, mabad trip din. Lalo pag aasukal ka pa. Okay? The food you eat influences your health and your life. So kasi, kapag bad mood ka, ibig sabihin may bad ka lang na nakain. Di ba pag busog ka, you feel good? Pero pag gutom ka, masungit ka. Kasi may connection po yung brain natin dito sa ating gut. Okay? So pag unhealthy po yung gut niya, wala kayong masyadong probiotics, di ba? Wala kayong magagandang good bacteria, mabilis kayo uminit puro ng bad trip. Kaya dapat kumakain kayo ng tama. Kung may kaibigan kang bad trip, kung may tatay ka lang na mainisin, kung may kasama ka sa bahay na irritable, check mo yung kinakain niya. Mataas sa sugar yun. Okay. Kung nanay ka, dapat maingat ka din sa kinakain mo. Bakit? Kung ano yung lumalabas sa iyong milk, napupunta sa iyong anak. Eh kung kinakain mo, hindi magaganda. Tapos negative pa attitude mo. Kumakain ka na hindi maganda, negative pa attitude mo. Ano yung pumapasok niya sa anak mo? Correct? Tapos nagtataka, ang kulit-kulit ng batang to. Diba? Sino mo nagpapakain sa kanya? Ikaw. Diba? Yan. Kung gusto mo ng pinakamagandang insurance, health. Okay, tapos na tayo. Kaya niyo pa ba? Yes! 15 minutes. So, kung medyo sumasakit ulo ng tao dyan, cognitive dissonance. Diba? Cognitive dissonance, ayan po yung aray, masakit ulo, lagi sinasabi, nag-expand ang aking mind, diba? Nakakabaliw yung mga tututunan ko. Okay, brain exercise. Banggitin yung kulay, hindi yung letters, okay? Green, red, blue, yellow, purple, black, red, purple, green, black, red, yellow, green, purple, black, purple, red, green. Okay. Brain exercise po yan. Okay, you have to understand, of course, yung mga tao nito sa room, you have to understand most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. Okay. Hindi naman dahil narinig mo ito parang bukas, ginagawa mo na kagad, ina-apply. Diba? It would take some time din para ma-disseminate mo information. Kasi ilang years ko dito inaral, diba? So yung ilang years na inaral ko, within ilang hours lang, sinare ko sa inyo. Diba? I just, pausog na ako. People who want a cure, provided they can have it without pain, are like those who favor progress, provided they can have it without change. For most people, this will be hard to accept because they have lived their lives asleep for so long without becoming aware. So most of the time, of course, yung iba tulog pa, yung iba tulog na, tulog na. Okay, nagugulat ako. So, mahirap pa rin. Pero anyway, ito lang mga Facebook pages. Kung gusto nyo naman, nagulat ako doon eh. Commercial lang daw. Okay, mga pwede yung pasyalan. Okay. Kung malalim na pag-aaral sa mga metaphysics paranormal, secrets of the universe siya. Pag mga health, healthy forever. Kapag halimbawa, about sa Pilipinas dito, pag mga weirdo, the myth, eto. Pag halimbawa, networker ka, punta ka dito. Kung gusto matutunan ng relationship, social dynamics, punta ka dito. Kung gusto matutunan ng maraming bagay, dito ka lang. Kaya add mo ako sa Facebook. Ito yung mga pages natin, Secrets of the Universe, Project Pilipinas. Ito yung The Myth, diba? Okay, since dahil maraming tao, iba-iba paniwala, madalas nagkakaroon ng confusion, correct? Pero alam mo naman na social conditioning naman din lahat yan, di ba? So, kumbaga, at the end of the day, nasa sa atin pa din kung ano yung paniniwala mo. Okay? Basta respetuhin mo yung paniniwala ng iba kasi siyempre, ganoon din naman sila sa'yo. Okay? So, madalas, dahil ng mga tao, socially conditioned sila, ito na naman nila. Pressure, tense, negative, war, division, fear, and death. Imagine mo, di ba? Kumakain ka ng asukal, tapos nag-attend ka ng isang nakapasok sa Facebook na nakakainis. Pwede mabihis ka ng bad trip. Correct? So, you have to minimize talaga po yung sugar kung gusto yung bumata. Okay? And malaking, ako nung start, tinitid ko ng sugar ko 2 months ago. Yung nabasa ko to. Bagong information ito narinig niya. Tapos, ang sarap ngayon ng gising ko, ang ganda ng pag-iisip ko, yung eczema ko nawala, tapos yung metabolism ko, pumayat po ako, nabalan po ako ng 3 kilos dahil lang sa sugar. Dati itong pants na to, kailangan yung parang pumuputok na, kailangan mo pang talagang ginaganon. Ngayon hindi na eh. Diba? Then effect. Anyway, a man with ungoverned mind and out of control emotions is more dangerous than a wild animal in the jungle. Kasi ang mga tao nag-iisip, ang animal hindi. So, love and fear. Okay? Dahil nga sa social conditioning na to, madalas lumalaki tayo sa fear. Pero sa totoo lang naman, kaya ang basic na kailangan natin sundan, eto. Love thy neighbor, including yung mga tao gumawa na hindi maganda sa'yo. Kaya niya ba yun? Mahalin mo yung kapwa, maski yung boss mo na masungit o kapatid mo wala kayong hindi ka nagkakaintindihan, mahalin mo pa rin sila. Basic.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
Dahil ang dami natin natutunan ng social conditioning, pati yung tanong, so ano ba talaga yung totoo? Sino na yung papaniwalaan? Di ba? Parang pwede mong tanongin, correct? Pero hindi naman ako dito para sabihin ko ano yung tama o ano yung totoo kasi hindi naman ako expert. Di ba? Ito pa rin mag-iisip ko ano yung tama para sa'yo. Most people don't live aware lives. They live mechanical lives, mechanical thoughts. Generally, somebody else's mechanical emotions, mechanical actions, mechanical reactions. Sabi daw nila, yung mga robot na pro-program. Sabi nila yung mga robot walang pakiramdam. Pero feeling ko baliktad. Diba? Maraming tao ngayon robot dahil sila yung na-program ng social conditioning. Tama? Ngayon kailangan mo hindi program ng sarili para hindi ka maging robot. Kasi ang robot, pag pinogram mo maging malungkot kapag ganito ang nangyari sa kanya, magiging malungkot siya. Kapag yung robot, pinogram mo pa, pag pinalampang kita, you'll feel good, ay hindi mararamdaman niya. Correct? So, ibig sabihin ba tayo may mga robot? Yung mga kasagot niyan. Okay. So, anyway, The only way to find out that your belief is true is if you are not suffering. Para sa akin, ngayon lang. Kung ang paniniwala mo ba ay tama, is hindi ka nagsasuffer. Kasi kung nahihirapan ka sa sitwasyon mo, ibig sabihin, mali sa iyo paniniwala. And what you resist will persist. Just let go, be calm, and at peace. Sa mga bagay na hindi maintindihan, okay, sa mga bagay na kumbaga gustong baguhin, ayan mo lang kung bibiglain, darating ka rin doon. So, may nagtanong sa akin dati one day, sabi niya, so, sino ba tayo, sir? Bakit tayo nandito? Sabi ko, tayo ay kombinasyon ng lahat na natutunan natin at gusto mong matutunan o yung tinanggal mo sa sarili mo. Yun ka. At pag tinanggal mo lahat yun, matitira kung sino ka talaga. Correct? Yung talagang authentic self mo lalabas pag nawala lahat ng social conditioning. And it's a journey na kailangan mong tahakin sa mag-isang landas mo. Okay? You are not your mind. You are not your body. You are not your status. You are not your bank account. You are not your feelings. You are not your car. You are not your house. You are not your religion. You are not your emotions. You are not your degree. So, sino ka? Kung lahat tayo, ang alam natin sa loob natin ngayon is social conditioning lang, herd mentality. Sino tayo? Pag wala lahat yun. Yun ka. Okay? Most of us, we were born originals, but namamatay tayo, kami na lang. Kaya ginaya na lang natin yung mga ginagawa ng ibang tao. Okay? So, sabi mo nga sa tabi mo, wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Diba? Natawa naman natin. Okay. So, lagi gising na kayo, actually. Iba, kakagising lang, literal. Nawala na yung mga chains, napayumanan ko na sa inyo mga bagay na kailangan nyo matutunan, maging aware, diba? Nasa kamay nyo na ngayon, kung i-apply nyo ba siya o hindi. Kasi, at the end of the day, buhay nyo yan. Ay, just susubsana yung konti. Tapos na tayo. There's a famous story about the lion who came upon a flock. Kwento ko na lang. So, merong isang lion, pumunta siya isang flock. Napansin niya, may lion na napasama doon sa flock na yun. Akala ng lion is isang sheep. So, for ilang years, kasama yung mga sheep, umiikot-ikot siya. Kung nakita niya na merong lion, sabi ng nanay niya na sheep, takbo tayo, nandiyan na yung lion, pakainin tayo. So, tumakbo siya. Yung maliit na lion na to. Inabutan siya ng malaking lion, pinagkita sa leg, tapos hinatak siya, palapit sa may batis, para makita niya reflection niya. Sabi niya, ba't ka tumatakbo? Pareho tayong lion. Diba? Most of the time, maraming lion na napapasama sa mga sheep. Diba ngayon, ginising ko lang na lion kayo. Diba? Hindi yung balance sa mga sheep kasi kaya yung mag-decide on your own. Okay, so ano ngayon? Tapos na tayo. Diba? So ano mga kailangan natin gawin? Kasi marami yung iba, after nito, sasabihin nila, uy, social conditioning yan yung pala dati. Wala na ako susundin. Pwede maging ganong klaseng paniniwala mo, di ba? So instead na ika-improve ng buhay mo, parang ginagawa mo, binabara mo lahat ng tao. Ay, social conditioning yan. Yan din ginagawa mo, lahat yan, social conditioning. Hindi na ako magkatrabaho, hindi na ako magdisimba, hindi na ako gagawa ng mabuti. Kasi social conditioning lahat eh. Di ba? Hindi na napakain. Para sa akin, mag-research ka rin, di ba? Isip-isip din pag may time. Pag wala ka na makain, ibig sabihin, wala kang pera. Kung wala kang pera, kailangan magtrabaho. Di ba? Sabi nito, social conditioning yung banking industry. Kinukuntunan tayo. Tama yun. Kaso lang, kailangan pa rin kumain. Trabaho ka, okay? So ano ngayon? What now? Para sa akin, itong mundong ibabaw is hindi naman material na bagay, kundi something na spiritual, hindi na tayo brotherhood isa't isa na magtulungan. Hindi naman tayo dito para sirain yung mundo, correct? Dito tayo para magtulungan. Goodness is the only investment that never fails. Ang pera nauubos, pero ang mabuting kaibigan, hindi nauubos yan. May kaibigan nga ako, sabi niya sa akin na mawala na daw lahat ng pera niya, huwag na daw mga kaibigan niya. Kasi ang pera, pag nawala, madaling kitain, kung mga yung mga kaibigan mo papahiram. Tama eh, di ba? Okay. Yan. Anyway, wait lang natin.
thank God I'm breathing. And I pray, don't take me soon, cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it face you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day this all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence, down with the hate. One day we'll all be free and proud to be under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like one day, one day, all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, one day, one Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, one day, one
Yan. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung thought at thinking, magkaiba. Ibig sabihin ng thought, something na final na yan. Yung thinking, ibig sabihin pinag-isipan mo, pinuseso mo, at kung napansin mo, tama siya sa sarili mo at sa para sa iba, doon mo na siya ginawa. Okay? So, think for yourself. Now, Since alam niyo na mga social conditioning naman lahat mga natutunan niyo, meron din ang tawag na positive conditioning. Ibig sabihin, pwede rin sumama ka sa grupo na masasaya, sa herd na nakaka-improve ng buhay. Correct? Kasi baka sabihin mo, ayoko na sumama sa kahit kanino. Hindi. Okay din sumama sa mga tao. Diba? Parang ganito, sa atin, pare-pareho tayo ng iniisip. Ganon. Sabi ng iba, gusto daw nila ng happiness, pero hindi. Yung happiness, lagi mo nang nasa loob mo yan. Kaso lang, may nagsabi sa'yo, na doon mo yung magiging happy kapag nakuha mo to, kapag nangyari to. Hindi naman totoo yun. Masaya ka na. Pinanganak ka masaya, kaso lang, may nagsabi sa'yo na hindi. Let's play the...
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
Tinanggal ko rin mga chains sa mic nyo na hindi din nag-aware kayo. Mas mabilis na kayo para sa mga 99.99% na nasa labas. Dahil iba na ang dalawa ng pag-iisip nyo kasi di ba pumasok na sa loob ng bahay nyo tapos medyo ginalaw ko lang. Pwede mo ibalik sa ayos yan, yung mga gamit. Okay? So, your unlimited potential. Okay? Since lahat naman tayo, we were born happy and confident, successful, and be able to do anything. It's just that the environment placed the wrong ideas in your head. Sabi nila, hindi ka daw pwede maging maganda, maayos ang health, mababuhay, di ba, yumaman, o maging good example sa environment. Hindi mo daw kaya, sabi nila. Pero lahat pala yung social conditioning lang. Happiness is not something you acquire. Love is not something you produce. Love is not something you have. Love is something that has you. So, ano ba yung practical na pwede mong gawin? Okay? Mga practical na mga bagay pwede mong gawin. Simple lang. Tanongin mo sarili mo. Yes, you know all of this, but how is your life lately? Alam mo nga to. So, kamusta naman buhay mo? Bukas, makalawa, sunod na buwan. How can you improve your life based on tutunan mo ngayon? How is your relationship? Paano mo siya may improve? How is your economic life? Nadagdagan mo yung income mo, mas naiintindihan mo ba yung sistema ng paggawa ng pera, di ba? Kamusta na may health mo? Baka after ng seminar, lalo ka tumala, di ba? Maganda after ng seminar, nag-improve yung health mo, tinigil mo na yung sugar, nilesen mo na yung mga bagay na hindi maganda, at more gulay, more fruits, di ba? And how are you contributing, of course, dito sa country natin? Okay? Ito isang, graphical representation ng evolution. Typically, ito isang tao, di ba? Pwede kang maging animalistic sa instinct mo or pwedeng pataas ka ng pataas at mas maging higher consciousness ka, more loving, more understanding. Nasa yun. Kasi, di ba? For example, merong bata. Ano mo gusto mong maging buhay ng bata? Every day, every year, tumataas sa success rate niya sa finance, sa health, self-development, relationship, and life? Or gusto mo every year, pasira ang health mo, paganda-paganda, ang mga bagay na dati magulo? Nasa iyo yun. ikaw magtatahak ng landas mo, pataas ka ng pataas every year, bumaba ka ng bumaba. Sa lahat ng areas. Okay? So, awareness. Drop all the meanings, all your programs and expectations about people, things, situations, and beware. Then you will know what happiness is. Because if you stop seeing things in terms of what you like and what you don't like, you will find that you will achieve an inner peace, inner mind, and inner emotions. So, bakit ko ito ginagawa? Kasi naniniwala ko dito. Imagine nyo yung oras ako nakatayo. Dosi. Dinayin ko pa yung doktor umuupo sa katabi ng driver. If you are planning for a year, sow rice. If you are planning for a decade, plant trees. If you are planning for a lifetime, educate people. Okay? So, marami pa akong hindi nasasabi kasi pag sinabi ko lahat, Mami CIA. Sabi ni Lao Tzu, if you want to awaken all of humanity, then awaken all of yourself. If you want to eliminate the suffering of the world, then eliminate all that is dark and negative in yourself. Truly, the greatest gift you have to give is that of your own self-transformation. Selfish or selflessness? Iniisip mo ba yung sarili mo o ibang tao? How would you like to live in a world in which there are no misunderstandings, no unpleasant personal remarks, none of the thousands and one situations which cause inharmony and personal dislikes? In other words, how would you like to live in a world where people were impersonal, living above personal consciousness? Would it not be a heavenly world? What if nasa isang tayo mundo na walang tao na may personal? Mas magiging maganda kaya ang mundo natin. Tama, di ba? And since natutunan nyo na to, medyo po konsensyahin ko kayo sa quote ni Martin Luther King. Perhaps the worst sin in life is knowing what is right and not doing it. So ngayon, alam niyo na yung mga bagay-bagay, nasa inyo na kung gagawin niyo ba hindi. Okay. So, our last video, let's play.
When you're ready to wake up, you're going to wake up. And if you're not ready, you're going to stay pretending that you're just a poor little me. And since you're all here and engaged in this sort of inquiry and listening to this sort of lecture, I assume that you're all on the process of waking up. Or else you're teasing yourselves with some kind of flirtation with waking up, which you're not serious about. But I assume maybe you are, not serious but sincere, that you are ready to wake up. So then, when you're in the way of waking up and finding out who you really are, what you do is what the whole universe is doing at the place you call here and now. You are something the whole universe is doing in the same way that a wave is something that the whole ocean is doing. The real you is not a puppet which life pushes around. The real deep down you is the whole universe. So then, when you die, you're not going to have to put up with everlasting non-existence, because that's not an experience. A lot of people are afraid that when they die, they're going to be locked up in a dark room forever. And sort of undergo that. But one of the most interesting things in the world, this is a yoga, this is a way of realization. Try and imagine what it will be like to go to sleep and never wake up. Think about that. Children think about it. It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen to you. You will find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature abhors a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you are you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past. In the same way, you don't have to think about how you work your thyroid gland, or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it?
Lakpan po natin. Sa lahat ng staff, palakpan po natin sila mga volunteers. And I hope marami po kayo natutunan. Na-share po mga bagay-bagay na pwede nyo ma-apply sa buhay nyo. Siguro next year kita-kita tayo ulit pag-ibig ng business. Okay, and all in all, di ba, God bless po kayo na sa buong Pilipinas.